The DFRAG Wildcard LAN is brought to you by Logitech, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and DFRAG Media Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the DFRAG Wildcard LAN Season 1, the first of it. It is going to be a big day. Grand final day here in Brisbane. It's going to be a glorious event. We're down to the real meat and potatoes now, gentlemen, obviously. We've got 3 teams remaining. We did have to bid farewell to Mindfreak yesterday, but now we've got Ground Zero, Thunder Down Under, and of course Semperfi. Roll us through it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I love that bumper, by the way. You get the violins at the end or whatever. It might even be a cello. I'm not a musician, you know what I mean? But it kind of gets me going, obviously. Grand final day here at DFRAG Wildcard LAN. I think it's going to be pretty awesome. Obviously, quick shout out as well to our sponsors, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, DFRAG, and Logitech G before we do get underway. But yeah, it's going to be a great day. I think we're super keen to see not only that grand final, which we presume will be a rematch between Semperfi and Thunder Down Under, but also this lower bracket final, which, hey, may still have a bit of a curveball for us.
Yeah, totally agree. I think Semperfi is sitting quite comfortably in that upper bracket final. I think they're probably looking at Thunder Down Under to be the team that joins them in that grand final. But Ground Zero have been prepping for this event. We're getting towards the end of the VRS race at this point, so all of these teams are very hungry to be able to make their way into that spot at the major.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's really kind of what these players are fighting for, the most opportunity. We've been having this conversation since the VRS has become a thing about, how do we drive this forward a little bit more? And that's where we're super lucky to have an organization like DFRAG that's putting these kind of things together, because as we look at the VRS standings, right, they're developing day by day since the start of this event on the Thursday. We've seen so much of a shift, and Asia is not looking as, it's looking volatile.
Yeah, look, the thing is, I think, especially for the Australian fans, I want to just send a message and say, don't get too overexcited about things just yet.
Well, slow down.
We're unfortunately kind of front-loading our events, right, prior to the major. We've got this event, we've got ANZC on Monday and Tuesday, and at the end of ANZC, you're probably going to look at that top 5 and say, oh, there's like 3 Australian teams. It might be a Mindfreak or a Ground Zero that kind of sneak their way in there alongside, well, Semperfi and Thunder Down Under, and obviously FlyQuest. So there's actually maybe even a world where there's like 4 teams, let's say, out of the 5 that are in the top 5 for the Asia VRS. But, you're still waiting on a couple of tournaments over in China and no doubt a couple of tournaments over in Mongolia before all of that kind of gets evened out. So don't get too far ahead of yourself just yet. I think we'll be lucky. I believe personally we'll be very lucky if we get another team in addition to FlyQuest. I think a lot of things would have to go right for Semperfi or for Thunder Down Under to actually make it to the major based on that top 5 invite. But hey, I'm prepared to be proven wrong. I certainly hope I'm proven wrong, but I think it's still going to be a tough road, even if, let's say, in this case, one of those 2 teams were to win both of these lands coming up. It will look fantastic for a bit, but we just have to wait and see how things go after those Asia-based tournaments.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, though, you can take some solace in the fact that I think you've got some teams that consistently can win inside of Oceania, whereas Asia, it's up in the air, honestly. I can't back,
the CAC tournament
literally, I cannot back, Tai Lu to be beating all of these teams every day of the week. You've got Tier 2 Chinese teams looking stronger than ever. Sometimes the Mongolian teams look like they can't shoot at all. Sometimes they look like the best bloody teams in Asia, so that volatility, really could make the VRS race very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Like Chinggis Warriors knocking out FlyQuest at the start, and then seeing the Alter Ego battle, and then Alter Ego don't even make it through. How the fuck have we sent Tai Lu and bloody Lin Vision get through?
The other thing is, like, Morningstar at one point looked like they were the best team in China, and they looked like they were going to easily qualify to the major. They were like 3rd place behind FlyQuest, and they were like, they're looking great, they're beating everybody, and then they come and they absolutely choke that CAC qual, and now all of a sudden they're well outside of the top 5, not to mention even further down than that, and it's kind of like Lin Vision kind of making a bit of a climb again, but they've been pretty bad this year, so like there's still a lot up in the air. I think we can't really lock anything in at this stage.
Yeah. Well, look, getting back to our competition, we do have the bracket. It's going to be a bit of a throwback to what we saw yesterday, obviously, and then walking through what we're going to be seeing today. So all the way back to Group A, that's where we saw Thunder Down Under and Ground Zero make the way through. Rooster, obviously a bit volatile. They've had those changes after losing ASAP and TJ a while ago. As we've always known, Rooster does struggle to find that roster that really kind of clicks and works. Time Wave's had a couple of little sort of bump moments, but ultimately Thunder Down Under, Ground Zero too strong.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, Thunder Down Under obviously were a little bit tested by Ground Zero, but that aside, I think the big question mark for them was always going to be that game against Semperfi, and we sort of saw how that went yesterday. Very, very close affair. Still very much up in the air how this grand final is going to go. Ground Zero, of course, they get their rematch in today's match as well. The rematch of the upper bracket round 2 game, and then obviously also how things have been going throughout recent history for Thunder Down Under and Ground Zero. They've been quite consistently meeting up against one another in a lot of finals and a lot of upper brackets, so they're very familiar with each other. And again, it's just going to be another iteration, and probably the most important iteration of that matchup that we've gotten to see so far in 2026.
Yep, no, exactly right. And then obviously around the bend for Group B, we had another bit of a look over there of what we've really seen in the lineup here. Mind Freak only going out yesterday, but they did manage to make their way through. Not too bad. It was a bit of a laboured win over Arcade first of all, but then they dominated them afterwards. So that's how we've ended up where we are now.
Yeah, I think both of the groups had very specific and similar trajectories where you did have a closer game between kind of the second, third team in the group in the opening portion of things, and then a bit more of a cut and lower bracket final there. Mind Freak did go on into the playoffs yesterday, had some interesting occurrences in that regard, and did barely lose out to Ground Zero, even having a last-minute substitute come in. So I think for Ground Zero, definitely put through their paces by Mind Freak yesterday to even make it into this consolidation final against Thunder, to have another crack at them after they did go down in Group A.
Absolutely, and look, so far, Semperfi, they've been tested, I guess, right? But at the end of the day, they walk over Thunder Down Under, which is when we're going to get to our playoffs bracket as well to walk through what we're going to be looking at today. So again, just that reminder, 2-0, but they were closer. I feel like they were a little bit closer than they kind of could have been, especially as we moved on into that upper bracket round. The 2-0 with Semperfi over Thunder Down Under, 13-11, 13-11, and then Ground Zero ultimately got the 2-0 against Mind Freak, but as I said, if it wasn't for that substitute position, I'm sure that could have been different.
Yeah, well, it does say 2-2 on the graphic there, but Semperfi did get themselves the 2-0 over Thunder Down Under, but frankly speaking, actually it almost was 2-2. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
It was a very, very close map, very, very close match, and really Thunder Down Under, I think on another day might have actually won that. One or two of those players lock in a little bit more, get maybe 2 to 4 to 5 more kills on a map, and then all of a sudden the scoreline switches and it's Thunder Down Under that come away with the win. There we go. We get that one updated nice and quickly. I will say, I think there was a couple of underperformances on the side of Thunder Down Under that I'm sure they'll rectify coming into today, and if that's the case, then we can expect a much more competitive rematch between Thunder Down Under and Semperfi, if that should so transpire. But again, obviously Thunder Down Under still have to get past Ground Zero first, and so that'll be the conversation going forward.
Yeah, totally agree. I think today could be that day for Thunder Down Under. Honestly, they've got a little bit of a warm-up match here against Ground Zero that they have a very dominant record against, but in saying that, Ground Zero, I'm wondering, again, we ask the same question of them every single time. Are they going to be able to step up to the level that's required to be able to take on one of the best teams in Australia? And today's got to be that day. In fact, back-to-back if they're going to win the wildcard LAN, and that would be so outlandish for that to happen, but I'd be totally here for it, for the upsets.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the thing, right? We look at these players on paper, they've got the experience across the board in all of them. So many of these players have done many, many international stints, some more than others. Dexter and Leaz and Alistair have got the major sort of firepower, but, Ground Zero and Semperfi, they're no slouches. They've played those EPLs. They've played some of those sort of S-tier events internationally. So there's definitely a lot to be excited about today. And, leading into the major, the players had a fair bit to say about that one as well.
I think there's a chance a lot of teams here go to the major, depending on the results. A lot of us have no LAN points, so this is a really big tournament for us in the Asia rankings.
It's actually extremely important for us to win both of the LANs here and catapult us into the major. So
I think whatever team wins both LANs, there's a good chance that, because I believe it's top 5 or top 6 on the VRS go to Asia, winning both LANs should give you enough points to at least get in contention for that slot.
If we make it to the major, I couldn't even say I'd be so emotional.
From winning the DFRAG one, it will put you solidly into the top 5 in Asia, I think, with the points. So winning 2 LANs back-to-back probably gives you a real good shot.
If we were to go to the major, it would mean a whole lot. Every player's dream.
It's everybody's dream to go to the major, right? So it's pretty sick.
It would mean so much, definitely my dream for sure.
That's kind of everyone's dream, getting the sticker in the game.
stickers in the game are always so exciting.
It would mean everything to me to get that keen sticker and just forever like be part of the game.
That's been the dream since I first started playing CS. So I mean, it would mean the world to me. That would be like the pinnacle of anything, of life.
To do it and to do it in our fashion with the project, how I wanted it to be without an organisation. It's just individuals backing ourselves and gambling on ourselves would be the world.
If we won DFRAG, it could be like really, really big.
First thing we do, probably buckle up and play the next one straight away and get back into it. I think we can't let our foot off the gas, we have to stay locked in until we know what we know.
As soon as I win this, I'm going to be thinking about the next one because job's not done.
If we win both these LANs and make the major, that's probably a life dream come true. But for now, I'm not too worried about it. I'm just going to play every game of Counter-Strike in front of me and just take it round by round.
A lot of things have happened in my career. When FlyQuest kind of ended for me, I was thinking that was the end of it. And when this project popped up, I thought this is the last little hurrah. And making the major is the goal of this. And so I'd be pretty stoked. But yeah, I just want to do it with the boys.
The first person I'd call if I made the major would probably be my mum. She would have already known because she would have been watching the game, but I'd still call her and tell her how happy I am.
Yeah, we might be going to the major.
This tournament actually means a lot. It's probably the most, most anticipated LAN probably ever in Australian CS for like 10 plus years, 12 years. So there's so much on the line for a lot of the top teams here that probably has never actually happened before, which is really, really exciting. It's really awesome.
Man, oh man, like I'm getting a little emotional myself, to be honest, because like you think about the storylines behind that, right? You've got a handful of players that have done that. They've been there. They know how it feels to have the sticker in the game, have the legacy behind them. And, they were kind of always there as well. Dexter, Alistair, Liaz, from the Australian squadron, where all these other players that have been watching on. And then we've got the Latvian duo as well to kind of, chase that dragon as well. There's just so much riding on this for the players.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the professionalism, though, that's coming through as well from the Orping in-game leaders, both very much with that same sentiment that if they do, get the win here, or if they get both of the wins, the job's not done. They're going to lock in for the next tournament, and I think that's really a testament to the journey of both of those two individuals. Alistair, obviously someone that's now kind of like stepping into that in-game leadership role for the first time, and that's quite interesting. He's, as far as I understand, also quite a driving force behind the Thunder Down Under project, which is not, as he said, not an organization. This is just a group of guys that are backing themselves and trying to get through to the major. So I think that's really cool as well. He's, I assume, just this is his life at the moment, right? Like,
correct.
This is the project. He's not working. He's working off the back of the savings that he's had from FlyQuest and Greyhound and Renegades and whatever, and investing in this team and trying to make that happen. And that's the same thing for the likes of Liaz, for example. I know obviously Dexter's got a job on the side, but ASAP's taken a sacrifice in his personal life too to sort of step away from another goal of his, I suppose, to focus in on this. And there's a lot to kind of like say for this Thunder Down Under team, that there's quite a few sacrifices being made, and I think we could probably say the same thing for Semperfi as well. And I mean, it would be nice to say both of them can go to the major, but maybe it'll be only one, maybe it will be neither, and that's what this whole event is really all about, finding out.
For sure.
Yeah, I think Semperfi already kind of threw the gauntlet down yesterday in the upper bracket. They've already won that head-to-head for the first time yesterday. We'll get potentially another head-to-head, but Ground Zero is still in the race here. You do have Damio, he's watching his brother go over to the major and play on the best buddy team in Australia. He probably wants to be right there with him. I think he told me yesterday that his brother's moving out and going to go move overseas, so maybe going to the major might be a chance to spend a little bit more time with him, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful thing. Like, as I said, there's so many overlapping layers, and I love that. That's the true essence of this. Even the people working this event, like, I came straight from the bloody office to the other office, and then sitting doing emails in between. Like, we all here love this game and really want to drive and do the absolute
That's what
best
I was saying. I feel like start of CSGO is just a bunch of part-timers and plumbers bloody trying to qualify for the major. Here we are more than 10 years later. We've come full circle.
Yeah, we're still bloody here. We can't leave. And same with everyone else out in the production room and things like that. But that really just sort of adds the extra layers, as I said, to dive into this. But of course, diving into the actual head-to-head matchup that we've got now, it is going to be, first of all, Ground Zero up against Thunder Down Under. As we mentioned, guys, dropping to Semperfi. Very, very close game yesterday. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, I suppose.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it is going to be a tough one to pull off here for Ground Zero. We go back in the history, obviously, for them, and they haven't haven't beaten Thunder Down Under this year. We got to go back to last year and that CCT BO5 to see them actually get a series win. Obviously, there's been maps here and there, and that's all well and good. But realistically speaking, if you can't put it together over the course of an entire series, then you're not going to beat a team like Thunder Down Under. And that's, I think, very much been the conversation that we've been having around Ground Zero for this event as well. We've seen some really good stuff from them. We've seen some great halves. We've seen some really good individual pop-offs moments and stuff like that, but have we seen it over the course of an entire BO3? I would say no. I don't think they've really had a super clean BO3, except for maybe that one against Rooster, like the qualification game in the group stage. That was probably the best game that they've played so far, but again, that's one in so many series that I've watched them play this year. You guys were even like ribbing me a little bit. You're like, oh, you're talking about this Ground Zero thing again, but it is true.
They're a struggle team.
They're a struggle team.
They've got to grind their way through these series. So really what they're going to have to do today, if they want to go deep and if they maybe even want to win this, they're going to have to just be absolutely firing on all cylinders, every single map. You're going to need PZ hitting everything. You're going to need Apoctard making good calls. You're going to need Omichella sort of stepping up in those moments as well. Vision, obviously, someone that we've seen do some really good work too here and there. So I think, again, it's not as if the talent isn't there. It's just that it needs to all be there at the same time.
Yeah, we almost never see that. So, look, we'll see who's firing today. See if they're able to conjure something a little bit special. Worth mentioning the last head-to-head. They were able to take a map pretty convincingly. I think Inferno was a map that I watched from Ground Zero against Thunder, which I believe, Thunder picked it into them, and they kind of slapped them on it. So the potential is there. You have seen Ground Zero beat Thunder Down Under online, here on LAN, convincingly on a map or two. Haven't been able to take that many series, but this is how we see upsets start to brew. That's the belief that makes it feel like these big names on the other side of the server start to feel a little bit more mortal when you're able to take a map win. Maybe you start by winning a couple of rounds, like, oh shit, okay, I can actually shoot back against this guy. Then you take a map win, and then it's fucking, starts to roll in and you get some series wins. So I think it's, something that could potentially come together for Ground Zero. It's just a question of if it's now or if things are going to get less competitive and Thunder just takes off and runs away with everything.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So, look, I guess what time better than now to reintroduce our teams and get ready for the series?
Thunder Down Under. Definitely one of the harder teams in the tournament.
Ground Zero is pretty good. They're pretty sharp and they just move around together. I think they're alright.
Can be a 9 out of 10, but I would put them closer to like a 7 because I think anyone can sort of beat them.
Team we're going to roll the hardest, probably Ground Zero.
They're definitely like really sharp, but I think that they don't have the best T-sides, and I think they rely a lot on the individuals delivering multis. So I was thinking they rely a lot on Dexter, like his aggro push is working out, and I think if we can counter that for once, then I think we'll punish them quite well.
Not really like super worried about them at all.
We've played them like 400 times online recently, and it gets to the point where you play the fucking same team over and over again, the upsets just happen randomly.
They have a lot of experience. I reckon they're a pretty scary team, but to be honest, we've been playing really well against them lately. Winning maps here and there. They drop a lot of maps to some random teams in quals as well.
How they show up that day, I think they can be quite inconsistent and have players go missing. So it's really up to them to stay on top of their own mental.
If we show up on the day, we can beat anyone here for sure.
Ground Zero are an interesting team. Individually, on paper, they have a good lineup. If they're all on the same page, they generally work well as a team, but if one or two players aren't really in the game, they kind of crumble and they all fall into pieces.
Thunder Down Under, we've played them in a grand final once. We've beat them once. That's all I can say. They're not winning again. They will not beat us.
Now that it comes to LAN, I think we're going to have the advantage with all our experience and stuff. I think our communication will be a lot better than it was online.
We know what it takes to beat them, and we just have to show it.
For the most part, we've been on top of them.
After we destroy Thunder Down Under, Alistair, probably still handsome, but it'll be hard to tell from the baggy, puffy eyes after his tears. That's all I'm going to say.
You guys, but Alistair will be pretty handsome even if he got beaten up. At the end of the day, he's a good-looking bunch of boys.
Who's beating anyone up at LAN?
No, that never happens.
That would never happen.
Never, ever.
Shout out Omichella, by the way. That quote, that interview was before the first series, and that quote was taken moments before disaster.
It was, 100%. No, that's it. And look, a bit of mutual respect, but also at the exact same time, like I don't really see why a lot of the more experienced players of Thunder would be concerned about Ground Zero from that part. They've, been leading the charge mostly, but but it is good to hear them acknowledge that they can be scary on their day, and we all agree here that I think Ground Zero can show up.
Again, I think there's a lot to be said, obviously, for Ground Zero, and we've kind of highlighted exactly what the players are saying in that piece there, that if they perform, if they play well on their day, they can be a real threat. You got to go back and look at that BO5 final, as a team like Ground Zero and say, yeah, we can beat these guys. We've done it before. Yeah, there's some different circumstances. It was online. But the main thing for me that I feel like is a differentiating factor in that regard is that back then it felt like Thunder Down Under weren't even really a team just yet. Like they were a team on paper, but we still had TJP and ASAP kind of going over to Extremes Land with Rooster and sort of splitting their focus between that team and this team, and they were still very fresh, putting the roster together and stuff like that. So it's a very, very different feel. It's a very different vibe coming into this one. Thunder Down Under are now the real deal. They've been working hard together as a lineup for the better part of this year now, and obviously we're on LAN 2, so that's a bit of a different ball game as well. And again, I think that is all points towards Thunder Down Under, unfortunately, and away from Ground Zero, which would, to me, indicate that Thunder Down Under should be very heavy favourites coming into this one.
I mean, they are. The head-to-head says it all. Like, we have a lot of one-sided head-to-heads. This is the most one-sided head-to-head, to be fair. I think it's 14-6 overall in the head-to-head, but you're seeing Thunder Down Under against Ground Zero pretty consistently look like a 2-1 affair or have some close maps in there in the last 4 or 5 series. So it's not like Ground Zero isn't pushing them and asking them some questions. It's just a question of whether they're actually able to get a best-of-3 win, especially one on LAN and one in an event that means a lot. Not to take away from CCT, but online I know a lot of the players just kind of go through the motions when they're playing those, and it was not as intense last year of a VRS race to the major as it is now here in Queensland on LAN.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, look, vetoes are going to potentially determine some of how the game is played, so let's dive in and break that one down for us. Anubis Inferno Nuke, so a little bit of a caveat there onto the third map in towards Nuke as opposed to what we have been seeing, but guys, walk me through.
Well, the thing is, this is again the same kind of look for Ground Zero. They continue to test Anubis against teams that they're playing against, especially ones that might not have as many reps on it. That's the way that they're kind of changing up the map pool. Thunder Down Under doesn't want to change anything up. They're quite happy to go back towards Inferno. They think that they're the better team. Even though they picked Inferno into Ground Zero last time and got slapped on it, they're just going to go ahead and do exactly the same thing. So I think Anubis being there in the first couple is an interesting one. That's a change up from Ground Zero, and you saw some willingness to play it. It was left until the last two in the vetoes last time between Anubis and Nuke, and Thunder opted to play Nuke instead of Anubis last time around. So maybe Ground Zero is feeling like with that second ban coming out in the last series that there's a little bit less willingness to go towards that map as a third decider, so maybe we should try and pick it and test them on it.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad to see Thunder Down Under go back towards Inferno, just sort of doubling down on it, knowing, look, we obviously we lost that to Ground Zero, but we seem like we fixed our issues, or we know what went wrong, and we can sort of turn that around here.
And that's the confidence of an experienced team. That's a team that they can lose a map, they can already identify what the issues were, and they can identify whether, is this a map issue and we need to change the veto? No, we just misplayed X or Y, or we need to make some adjustments here and there, but the map is something that we can still get around.
Yeah, I do still think Nuke's always an interesting one between these two teams. Like, I know, again, in the most recent game, it was a real one-sided match for Thunder Down Under, and they kind of dominated Ground Zero, but that has kind of happened back in the other direction as well at times, and that was more so online. But Ground Zero have taken that map away from Thunder Down Under in the past. So if we do get through to Nuke, I will still go into that with the sentiment that it is going to be a winnable series for Ground Zero. I don't think it's a done thing by any stretch of the imagination for Thunder Down Under, and we just kind of have to see how the teams are going to rock up in the server today to see whether or not it's even going to be possible for us to get into that conversation, or if Ground Zero are just going to get swept here by a Thunder Down Under that have really put in the hard work last night and come in locked in the server today.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty arrogant to sort of completely throw Ground Zero by the side in any way. Like, we've seen them perform over the years, like even thinking all the way back to pre-COVID days in early 2018, 2019, like players like Apoc Dud, players like PZ, they've been around for yonkers, right? And we know how good Damio Omicello, for example, can be. Vision, a bit more of the up and come over the last few years, but really, really solid team and has a lot of fundamental. But as you mentioned, the experience is there behind Thunder Down Under. They're working out the kinks and everything like that, and also a force to be reckoned with.
First highlight is Omicello team killing his teammate.
That is a highlight.
First highlight is Anubis, a map Ground Zero picked into Semplify, and if you look at the top of the scoreboard there, That's about how well that went, and they've said, let's give it another go today, guys.
Well, again, and I think we kind of have to touch on this, one of the issues for Ground Zero has certainly been their T-sides, and if you're going to pick into any of these kinds of maps and that have a very inherent sort of bias one way or the other, Semperfi, you see them start off really well on their T-side, they go onto their CT side, they have no dramas at all. I think one of the things that we're going to be looking for here from Ground Zero is a bit of a step up on that T-side.
It's the same thing for Thunder. If you go back to the last series these two teams played, the only T-side that won the half was Ground Zero on Inferno. Out of 6 halves in the whole series, every other half was CT side favored. So whichever team gets more out of their T-side today will probably win.
Jesus. Still remembering a couple of these rounds back, obviously, there was that competition. There was a couple of those moments watching that series yesterday where we could have potentially seen them step up into the play, but ultimately, again, that just didn't quite come through. So overall, again, it is a moment where we could potentially see them do strong, and, thinking of Semperfi, the exact same sort of side, I'm sure they're watching and preparing. They'll be here shortly, but good to hear that obviously all the guys are taking those maps sort of one by one. So, moments in time where Ground Zero was ahead, but just couldn't deliver on those ties, as you mentioned.
Yeah, most definitely. On the other side of the coin, when we're looking at Thunder Down Under, a little bit more so under the microscope, for me, somebody that has to step up here today is certainly ASAP. I think he was down on his output yesterday. If I were to look at the numbers, I'm pretty sure he's the highest rated player on Thunder Down Under in the sort of more recent period, in the online period, or certainly would be up there in those online matches. But here on LAN, he doesn't really feel like he's quite delivered to that level. He hasn't really felt comfortable in that same way that we might have seen him back on Rooster. And he's obviously such a pivotal piece of this lineup when you consider what he's supposed to do, what kind of level he's supposed to bring, and if that is missing, which is what it was yesterday against Semperfi, then you sort of look to other players to say, okay, you're going to step up and bring some of that firepower, and we kind of have to an extent seen that, I think, particularly from Dexter and Alistair. Alistair's had a great tournament, particularly as an AWP in-game leader. His numbers have been quite fantastic, actually, and Dexter is always someone that I feel like can take a game away from you, but I don't know that it can necessarily be relied upon to just be those two. TJP a bit more of a role player, Leah's a bit more of a role player, so I think it's quite important to sort of see ASAP turning up today, particularly in the match against Semperfi, but if he gets off to a good role here against Ground Zero, that can benefit them going into a potential grand final.
Yeah, you could definitely get more ceiling out of Thunder Down Under, which is the scary part, because they only barely lost to Semperfi. You see how close this series was. Didn't even necessarily feel like it was Thunder Down Under's best game. I thought Dexter was pretty good. I thought Alistair had good numbers, but at times he wasn't even really getting any impact. I felt like Semperfi, it's his ex-team, they just avoided him on Ancient. I felt like he was just getting exits. They were never hitting his side of the map, and he was really struggling to find impact. So, look, I think he might have an easier time getting into the game against Ground Zero this time around, and I think if you're going to want a confidence builder of a match, it's got to be against a team that you have an excellent head-to-head against online, and hopefully that's going to help someone like ASAP get a little bit more comfortable here at DFRAG Wildcard, because, for me, he is one of the big prospects in Oceania. He's one of the best riflers that we have. He's a young guy. He's not one of the burnt old toast guys that have just been playing Counter-Strike for years and years. He is one of the promising prospects. At times, I watched that Rooster roster and with Netic on it, who was hard carrying, putting up 1.4 online, and thought, map's a map. Maybe sometimes he's not even the best player on the team. ASAP can be very, very strong. You've seen him play overseas and have good performances. I just don't understand why he's not putting those numbers up here on LAN in this Thunder Down Under team.
100%. I've been saying it for a good while now that I think he's in the top 3 riflers in the country alongside Shady and Addict, but I think he definitely got diffed in the server yesterday by those two aforementioned players. Both Addict and Shady did show up in that game for Semperfi. True. ASAP did not, and you can see the result. So close, but yet so far for Thunder Down Under.
I think it's good energy in the team as well to kind of bring someone like him forward. I do remember him back in the Rooster days, especially some of those overseas games where he would be playing quite well, but then maybe felt the pressure to carry and things like that and broke down a little bit. But the capacity is definitely there, and that's when you see a project like Thunder Down Under come together. It's like, geez, this actually could be pretty good. And hearing Liaz say, this is the last hurrah, right? Maybe this is the final opportunity to get back into the major, grease those wheels again, and do something meaningful for the sort of tail end of your career and everything like that. But again, we continue to harp on how good these storylines are. It's going to be a heater of a day. I think having Thunder Down Under obviously needing the stamina to go into that grand final again for the rematch for Semperfi. If they get there, Ground Zero have had a little bit of extra time. Of course they haven't actually. It's all come in at the same time. But anyway, I think they're going to be mentally sort of ready to go for it and really fight hard. But guys, before we sort of get into the match, any predictions for this one, I reckon?
I feel like anything you say here probably could be right. You know what I mean? Like, you could go in and say, I think Thunder Down Under will come back in 2-0, or I think Ground Zero is good enough to take a map, or I think Ground Zero maybe comes in and plays really well and actually wins this series. Gut feeling for me is that Thunder Down Under probably put in a bit of hard work yesterday and really come in strong today, and I think they'll probably 2-0 Ground Zero as a result, because I feel they'll be really hungry for this game against Semperfi. So my prediction 2-0 for Thunder Down Under, but I think everything's really quite a viable argument.
I'm going to go for the same, and I think even if Ground Zero do enough damage to Thunder Down Under today, it might affect their chances of winning this LAN. I think that not only is Semperfi going to be the fresher team waiting in that grand final, but also they're a prep-heavy team. They're a team that has a European coach at this event. We've heard about Keen and how much he believes in preparing for his opponent. He's had to do that rapid fire, playing all these European teams over and over again that have vastly different styles, and then coming back home and adapting to different teams. So I think for Thunder Down Under, they need the 2-0 here today, or it's going to really affect their chances of going to the major. This game does mean a lot for them. They need to win it cleanly. If Ground Zero even mortally wounds them, or God forbid causes an upset here, that might be the end of their campaign or the beginning of the end.
Yeah, well, I think the main thing, right, is, Semperfi, as you sort of alluded to, is taking this really seriously. I feel like it's a bit of a different aura to some of the events I've seen them in the past, where they come back with this inflated ego from the European Counter-Strike that they've been playing, right, and they think they're better than everyone else in the server. I feel like they've kind of been maybe humbled from that experience in the past, and they've come back here. They are taking it very seriously. They are going into every single game with a bit more prep than they normally would. So if Thunder is, or any team is going to be able to take up against Semperfi, they need that fight, and I just feel like, as we sort of got talking to the guys after the game yesterday, Thunder probably does have that little bit of extra fight to not only go through the win this game and also try to take it to Semperfi later. So I mean, similar thing to Open.
They have to take it seriously. Like, this is your life on the line as a Counter-Strike team in a way, especially from the perspective of a team like Semperfi. We know that there's obviously investment coming through from Ben the Legend. Like, he's putting money into this team, and they're going and flying in boot camps and European coach and this and that. None of that comes for free, right? But the money's at some point got to dry up. Like, if they don't get results, if they don't qualify for the major, how long does this team have? I mean, they don't have sponsors, so where's the money coming from?
To be honest, like, he's done such a good job.
He's done more than what he could
giving the safe to fail environment. Like, even me playing on some overseas teams and playing for even like foreign orgs, like, it takes one tournament loss for an Aussie team to get dropped. I've been there, you know. Like
Extremum, do you remember them when obviously it was like run to the major, then they didn't make it, cut them, completely gone. Extremum out. Like, it's an investment.
Like, I think the fact that Semperfi have been given so many bites of the apple, and we were saying, like, we've been critical of their European campaign, although they did gain VRS points, they had a negative map win-loss and didn't win many series. So I think having this safe-to-fail environment to some extent, and having this much investment behind Semperfi, I don't know if they feel it, but for me, I would feel tremendous pressure to perform based on the resources that have been invested in me, and that is all about qualifying to the major and making it all worth it.
But what you would say is that it might be worth it this time around. This feels like it's the closest, most realistic opportunity for a team like Semperfi to actually make the major that they've had since the inception of the roster. I think the roster is the best lineup that they've had as well, just in terms of how they look on the server. So if it's going to happen anytime, it'll be now, but then the question becomes, if not now, then when? If it doesn't happen here, what is the future of Semperfi? I think you can say it's definitely up in the air. For a team like Thunder Down Under, maybe they have a little bit more space because the costs are going to be lower. They're not obviously going and boot camping overseas. They don't have a coach that they're paying
sustainable
and whatnot. But they've also just come together as a lineup, and you could say, we'll give it at least another season to see what happens.
For sure, and that's the whole thing, right? For the best opportunity ever, Semperfi are sitting third on the VRS rankings at the moment. Right. They've got the rest of this LAN. They've got the next LAN Monday, Tuesday. Where does it kind of get better than this for their team like that with the investment behind them?
Well, the trouble for Semperfi, if we want to sort of go down that route as a conversation point for a second here, is that they've now maxed out their VRS points. They've got 10 LAN wins, so anything extra here is more like playing defense rather than playing offense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, guys, I've just been given the word that the game is live, so we're going to rock it over to your casters. It's Haz and Church Dog. Take it away, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, right here, right now, welcome to the DFRAG Wildcard LAN Consolidation Final. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are on this beautiful planet. I am the dog of the church, Church Dog, and I'm joined here by the legendary Haz. How are you feeling?
Mate, I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. Not sure about the players, though. Some nerves, possibly. So much on the line in this series, and Omichella has got Dexter down early. The first kill in this server. These players It's VRS, it's major qualifications, absolutely everything on the line for this one, and the rush through to start us off here. The pistol so important. Damio and ASAP trade away. It's Thunder Down Under in a 3v4. The molly, it's going to spread. APOC and the others start to fall, and ASAP and Leaz jump on top of it perfectly. Vision strikes back with the duel. He's peasy with it, and all of a sudden it's Ali left himself in a 1v2. Still so much time in this round. He starts the rotate, and we take a little breath. What an opening to this round it's been so far.
Yeah, it started with an absolute bang. And, of course, Alistair with an opportunity to start this very well for Thunder Down Under on a 1 versus 2 versus Envision and PZ. He's walking toward middle, just creeping, crawling, might just get spotted out. He has been spotted, but he's going to double back for the kill, but he's double pumped. He needs to get that bomb done, of course. And Ground Zero know exactly where he is.
Bomb goes down. Alistair trying to clutch out a 1v2. Sneaks away. Allows himself a position. Vision getting the information that he's not in main. And now himself and PZ just need to work together. Now they know PZ should have spotted that one there, but it doesn't matter. Ali finds it, and now Vision's in trouble. He doesn't have a kit. He's got to go forward and take this fight. He's heard the jump. The duel has come out, but they don't connect. And Alistair finds it at Thunder Down Under. An important start here. The pistol is taken, and Ground Zero rounds that they can ill afford to drop.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, going off the stats, and you guys all heard on the analyst desk just before, right? This on paper, Thunder Down Under all the way, but it's not the fact that we can't count Ground Zero out completely, right? They do have the potential to be competitors, to take, be a good contest against Thunder Down Under. Time and time again, they have previously taken maps off Thunder Down Under. Unfortunately, with Thunder Down Under taking the pistol round, it's definitely not the start that they need.
Winnable situation they had there, and that one will hurt. And as we've seen, and as the desk has pointed out, GZ, they've been so close so many times against this squad. 2-1s, they'll get a map, but they can't quite put it through. Well, today is the day. If they want to keep their major dream alive, they need to win both series. Not what they were hoping for to start this one off, but shown enough maybe. I'll just get a bit of belief here as this round TDU should be able to just take the site fairly easily towards A. No commitment just over yet, as GZ have just had themselves a little bit of a commitment towards A. Just as I say that, they're running into this stack, and while it might just be pistols, this could get a little bit ugly. ASAP though with the double, and Dexter coming in from behind should finish off the last couple. Yes, he does. Peasy and Omi fall, and TDU we'll take the first couple.
Wow, yeah, look, here with Thunder Down Under walking into that full 5-man stack onto the B side, like, oh, geez, things might get a little bit dicey, but it looked like Thunder Down Under were just happy to commit. They're feeling confident. They're feeling the flow of the universe at the moment. They're like, you know what, they might have 5 here, but let's just keep going through. We're just going to absolutely bulldoze straight through Ground Zero. I mean, we only had pistols, so fair enough, but now we are here gearing up for round number 3, the first gun round of map number 1. No snipers, of course, being brought out. That'd be very early for that one, but look at this early aggression from Damio. He's already going down toward the canal. Of course, with those early smoke down toward middle stairs, Thunder Down Under should be privy to exactly what Ground Zero are up to, all their shenanigans.
So far, TDU just holding their positions right now, waiting to see if the CTs go any further forward. Damio, position trained, and I don't know if Ali's going to be quite ready for this one. Now he will be, and he's got backup as well. TJP will finish that off, and now Alistair activates onto APOC. Vision does stop Dexter, but once again Thunder Down Under find themselves a player advantage. They've got a side open as well. Omichella trying to creep back over to this one. There's a possibility he could shut this first one down. Ali Low finds that kill, but he needs more. He gets the spray, not quite the connection. Leaz will live. Close but no cigar, but still a possibility here as the bomb is planted. Vision and PZ closing in, but just like that, TJP deletes one. Players are low here, but Vision, he's got 3 to find. The flash perfect pushes him back. They have to start thinking about the money as well. Do you try and save this one? But he's already so far forward, but he's had to call it. Away he will creep, and Thunder Down Under, the perfect start. They'll have 3-0 on the board.
Yeah, look, I really hope we don't see a deja vu here, right? From previous games throughout, there's constant saves from teams, save, because, you know, honestly, they can't do the holds, and with them constantly being pushed back over and over again, it's just constant save. What are they going to do, right? How are you going to come back into the next round with your saved weapons and then you go back into another save, right? Now, I'm hoping we don't see a repeat of some previous rounds throughout the LAN, but look, we get to see this for ourselves as time progresses. I'm ready to see an interesting match.
It's already been an interesting one so far, just 3 rounds in. And you just think back to that pistol, ground zero, they take that. They're probably in a 3-0 position. They're off to the start. They're feeling confident now. The nerves, you're not quite connecting a few shots. A couple of those team fights that they take early on in that last round don't really come together. And now you're back on pistols. You do have vision on that M4A1S, but that is basically it.
Now, for the follow-up, so of course, as we see with Vision with that one M4, usually you like to see teams kind of go about, you know, with that rifler going aggressive and trying to find early picks, and then maybe rotating that around. You know, once that rifler dies, they're going to try to scramble to pick up. The problem is that's a double-edged sword, because, you know, someone's scrambling to go pick up that M4, then that puts that play in a vulnerable position and also tags on consecutive kills for the other team.
And you can see that M4 trying to get aggressive. Their vision provides something. It's gone, and there's no chance to pick it back up. So that should be, realistically, round pretty much done. You can see that smoke going forward, and ASAP's actually going to steal it away. So perfectly done. Thunder down under, not giving ground zero an inch. And I mean, the GZ boys would know that they are going to have to work so very hard for every single round here. As TDU so far just waiting. Haven't quite pushed in to hit the site just yet. But now he's about to have a few in front of his crosshair. Pushes forward. ASAP backs it up. APOC heads for the hills. Coming closer. Zomichella in this position. He needs something. Hoping this 5-7 maybe on a couple of heads could deliver some damage. It is there, but it's not the connection he's hoping for. And just like that, Damio is all that remains. TDU will plant this bomb and get themselves to 4.
Man, again, the confidence on Thunder Down Under, you know, that's twice now we've seen in this game where they've had the information. They've had so much information that could indicate that there's a stack going on one side. But, you know, they keep their pace. They're like, you know what, guys? Stay composed. We're actually going to continue onto this site regardless. You know, where a lot of other teams might opt to be like, all right, let's just fall back to the other site. You know, it seems to be there's at least 3 or 4 players here. Thunder Down Under, no, they're like, you know what, guys, just continue on this path. We're going to take this site head on. We're going to absolutely steamroll them. Of course, Damio with a recovered Galil should be able to get this into the next round. So a little something, but I mean, it's a downgrade from the M4. Oh no, he doesn't get away with anything. Dexter, he's already gone around. Damio, sorry buddy, that's our gun. Nobody said you could have that one. And now Thunder Down Under on a 4-0 scoreline.
Not the start they were hoping for. Their map pick, this Anubis one, that the win rate isn't anything special, but they have continuously gone back to it. So far, not happening, but full buy back in. PZ for the first time will get that AWP. The M4s are there. Plenty of util. They need something to come through. Thunder Down Under, they allow them out to a 5-0 to just run away with this early map control. It's going to be so difficult to reel them back in. So once again, this time it's presence over towards this B site. Omichella, Molotov will go down, but he is flashed high. Leaz, you are burning alive, my good man. Doesn't matter. As down goes TJ. Oh, TJP gets Omi. Damio absolutely destroyed by Dexter, just running through the smoke. PZ firing the AWP, but there's nothing he can do about this. And the save call basically has to come in, unless APOC could possibly find 2. They're not ready for it. There is a chance here towards main. Maybe they think about going back, but it's just not enough. Vision and PZ have called it. This round is done, and TDU are out to a stellar 5-0 lead.
Yeah, look, they need to get away with these guns, so that's the issue. Thunder Down Under are on the prowl. They're not going to be able to allow any wiggle room from ground zero whatsoever. If they could even work their way around towards CT spawn and even deny PZ that AWP, that's going to be an expensive and dangerous round for ground zero. Of course, how does that play out? Dexter onto the prowl. He's so close. Oh, all right. Well, PZ, lucky he was already trained up onto the line. And, of course, Thunder Down Under now 5-0. But ground zero, the silver lining, of course, they get away with the AWP and the M4. How are everyone else going to be going to the buy though? I mean, the money could have potentially afford them at least an M4 with like a full head armor, but like that's all that they kind of need to sacrifice something for some utility if they want to keep Thunder Down Under at bay from these executes.
Yeah, it's a tough situation because again, the money's there that you're going to have enough of the investments to save. Should be the util behind it, but at some point these rounds need to start coming together. And so far from what we've seen, especially from the gun rounds, I'm not getting a lot of confidence from these ground zero holds. It's just been a push out from B, the push out that came through A. It's just the trades are not there. It's not really working for them. So this time out, maybe they've been able to just sort of settle themselves. The nerves are there. They need to strike. They need to find something here, the GZ boys.
Of course, a lot of presence coming up toward middle. PZ needs to be careful because Dex is already pressed up so close. Right on it, just on the other side of the smoke. Is he going to push through that again? PZ opts to fall back a little bit more passively and played off another off angle. Oh, crucial miss shot. Might just be gifted one more chance, but if he takes it, he might just find the bullet of Alistair. No, he comes out on top with APOC done. Also, Vision finding kills for themselves. It comes down to Liaz and TJP, but Vision's already onto the case. Liaz, the last man standing. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the game, Ground Zero. About time they've shown up. They're here. They're screaming, making noise.
It is absolute perfection. The timeout comes through and Ground Zero lock in. Flawless CT round there. Exactly what the doctor ordered. And now, you've also got Vision picking up a nice little ACAM at CT side. They get a little bit of cash in the bank. The Thunder Down Under. They're not going to be too fast. Full buy immediately back in. And it may be just a little bit of a bump in the road. Ground Zero need to be so aware of that. Yes, you found your first round. Yes, you get some nerves that just start to fall away a little. TDU can absolutely instantaneously strike back, make it 6-1, put the pressure on, and Dexter's doing that immediately. PZ gone, the AWP over towards double doors has been deleted. And it gets the rest of the GZ boys thinking, how do we want to push back into mid? It's left them in a 2v2 positions. Oh, Damgo forward. He does find TJP. ASAP with a trade back towards Vision. And now this AWP from Ali strikes. All of a sudden, APOC is the last man standing that can stop them possibly for this push. Smoke starts to dissipate. He has the jump on them, but ASAP, the timing is perfect. He'll knock him down on Omichella. All he can do is try and save this M4.
Well, I mean, where was the other AWP? I mean, if he could try to find that, wriggle his way there. I mean, otherwise, if it's too far away, back in mid,
up in mid, so he's got no chance now. Leaz is already there. Dexter's looking around. It's just an awful situation to be in, and we've seen this as well from the previous times these teams have played, and even this weekend at Ground Zero. The slowness they've been getting off to, and the desk really did point it out that the team that is taking T rounds is the one that is going to get these maps. A lot of squads have struggled. And TJP, well, and even with Dexter finding over each other late.
Oh, man.
TJP is loud. Thunder Down Under, smiles across the board. This is exactly where Ground Zero did not want to be.
Yeah, no, that's not a good feeling, right? You just get that sliver of hope, like, yeah, boys, they bleed, we got around, and all of a sudden Thunder Down Under just stealing the spotlight. Although Ground Zero, they will be able to reinvest straight away to the full arsenal. They've got the AWP, they've got the 4 rifles, and plenty of utility. Of course, they need to utilize these to perfection. And Omichella, again, the aggression on the man just not working out. ASAP has already taken him out of the equation.
Vision forward, though. The flash from APOC, perfect. Does at least get that trade back. Will be forced away back to the site, but that's exactly what they needed there, Ground Zero. Could not allow Thunder Down Under to just get, again, an opener. And then just slink away, pick a site wherever they want. At the moment, split. And everything just calms down a little. 70 seconds left in the round.
If you're ground zero here, of course, at the moment 1-6 down against Thunder Down Under, and this is just the consolidation final. Remember, obviously the team that wins this match goes on to the grand final to face off against Semper Fi, and obviously this match is enough, right? Let alone Semper Fi. How can ground zero cave it? Of course, Thunder Down Under seem to be the contenders at the moment. As the round progresses.
It's Vision now. And just PZ. Trades falling in TDU's favour, and now the side hit about to come through. This AWP needs to connect the shoulder peak. It will not quite find it, and then Ali, he gets the damage but not the kill. Swings back to the rifle there. PZ needing something, doesn't happen. But Vision, he's lurked in towards B main. They're not ready for this. They're checking the other angles. He could shut this down. It depends where they look. Oh, the spray, it's just off. Nade will go to the left, but it's not there, and now both players' position is towards it. Bomb still needs to go down. TJP and Ali left in this 1v2. Vision forward, making noise, trying to see if he can catch them off guard. The spray so close to Ali's head, doesn't quite connect, does get some on TJP. Vision creeps forward again. Ali's crouched low, and that's not where the crosshair is looking. 7-1. And these rounds continue to fall in TDU's favour.
Oh, if you're Vision, that's going to be haunting his nightmares for the next few nights, I imagine. That 1 versus 2. Thunder Down Under got that bomb down with just 10 seconds to spare. Imagine he gets that 1 kill, denies that bomb being planted, and all of a sudden, all he has to do at that point is just hide. He's like, you know what, guys? We've got this round in the bag. Thunder Down Under have no chance of planting. Unfortunately, few missed shots is going to cost ground zero their second.
It's been the little things so far. I mean, geez, they haven't looked bad, but just little moments, they haven't gone in their favour, and they're stacking up, and this map is getting out of control for them. 8 rounds done. I mean, where do you look to now? The force that's sort of come in here, yes, it's the backup there with Omichella with the M4A1S. You have an MP9. There's workable things for it, but again, utility's pretty much almost done. What do you have to change up here to try and break through this TDU squad?
Well, it seems to be ground zero have been changing up. Whether they're stacking one side or the next. And at the moment, like you can see here, they've got 4 players stacked onto the B side. But Thunder Down Under, despite that information, it's not backing down from it. But never mind, Damio with a couple of Deagle kills. It's now Thunder Down Under onto the back foot.
Just what the doctor ordered. Leaz now has to sort of make a play here. Damio is hanging around down towards Waterside. ASAP sneaking up on the left. He might miss that one there. This is still a very doable round here for TDU. They've got the rifles and they've got the utility to back this up. PZ, what can he find here with the Deagle shots? Nothing coming through. Omichella and 8-Block though. Get what they're after. Dexter now called at 1v3. Surely there's no way he can find this one. Omichella playing with his food. Swings out, takes it, and GZ have a second.
Finally, let's go ground zero. I want to see that energy. I want you guys to get amped up. Remember, guys, this is a consolidation final. You guys are at LAN for a reason. It doesn't matter if they're Thunder Down Under. It doesn't matter if they're Semper Fi in the grand final. You guys are in the consolidation final because you guys are contenders, have the capability to face off against such teams. You're among the top teams in OCE. Show us why.
3 rounds left in this first half. Can still recover this to a 5-7, and as you pointed out, yes, they're here for a reason. We talked about themselves as mind freaks throughout this tournament about being at 3rd or 4th place. You could probably say after this they're sitting comfortably in 3rd, but they need to take that next leap, that next step. If they want to be going to majors, if they want to be considered one of the very best in OCE, Zapok, Damio, positions trained, and just right now it is all waiting. Who is going to be the first to strike here?
That's going to probably be some false information as we've seen Vision getting aggressive, watching towards the A long, and he's like, he didn't spot anything, and that's wrong information. That's basically left Damio out into the open, and it's cost him his life. As Thunder Down Under gearing up to execute under sight, they find yet another kill with a 1-man advantage. There might just be another one going their way. Vision hits the shot that he needs to. That swings the tides back to a 3 versus 3.
And we talked about, and they said on the desk at ASAP, he had a pretty rough one yesterday. against the Semper Fi boys. He's looked locked in so far, but Vision, 2 massive kills in this round, and a 4v3 has swung all of a sudden into their favour. Sight, though, is being left open here on B. Liaz creeps forward. Dexter will join him. Omichella waiting on the other end. Doesn't have to activate just yet. The Molotov will be a little late. Can't stop that plant. But now the rest of his teammates join him. But Peasy finds that one. Liaz, there's trades! But GZ find it! Together 2 in a row. And that is exactly what they were hoping for. As now the scoreline leads 7-3.
Wow, huge impactful round from Vision. Honestly, with the 2 kills just outside A-Long and then even coming up for the 1v1 clutch right at the very end. And that's all his round. That's all him for the taking. Now, ground 0 now up to 3. Of course, they still have a little bit more distance to cover if they want to catch up to Thunder Down Under. And the economy of Thunder Down Under not looking so crash hot at the moment. They might even go for a partial buy or just, you know, maybe a few upgraded pistols or something. As we have this tactical timeout being called in. So a moment of the calm before the next storm.
Well, it's been a while since they've sort of had, well, first time really, they've had the economy broken. It's taken a bit. GC finally just have them in a spot here, but for their squad, this is the moment. This is where they need to capitalise. Finish off this first half well, grab these last couple of rounds. You go to your T side, one that I feel like they're confident that they can get these rounds on Anubis. We probably haven't seen it as much, but now it needs to come through. Now they need to lock this one in. TDU been playing some pretty just standard CS so far when it comes to the timings, but maybe when they've just got a little bit less here, they might go a bit quicker. PZ will find Dexter, and they are absolutely hitting this side, but it is the CTs holding nades. All that they need to come through, and that is a solid hold. Ground Zero have their 4th.
Well done, Ground Zero. Well done. Not even dropping a single player from that. And that is exactly the type of round that could really change the pace of the game. Right? With Thunder Down Under, despite them having, you know, the inferior weapons, I've seen previous games where they are able to convert those rounds, right? They have the skill set to be able to do so. Of course, Ground Zero not cracking under the pressure, able to hold and solidify their defenses onto the B site and not even drop a single player. That's going to be great for their economy. Well, I mean, we're going into the last round of the first half anyway, so...
And off that buy where they probably invested
double AWP setup,
a bit more than they would have wanted, at least TDU. Well, when they did the investment last round, they were probably hoping for at least a bomb plant. They got nothing. And you can see it's even worse here with those MAC-10s and MP7 on ASAP. Just a couple of upgraded pistols. Again, they are trying this hit towards B. They're going straight through the smoke, and they will this time activate. Oh no, Ground Zero, this is not the round you need to be dropping. They did so well to hold it off last time. But through the smoke, TDU will find this, and all of a sudden, PZ Vision, all that remains in this final round of the first half. Utility is there, but they're split. Vision, his position already known, trying to make his way in. And PZ on the AWP. We've already ticked down past 15 seconds, and just like that, it's just the one player remaining. PZ can only find the one, and Thunder Down Under solidify a solid half, 8-4 as we switch up.
My apologies, Ground Zero. I certainly hope I didn't manifest that round for you after just saying they're, you know, Thunder Down Under being able to convert those pistol rounds.
The cast a curse, mate.
Yeah, I've done it again. Let's go. Of course, the sides will now get swapped, and hopefully that's not a big demoralization round for the Ground Zero, because it's never nice to lose against pistols. You know, you've got everything, you've got the advantage, and all of a sudden you've got the other team just absolutely honing in on your position, swarming you all over, and you're just dropping one by one and ultimately losing out the round. It's never great for the morale. So, of course, Ground Zero's resilience being put to the test.
And this is the pistol they desperately need. Couldn't take the 1v2 when they had the opportunity to start this series and map. Well, now they need to come through here, this T side. What have they got for us, and what do Thunder Down Under play with this setup on the CT side? 3 stacked towards B. Players early here for Ground Zero over towards this A site. But it all, again, is just a bit of a waiting game. Who is the first to strike?
So far, the calm before the storm. Ground Zero Very, very slow pace at the moment. A few players split around the map. They've got that bomb isolated out toward the B site. 2 players toward the back of mid and 2 toward Canal. This moment, they're just looking for information to see Thunder Down Under get aggressive to find the information, make any unnecessary plays. Of course, with a bit of sound information from PZ being made a flash over toward the B site. If they can try to prompt some rotations off to the A site and go toward this A split, this could actually work out in their favour.
It's the fake utility that went out. TJP, those just started to rotate in time here. Swing out, and he delivers onto Damio. Fantastic shot. And now they know what's happening here. Thunder Down Under. The players, they're ready. They're not hitting their shots, though. Omi Teller and Vision. The side is lost. TJP will need to find a second here. If he goes down, you'd almost call this round. APOC, the initial fight taken, falls back. They're boosted together as Liaz with the dualies. So much can be done, but he's got so many players. He doesn't even spot the others. TJP, though, the double up there. He's given Alistair maybe an opportunity, but surely he can't 1v2 this again. Time already ticking. Doesn't have the kid. He's chasing, trying to find and Vision. This time, Ground Zero do not falter. Their pistol is converted, and they can start to work their way into this T side.
Yeah, if they can carry this momentum and bring it on over into the next round, right? Of course, people would generally say, all right, you've won the pistol round, all right, the next round's a shoe-in, right? But it's also been known to say that other teams kind of capitalizing on that, taking advantage of like that overconfidence, and then all of a sudden demoralizing them with, hey, look, we're just going to absolutely storm over them with pistols. We're going to bum rush them, catch them off guard. And we can see Coach Viridian well at work there in the moment. He's locked in, giving everyone the pointers they need. But good start for Ground Zero to take that pistol round. It's exactly what they need to strike a potential comeback.
This is the danger round for them, though, and we've seen it many times, and this is across all teams. I know it's going to happen to all teams in CS in general, but making sure you convert after the pistol. You just cannot allow Thunder Down Under to get this opportunity to strike right back, to completely swing the momentum back that side. Because you just saw the players Thunder Down Under. You lose that pistol. It's a few nervous faces there. TJP, he's not up and about for that one. But the moment they misstep, he's absolutely going to be right on top of them. They're going to hear it. This time around, Thunder Down Under on the CT side, when you've lost it, you're not really going to reinvestments. We see it there. It is just going to be stacks of USPs. Perhaps a pyramid coming through.
Let's go. The pyramid stuck onto the B site. Thunder Down Under fashion. Of course, Ground Zero, considering where they're currently placed on the map at the moment, they kind of got a lot of players outside toward A, and if they take this just, piece by piece, slowly bit by bit, they're going to get that information. Hey, look, there's no presence fighting us whatsoever, and ultimately they should just continue onto this path toward the A site. Unless they were, unless they it's a little quiet here, a little too quiet. Let's go back to where it's not quiet.
They're set up. Make sure the utility all goes through. They'll get that plant, so they'll get the 6th. As we get ourselves a little look, as the pyramid will displace itself, as Thunder Down Under realising that this is not going to be coming towards the B side. So they'll just look for exits here, try and make this at least financially not a great round for the GZ boys. But PZ, that Mac 10, he'd be hoping he could farm a few here. Up to 10 kills at the moment. And it is all just a bit of a waiting game. A sort of nothing round in a sense, but it just lets everyone calm down a bit. Thunder Down Under, in their essence, it's almost like a little bit of an extra timeout. I mean, you just had the chat with Viridian there and the boys, so you don't really need to be discussing too much more. And you start to think ahead of what you're going to be doing on the CT side as APOC will come out. Spotting a couple here, and we might be able to see a few Mac 10s in the kill feed right now, and that we are. Maybe chill up. Well, there's actually with APOC there, but it will be GZ's round 8-6. We are beautifully placed right now for a pretty nice first mapper here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of excited for this. And I really like how Ground Zero came for that exit there, right? Because it's almost like they were expecting Thunder Down Under to kind of be holding that canal as the exit. And they were almost on every single angle. Like every little nook and cranny was a piece of Thunder Down Under. And with Ground Zero kind of pincering toward the top of that hole as Canals was also pushing, it was a great way to kind of save the most of their arsenal. So we now find ourselves into round number 15. Oh, Alistair.
No AWP, but PZ deals with him. And off that, they are just going to completely activate immediately here. TJP, though, wins that first initial fight. There's still Liaz to deal with it. TJP goes down 3v3. But now we just settle a little. chaos in the first 30 seconds, but Ground Zero, they've got plenty of time to rework this one. ASAP's already rotating back towards A. And it looks like Dexter might even join him or head towards that mid position. But GZ, as it stands, they haven't moved. They're just waiting for this smoke to dissipate. They might still look to take this B execute.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is that Ground Zero kind of spreading their forces around the map at the moment. And of course, they still do have Damio lurking about for B main. You know, if they're expecting Thunder Down Under to regress onto that just to find that information, that could be a kill in favour of Ground Zero. But again, there's just nasty surprises. You're versing an experienced team like Thunder Down Under. You know, if they were expecting a B push, they could even double it. But Thunder Down Under not really so keen to go exploring at the moment. They're just happy to hold the fort. So Ground Zero now gearing up for a B execute with this split coming into a canal.
No smokes, just flashes. It's all on Leaz. One kill in this round. He's going to be asked for more. Dexter's joined him just in time. The pop flash might just be perfect. Leaz goes forward, but he's just got the timing wrong. Damio comes out, delivers. And now 3v2. Bomb should be planted. And now Dexter and ASAP. What have you got? As ASAP started to creep in. He's going to take time to get towards this main position. Dexter holds. And maybe you'd almost think of a save here, but ASAP, he spotted Damio. Such an important fight. He's activated. He's got that kill. And now they'll start to think about taking this one forward. APOC gets the look, gets that kill, delivers. Dexter's up close. And PZ on the orb goes forward. He's in the other direction. And Dexter finds it. And that's the round. And Ali's letting them know about it.
There it is. There's the Lions main going out loud and proud. That's so worrying for Ground Zero. 100% their confidence was they were feeling it.
You could see it coming from a mile away though. There's so many times they had that. They've got a 3v2. They have the numbers in their favour, and then it is just one of the big boys. Dexter comes on through a massive 2v1. And it just destroys GZ's mental.
The moment I seen that it was Dexter in that 1v1, I was like, oh, hang on a second, we're in trouble town right now. Ground Zero is potentially going to lose this one, and ultimately Dexter, there's so much experience with how many years this man's been playing. You know, not just OCE, this man's played international teams, if you guys are aware of this guy. I'm sure you are. This man needs no introduction.
Yeah, he's just an unknown product, actually. I don't think anyone's heard of him.
Wait, who? Dexter?
So you don't even know him, mate.
Yeah, alright. So, just after this tactical timeout, it's Ground Zero now they're going to go for the full force buy. Unfortunately, they don't have enough in the bank to grant Vision a gun.
Well, I'd say the one thing that GZ at least can take solace with is that Thunder Down Under, I mean, only one player surviving. Money wasn't great, so you can see ASAP, he's only on that MP9. Ali has been at least able to invest in towards the AWP. Actually, I'm not sure if that might have been picked up by Dexter afterwards, but it's there. Very much still around GZ can take here, but on the other end for them, they drop this. All of a sudden, you're at Thunder Down Under 10. They're in the double digits. You'd almost pencil them in for an 11th after that, and this map will just slip away from the GZ boys.
At the moment, they've got a very slow default. Again, players just trained up all around the map. Thunder Down Under just happy to kind of keep the defenses at bay, not really go out wandering for any information. So it's just all to come down to whenever Ground Zero want to pull the trigger for the executes. Of course, the bomb's still lurking outside toward the B. This might look like an inevitable B hit. A few players. So I think they are circling back to B with three. Thunder Down Under have 3 players over here already.
Moyes and everything waiting. Hold your breath for this one. Such an important round. Leaz throws that out close. TJP in the corner. They hear them coming. Leaz activates for the first, and TJP's joining him. Vision finally comes through, and APOC finds another. PZ, he misses Dexter. He's still alive. Dancing between the pillars. He delivers on the Tech 9 perfectly. Ali and ASAP will need to do a 3v2 again, and Ali just misses. ASAP's coming behind, but this time it's only an MP9. It's the same sort of setup, but Ali on that AWP makes things difficult on this retake. GZ, this is the one they need to come through. They can heal off forward, but ASAP spotted the barrel. He can take the first and the second on the Vision, but Vision activates, hits it. Ali creeps forward 15 seconds. I'm getting deja vu. Ali spots him. PZ. Hold your breath for this one. Waiting, holding the time, and PC will find it! Just what they wanted, and now Apox Loud, and GZ will not go away!
Let's go, Ground Zero, not allowing Thunder Down Under to run away with this one. They're like, at this point, they've got this far into the game. They're like, look, we know that Thunder Down Under are a great team. We know they've got great players, but at this point, we've seen time and time again that they bleed, right? We're going to take it to them and drain as much as we can from them.
TDU, nothing into this round. Their scoreline is just starting to close in. Dexter will fall early. Ali's trying to creep forward to see if he can find something. I think Damio spotted that. Oh, and ASAP's got PZ. No. GZ, not the round. You want to be dropping. Vision just makes things a little bit simpler as he does equalise this back to a 3v3. And Thunder Down Under, they haven't been able to retrieve any of the rifles, but I'm still just in the back of my head. I've seen this before, Church. It can't happen again, surely.
Thunder Down Under. Again, with the pistols, we've seen how dangerous they are with these just because they don't have the primary weapons. They're going hunting toward the canals, but Vision's already lurking out toward the long. The timing of this, though... they've even recovered a sniper. Vision, you need to put in the work, buddy. Come on, you need to be hitting these shots. He puts off a few into the back of Alistair.
ASAP forward Vision, though. He hits it this time. That surely should be the round. Alistair, he might be able to take away this AWP, and he should actually get this kill on the timing. He does. Retrieval of the AK. But it will still be Ground Zero's round. Thunder Down Under. Head to the hills. It's a nervy one, but it is the 8th. The issue, of course, you just look at that cash. They need to start getting a bit behind it, but they're only going to be able to save by the looks of things. A Mac-10 and Galil into the next. You've handed Alistair an AWP, which on CT side, I mean any side really, you just cannot be doing.
Yeah, despite converting this round, of course, their buy into the next round is just going to be very, very lackluster. They need the utility, especially against a team like Thunder Down Under, to be executing these sites. Even just getting basic map control, and if they're having to reinvest just an AK head armor or something like this, they just what have they got? They have to be taking duels head on, and again, they've given Alistair that sniper. That he's going to put that to use. He's definitely going to make them regret it.
So here we stand. What a start to grand final day here. 9 to 8, the opening map, still anyone's. Dexter out early. Presence there. Leaz waiting beyond this smoke. He could absolutely find a few here. They try to walk through, but Omichella is the one to activate. Mac-10 updates into an M4 there. As now ASAP, the flash high, is able to work off that one, but just as he turns away, Omichella jumps on top of it. All of a sudden, Dexter into A main. Have they thought about this? They see him. He's noted. Just because you spot him, you still need to get that kill, and they're keeping numbers. Oh, Alistair misses that AWP shot. And that once again should hand over GZ. The 3v2 a winning round. They've gone 1 for 1 on them. Ali's creeping forward. Stops the plan. Gets away with it. Completely shifts the dynamic. Vision creeping in, but Alvy's watching the angle. Doesn't matter. Omichella and Vision find it, and we're all tied at 9 apiece.
Let's go, Ground Zero. The fact they're able to recover that round, that was very, very scary with Alistair just being able to pick off that bomb, the bomb plant, and denying that bomb plant. Very, very dicey territory for Ground Zero, but just barely able to get themselves over the line and bring it to this tie game.
But that's a round that they were dropping earlier. But all of a sudden, you're in that position, you almost let it slip, but you find the 2v2 kills, and now the map is in your favour. You're rolling on your T side. Yes, they haven't been incredibly clean, but you're getting these rounds, you're breaking down the economy for these players time after time, and you can see how split it is as ASAP forward with a 5-7 though. He sure doesn't quite find the kill. PZ jumping up and down, and it works for him. Him and Omichella, though, very, very low. So Thunder Down Under this round, still very much on the cards for them, but Dexter being dropped. Just what the doctor ordered. Damio knocks him down, 5v3 now, as we just settle a little.
Wow, that was very scary too. Even with that 5-7 up close and personal, I was like, oh, he might just come out with this one, and still not able to convert the kill. Again, Thunder Down Under, so dangerous with just even these pistols, and with Alistair also with the sniper, looking very, very dangerous, right into troubled territory as Ground Zero just on the other side of this wall, doesn't hit the shot that he needs to. Vision is going to punish him for it. Ground Zero now gearing up for the A-take.
Having an absolute blinder is Vision. It's the way they will go. Leaz, I think that's been heard by APOC, and yes, it has. TJP all on his lonesome. He's got nothing to say in this round. And for the first time today, Ground Zero are going to take the lead, the first to double digits. Thunder Down Under seemingly looked like they were in complete control of this one, but 5 of the last 6 to GZ. And all of a sudden, they take this map. Every time they've had a 2-1 series, they've always taken the second. They've never really led from an opener too many times. Maybe, I think, once. So this would give them confidence. And all of a sudden, I mean, Thunder Down Under, they're the ones with a bit of pressure on them here. They're expected to take this series. They're expected to be playing Simplify later today. But right now, questions are being asked.
They are questions indeed. However, just because Ground Zero in the lead by 1, one thing I've seen come to see around, especially OCE Counter-Strike, is that you can never say it's over until it really is over.
Not until the fat lady sings, mate.
He's like, oh, all right. Oh my gosh.
Stick to the casting, mate.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Australia's next top. Wait, Australian Idol? Yeah, that one. Oh boy. Of course, this is going to be very good signs for Ground Zero.
You can see Viridian having that chat as this tack pause comes through. Smiles from earlier in this second half and the first. Starting to be replaced with some more serious looks. Who is it going to be for the TDU boys to just bring Ground Zero back down to earth? The full buys should be in for both squads here. Is the AWP going to be there for Ali? He's had a couple of good shots, but he's also missed a couple so far. Things that we wouldn't really expect from him. So he needs to lock in. As here we go, round number 20. Massive.
Ground Zero, of course, standard default at the moment. Now, they'll probably expect that maybe there's some aggression coming in toward Canal, because you can see that smoke toward the middle of stairs. That's just kind of kept them at the top of it for the time being, not allowing them to push down and take that map control. A lot of people, especially on a map like Anubis with the recent updates, you know, you do like to see CTs take that early aggression into the water. At the moment, though, it seems to be Thunder Down. I just want to feed Ground Zero that information. Delay as much time as possible.
They're not being very active on this CT side. Sort of allowing GZ to sort of go wherever they want to. So you're not really getting much of that information. There was a bit of a peek in the water. Down below, nothing spotted. Vision slowly creeping in as this looks like it is going to be this B split. Mostly through main. Ali on that AWP.
Oh, the timing!
Oh, the flash. Luckily gets away with it, and TJP will find the first. Make it 3, TJP! We'll be loving that 1-3 there, and he can probably shut the round down, but Vision gets the kill, but surely there's nothing he can do. HP low, Ali's got the angle trained on, and that will not quite be what he was looking for, but Dexter gets it, and we're tied again.
Like, maybe someone needs to go give Alistair a coffee or something. I mean, there's been missing a few every here and there, which you literally just said that before. So I mean, maybe it's just the fact that it's early morning. Maybe someone didn't get enough sleep last night.
Doesn't matter, mate. TJP's on the case.
Yeah, fair enough. TJP locking down to the B site, and then back to the tie game. 10-all. Ground Zero got the sniper out for PZ. You know, if they want to be dueling this man, of course, Alistair, they need to be making these shots, but of course, another one missed shot from PZ, spots out one toward E-Room. It's going to be TJP, but not in that crosshair long enough to convert the kill. Ground Zero looking to potentially go for the B split here. Thunder Down Under already have 3 players here, but Ground Zero, they're already here.
Flash across, APOC's playing anti, and he shuts down the first, but now you have to be careful on the other side as they start to activate a bit more into this one. The molly, Util starts to come over a bit further. Ali's going to be forced out of position, goes towards that main air. Crosshair looking towards Omi, that main spot. Can he find the one in water? Damio is actually going to find Leaz. It's the nade to find it. Oh, Ali, another missed shot, and this time he might be punished for it. Damio! Haven't seen many kills from him, but he gets a massive amount there. Bomb is down. ASAP is nowhere near this one. He has to save that M4. And GZ will retake the lead. They are closing in on that magical number 13.
That is a huge round from Damio. Honestly, even just that one round, even if he hasn't had as much impact throughout the game, it's all it takes is that one round to put your team in the lead, which is why we're now going to see Ground Zero picking it up 11-10 as ASAP has to go for the save. See if he can maybe deny any exit. I don't know. Deny Thunder down on that. No, deny Ground Zero from saving their weapons into the next round. We got there.
You're lost for words. I'm not surprised. But here we're sitting with GZ at 11-10, a chance to take a 1-0 series lead. This is an absolute barn burner right now. And Thunder down under. The money comes through. But this is the problem they're going to have. Yes, the loss bonus is high, but if they do not convert this round, they're not going to have the same amount for the next. So this needs to come through. They must take this in Ground Zero. They're so close, they can almost taste it. But they've been here before. They've had opportunities like this, and they haven't been able to convert. Can they finally do it on Grand Final Sunday? PZ definitely thinks so.
This is do or die for Ground Zero. If they can win this round, may as well just have it in the bag. ASAP, though, not going to let them have it for free. He's just spammed APOC dart, bringing it down to an even 4 versus 4. And Ground Zero not giving up the terrain. They still want middle control. They want to seize it all for themselves. And as you can see, Thunder down under now activating these rotations as Ground Zero gearing up for this execute to take this middle and go towards the A site.
The numbers are there. And that Molly's actually just delayed it a bit. It's allowed positioning here to get a little bit better. TJP and ASAP are the ones waiting, and a pillar ASAP converts the first. Vision is on the other side. TJP! No. Another massive moment. He's up to 17. And Vision, 55 seconds. We've seen magic from him so far, but it's not happening. Alistair knocks him down. And we will have to have every single round of regulation 22 done. We're tied again at 11 apiece.
Wow. Yeah, again, that was a moment. There was a moment in that round that had to be all theirs for the taking, and they did not seize control of it. They did not take advantage of the situation, which has allowed Thunder Under to bring it back to a tie game. Again, if Ground Zero converted that game, that set them up to take down map number 1. They had that opportunity. Oh, man, if they look into hindsight of this. Of course, now. 11-11 scoreline, make a wish. Sure, Ground Zero will be making plenty of wishes at the moment.
Well, there's no tomorrow. You have to take your opportunities. And Ground Zero might have missed one here. ASAP Vision's definitely heard that. The damage going through. Not quite the kill, but it forces him back. The numbers here for Ground Zero, though. It's going towards this B split again. TJP waits. He has been massive. Can he find more here? Ooh. No, Damio puts him away. And now Ali is left with Alistair on the side. It's Leaz to join him. Ali finally connecting on an AWP shot. They need it right now. Leaz close to him as Ground Zero, the utility, starts to fly in. They know where the leaks the positioning of one. Omichella's only got the Tech 9. Ali with another. He's starting to find them. He's starting to lock in. If he gets Damio, that's basically round done. Not quite, but Leaz is there. Omichella coming through. APOC finds the other. And ASAP now. The timing could be perfect. 1v2. If that smoke dissipates just as they go for the plan, it could all come together, but they're looking to rotate. They're looking to take this all the way to the other side.
What a play.
And ASAP's got no idea right now. He's waiting. When does it occur? As he starts to peek on through. It's going to be a 1v2 on this retake. Bomb will go down. Omichella's going to have a spot set up towards main. APOC, he doesn't plan for him, though. As ASAP now, what have you got, son? 39 HP. Vision took away half of that before the round really even got underway, and that could be pivotal. Starts to sneak into side here. The nade available. Clearing angles, but he's got to pick up the pace. So Michela, this well, straight in. He's missed the shot, but he's got no idea about APOC done. And that bomb plant's going to be perfect now. ASAP, he's got no clue, no chance. Oh, APOC misses the spray, but time will save him here, and it will be GZ to get to 12 first as everyone perishes. One map point opportunity. They might not get it again. Ground zero. Can they take the opener?
Wow. So close. So close. The fact that he even able to play for time right at the end there. And the fact I really like the play that they're like, hey, look, let's just walk back to the A site, right?
It's a massive risk because the timing, if ASAP pushes out maybe 3 seconds earlier, he gets them, they're lined up, that's round done. And when APOC missed that spray, I thought, oh no, surely not. But we take a pause, a tactical pause it has. Now we lock in. Here we go. Are we going another 13-11? We saw 2 of them yesterday. We didn't see OT for TDU, but that's where they need to go. This could be their third 13-11 loss in a row here.
Ground zero, this is your opportunity to shine. Again, if you steal this map number 1, it's going to put you in a pristine position to potentially go on to face Semper Fi in the grand final. This is the moment that you need to capitalize on. Thunder Down Under, they do not have the best arsenal at hand here. Of course, Alistair onto the sniper, but throughout this game, it doesn't seem to be his hot game for the moment.
Sometimes it might not be your game. You just need that one moment to strike through.
Ooh, failed Molotov. It's ground zero now. Slowly trying to take some control of middle. APOC did the lead. At least this... he's kind of doing it on his lonesome at the moment. So ground zero potentially going into an A split. Plenty of noise being made toward Canal. And Thunder Down Under, they've got a B stack. They've got at least 3 players over here. With the defenses of Dexter and ASAP, will it be enough to hold back the onslaught of what ground zero is ready to throw at them? 45 seconds left.
The rotations are not going to come in for a while here. You can see Alistair trying to come over, but it's left to ASAP. It's left to the boys over here in Dexter. They've got the kills. They're finding them. They're shutting it down. APOC, Dud and PZ, all that remain now as Dexter, if he gets this kill, it should be it. It might just be OT we're calling for. And that's where we're heading. And Ali's up and about. Well, there's some classic TJP notes of advice there. And wow, here we are, OT to the first map of this consolidation final. It's only the first series of the day here, Church, but we are getting treated to a banger.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was a little bit of a slow start from the ground zero boys, but I love that they've been able to kind of find their groove and really bring it this far back to the point now we are in overtime. Of course, can they go the rest of the distance?
Well, we said it was their one opportunity. It might be the only one they get. Would be a tragedy for them, but here we stand. First half of OT, Thunder Down Under remain on that CT side, ground zero now. They've got the AWP out, AKs, everyone has everything they could ask for. And you can see Thunder Down Under, wow, this is some massive aggression over on the CT side. They went all out through mid, didn't actually find too much information, but off that, they're getting the idea that this is going to be an A hit. Numbers always over to that side. Leo's has hung around as well, but he's just started to look the opposite direction. APOC Dud, though, doesn't go through that smoke. It's an interesting situation they're left in here. 2 members stuck into the A site and the CT side, and they've got a quick rotation that can come through for ASAP. But ground zero haven't committed anything just yet. Still plenty of time in this round here.
Yeah, I like that play from Liaz. So he's just dropped that smoke toward middle. So ground zero kind of have in their minds, okay, there's a player lurking around. And as you can see them, have they got the 2 players doubling back toward the T-spawn. They're wasting so much time just to see if they can account for that one player who obviously fell back toward the B main side. Of course, APOC Dud, any second now. Oh, he spots out the shoulder, but Liaz to play it safe again and play a little bit more passively. And now we see exactly, now we're down to 40 seconds left and ground zero have to basically regain map control. They don't have anything at the moment.
they don't have control of anything right now, and time it just becomes a massive factor here. Only the 30 seconds. This has to just be a hit straight through into B main. Site isn't completely covered, at least in that instance. It's going to be Lairs and TJP who are waiting in the wings on the other side. A quick rotation can come through from Dexter, but they should be able to get at least through that main position. Damio gets that trade. Lairs now, he's stuck in an awful position right now. He's lost the HP. Apoc trying to get forward on him. Omichella gets Dexter, and the bomb will go down. And Ground Zero had looked rough most of that round, but a 4v2 situation. ASAP. Oh, the timing. Vision should have this kill for free if he goes back to it, but he's also missed it. Problem is, though, ASAP is all that remains. Trying to get into the main position. He's worried about what's coming in from behind. Maybe a couple of free kills if he just walks into the side. Oh, there's surely no way. There's no way he could find something here. He will get the one, but Apoc does not let anything else happen in Ground Zero. They get the first round of OT.
Like, how's he been, mate? What was my teammate? But it looked like it was a potential scary opportunity there for Thunder Down Under. Of course, Ground Zero happy to follow through with this round, taking the lead in overtime. Of course, with Thunder Down Under plenty in the bank. Of course, only the second round of overtime, so they are able to reinvest straight away. And it's very close for them. I mean, again, going off that Liaz play, going aggressive toward the B main, just dropping that smoke. He didn't have to kill anybody in Ground Zero, kind of had to re-aggress onto the fight. There's an opening kill for Damio. Might just grant them passage toward middle. Thunder have to basically reinforce, spread their resources around the map, create vulnerabilities. It's exactly the vulnerabilities that Ground Zero are looking for.
You can see how much just losing that one player forces just the reconsiderations of how you want to place these CTs. You've got now 3 players sitting around mid. Damio cops a fair bit on the molly and a bit of a span through the double doors, but out he gets. TJP going forward, not finding anything there. Numbers going back towards this A site. And it looks like they actually might be reading this one pretty decently here at smoke as well. That'll delay another 20 seconds or so. Vision creeping up towards that one, and you can see now the bomb was thinking if it wanted to head through into main there, but it's going to be mid. It's going to be this split, and the first person they'll need to deal with TJP. He's had big moments so far in this map where he's found doubles, triples, needs something right here. Utility starts to come in towards him. He'll throw down this smoke just in the nick of time, but he needs to take the fight first. Doesn't happen. Liaz, though, haven't seen much from him so far, but a double up there, just what he needed, and spraying through into that smoke. He falls away on the reload. Easy trying to get forward here, but A-Stap's all in towards main. The plant will go down, but they're in awkward positions here, the T's. They've got no idea what's happening on the other side there. Liaz, Nade's going to be in the perfect spot. Another massive kill. PZ, Damio, ASAP activates, and just like that, it's all left PZ. He can only find the one. And TDU instantly respond. We're tied again.
It's going to be an absolute back and forth slugfest just throughout this OT, I believe. It's just Thunder Down Under. They have the capability to not allow Ground Zero to keep the lead, but Ground Zero, they're able to constantly take the lead over and over and over again. So it's a good sign that they do have what it takes to actually potentially even take down map number 1. But Thunder Down Under, they're just too strong of a team. They're not going to go down without a fight.
And it comes back again to maybe just that mental side of things where TDU, they have that edge over Ground Zero, both just in map wins, in the feeling that they can win this series. And every time Ground Zero, it just looks like they're almost there, within touching distance, but they can't grasp it. And now, pivotal final round of this first of OT here.
And we're seeing a double AWP setup from TDU. Dexter's picked up the sniper. Let's see how this is going to impact this OT. Ground Zero ought to be careful. It's the first time I believe Dexter's picked up the sniper through this game. Oh, that is a chunky grenade, and PZ, just to add insult to injury, is going to take the opening kill. Alistair to fall. But again, Dexter with that second sniper. Another factor.
The timing there for Ali, it's just hurts so much. Utility out, down he falls. And well, Dexter now he's AWPing by his lonesome. The CTs, the rotations going over towards this B site. And it looks like it's going to be a split possibly into this one, or maybe it's just a rush through to the A1 here. ASAP is the only one available. Sprayed through doors, doesn't connect. Apoc Dart comes on through, and now there are problems. Dexter on that orb. Can he find something here? No, he doesn't. Apoc Dart shuts it down. Liaz rushing over, but seemingly nothing he can do. TJP has got PZ down. And Liaz, he finds Damio. And just like that, a little bit of an opportunity is opened up here. Yes, the A side is open. Yes, the plant will come through. TJP's a little while away as well. So Liaz will just have to wait here. Or does he risk it? Does he try and activate and find this kill? Vision's walking up towards him. He might get the timing. Liaz, though, finds that kill. Vision, the instantaneous trade, and now TJP, all that stands in the way of GZ, taking a lead of 14-13. Creeping forward, smoke available, as well as that kit. A nade as well. He could look to just try that ninja defuse. It's down to the side. He jumps. He'll go forward. He brings forward Vision. Spray needs to jump on it. Finds it. Hopes, just prays it comes through. The nade though from Omi Chella is nothing but net. And GZ will take the lead. 14-13. The scoreline reads. They're close again, Church, but can they make it happen?
Come on, Ground Zero. All right, we know how strong of a team Thunder Down Under are, but so are you. You're Ground Zero. Take it all the way home. You can take map number 1. The opportunity is there. You need to seize it. One moment.
The opportunity's there. Is the belief there, though? That's the question.
Look, it better be. If it's not there, why are they here? All right, they better be believing in themselves. Of course, I'm sure their nerves are at the moment. They're probably shaking. Oh my god, it's an intense moment. It really is an intense moment at the moment. Overtime against Thunder Down Under in a consolidation final.
And LAN nerves, they do hit a bit different.
They absolutely do. Ooh, alright, kicking off with a bang. Alistair already to open the account, taking down Vision. And Thunder Down Under. Looks like they need to be careful because Ground Zero taking initiative, taking matters into their own hands. They've got Omichella already deep inside of B-Man. I'm not sure if Liaz is aware of it, but he's kind of just looking out just in case.
Omichella. At least this is a possibility. Omichella losing Vision so early on. Was 1 point sitting at 20-9. He's cooled off a bit, but he's been such a pivotal factor to lose him without having any impact in this round. Not what Ground Zero are hoping for. And Omichella, Dexter, he has to clear this. He's looking towards it. Doesn't matter if he looks towards it. If he can't find the kill, Liaz, though, for the instantaneous trade. And now this hit for Thunder Down Under on towards his B side comes through. And all of a sudden, it's just left on Damio. He's all that remains. He's going to be forced down by these players. If maybe there's a chance in 1v1 fights. But Thunder Down Under instantly on to 14. And a pivotal round right there, and they just looked flat. Unfortunately, GZ CT-sided. 2 rounds remaining. One team will have an opportunity here to be 15, the first to 16, to take this opener. Who's it going to be, Church?
Oh, man, I feel like I've just hit it with the caster curse again. I said this before. It's going to be a back-and-forth slugfest, and that is exactly what it's turning out to be. Ground Zero pick up the lead. Oh, it's tied again. They're in the lead again. Oh, it's tied again. Go get another in the cards.
Vision this time, though. He's able to activate massive movement towards this A main position. TJP out of the round in seconds. Damio's got Dexter. And this aggression from the CT side of Ground Zero, absolutely perfect. ASAP looking to try and bring one back. Doesn't happen. Has to slink away. And Thunder Down Under completely split all over the place at the moment. But Liaz does find PZ. And he's actually in towards the B side. That's going to get some rotations rushing back over. A plant possibly could go down. As Ali starts to set up a bit of the utility in the backside, they start to group up. Numbers still in their favour. Flash forward. It's a good one. They need ASAP to find this spray through. Ali's the one that's delivering. Missed a couple in this game so far, but when the moment is calling, he is delivering. The next one, though, from Apoc Dart is through. Ali finds it, 2v2, and it's Vision with the double! And Ground Zero again have a map point. Can they take it?
Time and time again. They're given one more chance, just one more. Ground Zero need to seize it if they want to close out map number 1 against Thunder Down Under. They need to take any advantage that they can get.
Nervous faces across all these players. The aggression on the CT side of Ground Zero that last round, absolute perfection, caught TDU completely off guard. Ali now has got some aggression of his own. He's immediately out in towards this A main position. The AWP's in a good position right now. He's looking up towards Vision. Now just creeps forward on that side. PZ hasn't spotted it. The first shot isn't quite there, but they've got him trapped right now. If they can get any utility towards him, not quite. But they force a lot of util to be used on the CT side. And now things just settle a bit. Still plenty of time left in this round.
Where does Thunder Down Under go from here? Right, Ground Zero just seem to be beating them at every twist and turn. Trying to take map control. Ground Zero are there. Go left, Ground Zero are there. Go right, Ground Zero are there. Thunder Down Under, a moment, an opportunity to bring this into overtime number 2 is great.
That's just nowhere to be. They don't have the exact hold they want here. There's so much presence in towards mid, and Damio, that molly will delay just for a second, but TJP looking to creep out. He's going to get this information. There's no one close. They should be able to get this bomb planted. Apoc Dart though from behind. It will be Alistair to fall. Waiting, holding. 4v5 on the retake. TJP, he needs this kill here. Apoc Dart, this is such a massive fight. We have to hold, we have to wait, but he's just holding it forward there. ASAP in the meantime has found Damio. Apoc gets one, almost a second. Dexter will come through though. 3v3, Vision on the face. Oh! This is the spray! No! Not the moment for it. Liaz switches on him. You can't let that happen. It might just cost them PZ. He can only find the one. Oh, Vision, he will have nightmares about that if they lose this map. A moment he will want to forget, but Thunder Down Under, when the pressure's on, they come through.
Oh man, nightmares indeed. That is the moment. Imagine he had the opportunity to convert this round for his team, convert the map, take down map number 1 of Anubis, and he's gone and done that. And imagine a world where TDU in this next overtime take it back. Oh, heavy days. We are not there yet though. We'll find out how the rest of this game goes.
Oh, it's map 1, mate.
Oh my god, yeah, a lot of excitement. You know what? A lot of energy going into this one. Well, I hope they can have something in the bank for the next map, and then even for the grand final later on.
That's going to be the thing, of course. Both of these teams have to play another best of 3 after this. So the mental drain you're already getting is PZ activating onto ASAP early. That AWP delivering in mid. They have to, your Ground Zero, it's such a tough one, but you have to put the last round behind you. When Apoc's done through the smoke, Dexter's done. 5v3, just like that. Perfect start to the round.
Thunder Down Under now, 2-man disadvantage. Opportunity it spells for Ground Zero. But again, they cannot falter, they cannot fail, they cannot make mistakes. You cannot make mistakes against a team like Thunder Down Under just because you've got that advantage. It means nothing at this point. This 3 versus 5, Thunder Down Under gearing up for the A execute. TJP forces the AWP to fall back to a more passive line.
Molly's going to burn him out. He loses almost half of his HP. And as it stands, no presence into A gathered just yet. Thunder Down Under, util ready to go for what is seemingly going to be this A hit, but Ground Zero, they have the numbers and players here for this one. The smoke, it's just a little off, but it actually does provide that gap for PZ just to look on through. When he misses, the flash is high, it's good. TJP can't find the kill though, and Apoc Dart holds it down. It might just be a flawless round to start this next OT. As Alistair on the AWP, there's absolutely nothing he can do surely in this situation, trying to keep forward, and PZ shuts it down. Ground Zero breathe a sigh of relief that they can get that next one here. Start OT2 on the right foot and do it so in a flawless round in the end. Very nice stuff.
Yeah, very beautiful round from Ground Zero. Obviously feeling a little bit in form. I kind of wouldn't mind hearing a little bit some yelling, back toward maybe Thunder Down Under after TJP's been very, very vocal throughout this game. Maybe giving back a little bit of something, but maybe they don't want to get too cocky or too confident. last thing you want to do is kind of be screaming at your opposition, and it kind of just gives them the fire to fight right back, you know.
Can't let your ego take the best of you here. As the attack pause coming through, Viridian on the mic, just having a chat, trying to calm down these players who've been in so many situations like this. The calmness in the room. And you can just imagine the internal struggle of all these players, what they're thinking in their head right now. As we get rocking and rolling. Once again, 16-15. Can GZ take this advantage on what is usually a T-sided map? Get to 17, make it a 3-0, and have that opportunity to take this first map. And on the other end, the Thunder Down Under have it in themselves after what was a shocking round in the last. The attack pause has come through. What can they show us here?
Yeah, well, they've opted to not have the AWP onto Alistair. Looks like they're just going to fully commit to what looks to be a potential B execute. Any second now, Thunder Down Under taking control. They're out into the open. Omichella finds the first one, but it's absolute carnage all over to the side. And Thunder Down Under now have control of B. Should be able to get that bomb down any second now as Ground Zero priming themselves for the retake, but up close and personal. Dexter, he's taken control, not allowing Ground Zero an inch whatsoever. The last member to fall is going to be Apoctar. Dexter, a huge round from this man. And Thunder Down Under striking right back.
Anyone thinks that Dexter doesn't still have it, well, that is a round to prove otherwise. A massive 4K. And out of the attack pause, Thunder Down Under activate perfectly. And once again, we are tied back and forth, round and round we go. Last round of the first half of the second OT. Once again, money is fine. Weapons out on every side. Who takes that slight advantage before we swap sides?
Of course, we do see Alistair now picking up that sniper. He had the AK in the previous round. They did have enough money in the bank to get him the sniper, but I think they were just going to hinge all their bets on that take. Ultimately, they do convert the round as a result, but now with this round, new plans on the horizon. Thunder Down Under so far a little bit slow, except Dexter. He's looking for some middle control at the moment. Apoctar not granting him any vision whatsoever, so that smoke's going to isolate him out of position. If Dexter can wiggle his way in, just the next step into the long process.
He's playing off confidence from that last round, absolutely. His presence in mid, it's keeping Apoctar having to watch this one. Molotov misses, he just sneaks away. I'm not sure if Dexter quite saw that. The angle's trained, it's perfect, but PZ waiting on the other end. But Dexter doesn't need to peek it. Waits for the others to join him. The opener is there. And now all of a sudden it looked like it was going to be towards this B hit, but now it comes in towards A. Two players on this side, Vision and PZ. That smoke late there is perfect though. It's going to force them to try and push through this, and they don't really have the flashes utility. They have to go dry. PZ and Vision aren't going to let them have it. ASAP activates for PZ. One, not the second. 2v2 on the retake. Dexter holding out in mid. Bomb still needs to go down, and ASAP will make it happen. It's Dexter. He's been waiting out in mid-side. Waiting back and forth here. Stamio and Omichella start to creep forward. Omichella on that AWP. Makes the noise. Dexter swings, but he hits. And ASAP now was called in a 1v2. Can he clutch this one up first? Is there? He looks the other direction though, and Damio! They play together, and they do it perfectly. And Ground Zero have the lead again, 17-16. We switch sides.
Well played from Ground Zero to kind of just hold hands, taking that 2 versus 1. They do not want to be making the mistake and allow that 1 versus 2 to come in. So if they did, even if they split and tried to catch him from different angles, that could have cost them the round. Because you could see there, as soon as Old Mate got the 1 kill, he's quickly done the 180. Like, oh, he's coming from behind me. But Ground Zero, again, playing close together, is going to allow them to now take the lead. What a game. What a game.
That's the first map of the series, mate. Can only get better from here.
Oh, I certainly hope so. This is good signs of what's to come, not just for this series, but even the one to follow. It may as well be a grand final at this point, you know. Nah, it's not, but...
So Collins to that, I mean, it's pretty close. We hope that the next one to follow was just as good. And the side switched. Ground Zero, they've had 2 opportunities to take this opening map. It hasn't worked for them. Perhaps 3rd time's the charm if they get to 18 first, but Thunder Down Under are not going to let them have it easy so far to start this round. Let's hold some CT sides. This position's just being held as well from the T's. Who is going to be the one to activate for both teams here?
Well, you'd like to think just maybe Omicella might see a little bit of action. He seems to be the lone player at the moment, outside toward B main. He spots a little bit of action, but kind of have to force to fall back a little bit as Thunder Down Under drop that smoke. So Ground Zero to try to capitalize and maybe focus up toward middle control, but Alice is already here with a sniper shot, but that's a crucial shot that he's missed. And an opportunity for Ground Zero at least to kind of reacquaint themselves somewhere around the map. They know the sniper's here. They know it's Danger Town. So they're like, okay, what's plan B, guys? Where are we going to go? And that looks like it might just be the B site.
Flash out. They need to hold this TJP. Ali's joined him and they have 3 players waiting on the other end here. They need the kills. Leas with the first. The CT's players are low from earlier damage, but they're holding their own right now. DJP onto Vision. They need to start getting into the side a bit more if you're here at Ground Zero. 16 seconds. Bomb needs to go down. You're being flanked from behind on the other end as well. ASAP is there. Damio's trying to get this plan. PZ's found ASAP, but Ali stopped it. They need to push this through. And it should go down. Dexter and Leaz left with it all to do. So low, Leaz is all that remains. And Vision finds it. And Ground Zero. Now it's 2 opportunities to take this opening map.
Ground Zero, you are so close. This is probably as close as you're going to get. You need to follow through. Convert. Take down map number 1. Give us the series that we all want to see. And give yourselves a map number 1 you deserve. Kicking off. So, an AUG being pulled out from ASAP. This is an interesting one.
It's a change up. And he's aggressive. He's forward early already in towards this main position. Doesn't dare go forward any further. Molotov will make sure of that. But he hangs around. He waits. Ground Zero. Can they finally convert this map? They're so close, they can almost taste it. Thunder Down Under. I've seen time and time again when they're in this position, they just find a way, they lock in. They will not let them have it easy.
Of course, Thunder Down Under just happy to maintain these positions, solidify these defenses. Ground Zero just trying to find where the vulnerabilities are. Where's the weakness? Where can they go? Where do we put our forces? So at the moment, there's not a whole lot of information that Thunder Down Under are really granting them. Looks like to be, so far, maybe middle's their best bet. They might just get free passage of that as well, considering the Thunder Down Under have 3 players onto the B site and 2 onto A. They're going to go thread the needle right down the middle.
Dexter on the other side of that smoke. Molotov will go down. And it just tickles PZ. I'm not sure if he's heard that, but if he has, it could come through. Vision, though. TJP dropped, and he knows the others are coming through, and they're in trouble here, Thunder Down Under. They've got no idea of how to stop this. Ali, 1,
Danger!
2, almost a third, but it's not going to happen. ASAP and Dexter try to save this. Bomb not down yet. Nate goes forward. Dexter sprays, misses the volley. There, here comes the rest. Dexter, though, will fall! And Ground Zero find the opener. They are here to make a statement. And just like that, Thunder Down Under, all of a sudden need a reverse sweep to make the granny.
Man. Wow, that what a game. What a game, honestly. Thunder Down Under, well done. Well, unfortunately, they weren't able to carry it through. Ground Zero will be the winners of map number 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we will go to the analyst desk. Conky.
Man, what an absolute journey that was, going all the way through to overtime number 2 and, a heater all the way around, I think, we were talking about this. It seemed like it was, Thunder Down Under that definitely had the kind of force to take this one through pretty cleanly, but they didn't look clean at all. They were messy, they were whiffing shots, and you could see the panic set in.
Well, it's a real roller coaster of a map, isn't it, right? You look at that first half, Pilsky, I think we were sitting on the couch going, man, why does Ground Zero keep picking a noob? It's like, these guys so bad on this map.
What are they doing, man?
And it's like, I don't even, what was it, like, it ended up being like an 8-4 half or something like that, or 9-3, something like that.
But that's standard Ground Zero. They're just strugglers, They always choose to struggle. I don't think I've ever seen Ground Zero win an opening half of Counter-Strike. They always have to dig themselves a hole, and then dig themselves back out of it. But the interesting thing was, it was on the T side for both of these teams.
It doesn't make sense. It's like you set this storyline up, you play a certain way throughout the entire tournament, and then it's just completely reversed on the back of its head, and all of a sudden, now you're really good on the T side, you can't win around on the CT side. Like, where is this coming from? Obviously, Vision, he had a fantastic game, great stuff from him, steps up in a big moment. He had some good games yesterday as well, so kind of starting to find a little bit of form, find a bit of consistency, which is really, really big for him. But what I find crazy is, like, there was a point in that map where Ground Zero had 4 players going negative, and it still looked like they were going to win that map. I mean, you look at the scorelines, you look at the numbers, at a certain point, obviously it's changed up now that the map has actually been closed out, but it really looked like Thunder Down Under on the numbers of it were just easily winning that map. And then I think it was just Vision pulling his team, kicking and screaming through to the point where they actually started to kind of come online a little bit. And honestly, this wasn't like a terrible game from Thunder Down Under. I don't think this was them falling apart or anything like that. I think this was just really good from Ground Zero.
But that's what we want to see. We want to see a team like Ground Zero actually earn these upsets. I don't want to see Thunder Down Under just capitulate. They're beating a team that is better than them, that is more experienced than them, and they're showing some good Counter-Strike doing it. The main things I want to focus on, I totally agree, Vision started the tournament so slowly, but at the end of the group stage, he went nuclear against Rooster, and he's just kept that form going. And this is the player that I don't even know if I had very many expectations for. He's turning into Ground Zero's best player. The other thing I wanted to highlight as well, very successful in the openers, Ground Zero. Both Apoc Dud and PZ, your AWPer and your aggressive rifler, both 5-1 in opening duels. They're very consistently putting themselves in advantages.
Sometimes all it takes is a little push to get people going, and then off they go. And I think that's worked out well for Vision too.
Well, it's just the irony, right? We saw the little bit of the highlights there. It was almost like a whiff montage for a little bit, and that's that strain you put on. Like I said, you can't let Ground Zero catch you sleeping. They are a team that when they're 5 on, which doesn't happen often, they can be really, really bloody good, and that's their experience and their time in the server that they've had. But obviously now is Inferno is around the bend, right? We've got to take another sweat. Like as you said, Ground Zero won the last affair up against Thunder on Inferno, so lots to take away from that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, ASAP's playing better today, so that is the thing. I think the individual inconsistency might be actually plaguing Thunder a little bit. Not that any of them played poorly, but I think ASAP was the big contributor here. But this is exactly what I was going to say, Mitch, is that they've just won Anubis, they've ground that game out, Ground Zero, and then they've just dominated them the last Inferno game. If I'm Ground Zero, I'm thinking I'm on the verge here. I'm on the verge of the upset. This is it.
But Pilsky, I've been here before. I feel like it's Groundhog Day. I've watched this series
Ground
from
Zero
Ground
Day.
Zero so many times. We'll call it Ground Zero Day because they always they win this upset map or this map where you're like, oh, they're in a position where they could do really well. Either it's they've won their opponent's map pick and they're going on to their own map pick, and in a lot of cases that was actually what it was. They would win map 1 and then be going on to Inferno. You'd be like, great, finally, this is the time for Ground Zero to show us something, and then they just fall apart on map 2. So let's just hold our horses, cross our fingers, and hope that we're going to see Ground Zero deliver here on map 2 as well.
We're on the bell curve right now. Anubis, Ground Zero sucks. Ground Zero's the best. Where are we going from here? We're here right now, guys. Ground Zero just won. We could very quickly go back to Ground Zero sucks again.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Yeah, 100%. But I think we also, we're obviously talking a lot about Ground Zero, and that's warranted, but I think we do have to raise the question about what is happening for Thunder Down Under, because this is now starting to become a bit of a recurring thing where they get off to a really good lead and they're not able to close a map out. Is it a mental thing? Is it an in-game leadership thing? Is it a strats thing? Is it an individuals thing? What is it? What actually is the issue here for Thunder Down Under? Because it is now starting to become a little bit of a problem over a more consistent basis that they can't seem to close these maps out cleanly.
Yeah, and you can parrot narratives as much as you want about how much experience these players have and, how many majors they've been to. At what point do you stop losing very tight games, 13-11 and in OT, in an event like this when the pressure is on and you need to go to the major? This is where they need to get these wins. This is Thunder Down Under's major campaign slipping through their fingers right now.
And theoretically, that's where they should have their X factor. That's where they should be a little bit more cool, calm, and collected.
Because when we're watching Greyhound domestically, bro, they would win every series. We were like, oh, they're starting to lose. No, clutched up. Dexter 1v4. Okay, the game's over.
Clear.
Where's that? Where's it? Haven't seen it.
It is incredible, and that's just that thing about that sweat, right? You know, we saw some of those retake moments where they were going in one by one. You know, there wasn't that cohesion, there wasn't that calling. Even went downstairs for a little bit, and you could see when Alistair went a little bit flat and quiet, you know, that the team does start to shake. And when you've got names like that in the server, it just can't be happening. You know, you've got 3 people individually that you can rely on for experience, for veterancy, but it just doesn't show all the time.
They used to just win these bullshit rounds as well. Like, they'd just have digs or something, and they'd win a round, you know? And I haven't seen that at all this event.
Yeah, look, I think it's just, again, a little bit of that X factor maybe lacking for Thunder Down Under here, but certainly showing up for Ground Zero, that feels like it's really the difference for me. I know we've talked about it a lot, and we've just said time and time again, if Ground Zero are playing at their peak, they can really be a dangerous team, and you know it's showing today here in this game on Anubis.
I love the way they're doing it as well. It's just good bloody Counter-Strike, isn't it? Like, it's just structured Counter-Strike. It's a good T side. It's good calling. Like, credit to the boys. They've been practicing. They've been putting the effort in, and they're reaping the benefits of that.
But it's not over. I mean,
they haven't won yet.
They've still got to play Inferno. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Thunder Down Under are the heavy favourites coming into this matchup. Do they remain the heavy favourites after that map of Anubis? I would say no. I don't think they're the heavy favourites, but I would still back them to win this map and force us through to a map 3. I think that's what we all want to see. Like, this series deserves a 3-mapper.
Definitely, and all we can say, guys, is, you know, Semperfi's probably sitting there licking their lips, going, you know, man, this is going to be a really, really hot sort of grand final around the corner. Whoever gets there, you know, I saw a lot of people were expecting Thunder, but Ground Zero is showing that they well and truly deserve it. But you know, we're not going to yammer on for too much more, guys. Inferno's around the bend. We need a reset, refresh. I suggest you do the same.
For me, the perfect focus is when I don't need to think about what products I have in front of me. I don't need to worry about if the product's going to let me down. The ability to change from super sensitive to like not is amazing, because there's no one that knows the feeling that I want from my mouse apart from me. I don't want to go and buy a mouse and then I have to get used to what it's already like on that said mouse. Now I have the customization choice to do whatever I want. Pro players are definitely the right people to test out your products, because they're going to first of all stress test it to the absolute end goal of where it's used, because we use it every day. We need it to be the most reliable, most responsive product on the market. It's fast and reactive. That's the only thing I think about when I think of the mouse. Like, it's a G Pro, I've used it for 10 years, but it's now faster and more responsive. That's what I like.
DIAC technology reduces ghosting in fast-game scenes, minimizes screen shaking in rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DIAC stands out with this distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DIAC functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, Zowie adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, Zowie advances DIAC technology with its latest improvements featuring dual backlight design, the DIAC 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, ground zero. They have thrown the gauntlet down at the feet of Thunder Down Under. A 1-0 series lead. Inferno is where we stand. I'm here with Church Dog. And also, we've got Mr. Bumper joining us. It's a TriCast.
A TriCast. 1, 2, wait, 3 people. Oh my gosh, are you serious? We got 3 people. It's going to be a busy and noisy game, this one. And to kick things off with a bang. Already a lot of presents being up toward the top of Banana. And Dexter going to be the first point of contact off the back of the flashbang. Going to be leading the charge. He spots out 1 kill. Going to be instantly traded out as Alistair is also there for 1 more. Going to be fighting for everyone is fighting for this domain so far. Looks to be Thunder Down Under are taking the advantage, taking the lead, and taking every opportunity that they can get. Of course, it'll be all left down to PZ. This man here on a 1 versus 2 to kick off map number 2.
Start to make his way down in towards mid. Meantime, Thunder Down Under clearing out every single bit of this B site before they go forward with that plant. ASAP will put that down, and PZ, as he comes up there, bit of utility. There was a kit dropped as well, so an opportunity. Still a very tough ask because the bomb already starting to tick down. He crouches, makes his way up through this banana area. Has a smoke as well. There is a chance for it. Liaz, though, jump peak spots it. He can just fall away. Time continues to tick. PZ trying to get into this position, running forward, looking in all directions. But ASAP is the one that knocks him down. Thunder Down Under dropping the opening map. They're on to Inferno. It's been one that they've absolutely looked the goods on throughout the last few months. And they will take the pistol here.
Yeah, you know, that's really a start that I think Thunder Down Under needed after that last map. Obviously going down in second overtime. Getting a positive start now on their own pick in Inferno. It's a great start for Thunder, and I think if they can really capitalise and get a few rounds off the bat here, they'll be in a really good spot to take this map.
Of course, kicking off round number 2, ground 0, nothing but pistols. With Thunder Down Under, I mean, they've got one AK and then a few SMGs and a Galil to rock this out. So gear up for a potential A-take. They're taking as much control as they can. They've got one player coming in towards apartments. Just once that smoke is there to dissipate, a few more players just behind it cause a bit of a ruckus. But ground 0, looks like they've got the 4-player stack onto the B side. The only player covering anything on A is all going to be left down to Vision, with a smoke to kind of put him in a bit of an uncomfortable position. Thunder Down Under might just have free path toward A.
Haven't activated quite yet, but now the flash is going out. They'll get into the top of mid here, and Vision, he can hear this, but can do nothing about it. Playing close. He will be able to get that smoke down there. Molotov in front of him as well. Thunder Down Under just creeping into this A site. They're making sure they check every single corner here. They're just second guessing themselves a little. 35 seconds. They're hoping that they can just continue in towards this A side. I thought for a second they might take it back to B. In the end, though, holding this one together, they'll get the plant down. It'll be 5v5 with a retake. I do wonder if GC will do anything there. Dexter clears out Vision. Bomb will go down. And that should be second round on the board.
Probably all she wrote for this one. Ground 0, I feel like they just want to stay toward the B side, but of course, look at Dexter already with a Mac-10, well on his way to see if he can get himself a few more free kills. Free, will they be though? Ooh, alright, of course, they know that they're going to be at least still under the B. That's going to surely prompt more players from Thunder Down Under to start circling them like sharks. You can see more players coming up toward Banana, and they're just going to absolutely pincer Ground 0, adding pressure with more players coming in. They can try to deny Ground 0 saving their Kevlars and these pistols into the next round. It's going to be great economy damage. TJP any second now. That one, good for one. Apoc done falls. Omicella falls. One more player on the horizon. It's going to be Damio. Good for takedown TJP and just gets away with his Kevlar and gun.
Little something to work with there into this next round. I mean, GZ, they went for the full investment there, which didn't actually have any SMGs whatsoever. Went for the util, all those Deagles, sort of little upgraded pistols, and means that they, could have done the full save that we see so many times after losing the pistol, but they go for the investment instead. There's no buy into this one, so for Thunder Down Under, really nice chance to get rolling here, as you said. Bump up. Should be 3 here. And a chance to just get themselves settled in on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, Ground 0, they really committed to that push onto B. They had 4 players all standing around the B side with full util and pistols. It didn't pay off for them this time.
Mitchell, though, still got the pistols working around here. It's a bit of an awkward one here for Thunder Down Under, at least these early fights. ASAP down to half HP. In the end, they'll just sort of sneak away from the apartments, and TJP, in the meantime, Apoc dropped on the B site. And that was the only CT that was there. Rotations are coming in. Don't think they'll be able to find much here, though. Dexter's forward as well. Mac-10 has to duck away a little bit there, but bombs down. Another round on the board here will come through for Thunder Down Under. At this point, you're just looking to try and get some exit frags if you're the Ground 0 fellas.
Well, I mean, Omicella, he does have this recovered Galil, but the fact that he's kind of still lurking around all to the B site, I mean, it's obviously not going to be going for it, but even if they're not going to be converting this round, they want to still cause as much damage as they can. If Omicella can at least do that, but oh my god, he's going to be punished for it. TJP, great shot, taking down Omicella. And the last 2 players, Damo and PZ. Of course, Damio still lurking around towards CT. If he can catch off one exit kill here.
Would be nice. He dances back and forth, and he will drop alley. Not really interested in that MP7. But it's round done. Thunder Down Under will take it, and Damio, well, he almost had the chance to get that Galil, but Dexter pounces at the right time. But finally now, GZ, they get the full buy-in. AWP is out on the PZ side. What can they get going on their CT side here?
You look at the scoreline, 3-0 Thunder. It's been a dominant performance so far. However, I still think Ground 0 are really playing with a lot of confidence. They're committing to the game plan, and I really like that. As long as it pays off for them moving forward, and almost those 50-50 side holds go their way, we could see a really close map here. I don't hate this from Ground 0 at all.
Well, it's almost like a repeat of the previous map, right? Thunderdown had such a strong start, just as TJP also does into this round. An early kill, taking down APOC dud. Yeah, exactly. So Thunderdown had such a strong start into map number 1, and we can see Ground Zero. It took them a little bit to recover, but ultimately they were able to do a successful reverse sweep. And we may or may not have a repeat of map number 1 here, but of course Ground Zero, they don't want to allow Thunderdown Under to maintain a big lead.
Yeah, it was 5-1 on that side, and the same thing happened. Thunderdown Under starting on the T side. Wasn't their map pick. Stamio's nade perfectly placed. Dexter out of the round. It brings it back to that 4v4. His presence waiting on that B side. And Leaz just with some late utility as here come Thunderdown Under onto this activation here. And they've sort of caught the boys here. It was Omichella and Damio. They're a little bit out of sorts in positioning. So they'll most likely just have to wait on this one. The nade comes in late. There, the spray towards where Ali's planting. It's not quite connecting. And now here we are, 4v4 situation. A few of these TDU players, though, very low on HP. But there is not much to speak of in terms of utility. PZ's got a flash, so we can get at least one player set up here. And the molly burning. TJP just 2 points of health. They start to come through Church, but 15 seconds time is becoming a bit of a problem. Smoke will take away from Banana control there. That means that TJP has to go close to it. They swing together though. Ali, Leaz, ASAP, it's all working out, and ASAP shuts it down. And just like map number 1, TDU are out of the blocks early.
Again, very, very strong start, but I mean, looking at their last map, are they going to actually be able to take advantage of that situation? I mean, if they've faltered before, it doesn't mean they can't do it again. So they really need to lock in, knuckle down, and make sure that they take advantage of every situation that they get. Of course, starting off this round, see the players at the moment, kind of, it's all business at the moment. No one's so fiery yet.
I mean, looking at the body language on Ground Zero, I'm not seeing any sort of nerves whatsoever. There's confidence in there. There's confidence in their process. There's confidence in how they play. They're a very strong side, and a 4-0 start.
The fights are happening. We can't actually see anything right now. We can see the players. They look absolutely lovely, and I'm hearing a lot of shots going off. And there we are. It's well, a lot has happened. Hello, Alistair. You're all by your lonesome. Ground Zero force up, and they found the round. Zali's making a rush. Well, I mean,
Ali's got the B side on his own. He's got the plant, but then he does have the AWP, and will he try and hold it? He can't. He can't. Surely not.
Oh, I don't know.
Plant does go down though. Ali, there's 3 players all sitting in the counter-terrorist spawn. One pushing up Banana. Ali moving towards Banana now. Finds the first. Oh no, Ali, you can't.
Ooh. Just for half a second it did seem possible, but PZ shuts down that one. And just what Ground Zero needed. They force in. It's a risk, because you're almost handing over possibly 5-6 in a row to Thunderdown Under if that doesn't work out, but they come through fantastically. And just what they were looking for. That first on the board, a bit of confidence back in as we get ready here for round number 6.
Yeah, look, well done, Ground Zero, getting that first one. You've got your first hurdle out of the way, but you've got plenty more to come. Now, heading into round number 6, they have the weaponry they need to take advantage of it. PZ, again, back onto the sniper, dueling against TDU's sniper. That is going to be Alistair. And PZ, look at the aggression on the man, just straight down mid. Not a care in the world, of course, not going to net any kills as a result, but still like to see the confidence from players taking risks just like that in a consolidation final like this, where the risk is all too high. It's what can either make or break these games.
And that molly's hit the smoke, so it's missed it, and Ali is locked in, absolutely finding what he needs right now. 2, possibly even a 3rd coming up here. Damio, the last on side, trying to hold this down. He's found a first, needs at least the double. The flash is high, it hits him, and ASAP shuts it down. And it was, well, looks like it's just been a blip on the radar for TDU. Immediately, they strike back, they'll get a 5th. And the save coming through now for Omichella and Vision. But they might not get the opportunity. I was going to say, Leaz is lurking over towards Apside. he starts to activate a bit more, he could absolutely destroy the CT economy if he finds these two here.
Yeah, if they can get away with it, and of course with backup on the way, as we can see here, Dexter coming up toward middle. So they're going to start putting a lot of pressure onto the A site. And coming in from two different angles. Going to be danger territory for ground zero. Liaz from the apartments. The two players are sitting on site. Of course, once the TDU make sure that pit's clear, they can swing out any second now. They're going to get the action. No, they are. Very, very close. Ground zero will, of course, will get away with those two saved weapons as we go into the next round.
TJP had a lot to say about that one.
He usually does.
He does.
There's, looks like just a technical pause this time around. Looks like it's Alistair just fixing something with his headphones or the PC. I'm sure there's... Well, I mean, we're not entirely sure. We can only guess, but hopefully won't be too long of a one. As ground zero, well, they're exactly in the same situation, Church, that they were on map number 1. It was 5-1 the way of Thunder Down Under. They managed to work their way back into the first half well. Of course, from there, it was back and forth all the way through 2 overtimes, but they came through when they needed it. Now, though, as we get ready for round number 7, this being on Thunder Down Under's map pick, it seems a bit more of a... Well, it's going to be a bit more of a struggle, especially how well they've started on their T side.
Right. So they will struggle for ground zero again. I mean, look, they'll probably be feeling very, very confident after map number 1. Of course, Thunder Down Under, you cannot underestimate these lads. But you can't underestimate ground zero either. And I'm sure Thunder Down Under have taken that lesson well into consideration coming into map number 2. So we kick it off round number 7. Again, the full arsenal coming out for this gun round. PZ back on the sniper. Got all the utility that ground zero can muster up. Hold the fort. Thunder Down Under are coming.
APOC Smoke 40 wants to actually get aggressive. APOC done. He's gone straight in here. Damio's found TJP. It's all a bit of chaos at the top of Banana, but as it stands, ground zero come out on top. PZ now being boosted up on that AWP. Has the angle, gets a bit of a look, but as he jumps up, Dexter trying to push forward. Is he aware of APOC done and where he's sitting there? The jump again. He's trying to chase this AWP. I don't think he does. They fall away, and APOC done activates perfectly. And just like that, the round all for GZ. Liaz and ASAP have to recover this bomb and somehow get themselves towards a site. The AWP for PZ, close, doesn't quite connect. It gives them a little way forward, but time is against them. The numbers, this is such a difficult one to get back into here.
PZ now holding the site as TDU start to execute towards that B site. They have the econ to commit to this. However, Liaz on his own in a 1v5, it just doesn't seem likely to me. Jumping up now onto Fox. Can he find the one at Church? He does.
Yeah, he's got one. He's got plenty more, though, to look out for. He's taps away at another one. Omichella goes down. There's 3 more on the way, unfortunately. He can't do any more than that. Vision coming in from the flank from the bottom of Banana is going to be the closure of this round. And ground zero now picking themselves up their second.
Twice now into what is a losable situation, or unwinnable. There's just been a little bit of a moment where it's like, oh, surely not. Sure. First it was Ali on the AWP, and Laz finds a couple of nice shots on that AK there, and it's like, no, they can't do it. And in the end, proven correct, but ground zero just makes him a little bit nervy, but a fantastic round there. Great control on Banana, just completely shut it down. APOC dud. The timing on just the weight there towards that car position, absolutely perfect. And now, well, a good chance here to just break the economy of Thunder Down Under. And we see what happened, Church, in that first map again. Just when TDU seemed to be getting away with things here, ground zero are responding.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't want to allow them to take too big of a lead, of course. Yeah, there's always a comeback in the cards, but again, you know, with more pressure being added, the bigger the lead, you know, the less mistakes you have to make, because you also have to account about for all the variables that are outside of your control, not just the ones that are. So Thunder Down Under securing up apartments control. If they go towards top middle, ground zero have a 4-man stack holding toward brackets. Thunder Down Under maybe do not want a bar of it. So The bomber slowly making its way up toward Banana. Edge clears, Ground Zero placed down another smoke, but there's an opening kill from ASAP, and Liaz also finding himself one. There's one more player toward bracket. That is going to be PZ. He's good for the one. Looking for a second, but ASAP is already quick to the trade. But one more player. Omichella out of nowhere. It's going to be Dexter dropping him down to the floor. It's all left down to Apokdud, who just kind of thinks, I think he's going to stay all the way back to the B site. Hold on to this M4 for dear life. But with Thunder Down Under want to allow him to get away with this, of course, they've already got TJP coming in from the bottom of Banana just onto the prowl.
And, I mean, they were about to activate towards B there. They had the whole setup that was coming through, and then all of a sudden, when you just thought that they were going to go for it, they got the kills in towards A there. Leaz activates. You also follow up with the one from Dexter, and just like that, the whole change was there. And, I mean, Ground Zero had the numbers on that A site. They just lost the duels. And we talked about the economy of the Ts, or the CTs. It is not great, so Apokdud would desperately love to save this one here. TJP won't let him have it, though. And that is not the man you want to die too late in the round. Once again, some words of advice being exchanged from the man.
I mean, always welcome, aren't they? No, but in all honesty, TDU really just aren't leaving Ground Zero any room for error. ASAP early in that round found that pick top mid, and after that, it becomes a 3v5
It's been great
on that A site, and TDU are just so perfect at executing that.
I think the good thing as well, it's been great to see ASAP sort of locking in this series. He had a pretty low one yesterday, didn't really have the impact he was looking for. They lost that opening map, of course, on Anubis, but he was in fantastic form. Right now, 7-2, is finding what he needs, and that is exactly what Thunder Down Under want. If they want to make this a third, if we go towards Nuke.
Would he have been the difference maker yesterday against Semperfi, do you think? Could ASAP have been a difference maker against Semperfi yesterday?
I mean, if he locked in, absolutely. I mean, I think it was like 7-21 in the first map. He only got maybe 10 or 11 kills in the second. Like, he was in decent positions, and he absolutely can perform better than that. And I think he knows that, it wasn't his day, and sometimes that does happen. But, if we're looking forward towards that grand final, which, Thunder Down Under, we're thinking of probably that team to get there. They've still got now a lot of work to do to find it. But he would absolutely be chomping at the bit to try and prove that yesterday was just an off one. And there's Ground Zero to buy into this round. Still enough there. AWP on PZ, trying to play close side Banana control. It's actually just going to be given up in the end there from Thunder Down Under. They did presence early, but now really quickly in towards this A hit here. They might just try and pick up the pace and go straight into this one. Omichella is being pushed straight back.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, Dexter. Just a few bullets into the abyss there. Catches off Omichella out of nowhere. Looks like players now beginning their strike toward the A site. ASAP finding a quick double. It's PZ all left on his lonesome, who with a sniper in hand and up against 4 players of Thunder Down Under might just have to let it go. Again, though, he doesn't want to allow them too much territory if he wants any sliver of hope of saving this AWP, because again, he knows that they'll be hunting him.
That save simulator. PZ went up for TJP. Another late kill in the round to finish it off. And Thunder Down Under just starting to get their groove back. Would have been disappointed how that first map ended, but 7-2. Off to a fantastic start here on Inferno. 3 rounds left in this first half, and looking towards GZ. I mean, the loss bonus, it's high, but the buy, it's not going to be there. So this should be an 8th for Thunder Down Under. And for Ground Zero, you're thinking already towards your T side. I mean, if they lose the pistol, considering how this one is looking like it's going to end, this might be over quickly.
Certainly could.
Well, I always like to see a map number 3. I like to see as much Counter-Strike as possible. So, of course, Ground Zero, these upgraded pistols, VU57s, a P250. Now, if Thunder Down Under can convert pistol rounds, maybe, just maybe, Ground Zero can do it. And Vision can kind of start things off for the time being, taking down Liaz as Thunder Down Under now to try to go for these brackets control.
Nobitel's got TJP. What is going on? Hello? 2 rifles taken away just like that. Omichel has picked up one as well. And all of a sudden, Ground Zero giving themselves a fantastic opportunity here. Numbers are rotating towards the A site. That might be the one thing that works against them, but it is that one rifle picked up. Omichella waiting on the other side. He has a Molotov as well to throw if it needs to. And APOC Dart is just starting to rotate over at the perfect time here, and Thunder Down Under. They've got the utility. Numbers are low. They need to get rid of Omicello early on here. He sprays through, doesn't quite connect. Molotov should go forward, and with APOC Dart boosted up on the other side, ASAP's actually managed to get through on that end. But he will activate finally. Hits it beautifully done. 2v5. Alistair and Dexter, nothing they can do. And what a round from Ground Zero. Flawless with just pistols. That's how you get yourself back into the first half.
Hey, cast a curse after cast a curse, it seems. I said if Thunder Down Under can close those pistol rounds, so can Ground Zero. Guess what? They got it. They got the round with nothing but pistols. Of course, dropping down Thunder Down Under like dominoes, gun by gun, and they do seal the deal, picking up their third. They got another tactical pause coming in. Maybe we should get some elevator music.
The background one's there, but this is just, it feels very unlike this Thunder Down Under squad. I mean, we saw yesterday there was a couple like small mistakes, sleep creeping in, but this series so far, that really is not something that we've seen happen to them. No. Really at all. And especially when it just seems like you've finally broken Ground Zero, you've done the job, everything's there, you just need to get through pistols. You lose everything. Rifle's gone. All of a sudden, your money's going to be broken after this round. Yes, their first half's about to end, but from an opportunity where you had a 10-2 possibly in your sights, it could end up being 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first time I've seen Thunder Down Under this map even give Ground Zero just a little bit of an edge. You know, TJP, not really at as sharp as their down banana, but they still have the lead, 7-3. APOC pushing again down towards banana, playing aggressive. It worked for him in the past. Will he do it again? Liaz playing a little bit aggressive now through apartments.
Thunder Down Under looking to maybe find the reins of the A site. They're going to have to contest with Vision and also PZ any second now.
The activation will start to come through. Leah's jumping on down, but Vision deals with it, and a second as well. In pit doing the damage. PZ finds Dexter, and Thunder Down Under. Alistair and ASAP left with a 3v2 now. They find a couple of kills and keep themselves in. Ali goes forward. The aggression, it's almost there. Picks up a Molotov and starts to duck away. Little bit to work with, and ASAP's and APOC Dart. No, Ground Zero, not the round you want to be throwing here. 5v3 has fallen to pieces for them. They've seen the drop down. They know where ASAP's sitting. Smoke will go forward. They have to push through. Ali now on a 1v2. Activates on the first and the second! Wow. He's an absolute demon on the AWP and shows he can still do it with the rifle as well.
That's just the difference between good players and great players, isn't it?
It is.
Their ability to perform under so much pressure and in the clutch. Alistair, that's unbelievable. Didn't put a foot wrong there.
As Flamboyant would say, clinical. We need a clinical in there at some point. Yeah,
the great Dennis Cooney, the late great Dennis Cooney, centimetre perfect. Love that one.
Centimetre perfect. We have Thunder Down Under gearing up for a B take. Damio though already going to be the first player to drop down TJP. Nexa trying to at least work out a trade, but he can't be able to do that. Ground Zero going to try to play a little bit more passively. Liaz ultimately kind of evening the score at the moment, taking down Vision toward the apartments. Omicella's already out toward the top of balcony. He's dropped down Liaz, but it's just back and forth as ASAP drops down one more kill. Damon gets himself one more. It's left down to a 2 versus 2.
And now things just settle a little. That was a crazy opening 30-40 seconds for the last round of this first half. Ground Zero desperate to get this to an 8-4. As the teaser split, it's sort of a weird situation. ASAP though, he shook at the time piece. He wasn't looking for it, he misses! And that is the site taken. And Damio, he'll have to rotate across, but only on 41 HP. This is a tall order. Just a singular flash to get into the side as well. As Alistair will plant. And what can Damio possibly produce here in a 1v2, trying to get Ground Zero that 4 Thunder Down Under. Couple of missteps, but this is looking like a 9-3 half, exactly what they were after. He's picked up a couple of pieces with utilities. He's coming on over and won't get the chance to use them. ASAP shuts it down. And TDU looking the goods here on Inferno.
That is the dominant half of Thunder Down Under. Great scoreline from them to kick things off with, of course, map number 1. Yeah, not as great because Ground Zero kind of had a little bit more fight back at the start, but of course maybe we might just see the difference in this after this half.
The GZ boys, that first map excitement, that win, becoming a distant memory. This pistol for them, oh, so important. They try to make a comeback on this T side of Inferno. Of course, Nuke is waiting in the wings. Thunder Down Under looking to try and make this a quick second map. Lock into the third. So look across the kills there. ASAP 14 and 4. Having a blinder. Can he add any more as Liaz playing this apartment's position? The jump peak, don't think he actually spotted anyone there. And now Presence peeking out bottom mid. He does spot those two. It's Ground Zero grouping up. Could be this A hit seemingly. And the numbers actually sitting in favour for the T's here as they burst on through. Liaz needs to try and find some shots, falls away. ASAP was with him. Try and get this crossfire going, but the flash is absolutely perfect. Liaz can only get one, but they haven't cleared out ASAP yet. They finally fought for it. PZ gets him. Dexter trying to come in from the back here. The bomb will go down, and now it is a 3v4. Ali creeping in from the top. Coming from balcony side. Needs a quick tap, find a head. Get them panicking. PZ looking forward in it though, and he finds Dexter perfectly. TJP grabs one back, but he can only get that one, seemingly pushing into Daniel. Apokdad shuts it down. And Ground Zero get that all-important T-side pistol.
They really needed that one, right? If that was Thunder Down Under's pickup of the pistol round, obviously you don't want to assume it's going to be closed out from here on in, but ultimately we want to see an interesting game. I always want to see an interesting game, and if there's any hope that Ground Zero can bring this back to another comeback and have a repeat of map number 1, that's exactly the start that they need.
I'm feeling a bit of deja vu. This is almost the exact scenes of the first map on Anubis. Ground Zero found themselves down early after the first half, and I don't know what happened. They pulled some strings and they pulled it together, and they looked dominant in that second half on Anubis. Can they do it again now? I guess we'll find out.
After the news headlines. And we're back. Of course now, round number 14, and Thunder Down Under. Nothing but pistols. Of course, 5.7s and Deegs, so there's another opportunity for Ground Zero to just close the distance between themselves and their adversaries.
That's the one.
Adversaries, there you go. It's in there somewhere, pulled it out. And now Ground Zero, of course, slowly making their ascent toward the A site. They will be competing with the likes of Liaz and ASAP with the pistols from 2 different angles.
Utility starts to fall in. Alistair's just rotated at the right time here. GZ will activate. This isn't an easy round for them. These 5.7s can do major work. It will force one off there, and the 5.7s in distance can do a bit. Omichella will find one. Avis there. Alistair with 2, almost 3. They're still going to deal with one close, though, and Ali's managed to pick that one up. He's got another. The NP7. Alistair activating perfectly. GZ, not the round you can drop, and Damio called upon into a 2v1. 20 seconds, needs to plant the bomb. Thunder Down Under, if they push through together perfectly here, there's no chance to find the 2. He's worried about all these positions! And he can only get that one! TJP shuts it down! Alistair with a massive round! And Ground Zero, that is worst case scenario.
Wow, that reminds me of an age-old saying where it's like, don't bring a weapon to a fight because it can be just as much your friend as it can your enemy. In which case, we've seen Alistair pick up the few kills and even recovering that MP7, honestly turning the tides in Thunder Down Under's favour and really putting a stint into any comeback hopes that Ground Zero had. Which is why we're now looking at a 10-4 scoreline, and Ground Zero on the back foot now, only with upgraded pistols and a Mac 10 to work with. Time ticking over. And Thunder Down Under seizing control of Banana. Dexter aggressive toward the bottom with the MP9. But as the pop flashes come through, he's going to try to have to retreat towards safety as Ground Zero picking up the pace.
Damio 40 will be able to find Dexter. TJP's on the other side, forcing on the reload, will get back. They calm a little alley through the smoke. A lovely shot there with the AWP, but he could be in trouble if they start chasing him down. TJP, though, finding the kills. ASAP's joined him, and Thunder Down Under a little bit nervous that one, but it's locked in. They're up to 11, closing in on 13.
Signs of desperation there from Ground Zero. They had nothing to work with. They had to make a push towards a site. It's all they could have done. Thunder Down Under are just too good in that scenario.
Yes, indeed. So we can stare down the barrel of map number 2. Again, 11 to 4th. This is the domination that Thunder Down Under people might be expecting. It's just such a strong team. Run number 16, of course, Ground Zero. Look at this, nothing but Glocks. They've got nothing.
We saw this coming. Thunder Down Under dropped the first map. They were going to make a response. And look, they've done it here. And Ground Zero, there was that slight opportunity at the start of this second half. They took pistol, but then they lose that secondary. And it was Alistair who came through, the IGL, the AWP up, locking in a captain's statement. And now they should be up to 12 as Ground Zero. In essence, this is just a chance to have a bit of a chat. Almost another timeout in a sense, but they are going to have to run the gauntlet 8 rounds in a row, you would seemingly think, just to force overtime.
Yeah, well, again, they've got nothing but Glocks at this point, right? Not to say it's completely impossible, but a lot of would consider this a complete write-off, which is ultimately going to put Thunder Down Under over onto map point, with the scoreline being 12 to 4. And again, that's just so much pressure that you can't make mistakes. Just running straight into the meat grinder that is Mr. TJP. The Lions made it work here. 4 kills for him as Dexter chimes in with his one. As all she wrote as we go into map point.
Smiles are back. They've got the 8 opportunities to send this to nuke. Ground Zero will have basically what could be their last opportunity here. The full buy will return. TJP enjoying life there. Some target practice. Dexter stealing his ace, but I don't think he really seems to mind with that one. As here we go. Possibly the last round of Inferno. Thunder Down Under dominant throughout. Can Ground Zero do anything here?
Of course, picking up the pace. Got Omichella already seizing towards bracket control, but the rest of Ground Zero getting up towards the top of Banana. Dex has been spotted out and needs to retreat towards safety.
Alistair at CT side, beautiful shot onto Omichella, shuts it down. They want to continue through this. The nade does more damage. TJP now spraying through, almost a kill, not quite what he was hoping for, but the damage onto GZ. They've got time to at least reset for this one, but Alistair, look at this, the push down mid, tucked away, could just shut it down here and now. Do they look to clear this? Pokdart on the other side. Most likely hearing this right now. When does he push? When does he activate? He spots them. 1 and 2. Alistair. That's the round done, you'd think. Vision, PZ, nothing they can do.
Maybe something.
Thought for a second the knife, but Vision takes his time. He's just running, hoping there's nothing at home there at the top. It won't happen, and PZ now in an untenable, unwinnable 1v4. 39 points of health, 39 ADR to his name. He can only add a bit to that, and he gets no chance. Thunder Down Under, the responses come through swift and fast. They take Inferno. We're going to a third church.
Oh, yes, this is exactly what I like to see, and it's going to be nuke, right? I mean, I'm always excited to see a nuke between these juggernauts of teams.
Bump, I mean, you've joined us here on the desk. About what you were expecting?
I mean, yeah. If I'm being completely honest, I think Thunder Down Under are incredibly good on Inferno. It's exactly what I expected from...
guys, get the hell out of here!
We're going! What are you even doing on this desk, bro? You don't even fit in the frame.
This is unreal, man. I swear to God,
out
we
of
come
here.
into this fucking event and just...
amateurs, bro.
Oh,
like,
bro,
seriously.
everyone wants to be a fucking superstar, you know? It's just unreal.
Mate.
Anyway.
Get off the desk.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, look,
They don't even
guys-
look as good as us.
I was fine. I was
just terrible, despicable.
Honestly, I was fine to take a break.
Yeah, look, it's been
They rode me back into working again.
a pretty big tournament so far, I guess. But look, guys, you know, that was a hell of a different map to what we saw on Anubis there, right? You know, a much bigger scoreline. I think you sort of mentioned it, Pilsky. They sort of just stood up and egoed a little bit, you know, like really putting that force back on Ground Zero.
I mean, that's what you want to see from Thunder Down Under. This is the response that you need. I think you saw a similar thing after they lost Inferno. The third map in reply from Thunder Down Under the last time you had a head-to-head between these two teams was a similar story. I think they 13-4'd them to close out the series in the group stage after losing the second map, which was Inferno. Good to see them again. Like we said when we were discussing the veto before, you see Thunder Down Under pick Inferno again after they lost it to Ground Zero in pretty convincing fashion last time around. This time they just lay down the pain.
Yeah, I mean, it is just Ground Zero all over as well, though, isn't it? Like, yeah, great stuff from Thunder Down Under. A bit of a bounce back, bit of a return to form, but then a bunch of players just go missing for Ground Zero as well, and isn't it exactly what I said? You win map 1, you think going into map 2, hey, Ground Zero have a really good opportunity here. I've seen it time and time again, and then they just get absolutely demolished. 13-4, don't even really look like they're in the server. And then you have to wonder, going into map 3, you know, where's that momentum gone? Is Ground Zero going to be able to recover any of that? And, I mean, look, against a weaker team, I might say yes, but against a team like Thunder Down Under, who now do seem to be pretty switched on, I'd say it's going to be a tough ask.
Nuke is a map which you know, requires and kind of commands experience and control, right? You know, so for them moving into that one, clearly as they, you know, had that loss to Ground Zero earlier on in the tournament against that map of Inferno, maybe, just maybe, there was a little bit of a fire up beneath them, and you know, they did that preparation, they went into it really, really strong, and they have to know that the better group of individuals, I suppose, overall for that firepower. But again, you know, you guys are going to be able to walk us through it. Nuke plays completely differently again, and I don't know kind of how it's going to look as we move into that third map now.
Yeah, best of one on Nuke is an interesting one. We were kind of discussing it before. It's a map that's gone a little bit back and forth between these two teams. The last couple of Nuke games that you've got from Thunder Down Under, I mean, it was a 13-4 on Nuke to close out the series in the group stage. They did win, but right before that, you saw Ground Zero actually picking it up in the previous series to that. So this is a map that even in the last couple of series has gone back and forth between these two teams. So I think it's a pretty good even middle ground to actually close out the series and earn yourself a spot in the grand final.
Yeah, I would say historically it's probably still been slightly edging towards Thunder Down Under. I mean, favourably, obviously, for them a few times. But yeah, the more recent terms have at least given us some kind of hope for Ground Zero. I think, again, what's going to be important, we sort of talk about this obviously a lot when it's coming to Ground Zero, but I think it's also kind of relevant to Thunder Down Under. Although it hasn't necessarily been as maybe big of a concern today, is those T-sides, right? So, first of all, knife round, who's getting to start on CT side or Nuke? I think that's going to be a big deal. If there's any world here where Ground Zero is going to get anything done, I think they do have to start on that CT side, and I think they'll have to start well. Thunder Down Under, I'll give a little bit more wiggle room. I do have a little bit more faith in them if they, you know, get forced to start on T, for example. I think they'll still be okay. So obviously I'm very much still leaning in the direction of Thunder Down Under, which is kind of what we had said in the break between map 1 and map 2. We're like, oh, well, look, it's great for Ground Zero, but, you know, we need to see them hit that level on a consistent basis. Vision, you know, fantastic on map 1, but missing on map 2.
It's the bell curve, bro. It's like I said, I was like, oh, they started terribly. They won Anubis. We're back here again. They got 13-4. They got absolutely slapped. So it's going to be, this is where we need to see their resilience. You know, you're going to have to see Ground Zero pick themselves up and be able to actually fight themselves into the series for a third map.
Well, guys, as we said, right, Semperfi, they're here. They're downstairs. They're warming up. They're ready to rock and roll. And you guys are going to have to fight bloody hard, whoever it is, whether it be Ground Zero, whether it be Thunder Down Under. We're going to find out on Nuke, but we're going to have to take a short break beforehand.
Thunder Down Under, definitely one of the harder teams in the tournament.
Yeah, Ground Zero is pretty good. They're pretty sharp and they just move around together. I think they're alright.
Can be a 9 out of 10, but I would put them closer to like a 7 because I think anyone can sort of beat them.
Team we're going to roll the hardest, probably Ground Zero.
They're definitely like really sharp, but I think that they don't have the best T-sides, and I think they rely a lot on the individuals delivering multis. So I was thinking they rely a lot on Dexter, like his aggro push is working out, and I think if we can counter that for once, then I think we'll punish them quite well.
Not really like super worried about them at all.
We've played them like 400 times online recently, and it gets to the point where you play the fucking same team over and over again, the upsets just happen randomly.
They have a lot of experience. I reckon they're a pretty scary team, but to be honest, we've been playing really well against them lately. Winning maps here and there. They drop a lot of maps to some random teams in quals as well.
How they show up that day, I think they can be quite inconsistent and have players go missing. So it's really up to them to stay on top of their own mental.
If we show up on the day, we can beat anyone here for sure.
Ground Zero are an interesting team. Individually, on paper, they have a good lineup. If they're all on the same page, they generally work well as a team, but if one or two players aren't really in the game, they kind of crumble and they all fall into pieces.
Thunder Down Under, we've played them in a grand final once. We've beat them once. That's all I can say. They're not winning again. They will not beat us.
Now that it comes to LAN, I think we're going to have the advantage with all our experience and stuff. I think our communication will be a lot better than it was online.
We know what it takes to beat them, and we just have to show it.
For the most part, we've been on top of them.
After we destroy Thunder Down Under, Alistair, probably still handsome, but it'll be hard to tell from the baggy, puffy eyes after his tears. That's all I'm going to say.
Hi, I'm Busy. I'm the AWP for Ground Zero.
I'm Vision. I play for Ground Zero, and I am the lurker wing player.
I'm Demio. I'm a rifler for Ground Zero.
I am Omichella. I play for Ground Zero, and I'm the entry fragger or the anchor.
My name is Apox Up. I'm from Ground Zero, and I'm the IGL.
I think the win condition is just keeping calm. If we keep calm, we'll be able to win against anyone.
We're definitely looking for a top 3, at least, and definitely a possibility of winning the whole thing if we play well.
Our biggest weakness as a team at the moment, we have this really high ceiling, but our floor can be pretty low.
I think sometimes in the important matchups we can sort of get ahead of ourselves, but I think when we keep calm, I think we're a top team.
I reckon the best player in our team is probably Damio or Vision. They're the sharp boys.
Damio's looking pretty good right now. Good consistency, but at the end of last year I think we were all pretty even.
The worst player in our team is probably Damio as well. He's got highs and he's got lows. Oh, I'm talking bad. I'm talking death slammed, whiffing everything. He struggles sometimes.
I think the best player on Ground Zero, I think we all put in a good effort, to be honest.
Outside of Counter-Strike, I work. So I work 9 to 5.
Most of us work, so I work in IT.
I'm studying computer science.
So I do that, come home, CS. So that's my life.
Yeah, we practice every day.
If we won this DFRAG and then placed highly in the second DFRAG LAN, there's definitely a high chance that we could make it for the major.
I think there's a chance a lot of teams here go to the major.
Honestly, that's kind of everyone's dream, getting the sticker in the game.
That's been the dream since I first started playing CS, so I mean, it would mean the world to me.
If we came last, I think I would find the nearest beach and probably fucking go out to sea.
I don't think we're really scared of anybody at this tournament.
Jai Richardson, mate, this DFRAG win is for you, brother. Don't even stress.
To the fans of Ground Zero, we love you. We know that everyone watching is a fan of Ground Zero, so we need you to get in the chat, get typing, get the boys hyped, and I can't wait to get some dubs for you.
My name's Alistair. I play for Thunder Down Under, and I'm the captain / AWPer.
My name's ASAP from Thunder Down Under, and I'm a rifler.
I'm TJP from Thunder Down Under, and I'm a rifler.
Jay or Liaz, play for Thunder Down Under, and I'm the lurker / anchor, I guess.
My name's Chris Dexter Nong. Team I play for is Thunder Down Under, and my role, you can call it entry fragger, you can call it star player, you can call it lurker, a little bit of everything.
The expectations at this LAN are obviously to win it. I think we'd be coming here silly not to say we want to win it.
For Thunder Down Under not to win it, we'd probably lose a couple games of Counter-Strike. We'd probably play pretty poorly and not communicate to each other. I don't know why that would happen. It probably shouldn't happen, and it probably won't happen.
So Dexter's no longer IGLing at his own accord. If Chris wanted to IGL, I'd happily have that conversation with him.
Yeah, shackles are definitely off. Don't really put in the same amount of hours I did before, but at the same time it's been much more relaxing and I can play my own game. Yeah,
I was happy to put my hand up and to make this project work, do it, and also learn from him and learn from like my teammates as well, because it's a learning process for me too. I think knowing that we're not that top dog anymore, it's like we're just gonna focus on ourselves, and you can't like worry too much about what people think and how you're perceived. I think like it's just a trap. There's always going to be haters, no matter. You could be Vitality and you got people hating on you. I think as long as you focus on yourselves, focus on your mental, like it doesn't really matter. It's just noise.
I think when I was starting out, I was the most hungry I'd ever been. You know, it was just every day. It's all you live for, and you dream of it. And you get excited and nervous thinking about it. I don't get nervous thinking about it anymore. But my hunger is just, I feel I have something to prove. You know, I feel like my time was cut a little bit short. You know, maybe I wasn't doing the best on FlyQuest, but I felt like I had a lot more to give as a player. And I think that's kind of what's driving me now, you know, get back at those fucking cunts.
To make the major, for me, it would be everything again. I think it would be like qualifying for my first one. Obviously, I've got a bit of a past with FlyQuest and Greyhound and Renegades, where it was like expected that we make the major. And once you get taken down a peg and you're removed from that top regional team, not only do you get humbled, but you almost start from scratch again. It's very difficult to make the major if you're not in that top Oz team. So to do it, and to do it in our fashion with the project, how I wanted it to be without an organisation, it's just individuals backing ourselves and gambling on ourselves would be the world.
A lot of things have happened in my career. When FlyQuest kind of ended for me, I was thinking that was the end of it. And when this project popped up, I thought this is the last little hurrah. And we're all putting in 110% because, you know, it is a little bit of a last shebang for a few of us, I guess.
I'd definitely, the first person I'd call if I made the major would probably be my mum. She would have already known because she would have been watching the game, but I'd still call her and tell her how happy I am.
We've had a couple orgs approach us, but really, like, it doesn't align with our vision and what we want to do. So I think staying orgless and making the dream work, and if an offer came along that was obviously irrefusable, like, we're happy to hear all that stuff out, but really, like, we're focused on ourselves. We trust and gamble on ourselves, and that's what the project is about. Yeah.
We are now down to 3. This is a win or go home situation for both teams here. The winner will play Semper Fi in our grand final, and for the loser, it's the end of the road. Ground Zero took Anubis, Inferno went the way of Thunder Down Under, and now it all comes down to one final map here on Nuke in this consolidation final. Haz, what are your initial thoughts?
but this should go Thunder Down Under's way. 13-4 last time they played here on this map in this tournament. Not too long ago, they've also taken that all-important knife round to decide this third map, which means they get to start CT side of Nuke. Church, it's usually a decent one to be on.
Absolutely.
But here we go.
A lot of people definitely argue that Nuke is the CT side of the map, so to start things off with a bang, Ground Zero, they're very quick to pick up the pace straight out onto the A site.
And now Alistair in heaven finds that pick. APOC. As the bomb goes down, we've got Liaz sitting at heaven.
Still anyone's round right here now as APOC Dud will fall. Dexter deletes him. Omi Chiller and PZ left on their lonesome here for Ground Zero. Bombers down. It's good cash, but they desperately want to take this pistol round. They know how important it is. Tap on the bomb. Liaz finds Omi. And just like that, PZ is gone as well. And Thunder Down Under, they continue how they did on Inferno. They'll take the opener here. Ground Zero, a bomb plan at the very least. But it's rounds they're chasing as TDU will take the lead.
Yeah, it seems to be a common recurrence throughout these series between Thunder Down Under and Ground Zero, because obviously this is not their first showing against each other, right? And, you know, just time and time again, you know, usually in the previous ones, it's always Thunder Down Under that do come up on top, but there have been plenty of times or in occasions where Ground Zero have actually taken away a map from Thunder Down Under. So they've shown us that they have the capability. Unfortunately, they just haven't really sealed the deal all the way through to kick off round number 2.
Outside presence, they've got the buy behind them off that bomb plant, but Dexter playing perfectly around the boxes will knock down PZ. His round done. APOC Dud will deliver a trade back nicely. Keep it together on a 4v4 early days in this round as ASAP goes ahead of that smoke. Risky maneuver, but it could pay off here. But they will find nothing as GZ have decided they are going to reset this one. It's back towards lobby side, possibly maybe a look towards ramp. 60 seconds left on the clock and Liaz is heading in that direction.
Oh yes, if he can lock down ramps, of course Ground Zero just playing it slowly, except for APOC Dud. They might just be going right out through Squeaky, but right into the crosshairs of ASAP, just spraying them down through the vent. As soon as that smoke pops, Ground Zero is going to go straight down toward the vent and hit toward the B site. Thunder Down Under need to begin their rotation. So we already got Alistair down towards Secret. Right behind them, it's toward the vent. Then you've got to be careful.
Once again, down. It's that 3v3. Liaz and Vision, the trades come through. 2v2 now as we sit. Damio and Vision trying to keep this one together. Massive round here for Ground Zero, looking to try and get this one back on even terms and also just keep Thunder Down Under's economy in a really awkward position. Door opens, Vision activates, finds that kill. ASAP will trade. And now it's left in a 1v1. ASAP taps it, Damio pushes forward and hits it beautifully. And don't the GZ boys love it?
Getting around already, man. Well, they're already doing phenomenally better than they have the last 2 maps, right? They've got around in round number 2. Well done to Ground Zero, but of course, they have not won yet. They've still got to fight an entire war that is against Thunder Down Under. So we see in the round number 3, Dexter opting to go for a scout buy. ASAP with an MP9, of course, upgraded pistols for the remainder of the roster. And everybody will disperse. Where do they go? Ground Zero looking like they will be going toward outside, of course, but Dexter already out here with the scout, just putting off a few shots into the abyss. Oh my god, he's got one! What? Oh, nearly a second. Just keeps tapping away, praying to the gods, but you got to be careful because already there's a player, APOC Dud. He's lurked inside of garage. Dexter, is he aware that APOC's going to be so close? Is APOC even going to be aware that Dexter's here?
Oh. That angle side, but APOC Dud locks it in. Dexter will be dealt with. Alistair, though, now he's going to be dealing with a few players who are close with this Deagle. He can get the information. He desperately gets himself away downstairs. No one chasing.
Still yet to commit to a site now, Ground Zero, as they look to maybe move towards A yet again. TJ holding it down with that trusty 5.7. We've seen him be so dangerous with that in the past.
Little pew shooter, you know. I love the 5.7 guns.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah. You should have heard me do the other gun sounds of the other ones, the AK. Doof, 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 doof. There's a clip of me doing that like a whole round, nothing but my own gun sounds.
Well, at least we know if audio goes down.
You've got us covered, mate.
Yep.
As time continues to tick, ground zero, this hit is going to have to come in towards A, and it's going to be a little bit delayed. ASAP in that corner around from vent side. TJP as well. They're looking. They're not quite finding yet, but 8-pop dart. Omichella delivering the kills needed. Leah's trying to come in late. Still got to get this plant down, and Omichella gets called off in time there. The swing out from Leah's. Finds himself a second on division. Leah's almost pulls it off, but ground zero will take the round and almost fell to pieces, but they get their second. And just like that, TDU, the money is gone. A chance for the GZ boys here to get a run going on this T side.
Picking up the lead this early into the map number 3. Again, the decider map. Ground zero need to take all the confidence that they can get, and Thunder Down Under were just happy to take the challenge. They forced into the previous round, so now they're reverted nothing but to obviously pistols with the Deagle and USPSs to go around, so there's an opportunity for ground zero now to pick up a 2-round lead. Of course, very explosive outside of Squeaky, even to go straight down toward the vent to the B site.
Ground zero don't want to give Thunder Down Under absolutely anything to work with here. They're going to make a quick push down to the B site. Dexter finds one with the USP as the bomb goes down on B site. 4v4 situation now. As Thunder Down Under slowly start to move and break this site hold. Omichella, sort of the lone one on site.
In the end, won't matter too much. A couple of moments of maybe a little bit of worry there for the GZ boys, but should come out of this with mostly the 4 intact here. Well, they desperately want to make sure they save those 2 rifles. Alistair is hanging around, and, well, the longer he hangs around, the more he forces them to take this final fight and just maybe let them get taken with the bomb here, which they're going to be close to. Leas does drop Omichella. They will be able to retrieve that Galil. Everyone from the CT side falls. And now we should have our first true gun rounds on both ends.
This is where the game really starts now, isn't it? These first few rounds of advantage play went early to Thunder Down Under through the pistol. Ground zero, we saw had an amazing second round. But now, this is where it really matters.
Yep, the true test for ground zero here. If they can convert this round, they might just be gearing themselves up for a great decider map. And imagine a universe where ground zero take Thunder Down Under all 3 maps. So they are going to go very, very slowly into the night for this one. See if they can battle toward the ramp. Liaz will be the man to hold them off at bay for the time being.
And you talk about trying to get that, edge of the winning a 2-1 series. They just haven't been able to do that in the best of 3 situations. It hasn't come together for them since that CCT Grand Final victory when TDU first formed up. So for ground zero, do they have that mental fortitude? Destroyed an Inferno. Didn't work out for them here, but they've got a massive opportunity right now. Perfect start on Nuke. If you can delete Thunder Down Under's CT first buy-in here, you are absolutely a great chance to get the roll, get them a spot to chase that map win, to put themselves in the grand final.
Alistair spots the head, has the AWP now. Decides to retreat just that little bit. As ground zero maybe starting to make their way down. Dexter finds one through the smoke. Finds another.
The activation from Dexter, perfect. And a third for Dexter as well. Dominated them outside. And Vision and Damio all that remain. And they just have to save at this point. There's nothing that they can do. And Dexter, he had these moments, or he's had these moments so far in this series, and another one coming through here. Deletes GZ's hopes in that round. I'll get some AKs picked up as well. Exactly what they're hoping for. And TJP's getting vocal.
Yeah, you don't want this man in his element, of course, feeling the flow of the game, feeling himself, and when he gets vocal, that's when he and also his team get very, very dangerous. Of course, they are still just 1 round behind ground zero, but again, you know, you're not counting them out for anything. Never underestimate these boys just because they're losing at the moment. They are currently on the come up. So we kick off round number 6. yet another gun round, although the arsenal for Ground Zero a little bit shabby with PZ rocking the Galils as well as Omichella.
Looks like they're starting to move sort of towards outside, show a little bit of presence there outside as well. Dexter has been so crucial to the few rounds that Thunder Down Under have won, holding that outside with the scout earlier, with the rifle last round with the 3K. What can he pull together?
So Alistair AWP in hand towards ramp side. Waiting to see if anything will be coming his way here. It does seem like they are going to be heading in that general direction. Leah's up in towards heaven. And they're not aware, I don't think, of what is coming at the other side. The outside presence as well. 60 seconds left on the clock. They got caught off a bit last time, Ground Zero. They left too little time to work with. Util starts to drop. Bogdad will look to activate as well. But that molly slows it. Vision just swings Alistair though, and that will change the pace. Maybe into this B hit now. Damno finds TJP, and Dexter is all by his lonesome down towards the bottom of the side. ASAP and Leas get a couple back. PZ keeps it the 3v2. Dexter needs at least one here. They might line up for him, but Vision takes the kill. And ASAP is called to do a 1v3. Surely he doesn't have a chance. Kid is there, has the util. Sneaks past the door. It's PZ on that AWP. Close around it. Surely there's just too many angles. He spots ahead. Maybe a chance. PZ's looking upwards. Vision could be down, but Damyo activates at the right time. And Ground Zero bounce immediately back.
I think Ground Zero will maybe want me to give them a favour and do a caster curse for him.
Had a few of those so far.
Yeah, seem to be on the money sometimes. So
it's impossible to not believe in that caster curse anymore. It happens way too often. Way too often.
Well, I don't want to be his favouritism if I say somehow Ground Zero can steal the decider map. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is map number 3 of the Consolidation Final. The winner of this map is going to go face off against Semperfi in the Grand Final.
This first pick here is so crucial. It's been so crucial to every single one of Ground Zero's round wins. If they can get that initial pick, it gives them complete control.
Control. Well, Ground Zero slowly trying to get it. So Thunder Down Under got their resources dispersed all around the map. Of course, Alistair playing for that just information play, jiggling from the top of secret stairs. They've got another player toward the back of ramps, and then 3 more on toward the A site. Of course, Dexter, a little bit of wiggle room to play from Anix. Bit of movement around the smokes. If Ground Zero kind of not watching their corners carefully, but PZ's already on the top of this box with the sniper. If he could just catch a little glimpse of Dexter and give that great information. APOC, good to spot out Alistair. It's going to force Alistair all the way back down to play a little bit more passively and retreat to safety.
It's Dexter. Same position he was last time. He might do it again. APOC does forced in the fight outside. They have no idea about this right now. He's copped a fair bit of damage. APOC down to 17 HP. Dexter waits, activates perfectly, and PZ misses that AWP shot. Won't on the second though. No, he did. I thought he hit it. Looked dead on. Damio in the meantime has found them, and PZ finally gets that kill. TJP on the silos. Hasn't seen much in the kill feed so far, but 2 massive ones. Swings it back, 15 seconds. They're rushing towards the B side. I don't know if they've got time. Fake it back towards this end. Boys, you got to pick one. There's no time. It's done. It's over. It's a save. TJP holds it down, and Thunder Down Under will get a 3rd.
Yeah, we'll look at at least the small silver lining for Ground Zero. They have. Oh my gosh. Have a go with this man.
You need characters.
You do.
In the series.
You really do. We love TJ.
But man, what a round for him though. I mean, like the activation he needs there. Again, he didn't have any kills coming into that one at all. And needed the solo hold because Ground Zero done enough to get in towards A. Gets both with the FAMAS. Massive stuff there. And they're just on the prefaces of just about breaking them. If they can get this one through here, Thunder Down Under, it's good. GZ, already 4 rounds on pistol side though. They're not going to be fast. And PZ's delivering. Alistair dropped. He's not having any effect with that AWP on the CT side right now. And once again, he has to watch on the sidelines.
Yeah, well, again, with Ground Zero in the lead by 1, of course, they have a little bit of wiggle room to work with. But again, against a team like Thunder Down Under, sometimes if you just give them an inch, they will take that mile. So Ground Zero now set to take toward Garage. But Dexter's here, but he can't do anything when you got APOC dud with the Tech 9, just a lad. Taking him now nice and smoothly. And it's left down to 3 members of Thunder Down Under, Liaz, ASAP, and TJP.
And PZ earlier in the round did find Alistair outside as well. Opens this round right up now for Ground Zero as they maybe look to execute towards the B-side. However, Vision just lurking a little bit in lobby. Finds another as well.
ASAP gets one back at the very least, but it's all left to Liaz. Shots firing through, don't quite connect. Damio is low. But they've got Heaven, everything seemingly under control. It seems to be under control, but Liaz absolutely has a chance. He's got past it, his warp shot, he misses again, but Damio will shut it down. Hartnell out stuff for GZ, but 5 rounds on the T side, and APOC Dud's got a few things to say now.
Every single time that first kill comes in from Liaz, Alistair, anyone in one of those 1v3 clutch situations, my stomach drops. My stomach drops. You never know with these players. They could pull something out of absolutely nowhere. That's what makes them so unbelievable at what they do.
They're all magicians just from thin air. Yoink, here it is. And like it just, you know, we look like one team's set to take the round. All of a sudden you got one player just pulling in a kill and he finds himself in a very precarious scenario. You know, a great spot to be in if you can just thread the needle. And time again, and they do get ever so close. There's a few near misses that they've had, but it still makes the round very, very scary.
I hate to use the word upset because Ground Zero are a good team, but this is where it's seemingly heading. I mean, 5-3, you're looking solid on your T side of Nuke, considering they lost this map earlier this week, 13-4. Thunder Down Under absolutely dominated them, but they're over them right now. And again, the Thunder Down Under boys, this is your major qualifications on the line. It's not just about winning this tournament. You lose this, the VRS points are gone. They're done. All of a sudden, it's basically just Simplify that are left to maybe take it. And then the other end as well, Ground Zero, they'll really believe if they can get this one through to the granny, they could possibly take another. But Dexter and co are not going to let that happen easy. ASAP finds Omichella as well, and this attempt at a quick play on towards this A side has fallen flat very early on. There's time to reset. But a nice openers here from Thunder Down Under, and Liaz almost following up with another PZ, lucky to get out alive.
Wow, that's so close. Again, like, you know, with Ground Zero, they're probably finding their confidence again up 5-3 at the moment, which leads to plays like we just seen at the start of this round where, you know, APOC Dud's gone charging toward the top of Anix and dropping straight down, and an early death from Dexter already in there. Of course, you kind of want to maintain your composure. Again, with a team like Thunder Down Under, you don't want to be like, all right, we've got this in the bag, guys. Let's get as aggressive and confident as we want, because that's how mistakes happen. That's how games turn around.
Belief and composure, the two massive factors that go into winning one of these games on the mental side.
The smoke dissipates. Damio with Vision, all 3 Ts waiting in this spot. ASAP spotted as well. That nade is going to be perfectly placed, so they can't deal with TJP yet as well. And it is all just ASAP get these kills. They get one, but that is all. Damio will be put down by Liaz, and Thunder Down Under get one back.
Oh boy. Apologies to anyone who may have heard some coarse language there from TJP.
That doesn't sound like him.
No, not at all.
What? That's just the Aussie language, isn't it? Nah, she'll be right, mate. She'll be right.
She'll be right. Well, all of a sudden now this map is dead equal. Ground Zero forced to eco with no economy whatsoever, forced to save. Thunder Down Under, full buy, full utility. Nearly full utility.
It's been a bit early.
Yeah.
Close enough, close enough. How are Ground Zero going to take this round by the horns? Again, Tech 9s, P250s. See if we can try and get some outside control. They've got the utility to work with that can afford them at least some control with that wall of smokes towards Secret. But that's going to be a distraction play, because look at this. The rest of the Ground Zero kind of going toward the ramp side. This distraction outside is going to be what they need. If they can pull Thunder Down Under's attention Looks like TDU, though, they're aware of this.
Alistair, well, he's not even going to get a chance to look for this one. And they're sort of chasing, putting presence on him. They know that he hasn't been hitting his shots. And Ali, this is not the time for this. Liaz on the backside, though, from ramp. Whoa. He's been hitting his, and he cleans them up. Alistair will find one with a 5-7. And just like that, APOC dud is all that remains. A little bit of a hairy situation dealt with pretty nicely in the end. And just the one remaining T. Time will tick down. APOC dud will run at someone. But we are about to be tied up, gentlemen.
That was very interesting. Obviously, once we see the conclusion of this round, as APOC dud goes down. But yeah, that was very interesting, right? So there was noise being made outside with that wall of smokes going up, and a lot of people would assume, oh, they're getting secret control. But you actually see a rotator come back toward the ramp as if Thunder Down Under has seen this before. Maybe they've got a lot of demo review. You know, old mate Coach Viridian in the process. I know he's a big on the demo reviews, and ultimately that crossfire, which was between Alistair and Liaz, as Liaz was hiding at the back of ramp, just sitting behind that box, allowing them to take that control. And then once that moment was right, he found the opportune time to come out and swing up those multi-frags. So kicking off round number 11, ground zero, nothing but pistols again. We're right into the crosshairs of Thunder Down Under. They're just dropping like flies. PZ all left on his lonesome with the bomb in hand, but ASAP's coming to deal with it accordingly. There it is. And that is now Thunder Down Under picking up the lead 6-5 as we head into the last round of the first half.
And a pretty big one here. I mean, ground zero take this. You're 6-6 at the half. You're pretty happy with your T side. If you can lock in CT sidewise, take pistol, start to control the momentum, they are absolutely up to their necks in this one. Thunder Down Under desperately looking to just have a little bit of a gap. 7-5. It's not much, but on their end, we're interested to see how their T side is going to come together. We've had talks from players and others that have said that Thunder Down Under's T side, it isn't anything too flash, so I'll be feeling a little nervous about this one.
What a shift in momentum. Ground Zero started off this map so hot, and now it looks like it's completely flipped. It looks like Thunder Down Under has got every upper hand. It looks like they are completely running over them at the moment. Now, bit of outside presence. Looking to move down towards that secret ramp. Alistair holding down the bottom there with the AWP. TJP finds 2. And all of a sudden, it's only PZ and Omichella left.
They've got absolutely no health between them, just the 38 points of it. As they just settle. Maybe see if a CT player just gets a bit too aggressive, walks into a crosshair, gives them an opportunity, but I think in the back of their minds they know that this round is done. They're thinking already probably about how their CT half is going to go. Sliaz about to activate from heaven. He might just be able to spot PZ, or they're hearing at least Omichella possibly jumping down there. Fight's about to activate. The spray is out. Nothing connecting yet. Alistair joins Liaz with the AWP. Smoke up in heaven's side. Omichella creeping forward. They still have the bomb. They still have an opportunity. 30 seconds left on the clock. They can maybe sneak past this one in towards B. But that's realistically about as much as they're going to get. Down they'll go. Hope that maybe there's a chance here. Alistair's going to start hearing this one. He's placed in this position as he opened the door at the right time. Wait for his teammates to come down. Yes, he does. Beautiful shot. Omichella, the bomb is lost, and he is as well. Thunder Down Under. 7-5. We switch sides in this final map. Winner to the grand final, and it is still anyone's game.
I believe that. I think it can still go either way at this point. Ground Zero, of course, having such a strong start onto the T side, nonetheless, of Nuke, mind you. And, well, I mean, it's going to come down to what Thunder Down Under's T side's going to look like. I mean, I'm pretty sure looking at the statistics, Nuke was actually one of their stronger maps. So, for a team like them, it's probably almost irrelevant as to whether they're on the T side or the CT side. I think 100% it is going to come down to the holds that Ground Zero are going to have onto the CTs.
I mean, 81% winning rate over 16 maps. Ground Zero is not bad either. It's 60% on 10. So you've got two teams that are pretty confident in this map. And now one more half, possibly even more from there to decide who is joining Semperfi in that grand final as the rush outside the T's all over this one, straight down and heading towards P. TJP will not be joining them though.
Such an important pistol round here for Ground Zero. If they can get this pistol round, get it maybe a few on the board, this pressure falls back on Thunder Down Under. However, Alistair finds Damio. Omi picks one up.
It goes down, and here come Vision and the boys. They knock it through. Alistair, all of a sudden, he's left with just Liaz, who's got himself a double. He needs more, but it ain't happening. Ground Zero take the opening pistol to the second half. And just like that, it's 6-7, a chance to get this one closed up at PZ. Couple of shots into the head.
Treading in dangerous waters. We're trying to rile up the players of Thunder Down Under. We know how vocal they can get. Is this just PZ offering sort of the same treatment back to them?
I don't know if we've seen it from the other boys. I wouldn't be surprised, but if they lose this round and Thunder Down Under get the second one here, there's a possibility we could see some retaliation, Church, but remains to be seen. But this is the big one. You've taken the pistol, yes, but there was a bomb plan for Thunder Down Under. They've got the buy-in.
Yes.
Can you convert off that pistol win?
Thunder Down Under, no slouches. They've still got the Galils. They've got the Deagles in play. And already, look at this. Alistair's just out into the open. Not a care in the world, not a smoke. And that's just seizing control of the control room. Of course, Demio finds a double kill. Great double from him. ASAP, quick for a trade. At least one. But already down here into the secret. We've got players coming down onto their descent toward the B site, but Vision, he's already preemptively dropped down here, expecting if he can just hold on this line with Alistair making noise, opening the single door, he might just be an easy kill for Vision, and he certainly is. It's all left down to Liaz and TJP on a 2 versus 4. Ooh.
Chance with the Deagle, but he can't find it. Now Liaz all by his lonesome. And this should be Ground Zero tying us up at 7 apiece as Liaz tries to creep forward. He's got one, not the second. Damio finds it. And just like that, all tied up again. And with no money to back up into the next round, no bomb plant there for Thunder Down Under. It's going to be a full save.
Yet again, another massive momentum shift in this series. It happened once on Anubis. Inferno, it's shifted back in the way of Thunder Down Under, and now again we've had 3 or 4 momentum shifts already in this last map on Nuke. I couldn't pick a winner from here.
I wouldn't want to pick a winner because I feel like I'm the one that's going to influence the world in some way, so I don't want to give them the Cast a Curse win, but I wanted their skills to be on full display for everybody to see and the rightful winners to declare their victory and go on to face Semplify. Oh my god, Damio. Easy kill, taking down Alistair from the top of Annex. Potentially more on the way as we got ASAP swinging from all the T-Red. Couple pop shots with the Deagle, not really connecting anything as of yet.
Just want to be careful. I want to give any 1v1 fights to these players and allow them to get a couple of picks off here. So far though, everything going Ground Zero's way to start this second half. PZ's got ASAP. 5v3 just like that. Groping now back towards ramp side. Liaz, he's been hitting some shots, but Vision will not allow it there. TJP tries to come out through A here. He actually has a little bit of an opportunity, but Omichella jumps on top of it. Dexter now, all that remains. Bomb on his back. I mean, there's a chance maybe he could get a bomb plant here. But apart from that, it is going to be Ground Zero taking the lead at 8-7.
Oh, a bit of a consolation prize. Dexter able to get that bomb down, but of course can't do much more than that. And look, to answer your question before, right, and again, I said I wasn't going to do it, but I guess I'm going to do it. It looks like there is potential in the cards at Ground Zero. I mean, they're in a pristine position to face up and close out this best of 3.
I think it's going to be coming down to what do we see in this T round from Thunder Down Under. If this falls flat, you're realistically not going to be getting a full buy into next round. It's going to be a half one, if that at most. And Ground Zero, all the cards are in their favour.
I think we can agree that everyone going into this series has named Ground Zero as the underdogs. Like you said earlier, they are still a fantastic team and they have made it to the final 3 here at DFRAG. However, the names you see on the side of Thunder Down Under and the experience and the accolades that they have as a team, or individually, gives them the edge, I would say, over Ground Zero.
So we are amidst round number 16. We've got some control coming toward ramps. The defender will be Mr. PZ over here. Of course, Damio on the outside with a crossfire with vision. If anybody from Thunder Down Under wants to go and take control of outers, TDU got to be careful. Any direction they go, they will meet a member of Ground Zero. Demo as well. There it is. As soon as Dexter goes straight toward the garage, he's been dealt with accordingly. Alistair to try to respond with a sniper shot, but he's been punished as Vision chimes in again with that crossfire that I'm talking about.
Dexter team flashed. Ali can't find the shot. They've managed to rush down quickly onto this B site, but Ground Zero are going to be there to join them towards control room, and they need at least a couple. It doesn't happen. Apoc, Dud, and Vision shutting it all down, and ASAP is all by his lonesome. Bomb still on his back. But the warning lights, the sirens are going off for Thunder Down Under. This is not where they want to be. And ASAP at this point, you're probably just trying to find or just hopefully save this AK at the very least. Because if he goes down after time, that's going to be disastrous. He's walking straight into Omichela's loving arms, and ASAP will fall. Ground Zero create a buffer. They can almost taste that grand final.
I love that walking into his loving arms. That was awesome.
Now,
He's certainly loving to get that kill, you know.
Now it's very important for Ground Zero to not get ahead of themselves. They have the advantage. They have the rifles. Thunder Down Under does not have any sort of economy as well. Little tactical pause here. I can only assume coming in from the side of Thunder Down Under just to talk tactics. But now this is a really important, even next 30 seconds for Ground Zero. They need to stay locked in. They need to make sure that they are able to continue this momentum and continue pushing forward.
Absolutely, and you talked about that experience for Thunder Down Under. These players have played internationally at massive events. What do they have to do now? Where are they able to just take their time, load in, and make sure that they put themselves in the positions to take these rounds? Because as it stands, GZ, they're running away with this a little bit now.
I think they can smell something. They smell something on the horizon. Whether it's the defeat of Thunder Down Under and potentially facing off against Semper Fi in the grand final. Well, let's see if they head toward it in the right direction and continue on this pathway to a potential what people consider would be an upset. As we go into amidst round number 17. Thunder Down Under, plenty in the bank. They've got at least 4 AKs to be working with, 1 Galil, but again, no sniper. With PZ sniping for Ground Zero, that's going to be a vulnerability for Thunder Down Under, who's got control of outers at the moment.
Very, very slow play from Thunder Down Under. They don't want to give anything to Ground Zero. As Dexter slowly maybe looks for an angle into garage. Stepping into dangerous waters. Smokes come down outside. However, the rest of Thunder Down Under just sort of hanging back a little bit.
Thinking maybe something from Ground Zero happens. Damio's the one that's been holding outside so well, but it's Vision who's going to be called upon. Ramp side, this is looking like the hit. He spots ahead. He doesn't want to hang around, falls away off it. They put deeper. Alistair charges forward. He hasn't found the kills with the AWP, but he's trying to take the one out of PZ's hands. Galil up close, but Damio deals with it. Down and across. Actually, they're going back to A. Dexter's got Damio. They get that control there. Omichella shuts down Leaz, though. He's out in the open, trying desperately to get back towards the powers as he tries to hold this one down. Another kill is absolutely perfect. Omichella ripping the life out of Thunder Down Under as TJP is all that remains. And Omichella knocks him down 10-7.
He's had such a quiet map, Omichella. He hasn't put himself in the spotlight. He has done the hard yards. He's held everything he needs to hold, and he finds those crucial kills to secure that round for Ground Zero. And now it's on the tip of their tongue. They can almost taste it.
Hope for Ground Zero right there. So close. Again, look at the scoreline, 10-7. They have the CT side on Nuke. This is the consolidation final of the DFRAG Wildcard LAN. Winner of this again, facing off against Semper Fi in the grand final. Thunder Down Under quick to try to take control. Leaz the first to go down.
Dexter's rushing. Trying desperately to see if he can find anything, but Damio again, such an enormous presence. Shuts down Alistair. TJP and the other boys are trying to do something here. Vision's having none of it. Bomb at the very least planted. But that's not rounds. That's nothing. You can't just keep doing this as Vision swings on ASAP and Dexter. The clutch of all clutch would be called for here. He's only got a Tech 9, unless they all just line up one by one.
Ooh.
He has at least got that timing. No one spotted him there, but they're going to have to check this spot. The CT's running every single direction. Smokes everything on top. Oh, Dexter finds that first, but nothing else. And Ground Zero up to 11, 2 rounds away, and Thunder Down Under. Their major dreams, not just the tournament ones here, are slipping through their fingers.
Wow, look at this. Ground Zero. We've got VRS points on the line. We've got prize money on the line. We've got their fame and glory on the line.
We all saw the player interviews, Thunder Down Under. A lot of them, Liaz, treating this as sort of a last hurrah for a few of these players. This means so much to them, making this major, winning this match.
And I think it's all going to fall onto this round here.
Liaz, quick push through the smoke. APOC, slowly holding that annex.
Question is, do I know about Liaz? I think he was spotted. No, he might have gotten away with this. In that corner, APOC died. No idea. Liaz activated. It's only the one, though. They wanted to go a bit further off that one there. Ooh, a little bit of a miss. Molotov, the timing on that side. Dexter's found Damio, but Omichella immediately back in. PZ with the AWP. Flashed off the angle. Looking to try and take this one further forward. Vision, another massive kill. Dexter's gone. ASAP and Alistair dash down towards B. Possibly their last chance to stay in this series. They'll buy no matter what, even if they lose this round. But what will be there as ASAP will plan. Alistair, the AWP. No, he fakes it. He goes out. It doesn't work. Omichella drops him. And Ali, the IGL and AWPer, he doesn't have one of those things available. Only the AK and Vision gets rid of it. Ground Zero on 12. 5 match points on the board to face Semperfy in the grand final.
Wow, this would be an absolute upset of the century for OCE Counter-Strike if Ground Zero are able to pull this through. This is absolutely astounding.
I'm speechless. I have not got anything to say. I did not expect this coming in from Ground Zero, but they have looked dominant in this second half.
Talked about so many times of other teams saying Thunder Down Under, their T sides, they're not great. They don't work a lot. They haven't got a single round on Nuke T side. Not one. And now they need 5 just to send it to OT.
This is absolutely insane. Ground Zero standing just on the edge of closing out their best of 3 series against Thunder Down Under. They've tried time and time again with fail after fail, only picking up a map, and they are standing on the horizon 12-7, ever so close.
Everything holds. Surely they don't go out like this. Not a single T-side round. There has to be something. So many skilled individuals across the board. Someone has to activate. Have a moment of brilliance. But who is it coming from? Who is going to make this happen? Ali's forward. He's about to have possibly this fight with Damio, who's just missed the timing there. Maybe he finds another. He's been such a fantastic presence as he'll head up to heaven. And maybe there's a chance at Thunder Down Under as they start to head up. Ali approaching towards it. Damio's not seen it. He needs this kill. And he could have 2 lined up because APOC does on the other side. Ooh. He's with ASAP as well. They sneak forward. Complete heaven control taken. Omichella looked at it for a second, but Damio, he's looking for it. He's ready. He's seen the Molotov down. They start to play towards it. Do they look closer here? They don't. He finds one, not the second, but Liaz in the meantime has gone nuclear just when they need someone to get going. He does. 20 kills on the board, and surely now Thunder Down Under have their first. Omichella stops the play. It went through. 2v2. How has this happened? Liaz 1 HP. Surely this doesn't happen. Dexter. The timing perfect, and Omichella is called to try and get this one done. The Molotov forces away. Liaz is low. If he can isolate these 1v1 fights, it's something, but time is the issue. Needs to get back towards the plan. Taps. They hold, they don't pull. Leah's going forward on the other side, and Dexter times it! Thunder Down Under live by the barest of margins.
One more day they get to see. How many more days can they continue on seeing? Imagine they bring this all the way back. They're in a precarious situation. They cannot afford to make a single mistake, otherwise it's all game over. Everything, the whole LAN. They do not continue on the path to face off against Semper Fi. If they want to keep Ground Zero at bay, they just can't afford anything. And that's not accounting for the things outside of their control. Kicking off the next round now. Again, Thunder Down Under. Currently on 8. Got to cover at least 4 rounds. 4 rounds where they just hit their shots, one after the other. We have some outside presence coming in, of course. Ground Zero, they do have players waiting, begging for Thunder Down Under to come onto their line. Damio's already deep inside his secret, just at the top of the stairs. Are they going to check this corner once they get in there?
This is an absolutely crucial first pick for both sides here. Both of these teams need to secure the control of a site, any sector of the map, to give themselves that little bit of an advantage.
A minute left on the clock. Still, oh, here we go. First contest. PZ deep inside of ramp. Spots out some information. The push is going to come in.
Will fall away from that one. Doesn't want to take it, Alistair. Locked and loaded. Hasn't been his map. Absolutely turn it back around. 45 seconds remaining. Seemingly they want to hit towards this B, but just as you do think it, re-rotation back, APOC dud. The timing, the spot, this actually could be fantastic. Do they clear this, TJP? The first to lead it, Smoke goes forward, he gets all this information, but it will be TJP to win the fight. Now there's others to clear on site. TJP, 2 massive ones, up from behind comes Damio. Oh, he's found 2, make it 3! He might have saved it! Alistair, Dexter pushed through! PZ left with it just to do. 12 seconds, the bomb needs to go down. He's pushing on the other side, PZ waits. A 1v2 again, and Alistair finds the kill! Ground Zero so close, but 2 opportunities missed. And we go even further.
Ground Zero cannot afford to drop their heads, lose that momentum that they worked so hard to gain back for the second half of this map. But it looks like Thunder Down Under really pushing forward now. Ground Zero trying to just play it safe, trying to just secure a pick. But Thunder Down Under are just all over it.
Well, they've got that experience, right? With how much experience every single player on this roster has had. They have the mental resilience that they've been in these situations before, that they're not going to crumble under pressure. They are fighting to stay alive round after round. There are no more rounds unless we go to overtime, right? But there are no more rounds that they can afford to fold if they want to keep this alive in their dreams for more VRS points and potential qualifiers at the major. This is the pathway to do so, and currently Ground Zero are standing in their way.
That was such a crucial break from TJP. He's had a very, very quiet map. That was crucial. In one of the biggest moments you can possibly have, he broke it open.
Kicking off round 22, Alistair nice and early on the top of silo with the sniper. See if we can spot out anyone from Ground Zero, of course. Any players outers will be PZ. He's got a sniper of his own. That will be the battle and the contest of AWPs. Vision from the back of garage, of course. He won't be spotted. He's going to sit nice and comfortably, very tucked away. Just allow Thunder Down Under to make that presence, push forward, get aggressive, just walk into their lines. Of course, Thunder Down Under, this is not their first rodeo. They've been here plenty of times before. The utility is going to come out, try to grant them safe passage to wherever they wish to go, maybe towards Secret. The wall of smokes are up.
To make that presence felt, Damio the spray through, not far away. Dexter gets one through that smoke. TJP is traded out, but Ali finally starting to come awake on that orb. Damio drop 4v3. Nades towards Vision. That might just get him. He survives by the barest of margins. Thunder Down Under, they have map control now. They can get presence going. Leaz is waiting in the wings for any Ground Zero aggression that pushes through. So low though, Alistair and Dexter. Still anyone's round. They hold, they wait. ASAP and Ali. PZ's found Leaz, 3v3. He'll start to fall down. Bomb will be planted. Is this how it ends? As PZ forward, does he spot ASAP? The nade hits, but Ali delivers. Massive kill. Omi, Chella and Vision. And they might have to call it here. Vision's so far removed, there's just no time, surely. Picks up that AK, the save coming through, and Thunder Down Under will get 10.
They're trying so hard. They've come so far. Ground Zero are just on the edge. They can taste it. And Thunder Down Under are just not giving up. They will not go down. They're striking, and still Thunder Down Under are alive, fighting back. And as soon as this bomb explodes, they've got their 10th on the board. 2 rounds away from bringing it into overtime.
Who wants it more? That's what it's going to come down to. Who wants this more? Who's going to be the one to win that one gunfight? Who's going to be the one to secure that site? Who wants this more?
It's about to announces themselves here. Ground Zero, 3 opportunities missed. They're so close. Talked about as an afterthought most times when it comes to the best teams in OCE. Yes, there's good players on this team. Yes, there's been presence from them before, but they haven't ever really been able to put it together for massive moments like this. But right now, they can do so. Semper Fi awaits them. The VRS points that come with it as well, so enormous. And Thunder Down Under, the experience, these players, they want one more shot at that major. They need 2 more to force OT.
As you can see, Ground Zero doing something a little bit differently with a double setup coming in toward Control Room. But of course, Thunder Down Under, they've already accounted for it with that Molotov to keep them at bay. It's a whole minute 15 to be playing with. Of course, Thunder Down Under not going to get impatient at this point. They're going to let Alistar lead the charge at the moment with the sniper. See if he can find up a nice pick. Oh, Michella's kind of in the open. He doesn't want to be holding up this for too long. If they get that sniper a little bit mobile.
As we can see though, Ali's the only one outside. The rest of Thunder Down Under still sort of sitting back towards lobby as they maybe look to push now onto A side as the attention's gone back.
Will be dropped, and now Omi Chellum in the meantime with a huge double. Liaz though, through the smoke, there's no way! Molotov into heaven. It'll stop the PZ presence, surely not again. Ground Zero, they're so close. But Liaz, the activation, 2v2, bomb down. Smoke will go forward from PZ. He needs to be lightning quick with this one, the nade. Force him back for a second. Dexter and Liaz, you couldn't ask for 2 better players to try and clutch this one up. Apoc Dud sneaking forward. Where does he look first? Liaz, he's definitely seen that flash, heard it, but he's scored between 2 angles. Hits it beautifully. PZ, all that remains, and he's got to run. He's done. We are going every single round. And Liaz is chasing. He does not want him saving this AWP. Going after him. Flash will go up. If he takes this away, it's disastrous for Ground Zero. Dexter down. Can he find him the nade? Perfect jumping from side to side, and he gets it! What a round! What moments! We are almost to OT. Ground Zero, 1 final chance.
Ground Zero right now, they're just like, they won't go down! We've tried so many times, but they just won't go down!
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I am absolutely stunned. This is what we want to see from high-level CS. This is what we want to see from Constellation Finals. This is what we want to see on Championship Sunday here at DFRAG Wildcard. This is Counter-Strike.
This is Counter-Strike! Come on! This is a consolidation final for OCE Counter-Strike. How long have we been in the abyss? How long have we been in the dusk? And we have a chance here to get teams into the majors for a consolidation final, and these teams are fighting for a spot!
As this last tactical pause comes in, I cannot help but feel a little bit of deja vu from the last massive CS tournament that we had in Australia, IEM Melbourne 2025. The grand final, we saw Falcons and Vitality go the length, and the 5th map was Nuke.
So here it is, one final chance for GZ to try and close this here and now. Thunder Down Under, they are immediately down in towards Secret Dawn. They are making the move. They're straight towards D. There's going to be a plan here. This is genuinely going to be a 5v5 retake. And Liaz could shut down 2 if they don't clear this. It's absolute disaster. They look for it, but Liaz finds it. Apogdud, he needs to get forward. They know their hope is slipping. It's falling away. Vision finally gets it, and PZ onto Dexter. 3v3. The problem is, I don't think I see a kid on them, and it might not even get to that stage anyway. Alistair onto PZ. Ground zero, no. It can't happen like this, but it has. Damio, all that remains. We are going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. And TJB's the man to send it there, and he is vocal.
This is the energy that we need. This is the energy we want. This is the Counter-Strike that everyone that comes here is passionate about. This is the LAN that we want.
And there's another best of 3 after this.
There is. How lucky are we to be able to experience and call over something as special as this?
And you gotta feel for Ground Zero. This hurts. Wow. How on earth do you recover mentally? You have had 5 opportunities to make it to the grand final, to knock down Thunder Down Under that no one gave you an opportunity to do. And you fluff it. And just like that, you need to just completely reset and forget about it. And how do you even do that?
That's where that experience comes into play that we've talked about so much. Thunder Down Under, those boys have found themselves in this position so many times, whereas Ground Zero, while they are still fantastic players, that maybe not to this extent when there's this much on the line, this big of an event. They need to keep a level head, though. They need to find a pick. Apok does exactly that on Dexter. As the rest of the Thunder Down Under boys move towards ramp now. PZ moving slowly down towards B as they push onto site. PZ finds 1. PZ finds 2. Alistair finds the trade-off. 2 versus 4. Has.
Surely they couldn't possibly drop this one. TJP and Alistair. This would absolutely send the roof off the house. As Ali waits. Omicella and Apogdud will go together. TJP playing close to Ali. They'll swing together if needed. TJP, the timing. 1, 2, TJP! Alistair with all that remains. He missed his initial shot, but this time the bomb's out in the open for him as well. Molotov can go down. He's trying to desperately switch over towards that AK. The defuse coming through. It's the molly. The smoke's there. He hits the first. Dave goes on him. Oh, he got it. He got the defuse.
He got it.
GZ, find it. Are you kidding me?
That is insane. Right on the buzzer beater. As soon as it ticks over is when that kill comes through, but the defuse is just too little too late.
It's a game of absolute milliseconds. Half a second earlier, and Thunder Down Under take the first round of overtime. However, that is absolutely massive for Ground Zero. Momentum's back on their term. They found that round that they so desperately needed. And once again, it's advantage Ground Zero.
If they'd lost that, the mental's already in the bin. It's gone. Like, you've almost lost the 2v4. Oh, they 1 bullet sooner. Unbelievable.
Literally 1 bullet. That is insane. Well, at least a little bit the morale for Ground Zero at the moment after a round like that, and Thunder Down Under after fighting so hard for so many rounds to get themselves back in the running, and Ground Zero just all of a sudden putting themselves back on top instantly with the defuse like that.
And we know what we need. A technical pause, of course.
Oh, of course. Let's go. Glug. Need some water.
This is possibly the worst possible scenario for Ground Zero. We saw, as they went up onto Matt's point earlier, the tactical pause that came through really sort of slowed down that momentum. Is that happening again now for Ground Zero? Can Thunder Down Under find what they need to find the next round, shift that momentum once again?
I mean, they did it. They did it over on Anubis. They managed to lock in. They lost those opportunities, those map points, but they found the win in the end. They have to just believe that they can do it again. Shown it there. It wasn't pretty, but it's round on the board. And you're going to have money throughout these overtimes, so that's not going to be a worry for them. But here we go. Second round of OT. Ground Zero. They've got to the magical 13. It's a little late, unfortunately. They'll need a few more, and it looks like here for Thunder Down Under, the pace has been picked up just a bit. PZ, Ford, and TJP playing the side, but it's Vision who goes off it though, deletes him. Perfect start.
Playing aggressively. This is the confidence that I want to see out of Ground Zero. They're moving it up now. Challenging those gunfights, not letting it come to them.
Of course. Oh, Dexter getting that kill. That's going to turn the ties back to an equalized 4 versus 4. But oh my god, more kills going. Just go back and forth. 3 versus 3 now is Vision going to be contesting with ASAP on the outside.
So ASAP just holds for a second. Vision starts to walk his way forward. He might get the timing. Oh, the nade reveals it. That's ASAP dead. And he knocks him down. He might even have more of a chance here. And Omichella, though, is the one to back up the next. Dexter, all that remains suddenly in this round. He's done some crazy things in his career, but this might top it if he somehow pulls out a 1v3 here. Vision boosting up. Might get the spot here, and they should. Well, I don't know if they have the ability to then swing to the other side, and they're not sure. Is he still there? Vision low. PZ staying at the back on the AWP, so he's not going to have the exact reaction time. Omichella on the other end. Dexter might drop. He does. He'll get down to B. At the very least, this should be a bomb plant. And we've seen how that ends. Ground Zero, you just have to feel they're a little nervy as they come down together. Dexter, he's given himself the chance.
He could not possibly do this, could he?
Oh, it's Dexter here. Knife out, buddy. Get your gun out, please, son. What are you doing?
He's forward. Oh, PZ misses the shot. They're down towards the bomb, though, and they know where he is. One just needs to hold it. This becomes a problem. Door's shut. He's a chance. Oh, through it. Omichella. Oh, he's panicking. Dexter.
There's no way.
You are inhuman.
Oh, my God. TJ's up. He's fired up.
Oh my
we did it
god.
again. We did it again. We cursed it. Again. We cursed it again. I should stop talking.
Who else do you want in that scenario?
Stop talking.
Who else in the 1 versus 3 clutch like that? Who else do you want but Dexter? With all the breadth of experience you have, and he converts it. He proves himself time and time again.
If you're Ground Zero now, what do? You've just lost a 1v3 in overtime. The momentum shifted back. You cannot afford to drop your head. Lose that mental. You need to stay laser focused as Dexter. It's just another kill through the smoke. He does it time and time again. Every time you need to rely on someone, you find Dexter.
Well, but Vision with a double. What on earth's happened there? Liaz will shut him down. That one towards ramp. Pace has picked up again. TJP's got APOC done. It's chaos. And Thunder Down Under are thriving at a Damio coming towards ramp side. He might just get him in time. Liaz gets away.
So
Plant will go down. Omichella and Damio are all that remain to try and get them the 14th first. But Thunder Down Under, it just seems to be their day now. Everything against them, but for the first time in forever, they're going to have this lead from 7-7. They haven't been anywhere close to it. Molotov forward, TJP forced away. Flash as well in a decent spot, but they've got too many angles, you think, to deal with. And Dexter is locked in. Damio can do nothing. He's got 27, and Thunder have 14.
Wow, he didn't have me to go check his PC or something. God damn, Jackson's just activating left, right, and center. He's just not going down without a fight.
When you need someone to show up, you call on Dexter. This is an unbelievable performance.
Yeah, I never play the game. I just load it up every time I go to an official. Bang, look at him! Look at him! Look at this guy.
Oh my lord, this is amazing CS. These teams, whoever wins, they have provided us with a series that could only possibly be topped by, of course, the grand final to follow this. I mean, this is absolute insanity. Thunder Down Under now in the driver's seat. They need to get to 15 first to have a chance at that map and series point. Ground Zero, they need a flawless T-side or at least 2. Who is going to do this?
Oh boy, the stuff of nightmares for Ground Zero. Again, they were so close, right at the finish line. They could taste the victory. They could taste that grand final against Semper Fi. And just Thunder Down Under like the boogeyman knocking on Ground Zero's door and just did not allow Ground Zero one step further, not even a millimeter. And they are now in the lead, as we can see here. Going into round of this overtime round, we have Thunder Down Under again, 14-13.
Bit of presence through the lobby just from Thunder Down Under. as they look to possibly take ace up, but we've seen it so many times. They have looked to push one spot, switch it up, move to another as a molly comes in on top.
Mollies are there, they don't quite activate yet. Vision, he's got ramp control on that side, but they're going back to A. They're walking into a decent stack. Omichellos is just out blind, and ASAP, the Org is doing damage. Vision with one, but ASAP with a double. Is there more on the horizon? Not quite. PZ, beautiful shot, and Damio gets next to Ali with the no-scope, and Liaz now called for a 1v2. Oh, the timing perfect, 30 seconds, PZ. Could be Jeezy's hopes on his back here. 40 goes, he hits it! GC to 14, and PZ is the man!
Oh my god, huge props for Ground Zero. They, of course, imagine their nerves right now. Imagine there's just tie game after tie game going into overtime in consolidation final at the DFRAG Wildcard LAN.
Not one of these teams wants to give a leg to the other. They both want this so bad. One more opportunity to play Semper Fi in the grand finals, secure those points, give themselves a better shot at making that major. This is so huge for both of these teams.
Oh, the shots into the body. Yeah, you love that.
No. Get him, PZ. Going. That's how he TJP's back to him, you know.
Plenty of banter being thrown out between these two teams.
I mean, everyone's having their moments right now. It's insanity. Just across the board. And now one team has a chance to have map and series point round 29. Who is it going to be?
Oh, kicking off this round. Again, 14-14. We've got the snipers mobilized. We've got all the rifles and the utility. All the utility that they want. But how are they going to utilize them? Who's going to utilize them better? Who's going to be the top fraggers in the server? Who's going to be the most impactful players today?
Dexter, we've seen him so deadly holding that outside. Gets smoked off though. Not before he found a fair bit of damage onto Apoc Dud. PZ with the AWP outside. Alistair holding down that secret. Omichello finds Dexter early.
So Alistair holding this angle. It's not particularly been his greatest series, but he's about to have this AWP battle. A pivotal moment in this round, and does PZ hit this? He's revealed his shoulder, and Alistair finds it, brings it back to that 4v4, and Ground Zero off that. Seemingly it's back towards this A hit as utilities out and forward they'll go. Apoc Dud leading the charge, seeing if he can find an opener. Oh, ASAP, he's caught in the open. TJP with a double behind though. Shut down. Leos with the spray. And Apoc Dud hasn't been able to find much in this game, but now a 1v2 needed. Ali won't give it to him. Thunder down under with match and series point.
One more round, ladies and gentlemen. One more round is going to decide whether we go to overtime or we go to the grand final.
Second overtime even. Or if that's going to be it. That's going to be the end of the road for Ground Zero. As we find another technical pause.
Let's go. We wouldn't want it any other way.
No, there is no other way.
Well, we'll get back on track very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. But what a game this is! I mean, if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, you know, whether you're in OCE, it doesn't even matter if you're OCE, whether you're overseas, Australia, America, it doesn't matter. As long as you like this game, Counter-Strike, you're passionate about it. You like to see the fight. You like to see the energy and the atmosphere, and all the players get mobilized inside the server, feeling their groove. They're in sync with the universe, just fighting for their fame, fighting for their glory, fighting for the money and the VRS points. Everything is on the line for these games. And again, as I mentioned before, the DFRAG Wildcard LAN, right? It's almost been a drought for the longest of time in OCE. And here we've got DFRAG, right? We've got DFRAG to provide us with these opportunities, provide us with this support. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great time to be here.
If you're on the side of Ground Zero, what's going through your head right now? I can't even fathom to imagine what's going through the players' heads from both sides even.
It's such a hard spot to be in. You had 5 opportunities to shut it down. You've had moments, clutches that have all fallen out of their favour. Ground Zero, they were on top for basically all of this map. It was seemingly theirs for the taking, and then it all falls to pieces. And this might be one they live to regret. As now they need to try and send this to a second overtime. It happened like this last time, although it was them who had an opportunity to close the series in the first. They ended up doing it in that second one, but now they must reverse that. They have to put everything out of their minds here. As hard as that is, of what has happened beforehand, it's just focus on the next possible 2 minutes of gameplay to make sure that they can take this to a second OT and extend this series.
The future hinges on this following round. Hinges.
That could not be a worse time for a technical pause, could there? All these players are just left to dwell in their own heads, talking about... They can't even discuss, can they?
No, it's just staring into the abyss.
It's staring into nothing. Every player has got so much going on in their head right now. What are they going to do? Where do they go from here? Where do Ground Zero go from here? What do they do differently this round that they couldn't do last round to find that early pick, to retake that site?
Oh, well, I mean, again, the experience showing up for Thunder Down Under, but of course they're not the only players to have had so much. I mean, you know, Ground Zero themselves have also gone overseas themselves as a roster, so it's not like, you know, Thunder Down Under are coming in as like the ultimate winners of this, right? Ground Zero, look at this. We're on the verge of potentially going into a second overtime here, right? How much of a fight are they putting up against a team like Thunder Down Under, where you've got Dexter? Honestly, you've got not just Dexter, you've obviously got more of them, but like seriously, with all the breadth of experience they have, and they're putting up this showing, considering all the past matches that they've had, where, you know, it has been Thunder Down Under 2-1, Thunder Down Under 2-1, Thunder Down Under 2-1, and now Ground Zero on the verge of breaking that cycle, breaking that chain.
You can't ask for better CS, can you?
And I think the main thing that comes away for this for me, as much as it might hurt if GC go down, they have absolutely consolidated themselves as the third best team in OCE. I think that's without a doubt. But can they pull off what seemingly was impossible? So we just have to keep waiting on this one.
Let's look forward a little bit. Let's move to the grand final. Yep. Either of these teams make it, what does this series do to their mental? Does it tire them out a little bit? Do they keep this momentum going forward? Will this give Semperfi the upper hand against either of these teams?
I mean, it's a mental drain, any best of three series, especially one like this. That's one thing I'm sure the analyst desk will probably touch on Semperfi. I mean, for them, they're probably just getting a bit jittery, having to watch this, seeing all this happen. They want to get into the game. They want to, you know, do what they need to do as well. But for either side, you know, that mental side is going to be a struggle for them. You'll get that little pause, of course, in between the series. So they're absolutely got every chance to pull it up against Semperfi, you know, to tank that grand final. But it's just so hard to look ahead right now, and what is happening in front of us is just so magical.
It is what it is. Honestly, Semperfi just probably waiting in anticipation like hungry vultures. They're just like, please give us that opportunity. We want to put them out of their misery. We want to take this grand final and end this series all to ourselves.
Now, is it selfish of me to want this to go to second overtime? Is it selfish of me to not want this series to end? Because this has been absolutely unbelievable.
I mean, that depends on how long Prod want to be.
They're fine. They'll be fine.
Oh, boy.
She'll be right, mate.
Alright, well...
Looks like we're possibly almost ready to go again.
I've heard a few ticks in the server. Maybe a few people putting something in the chat. Maybe saying
they're starting to lock in a bit. We might be just back here. What possibly could be the final round of one of the greatest series you will ever see. As here we go. Round number 30. Second overtime beckons, or Thunder Down Under end this here and now.
Oh. See a vision. See a vision.
Any second now.
Heart attacks, very common occurrence.
Yeah.
I do see the org out on the side of ASAP.
It was a big one a previous round ago. He got 2 with it, and he seems to like to lean towards it. Again, he's not probably had the greatest series he's been hoping for. I'd say series-wise, he's actually had quite a good one. This map, 1522, be hoping for a bit more there, but that org could be in a very special spot.
Take a moment to look at the kills here too, right? As you can see, obviously if you look at APOC Dud, sitting on 12 kills at the moment, even on for Thunder Down Under, ASAP on 15 kills. But look, I'm not saying, right, just because they're at the bottom of the scoreboard, they have had no impact whatsoever. Like going back through this game, they've had their impact. They've had those rounds that have actually kept them in the running, and which is why we've gotten to this point at 15-14 with Thunder Down Under in the lead by the 1.
Every single player makes up a team. I know it sounds simple on the surface, but you dig deeper. CS is not an individual game. There are individual moments, but it comes down to how their team performs.
I think they're saying, what is it, a champion team beats a team of champions?
Yes, I believe so.
That's the one we're looking at right here. Who is that champion team? Is it the TDU boys with so much experience backing them? Or the Ground Zero squad? Experience of their own, but
dare I say
wanting one thing.
Dare I say the underdogs, Ground Zero?
Maybe slightly. Maybe just slightly.
Just a little bit.
But they're wanting something more. They're wanting that next step. They've been so close so many times to achieving that ultimate goal, all these players. And we saw it in the interviews, how much this all means to them.
With this long of a break in between play, it almost feels like a reset. You go back, you have the mentality of, this first round, I know 0-0 means pistol round, but this round, we reset like it's the first map of the game, first round of the series, almost. We play it our way, and we trust our process to be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish.
Right. And I guess that's that thing as well. Who do we really feel this actually benefits more, this extended little break?
I have to say Thunder Down Under. I have to. They have so much experience. They had the momentum, but it seems like from the pauses that we've had, even after the tactical timeouts, Thunder Down Under really have been able to stay locked in more. They've been able to continue pushing forward, whereas Ground Zero start to fall back a little bit almost. They start to not trust their own ability enough. They start to play a bit more defensively.
Again, put yourself in the positions of these players, right? Counter-Strike, trying to rise the ranks, trying to go to LAN, catch out the LAN Grand Finals, catch out Consolidation Finals, get VRS points, get prize money, right? There's a lot of risk involved because it requires so much sacrifice, so much time and so much effort that you have to contribute into the game, not just for yourself, but also for your team, so that way you guys can work together, build that team chemistry so you can work as one coherent unit. And with everything coming together all at one time, that's this moment here for Thunder Down Under and Ground Zero. So much. There's like no chances for them to fail. Like they don't want to fail. Nobody wants to fail, period. But
well, guys, I hate to say it, but we are going to go to a break as we get this one fixed. But don't you go anywhere. This final has been magical and it will still deliver. We will be right back after this.
For me, the perfect focus is when I don't need to think about what products I have in front of me. I don't need to worry about if the product's going to let me down. The ability to change from super sensitive to not is amazing, because there's no one that knows the feeling that I want from my mouse apart from me. I don't want to go and buy a mouse and then I have to get used to what it's already like on that said mouse. Now I have the customization choice to do whatever I want. Pro players are definitely the right people to test out your products, because they're going to first of all stress test it to the absolute end goal of where it's used, because we use it every day. We need it to be the most reliable, most responsive product on the market. It's fast and reactive. That's the only thing I think about when I think of the mouse. It's a G Pro. I've used it for 10 years, but it's now faster and more responsive. That's what I like.
DFRAG technology reduces ghosting in fast-gain scenes, minimizes screen shaking and rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DFRAG stands out with this distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DFRAG functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, Zowie adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, Zowie advances DFRAG technology with its latest improvements featuring dual backlight design, the DFRAG 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay.
Been using Zowie monitor for so long, I can change the settings on the monitor with closed eyes, but when you have to change to something new, the difference is very visible when you're transitioning your crosshair to a certain area, pre-aim the opponent, or you want to spray transfer quickly. The Zowie's motion clarity is the best right now in the market. When I want to pre-aim the corner, or I want to spray transfer to another opponent, when I transition my crosshair to the opponent is way more clearer to see on the screen. I have always been a big fan of color vibrance and also Blick Equalizer. I want to make sure that my opponents are also very visible. With the old monitor in CS2, the colors have been a bit too colorful at times. The colors have improved a lot on the new monitor, especially when it comes to identifying the opponents in CS2. I think the Zowie brand is something that really look for perfection when it comes to monitors. I like that you guys always ask the feedback from us as well on what do we think can be improved on the monitors. I would say the Zowie monitor has been my top priority ever since I started playing professionally.
Thunder Down Under, definitely one of the harder teams in the tournament.
Ground Zero is pretty good. They're pretty sharp and they just move around together. I think they're alright.
Can be a 9 out of 10, but I would put them closer to like a 7 because I think anyone can sort of beat them.
Team we're going to roll the hardest, probably Ground Zero.
They're definitely like really sharp, but I think that they don't have the best T-sides, and I think they rely a lot on the individuals delivering multis. So I was thinking they rely a lot on Dexter, like his aggro push is working out, and I think if we can counter that for once, then I think we'll punish them quite well.
Not really like super worried about them at all.
We've played them like 400 times online recently, and it gets to the point where you play the fucking same team over and over again, the upsets just happen randomly.
They have a lot of experience. I reckon they're a pretty scary team, but to be honest, we've been playing really well against them lately. winning maps here and there. They drop a lot of maps to some random teams in quals as well.
How they show up that day, I think they can be quite inconsistent and have players go missing. So it's really up to them to stay on top of their own mental.
If we show up on the day, we can beat anyone here for sure.
Ground Zero are an interesting team. Individually, on paper, they have a good lineup. If they're all on the same page, they generally work well as a team, but if one or two players aren't really in the game, they kind of crumble and they all fall into pieces.
Thunder Down Under, we've played them in a grand final once. We've beat them once. That's all I can say. They're not winning again. They will not beat us.
Now that it comes to LAN, I think we're going to have the advantage with all our experience and stuff. I think our communication will be a lot better than it was online.
We know what it takes to beat them, and we just have to show it.
For the most part, we've been on top of them.
After we destroy Thunder Down Under, Alistair, probably still handsome, but it'll be hard to tell from the baggy, puffy eyes after his tears. That's all I'm going to say.
I think there's a chance a lot of teams here go to the major, depending on the results. A lot of us have no LAN points, so this is like a really big tournament for us in the Asia rankings.
It's actually extremely important for us to win both of the LANs here and catapult us into the major. So
I think whatever team wins both LANs, there's a good chance that, because I believe it's top 5 or top 6 on the VRS go to Asia, winning both LANs should give you enough points to at least get in contention for that slot.
If we make it to the major, I couldn't even say I'd be so emotional.
From winning the DFRAG one, it will put you solidly into the top 5 in Asia, I think, with the points. So winning 2 LANs back to back probably gives you a real good shot.
If we were to go to the major, it would mean like a whole lot. Every player's dream.
It's everybody's dream to go to the major, right? So it's pretty sick.
It would mean like so much, like definitely my dream for sure.
That's kind of everyone's dream, getting the sticker in the game.
Stickers in the game, always so exciting.
it would mean everything to me to get that keen sticker and just forever like be part of the game.
That's been the dream since I first started playing CS. So I mean, it would mean the world to me. That would be like the pinnacle of anything, of life.
To do it, and to do it in our fashion with the project, how I wanted it to be without an organisation. It's just individuals backing ourselves and gambling on ourselves would be the world.
If we won DFRAG, it could be like really, really big.
First thing we do, probably buckle up and play the next one straight away and get back into it. I think we can't let our foot off the gas, you know. We have to stay locked in until we know what we know.
As soon as I win this, I'm going to be thinking about the next one because job's not done.
If we win both these LANs and make the major, that's probably a life dream come true. But for now, I'm not too worried about it. I'm just going to play every game of Counter-Strike in front of me and just take it round by round.
A lot of things have happened in my career. When FlyQuest kind of ended for me, I was thinking that was the end of it. And when this project popped up, I thought this is the last little hurrah. And making the major is the goal of this. And so I'd be pretty stoked. But yeah, I just want to do it with the boys.
The first person I'd call if I made the major would probably be my mum. She would have already known because she would have been watching the game, but I'd still call her and tell her how happy I am.
Yeah, we might be going to the major.
This tournament actually means a lot. It's probably the most, most anticipated LAN probably ever in Australian CS for like 10 plus years, 12 years. So there's so much on the line for a lot of the top teams here that probably has never actually happened before, which is really, really exciting. It's really awesome.
I'm Keen, I'm from Semperfi, and I'm the all-pay GL of the team.
Hey, my name's Hazza. I'm from Semperfi, and I'm a rifler.
My name is Christian, otherwise known as Addict, and I play for Semperfi as rifler.
My nickname is Shady, I play for Semperfi, my role is rifler.
Here at DFRAG WILDCARD LAN, I expect to win, but practically speaking, I take one game at a time.
Expectations are to win. Can't really settle for anything less, to be honest.
We are expecting to win this tournament.
We've put in a lot of work in the last 3 months over in Europe.
We've learnt so much.
It's actually extremely important for us to win both of the LANs here and catapult us into the major. So,
if we make it to the major, I couldn't even say I'd be so emotional.
Every player's dream. There's so much to experience over there as well.
It would mean everything to me to get into the major and just get that keen sticker and just forever like be part of the game.
There's a lot of factors that goes into playing well as a team.
can be the energy of the day.
I think some teams have a chance against us because I think games 50-50 and you can't take it for granted. You could put in so much work and then you lose 2 pistol rounds. It just spirals out of control. So people do have, if you shoot back, you have a chance.
These is teams is fucking everyone who we're gonna play. It's not like one team.
I'm gonna name this banana Paul.
Big Bill looks good.
I call it Greg.
Aaron, Night Raid. I think you know why.
I will name this Jake, and I'll make sure to remember him in bed tonight.
I have to name him Garrett, and I'm gonna take him back out later, and I'm gonna eat him.
I'm gonna go with Fred the banana.
Omicella.
Dick. Richard.
The cock. Non-binary banana. What about Dave?
Bumbleclap.
Jeremy.
Looks like a Tyson, probably last name Patterson, I reckon.
I think I thought Stinky straight away, and then I thought Stonky because I saw Conky.
I like Terry.
Mitch.
Looks like Vision a little bit, no? These stupid fucking glasses on.
He's looking like a Pedro, I reckon.
This is Banana, aka Ryan.
Clutch player.
He looks like a bit of a Daryl. I don't know. He feels like a Daryl. He really feels like a Daryl. There's something about him. I don't know. I'm getting Daryl vibes from this big fella. Big, but large fella. Large. Unbelievably big. Jeez.
I mentioned it earlier. This is a win or go home situation for both these. One wants to give an inch, but after a lengthy tech pause, who knows what we're going to see. Church, lead us out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Counter-Strike we've all come to see. DFRAG are delivering the best CS2 content in OCE, and we all get to witness it right here, right now.
PZ looking outside. Plenty of outside presence here for Thunder Down Under. Sorry, Ground Zero. My mistake.
It's alright, Ground Zero. We've got their chips lined up, ready to hit outers. Of course, Thunder Down Under. They've already got players aggressive outside of here once again.
Dexter's been so... Oh, what a shot. I was just about to say, Dexter's been so lethal with that M4 outside, but now that's broken wide open.
Leaz gets in that position there. TJP forward through that smoke. It's not where they're going to be, though, as down into Secret. Ground Zero are heading. ASAP and TJP getting this information, though. It means the rotation should come in decently early towards that B site. PZ is going to be the last one down, but they're ready. They're waiting. Leaz is here. Ali is here. They have to set up Thunder Down Under. Down one player, but they can hold this. Leaz tucks himself away. 30 seconds. Ground Zero. Here they come to the site, but it is infested with CTs. He's hit some shots, he's missed a couple, Ali. It needs to lock in right now as our update burst. He's looking, waiting. The bomb should be planted behind safe. 5v4. Bomb has been planted. So here we go. Holding it together. Molly Ford should bring at least the first one out. Omicellery dives, he gets away. TJP behind, Leaz through, but all he has to get more. Two there, 2v2. TJP delivers on a kill. PZ finds it though, and now Leaz is called for 4 kills in this round. Otherwise, it's more overtime, it's more CS. PZ 40 can't hit the spray immediately, but Vision finds it!
We're going to a third overtime here at DFRAG.
Are you not entertained?
Well, I'm speechless. Haz is speechless. What are you thinking, Haz?
I think we've got more CS.
More Counter-Strike coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready. We've had plenty of break time for the time being. We are ready to rock and roll.
It's almost like you've eaten the most amazing steak dinner, and then an hour later, Mum comes home with the ice cream. We're getting another treat at the end of it. You just can't say no to this. This is unbelievable Counter-Strike.
I've really got to give the props to the ground.
Oh, no!
Come on! Let's go! One more!
Tech pause through. Hopefully this one will be a little bit shorter, but again, we get a chance to sit and wait. And man, I mean, like, for all that's happened there, all but that was waiting, then it comes down to that possible final round, and Ground Zero take it, and now you've got to mentally reset on both sides. You've got it the maximum, another 6 rounds to go, possibly more from there, and it's a quick one this time. We're not going to hold this one back. Or maybe we will.
Cast the curse at it again. Woo! All right. Let's go back to the player cams. Why not? Let's go see what we see on the screen. We got Viridian at the moment, right deep inside the strat book, writing down the notes. He's like, all right, boys, it's going to be the play we're going to do next. This is get lock-in load. We're ready. I don't know if that's a Viridian sound, but
yeah, no, I think that was 100% accurate.
Ready to go now. We've had 30 rounds. How many more are we going to see here? Tied at 15 apiece.
And they're off. Ground Zero, plenty of players, very quick, deep inside of lobby. PZ wants to go for an early pick with the AWP. The universe does not grant him the opportunity of that kill. Oh, Alistair, go on, let one loose, son. Almost sprays puts a bullet into the smoke. Fate will not have it.
They're deciding not to go for the outside push. They're lurking a bit towards lobby. We've seen them do this so many times already, this map. They can do anything from here. They can move back outside. They can push down ramp. They can find a pick and push onto A site.
Molly Ford forces that
moves
fight.
up, gets the first.
He does take that one there. And they'll just slink away from it. Doesn't want to completely commit it. Lairs in the meantime, that Molotov towards ramp, well timed. It's Ground Zero to start to think if they want to continue into this A, do you switch back towards that B site ramp area? You've got APOC Dud outside, starting to set up his own utility as well, so that just draws some eyes, some thoughts there. 40 seconds, it will be this A hit. Dexter up in heaven, TJP down on the site. He's had a couple of big rounds where he's found doubles. And that smoke, perfectly timed as well. 30 seconds, GZ, you need to start setting this one up. Molotovs, flashes, nades, everything forward. And the flashes on the other end from the CT side as well. As Damio out, he's followed by Omichella. TJP waits 15 seconds. PZ finds Dexter dead in heaven. TJP needs 1, 2, and he gets it. Is there more as well being pushed on the left? Vision gets that.
There's 7 seconds.
From above, they've stopped the plan, and Ali gets the kill. And he lets them know about it.
Jesus, they're really running it down to the wire. They're absolutely waiting until the last split seconds that they can go for that execute, and it's punishing them. Thunder Down Under are punishing them.
That was so huge from Alistair. Dexter went down very early on up in heaven. Lost that bird's eye view of the entire A site. But Ali found a way up there. He found a way back into it.
TJP, the impact frags this man is having. Audio's locked in, and so is he. As now Ground Zero, second round of this second OT. What can they find here? They're trying to keep this one close. They can't allow this to fall away, and they're trying to go out quicker. Vision TJP trades across the board there. ASAP is knocked down. Vision coming through himself. 28 kills, massive stuff. And now the 4v3. Lea's waiting to strike the bomb. Yet to be planted. Dexter through the smoke onto APOC Dud. More sprays there. 3v3 on the retake rather than the 4v3 it seemed it was going to be. Damio close. Alistair will join Leaz. The AWP goes high. The Molotov to force out of heaven, and that's time. Thunder Down Under do not have
precious time.
They're wanting to go forward with this one. Again, there's more utility here from Ground Zero that continues to put them under pressure. And Vision and Damio find the picks. What they need. Dexter falls. Ground Zero strike right back.
And just like that, we are all square again at 16 apiece. Going into the second half of this second overtime. I said it wrong earlier. This is only the second overtime, not the third. I'm getting too far ahead of myself. I love Counter-Strike. This is such an incredible series.
Well, we're all here for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. We're all here for the love, passion for this game.
How long is Dexter going to be able to get away with shooting through the smoke? How long?
Oh, yeah. As I said, check his PC, Mr. Admin. Kicking off this round. Again, Ground Zero to try to maintain some lobby control. Thunder Down Under, their defenses almost look like they're impenetrable, but ASAP as well, getting a kill through the smoke, but one player dropping down toward the vent. Could all hinge on Vision. He's crept his way down towards Secret. This might upset the defensive forces that is Thunder Down Under at the moment. The score again is 16 all.
Leaz, he's looking towards that control room area. This is the fight that could possibly decide the round if he can get it. But Vision locks in. Cops the dink, but gets the kill. 4v4 now. And PZ might have just spotted Ali for a second. He's going to come back up. He walks straight into the crosshair. ASAP TJP, they're over towards A. They need to get moving. TJP will be on the flank as Dexter tries to come down, but Vision's holding it and getting down through vents early has given them the hold here, and Damio will put TJP down. It's all on ASAP, and it ain't happening. GZ 17-16, and we switch sides.
What a great position from Damio. Honestly, TJP had no idea. He had his knife out. Because Demo was just tucked in behind that box. Of course, TJP felt a little bit of comfort because they had a teammate at the ramp, but of course, because behind that box, he couldn't see that, and that passiveness from Damio is also what got that, like toward the end of the round, but also in the midst of the round, Vision dropping down the vent.
I am so unbelievably impressed with how Ground Zero has been able to keep their mental in check. They were up 12-7, was it?
Yep.
12-7. Lost 5 consecutive rounds, sent it to overtime, had a lengthy tech pause, and they're still here. They're still ready to play. That just shows how much these players want it.
And the massive thing as well, that's 2 T rounds as well, which has been the struggle for both of these squads. But as it stands, Ground Zero 1 away from 18 to give them match and series points here.
Also close. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. What is to come? We all get to witness it live right now. Thunder Down Under once again preparing for outside strike. Bomb slowly begins its preparation. Ground Zero need to lock their defenses in.
Thunder Down Under slowly moving outside. Liaz hanging back a little bit, lurking like he knows, or like he's known to do. What are Ground Zero going to put together here to stop this site from being taken?
Nade to disperse the smoke from Outers. Grants him no kills. But we're coming down to 1:05 left. We got more utility come pouring from the heavens. It's isolating all the positions that Ground Zero are defending. Huge. But the nade from PZ.
Absolute perfection it is. Down Under lose that first. APOC done onto Liaz, and Damio could shut down even more here for spray through, but the timing from TJP gets him. Dexter now looking for more. 4v3. They're trying to get onto this A side. Alistair holding this angle. Ground Zero not peeking out yet, but PZ does present him a kill like he did to PZ around earlier.
APOC looking to move slowly through the smoke as the bomb goes down.
Waits for it. Vision. Ooh. Gonna try and go forward. Alistair pushed out. Doesn't matter. Hits the shot. TJP follows it up. And now APOC done. 14 kills on the board. He needs more here. Something special in this 2v1. Jumping around. Dexter. TJP's hearing it. They swing together. They've got him dead. But he's crawling forward. Oh, he almost finds it. The spray control was there. But Dexter gets the kill. We're tied again.
This is Counter-Strike. Wow.
How long is this going to go on?
Wow.
Well, if we have more audio issues with TJP forever.
Look, I got to say this, guys. Huge respect to both of these teams. Like the fighting spirit to stay this long into the game in a consolidation final. None of these teams want to go home. Both of these teams want to face Semperfi in the grand final. Both of these teams want to continue competing for the opportunity to qualify for majors.
Here we stand. Next round, of course, the team that wins this one will have that shot at the map and series victory. It's right there. They can almost taste it. And you can see it becomes the exhaustion factor, honestly, at this point, because this started about... we started at 10 o'clock? Like 10:15 in the morning?
Yeah, we started... It's been a long series.
3:30 in Brisbane.
Oh my gosh.
It's been a very, very long series.
It's alright, this is the Counter-Strike I love.
It's not even just been a long series, it's been a long weekend for both of these teams. They've played multiple games in what is quite warm Brisbane heat. And not a single one of them wants to give an inch to the other.
Well, I mean, of course, they're all fighting for their own fame and glory as well. Again, as I mentioned earlier, so many of these, all of these players, you guys got to see the player interviews before, right? This means so much to them. This means almost everything to them, or like a lot of their life revolves around this, how they do in these tournaments, how their team performs in these tournaments, and they all want to come out with the win. No one wants to come in here to lose, which is why we're seeing such fighting spirit, why we're seeing such tenacity from both of them.
And that's it, the amount you put into this as a player, especially when you're in the OCE scene, a lot of it is passion based, because
opportunities don't get to come very often in this region.
They don't come very often. I mean, Ground Zero, the ground they have like the org sort of backing there, but it's nothing incredibly major. Thunder Down Under boys, this is all just basically the project that Alistair, the final hurrah for a lot of these boys. And then on the other end as well, of course, coming from this Semperfi, have been at this for 2 years. The investment that Ben the Legend has put into that team money wise is just ridiculous amounts, and allowing them to fail, to get better, to finally almost be knocking at the door of that major, it means so much to so many. And we are right. What seemingly feels like the end, but I mean, we could have another 5 OTs at this point.
This series has had so many twists and turns, so many unexpected moments, and it is just impossible to tell what's going to happen next, what's going to happen in this next round. Both teams feel like they have momentum now. Both teams have momentum.
Just want to make the reminder right here, ladies and gentlemen, right? This is the DFRAG wildcard LAN. How did we get to this point? We had DFRAG Open Series 1, DFRAG Open Series 2, DFRAG Open Series 3, where the top 2 teams of those Open Series qualified for this LAN. Now, these Open Series, some of these occurred even last year. So this LAN has literally been at least 6 months in the making. And we're here on Finals Day, ladies and gentlemen. Right now for the Consolidation Final and one more Grand Final up against Semperfi after this. But it's been a long journey here. And what a journey it has been.
It has, and it's not over. There's still, as you said, one more to go after this, whenever this one does end. I apologise, of course, for all these technical issues. They unfortunately do happen in the world of, well, esports, computing things in general. They're never easy to all fix up, but hopefully we won't be too far away from getting ourselves back into this one. If you're joining us for the first time, of course, today, this is the consolidation final between Thunder Down Under and Ground Zero. Winner goes on to play Semperfi in the grand final following this. We've also, of course, then got the LANs to follow this one on Monday and Tuesday. Great time to be an Aussie CS fan, player, just anyone around the scene in general. And once this audio issue's fixed, we will possibly see the ending of this one here.
Is he plugging something in? Getting the headset working or what?
Very technical stuff.
Very technical. Oh, yes.
I don't know enough about it. I'm here to talk over a game and that's it.
Well, we have...
I do what else I'm told.
Oh, well, we've got very competent admins here.
What was that?
Right. I don't know. I really don't imagine those words coming out of my mouth. I do what I'm told. Sorry, that was just my. I explain why the reaction, but
I'll give you a pass. We have been going now for. When did we start this map?
I couldn't tell you when we started this map. The series started at around 11 o'clock.
Time is a flat
this
circle.
morning. That was about 4.5 hours ago now. We've been at this a while.
Mm-hmm.
How are the voices feeling, boys? Are we
surprisingly okay? Not too bad.
We got any cat dog fans here?
The TV show?
Yeah, what? The TV show. You ready?
I can't say I've ever heard of it.
One fine day with a wolf and a purr, baby was born and I caused a little stir. No blue buzz, no three-eyed frog, just a feline canine, little cat dog, cat dog.
Are we going to get copyright struck for that?
Oh, wait, well, I don't know. I'm just singing it.
Are we going to get struck?
Oh, shit.
It was pretty good.
Ooslad.
Sorry.
Look, surprisingly, I even know the lyrics to that, you know?
DFRAG, we apologise. Twitch chat, we apologise.
Oh, yeah. Nah, I'm sure someone out there's like, oh, that was my favourite childhood show. This guy remembers.
Headsets on.
Ooh, lock and load time.
We might just be about there. Stretch of the arm from ASAP. And maybe we are about to get back underway here as TJP sets himself up.
He's wearing a great shirt today, isn't he?
It's a very good shirt.
It is a fantastic shirt.
Oh, we got
Uncle.
Oh. What's up?
Where do I get one? I want one of TJ's shirts.
I seen a muesli bar. It's just like
TJP, if you watch the VOD after this, can I get one of the shirts?
You could ask him after the game.
Right.
Well, probably after the entire tournament's done.
Yeah, possibly.
Because they've still got possibly more to do after this. One team about to have the opportunity of that magical match and series point. I mean, it feels... I don't know, it's just going to be so disappointing for whoever loses, but at the same time, I mean, they've been involved in an absolute masterclass of CS. You can't ask for much more in regards to both the viewing pleasure for everyone at home and also to be able to cast this, guys. I mean, it's just been an absolute
something
joy.
Special. It truly is special.
I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to be here, get to express my love and passion for the Counter-Strike scene, for everybody in the community watching at home, whether you're in Australia, whether you're overseas. I'm grateful.
Here we
Nope, no. I think we are just about ready to go here. So, tactical pause. About to end now for Thunder Down Under. 17 apiece. It's first to 19. If we tie up at 18 to 18, another OT is on the cards. Gentlemen, let's go racing.
Yeah, you want to do a little horse race style casting at the very start. And they're off. It's going to be Leaz leading the spawn. Next, they're going to be coming up to the left side, and ASAP just following closely behind.
Wait, are we on?
They've all been euthanized.
We're on.
We're on. We're close. Well, I'd like to believe it is live. As long as
I believe.
I'm not being lied to.
I believe.
I don't think Prod's lied to us once.
Yeah.
What?
I'm just seeing that little pause button at the top, you know, look at that. I mean, obviously once that timer expires, I imagine we'll be jumping right into the action. So, the countdown is upon us.
Here we go, 17-17. Like has said earlier, the winner of this round will go on to match and series point. But who wants it more? Is it Ground Zero? Is it Thunder Down Under? Who wants this more?
Everyone waiting. Anticipation of what this may bring. Oh, we might be anticipating and waiting just a little bit longer.
The caster curse strikes again. It's alright, everyone likes buying these weapons.
They love spending
We
money.
really are just messing with Twitch chat, I reckon, at the moment.
Yeah.
You guys have to wait longer.
Here we go. Okay, this one's real, guys. We swear.
10.
I can say, personally, none of us casters will be covering anyone's therapy costs after this series.
I can't even cover my own therapy costs.
I understand it's stressful, but we will not be covering anything, but we are back into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're off. Thunder Down Under onto the T side. Alistair, nice and early with the sniper to see if he can get a very quick entry toward the ramp. And ultimately, it's going to be APOC done, finding down Liaz. Nice and early into the round.
TJP goes down.
Oh,
HP very
what
early.
is
Vision
happening?
finds another ASAP. Gets the trade off on Damio. Dexter still hanging out top silo.
Disaster. What has happened there? 4v2 in the blink of an eye. ASAP with no HP. And it's Dexter who's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. I think that was all towards ramp. And a massive, massive moment from all the GZ players. It was spread across the board. Ooh. Dexter is caught with the knife out. No clue. And ASAP is left all by his lonesome. Ground Zero should get to 18 first. Tries to creep forward, but there's no way, surely, he could pull off something this miraculous. 25 seconds. Smoke will go down as a fake, and he actually might pick up one through Vent's side, but Ground Zero hold. Smart about this. They want to group up together, make sure they do not give him an opportunity. You just can't in this situation. Vision waits. Finally, that bomb is planted. 3v1 situation. ASAP needing the clutch of his lifetime to give Thunder Down Under 18. Otherwise, Ground Zero will have another opportunity to take this series. Smoke goes towards that bomb. It's ASAP. The nade's there. The defuse is touched. It'll reveal PZ. He gets the first. He's being pushed on the other side. He's playing around it nicely. Vision. And now Omichella tries to touch it. All the timing. The defuse held. And Vision gets him. And Ground Zero match and series point is there. Can they finally close it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at that point once again. One more round. Ground Zero need. This is not the first time we've been in this situation before, but we find ourselves here yet again.
Will we finally see a series winner here, or are we going to go to yet another overtime, see some more rounds of Counter-Strike? Ground Zero have the upper hand. They have the CT side. Both teams have struggled on T side.
Of course, kicking things up, Alistair to be boosted up on the box to see if he can spot any kills from the outside. Of course, PZ with a sniper of his own. Going to play a little bit more passively sitting back at CT spawn. And again, Damio, he really likes this spot deep inside a secret.
Omichella holding from heaven. Bit of outside presence for Thunder Down Under, but they're yet to commit anywhere. Maybe looks like they're going to flip towards a little ramp push.
Of course. Thunder Down Under with all this utility to see if they can get some form of map control. But Damio's not letting them have it again inside that secret. It's his favourite spot. Dexter's gone down. This is the juggernaut for Thunder Down Under.
Ali needs this trade-off here. Needs to find this kill on Damio. He's going to find it.
He gets it. How on earth does he get away with it? PZ coming to ramp. He's not ready for them to be that deep. And now all of a sudden Vision needs to lock in. He gets ahead. A second from Vision. Oh, the third could almost end it, but Liaz locks it in. Ali on the Tech 9 again. Omichella in a 1v2. As he starts to make his way towards ramp. Bomb is down. Liaz and Alistair trying to extend this to another overtime, another opportunity. Homicella creeping on in. He has the util, but he can't be thinking about it. He's got so many angles and spots to clear. And as this continues on, the time is slipping away from him. If he can somehow isolate the first, he taps it once, Ali peeks out, but he's just playing with his food. The time Leaz is holding. It's so well played, and Alistair hits it. We need more.
We're going to another overtime. Come on!
They had it. I truly thought Ground Zero had it there.
Alistair, the AWP, it's been missing a bit, but the Tech 9, two of them.
That
Vision,
Tech 9 pick.
if this goes through there, if he gets the third, it's done. It's over. He's had such a great series. But Ground Zero, another opportunity is missed. How many more times can they suffer this fate?
So we say it time and time again, this game is a game of millimeters. The smallest aim differential is the difference maker here.
Absolutely, and even before, as I said before, you give Thunder Down Under an inch, they will do their very best to
give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Absolutely. So far, 18 all is the scoreline. We kick off this first round of the third OT, ladies and gentlemen.
Damio and Dexter, the two sort of outside bandits. Dexter runs right through down a secret.
I feel like Damio must have heard that, but there's just so much presence for it. Vision firing through. The rest of Thunder Down Under waiting, but Dexter so far forward already.
Ooh, the timing.
And I think Apod, did he spot him? Did he spot him? Oh, now he has. He should get this kill. He does. Dexter falls. But now the presence, the hit now comes in towards A. They change the pace. Damio looking to maybe go through this smoke if he gets the timing. He swings. He dies to the molly in the end. Homicella at the back, though, gets one. The second, maybe a third, but TJP will shut it. Apog Dud finds Leaz, and now TJP. 1v3 required here. Surely there's no way that they even give him a sniff for this one. He spots an arm. Falls back. Vision, they can all just swing together perfectly here and shut this down. TJP, though, he disappears down into the B side. There's an opportunity. We've seen this happen before. You can't give them any sort of hope because they will take it and run a mile with it. Bomb down. TJP looks into the angles between push from all sides. The first there, and with one on the AWP trying to get the reload out. They pushed him down. Oh, it almost gets hairy, but PZ will deliver, and Ground Zero get the first to start this new overtime.
Advantage Ground Zero once again, but they are on that CT side. That CT side has been so crucial to both of these teams this map.
It's so close. It just cannot be understated. This is a huge game for OCE, not just for these boys here, but for all the viewers at home. 3 overtimes here, ladies and gentlemen. 3 against some of the top teams in OCE. This is the best Counter-Strike content in OCE you're going to get.
Now, round 28. Bit of outside presence from Ali. Rest of Thunder Down Under slow. Not committing. PZ holding outside once again with the AWP.
There he's checking it, it's going towards it. He will probably get the jump on PZ, who's got his aim downwards, moving forward. Oh, the timing! And both somehow come out alive from it, but PZ's in a horrible spot. Should be able to get out. They leave, and in the meantime, Vision's found Dexter, who's again tried to get aggressive. It doesn't work. The rest of the players heading towards ramp side. Vision looking, he can't quite connect, Alistair. I need you to hit an AWP shot, and it's not happening. 5v3. The B-side of plant will come through, but surely GZ with the numbers advantage and utility sitting in their back pockets can get this done on the retake. Apoc Dud coming from behind there. ASAP though, oh my god, he's got one, possibly two. He's worked it so well. The second one, he doesn't know who's behind him though, and Vision shuts it down. It could have been a massive moment, one that will be forgotten now as it's left to Leaz, and now just TJP. They know where he is. PZ shuts it down, and Ground Zero have 20.
20.
That's
20.
It is just perfect execution on the side of Ground Zero. Vision finding 2 picks early. finds Dexter. Then APOC comes up, helps him in secret, finds that frag on Ali.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just can't write this. Some people might argue, right? But hey, look, you can't. This is stuff of legends. And we get to witness the greatest of the greatest.
We're going... It's the 39th round in this map alone.
And this is for Ground Zero, something neither team has had the opportunity at a flawless half of overtime, and possibly 3 opportunities to finally shut this down. What do Thunder have here?
Oh, I mean, I really want to see it. I mean, the fact that Ground Zero now had a 2-round advantage, right? They have to be feeling the pressure, but again, we've seen them work with that pressure before. It's definitely not like they're not incapable of actually bringing this back. We've seen them bring it back to the first overtime. So the fact that we've even made it this far is all on the back of Thunder Down Under just not giving up, fighting round after round after round. When Ground Zero are just so close from finishing it up, crossing the finishing line, and just Thunder Down Under won't go down. So we've got 1 minute left into the round. Thunder Down Under players still split around toward the map.
Fires, nothing doing there. Dexter hasn't found the impact these last 2 rounds. He needs to go off there. The timing is perfect. Ooh. 1 and possibly a second. He knows the information, and Damio is the one who's stuck there. Mollied out. They come down to the A side, but they can't find the shots. Dexter and Ali all over it. And Vision has nothing to say about it. TDU will get their 1. And we switch at 19 to 20.
They just will not give up, and this is what's so respectable from these teams. How many teams could have made it this far? How many teams could have made it this far?
Not many is the simple answer to that. Not many. So many teams would have folded under this pressure, but neither of these 2 teams are willing to do it. Ground Zero have had their chances. They didn't go their way, but they have not dropped their heads. They've kept their mental in check, and they've continued to show time and time again why they belong in this tier of CS.
We all thought it was going to be Semper Fi Thunder Down Under in the grand final. Ground Zero possibly here to play spoil. And you know what? If they get it, they absolutely deserve it. As here we go, second half of OT3.
This is now the 92nd round in this series. It's a best of 3.
Let's get to triple figures, baby.
Well, we're off. Ground Zero now onto the T side. Their moment to shine, take initiative, take control.
APOC looking aggressive outside. Dexter has been so deadly with that M4 this series. Ali with the AWP as well.
All the smoke's coming up. See if they can grant Ground Zero passage, but I don't think they're going to go down and use these for secret. They're going to actually go around toward the unbreakable box. If Alistair's already here, down goes APOC, but of course, quick trade out from Omichella in close proximity.
Dexter looking to try and get that one back. He's got no idea where exactly Omichella's gotten off to. And Liaz, though, he knows where they are. PZ Vision go down. There is a little gap here, and that's ASAP not knowing where Omichella is. He'll take that kill. Looking towards where Dexter was going, but now TJP, can he activate from above? He spotted him. He should get this kill. Oh! It's not pretty, but it's done. And now Damio left in a 1v3. 40 seconds, he has the bomb. Surely not another one where someone ducks down to B, gets a plan, and they go on from there. The problem this time is that Dexter is trained on this one here, so the moment he drops, he should be dead. Oh, no! It might just happen again. Liaz is here. Can he stop the plan? He'll allow it to happen. It's a tap. Damio, he's got a bit of time, but it's allowed TJP to get closer, and now he's forcing them out! Oh, Damio! Almost the hero in play! But TJP saves TDU!
And he's back, he's loud again, he's proud, he's getting vocal. This is the TJP everybody likes to see.
I don't have anything to say anymore.
What can we say?
We've said everything we can. We just have to sit and appreciate this unbelievable Counter-Strike that's being played by both of these sides.
As much as I'd like to say it speaks for itself, but we get to add to it. We get to be part of this greatness. This is kicking off Round number 41.
Again, it's just going to be one opportunity.
Could be a fast move here from Ground Zero towards ramp. They look like they're on. Alistair finds the first on APOC outside. Liaz looking to be so dangerous at ramp again.
Oh, he's done it again. Another big kill. PZ almost dead. Omichella losing all his life. ASAP, though, leaves at probably I'm not saying the worst time. I don't know if you heard that shot. Omichella whizzed past. But Thunder Down Under, this is perfect. 5v3 situation, the first to 21. It's within grasping distance, and as they start to make their way into ramp, Liaz, he's been a superstar this map. 36 kills. He might have 3 more if they all line up together. Who checks what here as he's playing close? He might not even get the chance because Alistair will knock them down. Liaz with the double punch, and now PZ can do nothing but go to his death. TDU have match and series point.
Oh, okay.
Don't count Ground Zero out.
I'm not counting them out, but we are on the flip side now where it's Thunder Down Under on the verge of closing out this absolute thriller of a series.
How much more can these players squeeze out? They are so drained. We started this series almost 5 hours ago now. We've gone through 93 rounds of Counter-Strike.
Of course.
How much more do they have left in the tank?
We'll get to find out once we finish up the conclusion of this tactical pause. But, I mean, honestly, regardless of who wins out this, I mean, it's just been an absolute awesome game of Counter-Strike to witness here, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a thriller. Back to back to back. Round after round after round. One on top of the other.
And for possibly the final time, here we go. 21-20, Thunder Down Under, push to the brink, but they might just save it here at the death. Ground Zero, it would be one of the most heartbreaking series losses you would ever see, but they can still send this to another overtime.
Another overtime does eye itself off on the horizon, but it's going to come down to how these fights go.
That's going to be Vision, the double! Oh, he's come alive! TJP wasn't checked out, though. Gets that first one. They're looking. He hits APOC done! No! Liaz! Omichella! It's left to Liaz! Can he clutch it? He can! He's done it! And Thunder Down Under are your winners!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Counter-Strike we've all come to see, and DFRAG has provided.
Gentlemen, it doesn't get much fucking better than that, does it? A glorious series that we have just witnessed on our screen. I remind you all, 5-12 down. A tactical pause at 14-13. Everything was happening. It was all going wrong on either side, but then all of a sudden we see them lock in, and Thunder Down Under really turn the tides after dropping those 2 rounds. They bring it all the way back, and we do not need overtime number 5. We beg for storylines like these, guys. I'm out there having a fucking panic attack waiting for the game to be over, and the casters were doing the exact same thing. So let's simmer, let's settle, guys. How are you feeling after that? That was some of the most incredible Counter-Strike we've seen domestically in years.
I think so. I think that was one of the best games of Counter-Strike in memory for me. Like, you know, in terms of Australian Counter-Strike, and memory for me goes back actually, unfortunately, quite a long way. So, yeah, that was a really, really good game of Counter-Strike. Excellent stuff across the board. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Absolute miracle work being done by a couple of those Thunder Down Under players. Dexter and Liaz pulling out the most ridiculous kills, clutches, what have you, to try to stay alive. I mean, TJP somehow, you know, dodging the bullets there from coming through from Annex in that last round. If he goes down, I think APOC Dud was the one in Annex there. He will be absolutely kicking himself. If he gets that kill onto TJP, we go to another OT. But eventually it had to end somewhere, and look, we get the winner that we expected to, but certainly not in the fashion in which we thought it would come about.
No, full credit to Ground Zero. I mean, a very, very rough opponent for Thunder Down Under in a head-to-head matchup where they've been pushed over quite a few times. But as we were saying when we were kind of reviewing this matchup before we got into it, we've seen Ground Zero steal maps away. We've seen them push Thunder Down Under in the past, and today they were good enough to beat them. But unfortunately, we went straight back to that old core of Greyhound, that it doesn't matter what the stakes are, it doesn't matter what the context is in the game, they find a way to clutch up and win it. And unfortunately for Ground Zero, especially Vision, he was phenomenal this series. It just wasn't enough at the end of the day to get the dub and push their way into a grand final.
I mean, I think this is the kind of game, though, that just proves exactly how good Counter-Strike in this region can be when the situation provides for it. You know what I mean? Like, we go through the trenches, bro, watching some absolutely piss online Counter-Strike. Stuff that nobody cares about, no one wants to watch, no one wants to play, no one wants to be there, and the games are just average. And then you come to LAN, there's VRS points on the line, there's a major qualification that's being discussed, and this is what you get. You get the best out of Ground Zero, you get the best out of Thunder Down Under. Clutches, highlights, awesome moments, back and forth, and eventually, someone has to win, but I just really enjoy the fact that, finally we get some good Counter-Strike.
We did all of those ESL Challenger Melbournes in Rod Laver. Like, what a game like this would have delivered on a stage like that would have been absolutely surreal. It would have ripped down the walls in the venue. But it was really one of those ones, as you say, right? You got the dig deeping from Ground Zero. They were able to dive through and really put the sweat on because, Thunder Down Under, it's an uphill battle. As I said, 5-12 that they were down. They had to sort of remiss. They were seeing these shakes and everything like that as well, and you had to see the absolute veterans, right? You think about where Dexter's been, you think about where Liaz has been over the years, and to dig themselves back into the trenches to let's give this shit another crack, let's try get to another major, and they have to go so hard. And it seems like the pieces of this puzzle where you take ASAP, you take TJP, you put them into a new roster, it's finally starting to come together.
I mean, look, I honestly thought that Ground Zero was going to win this map. I don't know what you guys felt, but it sort of felt like eye-test-wise, Ground Zero, the rounds that they were winning were much more comfortable wins than the ones that Thunder Down Under were getting through. It was just that there was clutch after clutch, or just moment really after moment that kind of went the way of Thunder Down Under. Obviously, we talk about that Dexter 1v3, but there was, even Liaz getting 2 or TJP getting 2 there. Like, these are just individual sort of micro moments that probably shouldn't go that way. They probably should only get 1 or even none, and then they're pulling something out of nothing. I remember as well, like a Liaz spam through an Annex smoke that gets a kill onto Outer when it looked like that round was gone for Thunder Down Under, and there's just no shortage of those tiny little micro difference makers that go the way of Thunder Down Under. And I don't even know that you can necessarily put that down to experience or anything like that. That's just X factor.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, we were asking for it before we went into that last map from Thunder Down Under, or rather after the first map that they did drop. You got them absolutely stomping on Inferno, but credit to Ground Zero. They picked themselves back up by their bootstraps. They deliver an excellent game. Vision has really just been going strength to strength since the end of the group stage into the playoffs here. I think Damio and Omichella both had their moments as well. PZ was getting good picks with the AWP, and this is a classic brain drain game from Apoc Dud. He could be a big impact player, but I'll give him credit. I felt like the calling from Ground Zero was excellent. Their T sides were phenomenal. You had these rounds where Ground Zero it felt like they were completely outplaying Thunder Down Under. They had multiple layers of lurks. There was rounds where, you saw 2 or 3 players from Thunder Down Under getting shot in the side. They were running the clock down right down to 40 seconds, and the next round they were hitting a quick mid-round timing. I thought it was an excellently played game from Ground Zero, but just not good enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, if not for a couple of really nice clutches, and like I said, a really couple of nice moments there from Thunder Down Under, I think Ground Zero goes on to win that in regulation or in OT number 1, but at the end of the day, those X-Factor moments just going the way of Thunder Down Under. The problem, obviously, now for TDU is going to be, they've got another series to play today. Well, that's the taste tester. That's the appetizer for what should be an absolutely belter grand final.
That's true, but they keep themselves in the race. They barely stay nose in front at Ground Zero. They give themselves an opportunity in this grand final to try to keep that major dream alive, because you cannot afford to lose too many of these series. And if you're Thunder Down Under, you need to try to get in those games against Semperfi, deny them at least a couple of points if you can, and earn yourself those LAN points for yourself.
That's a great point, because we're obviously talking about how these teams could potentially qualify for the major. Maybe they can do better than the Chinese teams or the Mongolian teams, depending how some of those LANs play out over there.
Direct competitor.
But yeah, that's one thing that we haven't really touched on. It's like, a win here may be the difference between Semperfi going or Thunder Down Under going.
Yeah.
5th slot. That actually may be very realistically the case. So, big game coming up.
Absolutely. So let's walk through that, right? You know, we're talking about having Semperfi literally sitting here watching. When we first got here, I think it was about halfway through that second map where it was a bit of a decimation, right? You know, we did manage to see Thunder Down Under absolutely walk over Ground Zero on that map of Inferno, but then it was a slog. You know, you're probably wondering, like, where does that mental sit? You know, seeing basically gloves off, right? You know, duking it out. No one was sort of steering the ship in towards that overtime. So I think Semperfi, you know, they could maybe take that in their stride, you know, have a little bit of confidence, being like, okay, they could be a bit shaken, a bit disheveled, but do you know what's something that comes through? You know, you talk about that LAN fire. If Thunder can harness that energy that they've just delivered, you know, the hype, the energy that they've managed to garner, it could be seriously dangerous going into that one. Or they could go, that was pretty hard. Just fall over in the final.
The likely outcome, regardless of who was going to head into the grand final after a series like that, is Semperfi is going to smack them. Yeah. And it's not going to be close. But in the same token, you had the upper bracket game between Thunder Down Under and Semperfi, and both of those took all 24 rounds to decide a victor. So I'm hoping for another all-time banger. But as we mentioned, I think we already just got the game of the tournament, to be honest.
And to be fair, we kind of said the same thing about this game. We sort of said coming into this one, you know, Ground Zero might be able to do something, but it's Thunder Down Under. Like, we kind of came in with an assumption, and I don't think it's fair necessarily to then go into the grand final and have another assumption and just say, Semperfi should win. Really, on the day, anything can happen, and I think that's very much kind of where we're at this point.
The word "should" is something that I'm always cautious about.
Throw it out the dictionary.
That's the thing. That's a magical thing about a game like this. This guy goes from this Counter-Strike is pissed to oh my god, we could have another all-time banger in the grand final.
As I said,
feel alive.
You've become not jaded anymore. You've cracked through your stone heart.
I feel like I'm 21 again.
That's it. This is the stuff that we used to like live for, right? You know, it's like it's rolling back the years, you know, back to our roots in a sense, and you know, the amount of times we had to like come in and out, it was like, shit, are we on? Are we back off? Are we whatever? So what we will do is calm. Suggest you guys do the same. It's going to be again a really, really hot one. Obviously, it's been so nice to see everyone in the chat pumping it up again. Obviously, massive thank you to our sponsors: Logitech G, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and of course the Kings at DFRAG. Rest up, and we'll hopefully be back in somewhere between 30 and an hour for the grand final to see who is going to take the meat and potatoes of the VRS points.
DFRAG technology reduces ghosting in fast-game scenes, minimizes screen shaking in rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DFRAG stands out with this distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DFRAG functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, Zowie adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, Zowie advances DFRAG technology with its latest improvement featuring dual backlight design, the DFRAG 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay.
Been using Zowie monitor for so long. I can change the settings on the monitor with closed eyes, but when you have to change to something new, the difference is very visible when you're transitioning your crosshair to a certain area, pre-aim the opponent, or you want to spray transfer quickly. The Zowie's motion clarity is the best right now in the market. When I want to pre-aim the corner, or I want to spray transfer to another opponent, when I transition my crosshair to the opponent is way more clearer to see on the screen. I have always been a big fan of color vibrance and also Blick Equalizer. I want to make sure that my opponents are also very visible. With the old monitor in CS2, the colors have been a bit too colorful at times. The colors have improved a lot. On the new monitor, especially when it comes to identifying the opponents in CS2, I think the Zowie brand is something that really look for perfection when it comes to monitors. I like that you guys always ask the feedback from us as well on what do we think can be improved on the monitors. I would say the Zowie monitor has been my top priority ever since I started playing professionally.
The DFRAG Wildcard LAN is brought to you by Logitech, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and DFRAG Media Group.
He's done it! He's held on! Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. If you guys haven't been with us, where the hell have you been? We've just witnessed one of the best series domestically since pre-2020, I reckon. It was an absolute heater between the two teams, Ground Zero and Thunder Down Under, but we do manage to get our grand final set. Semper Fi up against Thunder Down Under. Gentlemen, welcome back, obviously, into the game right now. Oh, man, walk me through the emotions first on that previous series before we set the stage for the big one.
I'm still kind of trying to figure out exactly where I sit with that one. You know, it's a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, that's for sure, but obviously we've had a little bit of downtime now, and I think that's going to be the important thing coming into this grand final is for everybody kind of just resetting, right? For Thunder Down Under, for obvious reasons, off the back of that game, but for Semper Fi, who have been sitting around all day, and it's now finally time to actually get ready, get locked in for the server, and also for us, we've been sitting around watching that lower bracket final, and now it's time to get pumped up and get ready for a grand final as well. So yeah, let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, second time we're going to see these two teams clash domestically. Semper Fi fresh off a campaign over in Europe, coming back on home soil to secure their spot in the major, and Thunder Down Under, some of the greatest names in Australian Counter-Strike, joined by a couple of chooks. Let's see if they can win themselves a grand final.
Absolutely, man. And as I sort of said, the stage is very much set, and you check the environment afterwards. Obviously, being here, being on LAN, you get to go downstairs, see how the vibes are. Semper Fi have been sitting there prepping, aim training, it's all good. Whereas Thunder Down Under, they're sitting outside zen.
Well, that's the interesting thing. I swear they could have taken more rest time if they needed it, but they decided, let's just go straight into this grand final.
It was their call. Their call to go.
No fucking around. Let's just do this right now.
Well, that seems very much like not a strategic thing necessarily, but like you say, it's a call that they've made. That's obviously an informed decision about what kind of vibe they want coming into this grand final. Do they want to try and carry some of that momentum? Do they want to try and stay warmed up into this grand final? Do they want to try and get this one over and done with nice and quickly, or do they want a proper full reset with time to chat, to get out of the server, get out of the game, have some food, do what they want to do? They've obviously chosen for the former rather than the latter, and so for Thunder Down Under, I guess that's always going to be that conversation point when you're having that back-to-back series versus the straight into the grand final discussion. Which is that going to favour who sort of is the benefactor of that type of situation? Oftentimes, it actually does come away with the team that already played a game, coming into the server, hitting a little bit harder to start things off. They're a bit more warmed up, and maybe that's something that Thunder Down Under are reading into.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess, you've got to take that energy whilst you can. It can be a massive benefit. You're already warm. You don't need the aim training. You don't need the prac. Mentally, you're set. Or it could go kaboom. And as I said, we don't actually know where this one's going to land. It could very well be a completely one-sided affair where Semper Fi wipe the streets with them. Or it could be another heater, and I hope it does deliver on the second.
I mean, that's the benefit of having the prep time as a team like Semper Fi. They've got a European coach that's been brought onto the roster. We know that Keen likes to heavily prep for his opponents. That's the benefit of winning that upper final game and coming into this grand final, having watched, really, Thunder Down Under being put through the paces. They would have had nothing left in the tank at the end of that series. They would have used every strat. They would have tried every little trick just to get themselves across the line and get themselves into that grand final. And now it's going to be relying on that baseline of fundamentals they built up over the last couple of months domestically, and maybe a little bit of that veteran savvy and creativity.
Yeah, look, I think when you get to that point in a game like that one, it is a lot of the preparation and the conversations out the window, and it does come back to just the fundamentals and the instincts, and that's where, again, a team like Thunder Down Under is going to have some of the best fundamentals and instincts on an individual basis.
Yes.
When you're talking about players like Dexter, Liaz, and Alistair, obviously. Again, ASAP and TJP, also still very tenured players, but it's apples to oranges when we're talking about players that have
you got a sticker or you don't have a sticker?
Exactly.
That's the question.
And there's 3 players in this server that have got a sticker, and there's a lot of players that don't have a sticker. So that's a conversation point certainly as we go into this grand final, but I think everybody's going to be locked in and bringing their A game. It seems like everybody's switched on today, and I mean, Semper Fi have rarely been switched off, so that's definitely a factor as well. So I guess for me, again, it's just going to be a case of whether or not Thunder Down Under can maintain that level.
Yeah, absolutely, because you think about it on paper, like how many majors Alistair's attended. Then you've obviously got top 4 where Dexter's made there with a different team, with an international squad. You've got Leaz who was there, Renegades, in that top 4. So that's the experience there. And then, TJP, ASAP, they've obviously played the EPLs. They've played some of these international lands. And the exact same said could be for the guys on Semperfi, but they haven't got that next stage, right? They haven't got to the next level.
You see it even in the videos, even in the interviews that were done and recorded prior to this event. A lot
Fantastic
of the players,
stuff, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of the players are saying, it would be a dream to qualify for a major. That's what everybody wants. That's what we're looking for. And then you go to someone like a Dexter or a Leaz or an Alistair, and they're kind of like, well, we've been there, we've done that. It's not our dream. We've lived that, right? And that is, I think, a very nice position to be in, knowing that you already know what it takes to qualify for something like that.
Yeah, maybe it's the passing of the torch to some of the new guard, or maybe they will be eternally gate-kept and unable to get that sticker in the game. I mean, Semperfi have thrown everything at this. They've thrown boot camps, months of practice, trying to farm VRS points over in European tournaments, picking up imports for an extended period of time. This almost never happens. Putting European or American imports into Australian teams in any esport is usually a very temporary thing. Usually they can't hack sitting here and playing in Asia or grinding away in some of these lesser teams and things like that. But full respect to the Latvians, who, by the way, in the last series did the majority of the damage to Thunder Down Under, and Keen in particular on that last map, dragged them kicking and screaming across the line to get them a 2-0. I mean, it's been phenomenal to watch this. Like, who would have said that the Latvians and the Australians, one Kiwi in a team? It's a bloody weird mix in Semperfi, but credit to them, they make it work.
No, absolutely. Well, look, the stage is set. You've got Semperfi, investment, international prowess, the travel time, and looking to sort of make their first mark. You've got Thunder Down Under. They've been there, they've done that, but they want their careers not yet to finish. So we've got some content. Let's open this fucking show.
Semperfi. Thunder Down Under.
Here at DFRAG Wildcard LAN, I expect to win. But practically speaking, I take one game at a time.
Expectations are to win. Can't really settle for anything less.
It's actually extremely important for us to win and catapult us into the major.
We've put in a lot of work over in Europe.
We've learned so much. We make it to the major. I couldn't even say I'd be so emotional. I think the hardest team that we will face here is probably Thunder Down Under.
Because they have so much experience in that team.
It's silly not to say we want to win it.
For Thunder Down Under not to win it, we'd probably lose a couple games of Counter-Strike. Shackles are definitely much more relaxing and they can play their own game.
This becomes a problem. Door shot. He's a dead. Oh, through it. Obi Teller. Oh, he's panicking. Dexter. There's no way. You are inhuman.
We're putting in 110%.
I don't know how you expect to win the game playing like that.
Cheeky snag, mate. Thank you. I think the hardest team that we will face here is probably Thunder Down Under.
I think our toughest opponent here would have to be Semper. Obviously, they've had a big European tour these past few months.
I personally want to beat Thunder Down Under, I think they would be considered our best opponents and our rivals, even though we haven't versed each other. We're the two front runners.
I think they're kind of, what you're going to get with Semperfi. They're very straightforward. I think pretty easy to kind of read, know what's going on. So, but it'll be an interesting match for sure.
They have good players. They have good experience. We've never played them as well, so it's a bit of a question mark there.
I'd be surprised if they didn't have a deep book and weren't feeling good coming into this, because they've been playing non-stop in Europe while we've been here playing with Australia.
Because they have so much experience in that team. I feel like they don't need that much practice to like bring back core memories of them like fragging out against better players.
Their players maybe don't mesh together in terms of roles perfectly, but they have 5 very talented individuals.
We have our own way we play, and we're going to focus on ourselves.
You look too hard at other teams. You worry about you worry about the wrong things. You don't worry about what you're doing. I think if you make sure you're not making the silly mistakes and you're playing together, you're playing tight, like the results follow.
I feel like they have good players. We haven't played against them, so yeah, I'll see what they got.
In my opinion, from the outside, I think they have too many people in that team that want to be the star of the team. If you want to be a professional and you're from Australia, it's to buy into a system, because we just don't have enough players that buy into a system. Everyone wants to stand out. Everyone wants to have the highest rating. Maybe not. The Semplify guys can do that. Maybe a player or two can do that on their team. But yeah, I don't know. I think that they have the potential to be good. I think they just got to make it work.
Doesn't matter, I'm a good guy, you know. Just best of luck to him. I'll show you Sedward.
I'm sure they think they have a lot of experience from the little trip over there, but I did like at least 3 to 5 years in overseas Europe at tier 1 level, so that's a bit different.
Better watch out, mates. It's going to be a barn burner of a match.
It is great to hear, you know, obviously there is still that mutual respect between the two teams at the end of the day, which there needs to be, you know, and they're talking about getting it done in the server. You know, Leo's having the words about trying to buy into the system, right? You know, that's something that he had to do. He had to join when he was the best player in the region in order, join Renegades, and then have to take a back seat, you know? So these things take time, they take work, and, you know, both of the teams have a very different approach into the way they play this game, and I think it's going to be a real clash into this grand final.
Yeah, I certainly do. I mean, I think we talked a little bit about that yesterday in the initial matchup between these two teams, that, you know, you've got a team of kind of experienced veterans, even if they may be the underdogs coming into this match against guys that haven't really done it necessarily before. You've got a few youngsters kind of coming through the ranks here in Semplify, guys that are still hungry, still looking for that success, and so it is a bit of a yin and a yang in terms of where we're coming for these two teams. And I think even in terms of the in-game leaders, there's certainly parallels to draw, but there's also a separation between the two AWPing in-game leaders. So I think there's a lot to sink your teeth into in a matchup like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of those AWPing in-game leaders did used to play on Semplify, and he was the standout player for Thunder Down Under in a very, very narrow loss. So I think you really got to keep an eye on who's performing in the server. You had some quieter members on both sides, even for Semplify, who got the dub in 2-0 fashion in very, very narrow game. Don't think we really saw too much from Hazza. He was well and truly in the backpack. So I think for both teams, you could get more ceiling out of some of these players, and I want to see who's on, because this is a match for all the beans.
And as I said, right, you know, the first series being 13-11, 13-11, I felt like there was a couple of those rounds where if they went a different way, we would have had that overtime. We would have had that third map potentially. Yeah. So I don't feel like the scoreline of a 2-0 necessarily told the story of what we could have. And as I said, you know, Thunder Down Under should have the fire in their bellies now to take it on. Because again, just to remind everyone watching along, this event finishes, but then we've got another back-to-back where the 4 teams in the playoffs are going to be playing again. So they need to keep on going. It's day after day to fight for these VRS points.
It's quite interesting because we've gone through an online era where these teams are playing each other all the time. There hasn't been break time. I don't know if they've been taking those online matches as seriously as they will take these LAN qualifications in the race to the major, but you have had, you know, multiple tournaments running concurrently where these teams are playing each other multiple times a week, so this is actually not that foreign of a situation for these players. The only difference is there's a lot more pressure, it's a lot more serious, and now we're on LAN where the big boys play.
Yeah. I mean, look, it is. There's not much more to really say about that. Obviously, the stakes are much higher when we come onto LAN, and again, with those VRS points available, I think it's starting to diminish a little bit for Semplify. And one of the big storylines that I want to talk about actually coming into this grand final is for them in terms of where they're at with the VRS points and that ranking and their qualification process through to the major. They're actually, I feel like, a little bit more on the defense now rather than they are on the offense. Like they are kind of starting to hit the cap of where their points are actually going to get to.
Yeah, right.
Like they can still get wins, obviously, and that can still give them, you know, 10 or 15 points here, but it's not going to be the massive 50+ point swings per game that you'll be getting from, for example, even a team like Thunder Down Under, who are still missing out on, at this stage, a lot of LAN games, right? They've won 4 games in this tournament so far, I think, which means they've still got 6 LAN games to potentially pick up, whereas Semplify have actually got 10 LAN wins already. You can get a maximum of 10 LAN wins. Now, recency bias obviously is a thing when it comes to those LAN wins, and the older they are, the less relevant they are, the less points you're going to be getting from them. So some of them, which are now 2-3 months ago for Semperfi, are going to be refreshed if they get more wins here at ANZC and at the DFRAG wildcard. So there's still a little bit of a bump, 15 points or something like that from each LAN win, but it's again not the same as just completely refreshing a plus 48 that a Thunder Down Under would have. So in that respect, and that's why I'm trying to say it's a little bit more of a defensive thing here for Semperfi to just ensure, hey, we just don't want to lose so that we don't lose points. Whereas Thunder Down Under, it's sort of, in a way, acceptable for them to lose as long as they also win and catch those points back up. There's a bit more, I guess, room to work, I suppose, is maybe a fair way to put it for Thunder Down Under. They can make some more mistakes and still not quite get punished in the same way that Semperfi can, who almost have to be perfect.
Yeah, and look, pending some of the Asian events that we're going to be seeing relatively soon cropping up, with no doubt, I mean, these are the teams that are number 3 and 4 in the ranking respectively. So this is a very tight race. There's 50 points in it right now. As mentioned, Semperfi, they're just trying to play defense. They're trying to eke out a couple more points and maximize the amount that they can have to maintain that top 5 or top 6 spot in the ranking. And for Thunder Down Under, they're looking to propel themselves into that spot and upset Semperfi. This is a direct competition, these two teams, from making a spot over in the major.
Have we got the data? I mean, if we have a look here, I don't know if we've got a VRS prediction. Yeah, I was going to say, just off the top of my head, I think if Thunder Down Under would win this, they would leapfrog Semperfi, and they, by again the HLTV forecast, would get a plus 48, and Semperfi would get a minus 12. And if you do the quick maths there, Pilski, for me,
I can tell you that is yes, they would be number 3.
There you go. Wow.
Yeah. Number 1, very clearly Mongols. Number 2, FlyQuest. I mean, 100 points is
it's not that
still
far.
not a lot, actually.
Really not. And you think about,
I'm starting to get nervous about FlyQuest. I wasn't even thinking about that.
They kind of needed that CAC result.
What did they lose, right?
Where are you, FlyQuest? Come to DFRAG. Like, where are the boys?
Whoa, slow down, because that's a conversation we've been having. Is where are FlyQuest coming to these competitions? They don't want to come back and lose to the weaker opposition.
Hey, they're coming back and losing anyway, bro. They went to CAC, they went to China.
What the hell is
and
that?
And they lost there.
They got domed by Pokemon and Ben 10 in the year 2026 of our Lord.
A shit Chingus Warriors has taken them out early, and then hey, slow down. Chingus Warriors had a fantastic
don't talk shit about controls, all right? That's my boy.
Ticklewack my goat, all right? You be careful right there. But no, it was a weird competition where they started out really cold, and then they obviously had to fight through the lower bracket and didn't quite make it. And then Alter Ego couldn't even drag it through for the rep, for Gratisfaction, for Bentet, So that's why we've got such a weird looking VRS in Asia right now.
Exactly. But it is so easy to sit here and be hindsight Harrys. When you look at it from FlyQuest's perspective, prior to that CAC tournament, they would have expected to go into that and probably win it, or if not win it, do very, very well and qualify for CAC.
Should have dominated.
Pick up a bunch of VRS points. So things obviously didn't go to plan for them there. I mean, could you say that could possibly happen if they came here and played against Semperfi and played against Thunder Down Under?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, it's a possibility. It's not, so it's just one of those things. You obviously take a gamble on one side, and sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. But hey, it may inform their decisions going forward for the next season. Potentially, we'll see them at something like this. Who knows? We'll see.
Man, all I know is, for the longest time, it felt like Asia obviously had taken the reins back again, and there's a bit of fight here. There's a bit of opportunity. Obviously, we don't know what Chinese or Mongolian LANs are going to be happening over the next few months leading to the major, but it is the most exciting this region has been in quite some time. We've got the LANs back. We've got the online things. We've got teams dancing around the other regions. So, vetoes, they're available. I want to dive into them right now, because that is going to break down what we can see. Inferno, Ancient, Anubis. We know what happened on Inferno a short time ago. We know what happened on Ancient in the previous series. Pilski, talk me out this right now.
They've run it back. There's nothing else to say about this veto. Same insta-bans, different order of maps because of which team is Team A and Team B. Inferno picked from Thunder Down Under will start off the series. Previously was Ancient. Those first 2 maps were both 13-11s in the favour of Semperfi. Anubis was the decider, unplayed because we didn't make it there.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, that just says both teams are confident coming into this grand final that whatever preparation they have done, what they did going into that upper bracket final, was going to be enough, and I don't see any reason why you would change it up when the scoreline was 13-11 on both maps, right? There's a very, very easy solution to look at there for Thunder Down Under, and it's maybe, win another round, win another clutch, someone gets one more kill in a specific moment, a really important position, and that could potentially change the entire map. And the alternative for Semperfi is, win a pistol round, because I don't think they want a pistol round.
No, that's literally what they said in the interview.
Still won 13-11.
I think that's what Savage said in the interview. No pistols.
Just win one pistol round, and maybe that goes from a 13-11 to a 13-8 or a 13-9, and it's a bit more of a comfortable looking win on either or both of those maps.
That's fair.
A couple of little things that both teams can just focus on, fix up, and make a bit of an easier run for themselves. But yeah, again, we're obviously expecting this one to be a super close game again, and I'm so stoked. I'm so looking forward to it.
I mean, there's plenty of prep there for Semperfi. That's the brass tacks of it. They've already played both of these opening 2 maps, gone to all 24 rounds against Thunder Down Under. They've had time to marinate and kind of think about how that game went. Then they've got to watch Thunder Down Under play against Ground Zero, play an OT on Anubis, and show everything they possibly had to show on that map. And at least the T side of Inferno, CT side was a little bit more of a stomp for Thunder. They didn't have to show as much on that map in particular, but you've seen a lot of footage here for Semperfi. I don't think you could possibly have a better read and be more well rested coming into this grand final. It's just a question of ring rust and match readiness at this point.
Definitely so. I think the one thing I kept sort of harping on with Alistair and Dexter and stuff like that outside is just the whole thing of, you've been here. You've done the lower bracket run before. It's nothing new. It's nothing unfamiliar. And, going back to the very old days where the trenches were there, where you had to play 3 best of 3s in a day, even out to 4 or whatever, some of the local lands that you were forged by the fire, you need the stamina. I think, sort of at that global level, obviously everyone gets some time off where they don't have to play too many series back to back and things like that. And that can leave you complacent in a way, but obviously you can get that extra prep in everything like that. But, I don't know, man. Today they need the fire. They need to carry that momentum forward and use what they got.
Well, I think they've got it, right? Like, I think Thunder Down Under very much showed us that they still have that passion, that drive to win these games. It might not be as easy as it was back in the day when Dexter, Ali, and Liaz were in Greyhound and they were just slaughtering everyone in ANZ, and it was never even really. And
even when they weren't, like, the other team would just fall over and lose most of the time, or somebody would get a ridiculous clutch. They had insane veterancy, playmaking potential, and clutch potential that you're not seeing as much. Maybe a little bit of it, definitely from Dexter in particular in that Ground Zero game. You got some of that magic out of him. But I felt like teams would just shit themselves against Greyhound back in the day and, give them the win a lot of the time.
That's not the case now. That's certainly not the case for a team like Semperfi, right? They don't, I don't think they're scared of Thunder Down Under in the same way that other teams would be, or in the past would have been. And so, we go into a game like this one and it feels like everybody's going to, again, have to kind of try to find that drive and that momentum and self-motivation. And again, I think evidenced by that game against Ground Zero, Thunder Down Under certainly don't like that. Like, Ali's making a lot of noise. You got, as you said, Dexter pulling off some clutch moments. Liaz was having some really, really clutch times as well. And then TJP, right? Like, he's broken his earphones like 3 times.
Legit,
3 rounds in a row. So God knows what he's doing in between. Like, he's died and he's done this.
Arisen.
Whatever. Like, he's obviously invested in the game in some way, shape, or form enough to break his own earbuds. Like, we had 3 tech pauses back to back that are because DJP's trying to plug his broken headset back or earphones back into the PC. So
he's yanking it out of the audio jack. Dexter's on the end, like looking over, like, be careful with that HP on your PC, mate. Honestly,
you better be careful.
I'm going to be running the tab for that later.
Oh, man. It's just so funny to think about right now, ending up where we are, like, in 2026, at a LAN of this nature, with the crew that we've got on. It's just the passion behind it all. Like, I'm thinking back to, one of the only wins that we had where Renegades gets upset by, like, truckers with attitude, right? When you've got a level of confidence and cojones to fight through, right?
Most niche reference.
We're rolling back the years. You guys were there. Didn't you guys cast that game?
Yeah, I know, but that wasn't a grand final.
No, but it's the moments that you remember and the things that have been around. And we're rebuilding another storyline where it's got some cool shit about it, right?
With attitude.
It was a very...
Shout out Smooth Crim.
It was a very poignant match, That was one where I think that really gave that Renegades lineup a bit of a wake-up call that, we can't just roll into these series.
And other teams, like, holy shit, we can win if we don't be scared of them.
So it's one of those things. I mean, I think we were obviously having, was it you or you? I don't know who, what. One of us was having a conversation.
You always get the Mitches mixed up.
Yeah, you're just, it's just the same person to me. Well, I was having a chat with Tux on the outside, just in between this match and the previous, and we were sort of saying, like, we're the old boys now. Like, we've been around for such a long time, but it's really, really nice to kind of like see the next generation, and you're sort of ushering these new players in, and we're in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't care who the hell wins this, and neither should you. I want the energy that this series deserves from everyone watching. Will the Dragons breathe fire, or will we all need to ride the lightning? Let's get into it.
All right, Thunder Down Under's Matt pick here, and Semperfi have opted to start out on the T side. Very passive start from them, anticipating some aggression and anticipating Thunder Down Under to come hot off that consolidation final.
Yeah, it might be just a little bit of a slower start to this series as both the teams try to feel one another out. Thunder Down Under, you'd say they come in with a little bit more momentum, but there was quite a reset.
It's going to be a quick carp swap. They've already got the util for it. Liaz takes first contact and opts to slink away back towards the balcony.
Going to be a little bit awkward here. They've gone quiet, cut the noise, but it is a full throttle approach here right now. Shady going to be the first to take point here. Liaz does get some information, but it's flash out. Liaz a little bit of a panic, but ASAP gets two. Taken quickly though. Shady good for the trade. Alistair though on the site. Holding fire right now. Addict in a really awkward one. Has to simmer away towards jungle, but TJP is there. Nice. Great shot. Hold fast, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, it's not over yet, is it? P250 in the hands of Addict, and he's someone that's been stepping up over the course of this LAN so far. He could get a lot of work done.
Yeah, bombs drop. Dexter's wrapped around to Carps. He's going to try to cut off that brackets line from Boiler.
It's awkward, isn't it? Heading up Boiler now. A little bit of a slow one. Information garnered by Alistair here, but it's just sort of chopped in his tracks, hasn't it?
He's still got to find the bomb, and that's really going to be the tough part here.
Over towards default, and great swing. Perfect stuff there from Dexter, and that is an opening to the bank account for Thunder Down Under.
Can they win a pistol? Absolutely not. That's a big pistol for Thunder Down Under, and another fantastic start to their map pick of Inferno here.
It's got to be so frustrating. You know, like you've played 3 maps now, and you've literally lost 5 pistol rounds so far.
We can't do it overseas anyway, guys. Don't worry about it.
Doesn't look like there's going to be much of an investment here from Simplify either. So
look at that. 4 SMGs.
God damn.
Thunder Down Under. They are ready to run them down. MP7s are out. They want to farm up as much money as possible and really set the tempo in this game. Full control of Banana. Has been locked in by the smoke there. HE-Nate to the bottom does chip up Keen a little bit. That's the only man with really any dangerous weaponry in this round for Semperfi. He was so fantastic at finding the openers on this map in particular for Semperfi in that upper final against Thunder Down Under, and he wants to set the tempo already.
Semperfi not even really looking for anything in this round. They're just trying to pull out some of that util from Thunder Down Under, cost that economy a couple of dollars. Take a very, very slow approach here and let Thunder Down Under just whittle away at their util and then eventually send it somewhere, see if they can find a kill or two. They're not really necessarily looking for a round win. Obviously, it'd be nice.
The longer they wait, the more grenades that Thunder Down Under does use. So they're just trying to bleed them dry, force them to reinvest on some of that utility and kind of death by 1,000 cuts to the economy over time here. And if they can get any kills on top of that, then that'll be fantastic.
Yeah, around where they've supposed Semperfi giving a fair bit of respect here, you know, just a single deagle, but no real action. Great shot. I was about to say it, but this should be a farm for Dexter, right? You know, those SMGs, but Shady, he's dropped the teammate, but he's dropped Dexter as well. So it's back to the 3-on-3. Maybe there's a timing here.
I don't think so. Alistair's already in. As long as he gets 1 or 2, it should be okay, and gets the nice spray down on all 3. A little bit of an assist in there, with a couple of points for Dexter as well. 2-0, Thunder Down Under. Off to a decent start. They do lose a couple of guns, but Pilski, as you said, 4 SMGs invested into that round. It's not a massive loss to see 2 go by the wayside.
We'll see where Thunder Down Under opt to take the last couple of SMGs into this round. Maybe again some aggression on Banana, playing some of those close ranges, but with the reinvestment in the rifles early on, don't need to worry too much. Couple of Galils here for Semperfi. They didn't get a bomb plant in the opening couple of rounds, so to be able to get full util here, they've had to forego a little bit of firepower. I say HE-Nate to start things off. Addict was very consistent across the series for Semperfi, already taking a little bit of damage.
And again, it's that mana control that they're looking for, but this time trying to fight a rifle with an SMG is not going to go well. Semperfi picking the pace up until they don't. They run into the smoke at the half wall and decide they'd rather go elsewhere.
Yeah, they're happy with the opening pick. Dexter's hit the deck, and now Semperfi going to turn their attention to contact up into bracket, or maybe try to take some control of balcony here.
Up close towards brackets now. Only Alistair to take point. As I said, with that little bit of weakness from Dexter, you know, not going through, they are going to try break their way in towards brackets now, but they're slow. Alistair's got that utility.
No AWP here for Ali, so he's going to have to get it done with the rifle. Nice timing on the insend. He'll be able to push his way forward, but he is isolated in this fight. It's a risk that doesn't really pay off, but at least it's information.
Only gets the 1. Traded very, very nicely, but still slowing down. 50 seconds left off the clock now. Keen getting very close and personal. Here's the pitter-patter of the footsteps there from Liaz. Drops into pit. So they've only got to face away for 2 here, so slowing it down. Low HP, a couple of these members now. Fire starts to burn. Liaz gets the spot onto 1. A rogue bullet taking the head off of Shady. ASAP has to go nuclear on this position right now. The MP7 in the corner of the site. Surely they knew where he was. Addict gets the find, and now there's a long way for TJP to pick back up.
Yeah, and the 1v1 here, TJP, as you say, he's got to get his running shoes on, and Addict in the pole position for this round. He's got plenty of time to find a position post-plan. He doesn't necessarily know it. He's got no idea where TJP is coming from, but he has kind of managed to get himself off the site. There's a lot of space here for Addict, and TJP won't expect it on this line, but he'll still win the duel. The headshot comes through, and that's going to be a big one for TJP. He'll make a bit of noise, but we're not quite there yet.
No.
We've still got room to go.
It's only early days. Yeah. Still got potentially another 2 maps to play in this series, and he's got to conserve his bloody energy because that last one would have taken it out of him. Nonetheless, 3 rounds for Thunder Down Under, and the first clutch goes the way of TJP. Little bit of a lack of communication there for Semperfi. ASAP got the first pick from mid-side or cold box and was able to reposition to get another kill for free. Early on here, Semperfi looking a little bit rusty around the edges.
I was going to say the exact same thing. It sort of seemed like the way that Hazza strafed out onto that side, or the way that he tried to sort of peek in, he had no idea where ASAP actually was. So a little bit of a miscomm, I think, there from Semperfi. I'll back you up on that one.
Ali's got the AWP out. Wants to set the tempo nice and early. You saw him already aggressing on bracket. The same thing as the last series. Over towards Banana. A little bit of a totem pole boost. Might give Addict an opening pick here.
Yeah, really awkward now, isn't it? I think he's just maybe given a close haircut to Dexter, but he has to fall away. TJ also hot under the collar, so they'll be given car control, but what else can they do with it?
Slow things down. Semper5 taking carpets control in the meantime. Addict goes fishing for a pick, but nobody's giving it anything just yet.
Oh, you can tell they're really trying to push the issue here. Smoke goes into CT. That'll prompt out the peak, and that is just demolition from Addict and Keen. Couple of headshots go through. Ali's got one on the fadeaway with the grenade, but you just have so much map control lost here already for Thunder Down Under.
So
this
close.
is a very tough round to get anything done in. I mean, bomb goes down, but there's no hope for a retake when 2 players are still on A.
That little bit of sweat, wasn't it? Hot under the collar.
Yeah, Ali just going to fall away. Try to hold on to the AWP. But, yeah, he's sensibly going to fall back away into spawn side. Semperfi not interested in chasing anymore. They don't have any money to speak of either after losing that 1v1 against TJP. They're just really relying on the loss bonus and the bomb plant from the previous round. 3 guns up for Thunder Down Under, so they're quite happy to sit away and try to look towards the next gun round as well. 3-1. Back and forth early on.
Well, I mean, there's, you know, and again, though, another pretty quintessential Semperfi round, right, where they sort of just beat you with the superior firepower. It's not as if Thunder Down Under have really done anything wrong by peeking there. They double swung, they were trying to clear out sandbags, and Semperfi just hit some nice shots, and that's like, okay, well, we'll take that round, and that's how Semperfi get a lot of rounds domestically here in ANZ.
You could tell, like, they were tucked there. That was a 3-man setup, anti-flash. One was tucked into the right corner there. Like, they are waiting for Thunder Down Under to over-aggress there. They've thrown multiple layers of utility to try to chip down the util of the site holders. Regardless, though, into the next gun round. Once again, Alistair getting on an aggressive line towards brackets, but Semperfi are giving him nothing. The progression smoke opens up the way for a nice nade to chip down on Keen early on. Thunder Down Under, similar to what you saw from that Greyhound roster back in the day. They get so much value out of the HEs and the utility.
Very important round here for Thunder Down Under. Money's not great. They obviously don't have much loss bonus, so a reset here will let Semperfi take control of the half.
Oh, they're so split too here, right? TJP back on towards the side. A little bit of utility to try bump Dexter in, but it's not happening.
Util's pretty even. Nice spam from Dexter. Does give the advantage for Thunder Down Under, and he's quite happy to fall back into the site now. Semperfi still indecisive, undecided about where they want to go. This is an excellent position for Thunder Down Under. Bomb's only now being retrieved. You've still got the AWP on that jungle side, and you've just blocked B again.
Yeah, that smoke going down on B is going to keep that passage relatively closed at the moment for Semperfi, who are kind of scratching their heads about where they want to finish for this round, but it's pull to rotate. Thunder Down Under have a 3rd player over towards B, and that mid-round call might come back to bite them.
Still a full belter util for Liaz. They are sitting pretty here, but all it takes is a good entry or 2, and Keen has pulled a 3-man rotation to that B site with only a singular smoke.
Still a lot of util here for the A players for Thunder Down Under. If they get that molly down at a good timing, it might be around done and dusted.
20 seconds, right? They've got to start to get moving. Both players sitting in towards the pit side. It is going to be awkward, but that's a great molly. Exactly right, spot on. One in towards the pit, but Liaz is going to play forward here. He's a little bit blinded by the lights, but as he does swing down towards the lane, TJP able to find the opening onto Keen. Liaz gets one back, but he's up on the balcony. Gets it done right on time. The man will always answer when the call comes in.
He goes completely unchecked on balcony there. That was just a bait setup, really. Teeing up ASAP to have big multi-frag potential, and for a member that's been so quiet so far this event, if he gets rolling early, it's going to be a different looking Thunder in this grand final.
And that's what Liaz is talking about in that interview, isn't it? You know, he's setting himself up as the bait. He's being the team player here. He doesn't need to be the star. He has faith in the young gun ASAP to get that round done. Very well played by Thunder Down Under, and a setback for Semperfi, but not a massive one. They've still got A bunch of weapons to take into this round.
Addict's gotten out really close. It's a bit of an interesting one. It's a double-length smoke. I think they're actually trying to invest into this. Could get a bit scrappy in a moment. They're all getting awkward. It's over the top of each other inside the smoke. Addict's gone onto the other side right now. But TJP gets the catch. Not happening on my watch, little boy.
That's unlucky for Addict, really. He kind of does everything right there, to be honest, but only gets away with the 1 kill. Here comes the push through. Hazard. Easy kill for ASAP in the end. And this round is kind of just falling apart a little bit for Semperfi. You saw the pieces coming together, but they're all falling apart. Shady goes down now. And it's all on the shoulders of the captain, Keen. He's been good, but is he good enough? Not quite there for the grenade.
That hurts.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do? The grenade lands on top of you.
Yeah, came all the way from downtown in bloody Perth, mate. ASAP, 9-2.
Nobody lives there.
And 5-1 from Thunder Down Under. Yeah, it's you, ASAP. Bloody hell. Who else? Who else is from
That's
Perth?
It. We're the only two. We just go to the mines and then occasionally come play Counter-Strike.
Who did the mines?
I yearn for them.
Oh, my God. Well, man's come in, dusted all the coal off himself, and he is just lighting up the server.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward spot here for Semperfi now. And it's going to prompt that tack time out through from them. Thing is, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Like, this is obviously looking good for Thunder Down Under, but how many times have we seen them get off to a good start and then struggle to close a map out, right? This is, by rights, a fantastic start for Thunder Down Under, but could have said the same thing about a couple of those maps against Ground Zero.
Yeah, money's good, though. Feeling quite comfortable. What a time for ASAP to come alive. And again, Alistair just continues to be the point of interest time and time again. Thunder Down Under against Semperfi. He's playing his old team. He knows how they like to play, and he is getting in their face.
Tech9's out here for Semperfi. They've got something cooking in this round. Is it going to be anything a little quicker? And smoke at the bottom of Nana will dissuade them for now.
They're waiting for a timing. Flashes up over the top.
Yeah, running in straight to the flames. I mean, Ag does get one, but obviously he's taken down very, very low. I guess they've done a little bit of digging. They've slowed it. They've made the rotate out. It's a 2-on-2 at each of the sites.
Yeah, that'll be a rifle dropped. Dexter over on Car, and it has been fished by Attic. Low HP, so might want to hand that off to somebody else. Liaz looking to slow them down, drops the smoke into Boiler. Can be blown open if Semperfi want to pick up the pace here. In fact, Savage, unfortunately, doesn't have a flash to activate this Boiler play, so they're going to have to wait for the smoke to dissipate.
This will be an isolated duel for Liaz for the moment. If he gets hit with a headshot straight up, it's going to be problems. He takes the percentage play and just backs off into the side. He's been reinforced now by TJP and Alistair, and it's looking like a very strong hold on that A site for now. Whether or not Semperfi are going to commit is the next question.
They turn their attention to jungle. I'm keeping an eye on Addict with this rifle inside of Carbs while the pistolers start to make their way up dig side here.
So awkward. Addict obviously wants to try and get out of the Carbs position here, but ASAP watching that line. Alistair does drop Shady on the flank. It's going to be a really, really tough ask here, but Hazard does make a quick work towards one. Dropped in the end. Liaz, great lockdown. Savage damage. Ooh. Savage getting damage done. He is low. Very, very small on HP here.
Again, it's TJP in that clutch. Was able to win one earlier on in this map for Thunder Down Under to get them underway.
20 seconds, Jordan.
He's, again, tasked with the 1v1. This is, it looks nice for TJP. Savage very tagged up. He's got to get a wriggle on to try to get that plant down, but, you know, anything can happen when you've got a Tech9 in hand.
He's got no util, so might be difficult to cross between Banana and Main. We'll see where he chooses to play this clutch from.
TJP doesn't realise. He spent a lot of time clearing out the A side.
He does have a molly. I just don't think that you throw that first orange, though, so I love this positioning from Savage.
Yeah, very smart to try and do the old bait and switch, right? He's going to be moving his way through CT nice and slowly, and this is that false sense of security right now. The second he sees that bomb, he's going to start to shake his mind up, but halfway ticked on that bomb right now, and again, so many angles to clear. The Tech9 at close quarters. He has to get a bit of a wriggle on now. Molly towards Emo. It's the wrong lane, and whether he will check it, that's going to be the question. Onto the defuse, but it's not going to matter because James bloody Savage will rip his head off.
I mean, the whole team's been built around this man just to see him succeed, to see him make his Counter-Strike dream a reality, and when he's putting clutches like that together in such a big game in Semperfi's campaign here for the Major, you see why so much has been invested in him.
Well, that's an important round for Semperfi, but it's only a second. They've still got a long way to go to recover this half, and Thunder Down Under are well aware of that. They're going to call a tack timeout of their own.
They're out of money. Util's not looking as good, at least on Alistair. The rest of the boys have put full nades together, down to an MP9 for Dexter.
The economy, Pilly, it's a tough one.
I know, man. Like I read about in the newspaper every day, mate, you know? Bloody
I can't read.
Geopolitics, innit?
Sucks.
You can't read? Oh. What are the glasses for, mate?
Just for show. They don't actually do anything.
Just that my stylist decided to put them on this morning.
Yeah, that's
there
it.
you go. See it on the scoreboard, though. A little bit of a check-in. ASAP 10-3. Alistair having a good game for himself. Once again, I think Keen has been pretty consistent, as has Attic. Those have been really the big two for Semplify so far in this event. I think Shady was fantastic against Thunder specifically, but in some of the other games outshone by the other boys. But that's a big clutch from Savage, no doubt about it. I mean, they were really down in the hole, Semplify, at 5-1. Now, the narrative could really change if they're able to convert this next T-side gun round.
100%, and that's kind of been the thorn in the side for Thunder Down Under throughout this event, getting off to a good start and then not quite capitalizing on it. So we'll see how much of a precipice they're actually teetering on here, Thunder Down Under. If they just go on to win this round and start recovering the half, then maybe it was all for nothing for Semplify.
Trading down util. Thunder Down Under have been very patient with their util in the mid-round. Here's the change-up of the setup, though, and a lot of that util on Liaz sitting in carpets. They will go not tested. And there you go, secured by the utility. Semplify will take sandbags at a minimum.
Getting a little bit of a look in towards this B bomb site. Maybe a retake attempt here. No, Thunder Down Under just going to use that pop flash to boost TJP up nice and quick. Got an MP9 on the site here alongside that M4, but that's not where the majority of this offense is going to be headed. There's a push out. Thunder Down Under. Alistair under pressure. Not even aware, I don't think. Maybe he is. I don't know. Either way, trying to scramble his way back into A, and it's Liaz that will hold the fort for now at Carpets. Ali's back down into Pit, but can he get anything done from here? Absolutely not. An AWP versus a rifle in a fight like that is never going to go well, and that's the A side taken for Semplify. Thunder Down Under got themselves in a traffic jam, and it's not gone well.
I mean, it's just a save. You had the B pressure come out from Semplify, and Thunder Down Under didn't have enough time to really digest that Carps play. Those aggressive Carp setups are so good at disrupting the default. If you come down second mid into Carps, you're jumping up on the balcony. But when a team pivots so fast from banana control into sprinting up dig side and is hitting you from all angles at once, all it takes is one whiff shot, and that setup just completely falls apart.
Well, all of a sudden, both of them are falling out of Carpets, right? You know, they can't get any extra space. Alistair's up there, shotgun AWPing. It's really uncomfortable, and I think that's the thing that you need to start to see from Semplify, right? You know, Thunder Down Under come straight out of the gates. They're hot, they're explosive, and Semplify just need to shake that up somewhat, and that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah. Money's cooked. 2K apiece on all of these players on Thunder Down Under. I think you've got to seriously consider saving around the 2 rifles unless you want to drop some MP9s and Famises.
I have to look and see what that decision's going to end up being. I'm not sure exactly where the loss bonus is at the moment, but I think they'd only need to take a single save here to get a pretty decent buy next round, particularly because it's Inferno. You know, you're obviously saving a lot of guns through here and there, so you don't need a huge amount across the board, and it will indeed end up being just that single save for Thunder Down Under here. But look, you can still get a bit of work done. Couple of M4s. Dexter with an MP9. We'll see if he gets set up aggressively anywhere.
I mean, it's such a momentous start from Thunder Down Under, and it's being dismantled off the back of a Tech 9 clutch, and then a really good follow-up gun round. Excellent call from Keen to dismantle that Carp setup. Once again, quick control of sandbags goes the way of Semplify.
It's an aggressive setup, though, here for Thunder Down Under. TJP ready. Dexter on the line, just gets deleted, and that is important. If Dexter doesn't go down that quickly, then that round can very quickly spiral away for Semplify, but not much hope now for Thunder Down Under.
Ali was there too, right? You know, he just felt like he couldn't get activated there. Had to just watch the car crash unfold, unfortunately, in front of him, and might be able to save the 2 M4s now, but that'll be all she wrote, Pilly.
Ali was at the bottom of the totem pole. He only had the USP, so there's only so much that he can do if both those players go down early.
I mean, that's what the setup is designed to do. Gave themselves an outside shot at winning the round, but does not come together, and Semplify, 5 players survive yet again. Stonks are rising. Shouldn't run out of money anytime soon as Semplify pick up their 4th round and what started as a pretty one-sided scoreline. Thunder Down Under yet another pistol and some fantastic follow-up gun rounds. An early clutch has very quickly been dismantled by some great calling from Semplify and a clutch of their own.
That's the same old story for Thunder Down Under, isn't it? Rearing its ugly head. The middle stages of these matches have been a concern. And you also have to think, T-side coming up after the end of this half for Thunder Down Under. There's been some good T-sides, there's no doubt about that, but there's been some pretty bad ones as well. I'm not sure that 5 is quite going to be enough to have them feeling confident just yet, and they shouldn't be able to afford an AWP in this round either, so Alistair's going to be running around with a rifle again.
See if he wants to get aggressive up on bracket side. He's been really trying to push the issue and be a difference maker in the opening portions of some of these rounds. haven't really seen the banana fight be contested too much for Thunder Down Under. You've seen Dexter get a spam kill through the smoke here or there, but for the most part, it feels like Semperfi have been dominating the banana.
Inferno giveth, Inferno taketh away. Can be a dangerous, dangerous map if you are caught lacking.
That's ballsy from Dexter to stick around when there's so much util coming in his direction. He's getting a lot of info. He's going to take this fight. That is a massive start to the round for Thunder Down Under, and that is pure experience and massive nuts from Dexter.
Yeah, you just can't keep letting them go sandbags for free here. Seems like Savage trying to set up King for success. He dives his way up onto half wall, but both of them punish. You cannot make it into sandbags here.
That is such a nice round from the 2B defenders there, TJP and Dexter. They are just standing and delivering and taking that fight to Semperfi. They're not going to be cowed. They're not going to be pushed away.
There you go. Vibes are back on. I was watching Alistair looking at TJP in the previous map when he was breaking his Inez like he wanted to kill the cunt. And now, in this game, he gets a little bit of a cheeky smile. And that's off the back of a good hold, a big 2K from TJ, and some good bats on top. That's what he's in the team for.
Well, that's going to be the combo breaking round for Thunder Down Under. They've sort of pulled back some of that momentum away from Semperfi, and again it becomes a question of will they maintain it, or is it Semperfi to strike the next punch?
Yeah, quick outpacing. This time up into Carps, only leaving that one player hanging around Banana, so very clearly Semperfi want to try to bust their way out of Boiler early on. There's the progression smoke and the flash to set them up for this dig push.
Yeah, my God, they're really out of the gates here, aren't they now? And it's going to be this dynamic duo of ASAP and Liaz again. ASAP still up on the balcony, 12 and 13 now. Alistair also here, but he's caught lacking. He's caught slacking, but ASAP certainly won't be until Savage digs him an early grave. TJP, though, right on the bend. Does he want to swing, or will he hold it back? He's certainly not going to sing for now as he waits for Dexter to come up mid.
I mean, you got 2 incense, you got 2 mollies here for Thunder Down Under to play with on this retake, so they can get a lot of work done unless Dexter just gets picked right here. Shady fumbles the bag. Dexter gets the better of him this time around, and it's Savage in the 1-on-2. Another clutch on offer for the young gun from Semperfi. 45 seconds left to work with. He's got the bomb in control, but how does he get out of this sticky situation?
Oh, this is so uncomfortable right now. Has to try and isolate the Jules, take the fight. If he peeks into Boiler, but unfortunately he will not be ready. The pressure cooker overflows there and burns out Savage. Had a great entry in towards the site, but once again punished by Thunder Down Under. The patience in the reapproach to that site take.
Yeah, and you heard it from them in the interview. They're well aware, Alistair in particular saying, I know they've got a deep playbook, and you could see it on this T side. They've been all over the map. They've been hitting very different timings in different rounds, and Thunder Down Under able to adapt accordingly and get back on top of them after a couple of good rounds for Semperfi. Savage denied his second clutch here, and the money now looking a little bit more woeful for Semperfi into round number 12 here. Great HGs to start things off.
Yep.
Addict's missing both of his legs here, and that's a great opener from Alistair.
Second.
I was going to say, Orb's back in the hands of Alistair, and I wonder if that changes the dynamic at all. What's he going to do with that? Tries to go for an aggressive peek in mid, and it works out this time. So that big green has been a focal point for Thunder Down Under throughout this event thus far, and again, with it back in hand, Alistair striking and having impact here in round number 12.
It's 1 minute 20. Semperfi only just limping out of spawn. Congrats, Shady. We've made it into balcony. What now? 1-man disadvantage. Full info for Dexter on Banana, and you've got 4 players on the A site for Thunder.
Alistair waiting patiently for his second opportunity to strike here. Will it be a Thunder Down Under once again for Alistair? Multiple players ready to swing. He sees the shoulder though and sets himself nicely. Savage out of the picture, and you're down to a 3-on-5 early. Semperfi not liking this round so far.
Oh my God, Shady's gone fishing completely solo, and the boat's run out of engine fuel at this point in time, but he does get one. At least he's able to steer the ship a little bit longer. Molly into pit, still 3 more members to work with right now. They're coming up lane. TJP gets the flash up, but it's an absolute bloodbath on towards this side. TJ's still alive, but there's 2 members hungry. Addict goes down as TJ just continues to punch down.
Beautiful multi flag from TJ. Locking down everywhere where it's needed. Defended half wall very well. Clean ass tap
The high five game between Brilliant and TJP right there.
That's what he's in the team for. That notebook has nothing on it. He's just there for clean daps.
That might be the highlight of the grand final so far.
You just can't break through this dynamic duo, though, bloody Liaz and Alistair, right? You know, that partnership that they've had for so long, to get the early pick, fall away, and then to call the rotation, crazy.
I mean, it was ASAP earlier on, but TJ's been bloody everywhere. He was locking down half wall. Man's on the rotation into the A side as the fourth player on A, and he is the player to lock down Dig. Semplify don't even make it into the site. It's been disruption right from the get-go from Alistair. This man's really getting under their skin.
Well, second half getting underway. 8-4. That is a foreboding lead right now for Thunder Down Under, and we might see a little bit of a different recipe being cooked here in the grand final in comparison to what we saw in the upper bracket final. Pistol round again. Semplify, as of yet, have not won a single one against Thunder Down Under in this event, and they will be hoping against hope that they can change that here.
ASAP boosted up. Man, he's 14-5. Opening kill goes the way of Hazard, though. He's having another kind of strugglesome map for himself against Thunder thus far.
He's seen him. He's seen him. Keen has no idea yet. Oh, but he hits the shot anyway. That is sharp. Should have gone every way towards ASAP, and it looks like this pistol round is just going to peter out into nothing for Thunder Down Under.
Oh man, what is happening right now? Alistair and Liaz on completely different postcodes at this point in time. They're going to have to try and pick up the pieces. The bomb has been split, but maybe they're reinvesting. If they don't clear this, gentlemen, it could be awkward. Alistair, trigger discipline. It's on a knife's edge right now, depending on what he wants to do. He wants to get that opening shot. There's two. Game on. Round potential. But guys, hang on. Let it settle.
There's another player in B, and Alistair's not going to be aware of that just yet. Liaz goes down as well. Yeah, I mean, that was, I think, a specific choice from Alistair. He just sort of said, I need to take some space on B. Liaz can backfill in and collect the bomb if I take this space. He wanted to get there before any CTs rotated in, but there was a couple too many issues in that regard. Either way, we're back into now a 1v3, and Alistair's going to have to go quickly. There's not a lot of time. Two players on this site. Glock in hand. He has to pull off a miracle right here for the squad with multiple players. The crossfire, not even required, really, as Shady gets it done. First pistol round, finally, for Semplify against Thunder Down Under, secured here at the DFRAG Wildcard LAN, and that gets their second half underway.
Yeah, I mean, we're breaking records here for Semplify. They've won a bloody pistol. Hazard's doubled his kills. He had a really rough T-side here, and he had, as I mentioned, a pretty rough game against Thunder in that upper final, despite the fact that Semplify did get the dub there. It was mostly predicated off the consistency from the Latvians and a big one from Addix, so want to see some more stealing out of this man, hoping he can get comfortable on this CT side, because he's one of the finest riflers we have in Oceania when he's on his game. Banana taken early on here by Semplify. Thunder taking a full save. It's just Alistair with the Deeg.
Similar approach, isn't it, to Semplify's T-Eco. Deagle on the in-game leader.
Keen got one, if you remember, so Alistair's due for another.
Yes. Liaz probing, spotting Keen's position out, and going to try and put a bit of pressure on that boiler spot, but he's not having too much trouble there. Alistair's Deagle goes into the hands of Dexter and is equally as ineffective.
At what point do you start getting concerned for Thunder Down Under?
Oh, I mean, we haven't even seen a gun round, mate.
No, but they have struggled on the T side in some of these games. It has to be said.
Yeah, not wrong.
Less so in the last series against Ground Zero, particularly on Anubis. The T sides were looking strong, but in some of the other games, Thunder Down Under has really struggled to get anything going on the T side, and that is about as clean of a start to the CT side of Inferno as you could get for Semplify.
No, you're right. I mean, I think this gun round's going to tell us a lot. We'll really get to see what is Thunder Down Under going to bring here, but noting that it is their map pick, you've got to hope they've got something in the back pocket here for these opening couple of gun rounds.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have you seen, you know, the core of this team pick into Inferno? Even the Rooster players, when they used to play on that squad, would pick Inferno and start T-side. Everybody would start CT against them. So they are well aware of what it takes to grind their way into a T-half.
They had 6 on their T-half last time they played against Semplify. If that is what they get, they'll get enough. TJP for the 1-for-1. Bit of a scuffle over Banana. Taking space and taking heads. Man, down this time.
This is the player that you told needed to activate, right? Oh my God, what the hell was that?
I think we need to check him, PC. I've seen that too many times from Liaz.
I don't think that normally.
Oh, man. A-side. Well and truly open for business here for Thunder Down Under.
Savage they can't even play this round.
Savage and Addict. I mean, they got a stew on that one. They got to say, hey guys, what happened over on the A side? And then who was that in Carbs? Was that Shady?
Yeah, Shady.
He probably says, I'm not going to try a Latvian accent. He's like, I don't know, bro. I don't even know.
Not feeling slim in that round.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, how much can you really take from that, though, as Thunder Down Under? You know, you win a couple of really nice duels. Obviously, you get some nice space in there. ASAP's kill was a very, very clean one. But that's not really a gun round that Semperfi have gotten to play. Like you said there, Pilsky, they don't feel like they got to play that round. So, hey, it's a nice win. It's a good start to the half. But we're going to need to see more to lock this map in.
Semperfi, plenty of cash. They manage their economy well. They have many more bites of the cherry to keep chugging away on this CT side. And we're not at double digits yet for Thunder Down Under. So really still anyone's game.
Early days. Not a lot of money here for Semperfi once they buy in. So loss bonus hasn't quite built up yet. It'll be an imperative round for them to get over the line this one, and they're aware of that. Timeout is going to come through, have a bit of a chat about how they want to structure this CT side. They won't be able to afford an AWP in the hands of Keen, but you know, like I've said in the past, I think he's a very, very serviceable rifler.
I mean, look, he got 27. The last time these two teams played and dominated the opening duels, it was 16-8 opening duels for Semperfi. But most AWP kills went to Alistair, actually. And I don't think I even really saw him use it that much on the CT side. So if he starts to get the AWP in his hands, he can throw some good supportive utility. And if we can get Alistair into some of those vintage post plants, get him on new box or something like that. If he has an AWP in his hand, then he's almost certainly going to start to deliver some big impact.
I would love to see a vintage Alistair clutch in this grand final. You know, give me a 1v3.
Oh, remember that? Wasn't it this map we saw him like 1v5? Yeah, that was one of the best rounds of
jumping
online CS.
out of carpets onto the A
in a while.
Yeah.
He's got some serious capacity, that man.
Well, Hazard flashed on into Banana, or at least the molly will set him up for success, but will he be tested here? Spots off the player jumping out onto Logs. Doesn't seem like Thunder Down Under want a biff just yet.
Oh, both teams happy to just take a bit more of a reserved approach at the start of this round.
Got a dig set up here for Semperfi. No AWP on either side. This is all rifle-centric gameplay. More utility being traded back and forth over on the B side of the map. But finally, TJP bold enough to make it up to half wall, and Thunder Down Under have secured control of sandbags.
It's gone past too. This is awkward. Hazard trying to go for the play there, getting flashed in, but unfortunately blinded there. Savage now has to play alone. He'll be doing more than praying here from the church as he heads back in to wait for the rest of the team to try and pull him out, but only seeing Sap now rotate back around.
TJ secures control of coffins. See Thunder be able to get that bomb down, but they will be chipped a little bit by that nade from Savage.
Do they even want to fight this, guys? This is awkward right now, uncomfortable. Liaz is obviously still hunting.
Semperfi don't have the money. If they go for this retake, they lose all their guns. They won't be able to buy into the next round, so they're going to take the safe approach and try to save their guns. There's a little bit of a hunt already in process, though, with Liaz kind of lurking around in apartments, and I have no doubt that he'll find somebody at some point. Whether he wins that duel or not will be the question, and then obviously you've got ASAP coming in here as well. There's a real opportunity for Thunder Down Under to do some pretty critical damage to Semperfi here.
Very interested. Shady with full utility over on pit side could block off this angle as Liaz draws closer and closer, hand in hand with ASAP. How many will they get? Will they even get a peek? The molly goes onto Shady here. He can put that out with a smoke and just play it nice and safe. Oh, there's one kill right at the end of the round from ASAP on dig side. So one extra gun taken away from Semperfi, but still 3 guns plus some extra cash in the bank. They will be able to put together another buy on this next gun round.
Anxiety's got to be building now, though, for Semperfi. They're thinking about the major. They're thinking about the VRS points. They're thinking about the fact that they beat Thunder Down Under 2-0 in the upper bracket, and now in the grand final, in the match that matters even a little bit more, they're actually struggling to get anything done.
Crazy stuff, man. You know, coming in, obviously, as you mentioned, from that game, 13-11 on both, not winning out the pistols. It feels like a completely different beast that we're seeing right now, and they've had the prep. They rocked up early. They've got the coach. They've got the overseas in the back pocket, and they talk about how important it was to try and win this one. And it's not starting their run through in this grand final as well as we could have expected.
Well, that's right. There's no excuse. You can't say, oh, we didn't get any pistols. You did. You did. It's fair. It's 50-50. Everyone got a chance. Another investment obviously having to come through here for Semperfi. They'll be figuring out what can we do with the cash that we've got available. Save 3 guns, so it won't be a terrible buy. In fact, it'll be a pretty good one. Keen's got the AWP. That's the change up here for Semperfi. Was it effective for Alistair on the CT side, but Hazard is just having a roughie, isn't he? Grenades landing on his head, and he is donezo for this round.
Such an impact player too, right? Hazard has just been shut out so much by Thunder.
I mean, he's 1 of 5 in opening duels. He's a bit of a liability right now, but there's Keen shining in with the AWP finally.
Okay, another opportunity now. Just whittling away at them slowly. Keen has to go for the reinvestment here, through the smoke, through the fire, and TJ turning his back to you. That's a massive play in towards bracket, just as they desperately needed it here for Semperfi. But Liaz, another very experienced veteran, knows his way around Inferno. A nice push through the smoke there here from Keen, but the utility starting to throw Liaz into a little bit of a dishevelment now. Going around the bend, they peek on him, but it's an awkward one. Damage is done, finds Attic, but he's low, and Shady will be able to capitalize. Nicely done from Semperfi, but it felt a little bit laboured.
That's Keen in a nutshell, though, isn't it? Like, he likes to be on the front foot. He likes to be aggressive. So in a moment like that, as Thunder Down Under, I think you have to be ready for him to be potentially anywhere inside of that smoke.
Yeah, they should be well and truly familiar at this point, having had Alistair come off the back of Semperfi, as well as the fact that he got, what was it? I don't even know how many opening kills
10
in that last one. 10 and 1 in opening duels. That's right. Last time that they played Inferno against each other. Just absolutely ridiculous. So they know his tendencies. Thunder Down Under back onto another gun round, though. For Semperfi, it felt like they, similar to what you saw from Thunder Down Under over on Carp's side, really wanted to fight for them. Didn't want to let them get that map control. And Thunder Down Under will respond with a quick Carp's pop here. And it's only Shady by himself on the A site.
Could be awkward. Addict is starting to come across, but he's not quite there to render assistance just yet. Flash into the site. Shady unaffected. But the movement, the schmovement even, is going to dislodge his angle. And Addict can only get himself the 1-for-1. It's not enough. The site is taken by Thunder Down Under.
They're going so quick, though.
They're on a bomb recovery mission.
But
Dexter doesn't care about no bomb. He's dropping bombs on Hazard and Keen in mid.
Oh my God, Savage, what do you even do here, right? Bombs going down. I think he just has to start to worry about that next round. You know, their money is starting to weaken a little bit. They've got a bit of cash in the back pocket, but he seems like he's staying around for at least, you know, pull away a bag of chips or something like that to take home with him, but...
Just take an AK, mate, all right? Don't be that guy who's, you know, hanging around the vending machine while it's getting restocked and saying, can I have a free bag of chips, please?
The shampoo bottle from the hotel.
Yeah.
In the toiletry bag.
All right, mate.
Head and shoulders, 13 in 1.
13 in 1
for the fellas.
Can put it between your toes. Savage will get away with the AK, but that's all that Semperfi have got left. 11 up for Thunder Down Under. They are really putting them under the press in this grand final.
Who was that out Carps first? Was it Liaz or was it ASAP?
ASAP.
Yeah.
ASAP with the schmovement.
Yeah.
Can't do that on WA ping, but on LAN he's unleashed.
Buddy, I don't know. Have you guys ever tried to air strafe IRL? I've tried it. It doesn't work.
No. What?
You should try it.
I'm not athletic, bro.
I'm just kind of floored. My brain's like processing that statement right now.
Not sure I can even get off the ground, mate.
Nah.
I got about a 2-inch vert.
That is not possible. It is not possible what he just did.
But 2 inches it's big, right?
Of course,
guys?
yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, 11's up for Thunder. Really putting Semperfi to the sword. And once again, TJP, the tip of the spear, all the way up on half wall. Has a rough game, and he's only got a deagle in his hand. It just never really gets easier for him. And I think Thunder Down Under want to be heading in his direction ASAP.
For lack of a better word, we'll see whether or not Semperfi is keen about that one. TJP is backed up by Dexter, incidentally, on the way through. And this is kind of just a routine round from Thunder Down Under. The question is, do they know? Do they expect a third player? Well, that'll give it away. Flash in from Savage, smoke down to try to buy himself some space. And he does do well to grab one, but it is not enough.
It's just looking way too easy for Thunder Down Under. The entries are coming left, right, and center. Any part of the map they want to fight in, they're usually coming out ahead. Has a triple negative at this point. I mean, and with how easy it is for them to get into B in a lot of these rounds, it just has to be something that's a bit of an eyesore at this point.
Well,
1-7 in opening duels, and it really just feels like Thunder Down Under are quite happy to run at him.
You want to be a champion team, you're going to have to do something which a champion team would do, and Thunder Down Under came back from an even worse scoreline than this against Ground Zero.
They did.
So let's not count Semperfi out just yet. Can they find a way to dig deep and pull this back?
What's the loss bonus? Because that money is woeful. They're saving a FAMAS and an MP9 here.
It'll be pretty extreme. They've lost a lot of rounds, Pilsky.
No, it's not, bro. They've got 2K on Keen and Hazard. This is not looking good at all for Semperfi.
To take the L and obviously save for the overtime is a grim prospect for the rest of this map.
Saving for the next bloody map.
Yeah, there's no saving anymore.
Why not?
They got to force up. Hazard's got himself another pistol. No AWP or anything of that nature for Keen.
These can be the scariest rounds, though. You know, 5-7. We've seen a lot of damage out of it. MP5 starting to come into the meta a little bit. A lot of players liking that one lately. Thunder Down Under, they kind of just have to fall over the line, but sometimes that's the most difficult.
A lot of SMGs. Pistol in the mix. Aggressive. Up on Sandbag. Semperfi want to take these shorter range duels. Keen's taking so much damage from the Molotov. Oh,
so uncomfortable, right? You know, just having to sit with it, right? You know, not even getting an opportunity to play this one. And again, you're going to sit in a position where it's an MP5 and a bloody 5-7 on the B side.
Yeah, Thunder Down Under are happy with that. They don't want to war of it in Banana anymore. Don't need to take those close-range fights against a potential 5-7 lurking somewhere. Let's go back over towards the A site. Addict is going to be able to get in front of that smoke. Decides instead he wants to play behind it. This could actually work out. Ooh, he's jumped up onto the post box and nobody's checked him.
Leave him. Yeah.
Oh my God. Dexter falls, but that is the crucial information for ASAP to turn around, and now it's on to Shady. He's already been picked up behind that box. MP9 is not going to do the job. Bomb plant down, Thunder Down Under, storming towards a victory.
Final opportunity to get something done here again. Hazza hasn't had the best game. You know, it's a player that you expect a hell of a lot from. Savage needs to try to G him up here and get him back into it, but they just don't quite have the weaponry, do they? They're both going to opt for Carps here. Liaz inside the pit, 3 members on the side. It's going to be an absolute asylum here to try and break into, and it's just Savage left all alone. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that's going to be the opening win towards the journey of being the victor of DFRAG Wildcard LAN. Very nicely done here from Thunder Down Under, and Semperfi kind of just stonewalled a little bit there.
That was not the well-drilled, on-point Semperfi that you're used to seeing here. Rough game from some of the individuals. I mean, even in that last round, I don't think I've seen Keen in that last game of Inferno. 27 kills, 10-1 in opening duels. The last time they played, I don't think I've seen him make a mistake like that. It feels like Semperfi just not switched on in that opening map, and Thunder Down Under well and truly riding the momentum from that consolidation final.
Oh, look, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Sometimes the better team gets it done nice and easy. I don't think that's the last of the Semperfi guys. No. Like, we're going to go obviously into another map. There's no doubt about that. But even then, they have a lot that they can do to lift from map 1 to map 2. They'll be having a conversation about that right now. They'll be saying, look, it's not the end of the world. We lost on their map pick. We're going into our map pick. We're still a good team. We've beaten them before. We can still make something happen in this grand final, and this is far from over, in my opinion.
I mean, it is their map pick, 100%. I mean, what a resurgence, though, from ASAP. A hell of a time to show up in this grand final. Had a phenomenal game there on Inferno, especially given the fact that Liaz was doing the heavy lifting in the Ground Zero series. Now he's taken a little bit more of a nap and just played his role. But that is the talent in this Thunder Down Under roster. I actually prefer it this way, to be honest. I want to see the young guys do the heavy lifting with some of the vets just chilling a little bit, playing the role, just making sure the pieces are coming together.
Yeah, sit down, Grandpa.
Well, that was the whole point of this project, right? You've got the experience. Dexter doesn't want to be top fragging. It was like almost uncomfortable to see him and Liaz dragging, kicking and screaming the children across the line on Nuke to get him to overtime. And then we finally saw some other moments from the other blokes. But that was the whole thing about bringing in ASAP and TJP away from Rooster, you know, giving him a new home, giving him a new opportunity to really fight as hard as possible for a big major opportunity.
Yeah, you know, we're not talking much about TJP either. Obviously, we're giving some praise to ASAP for top statting, but there's a lot of impact rounds out there from TJP. He won the clutch very early in the map to try to get them underway. Pulled off a couple of nice kills in crucial moments as well, so I think he certainly was able to find his impact as well, and a couple of the Semperfi members definitely missing out in that regard. You know, I've had a lot of positive things to say about Shady in the past. I've called him one of the best riflers, if not the best rifler in this region at the moment, but a 50 ADR map from him is not going to cut it in a grand final against a team like Thunder Down Under.
I mean, he put 40 together across the series the last time these two played in the upper finals. Both of the Latvians going berserk, so I don't think either of them are actually playing as well as they did in the initial game against Thunder Down Under, whereas...
And who's picking up the slack? Nobody.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I swear to God, you know, it's one of those things where it's been really nice to unfold in front of us, and maybe that's the rude awakening that Semperfi needs. So at this time, we'd normally talk about the next map, but I think we've got to give you guys a little bit of a rest and then reload, reset, and get right back for Ancient.
DFRAG technology reduces ghosting in fast-game scenes, minimizes screen shaking in rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DFRAG stands out with this distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DFRAG functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, Zowie adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, Zowie advances DFRAG technology with its latest improvements featuring dual backlight design, the DFRAG 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay.
Been using Zowie monitor for so long, I can change the settings on the monitor with closed eyes, but when you have to change to something new, the difference is very visible when you're transitioning your crosshair to a certain area, pre-aim the opponent, or you want to spray transfer quickly. The Zowie's motion clarity is the best right now in the market. When I want to pre-aim the corner, or I want to spray transfer to another opponent, when I transition my crosshair to the opponent is way more clearer to see on the screen. I have always been a big fan of color vibrance and also Blick Equalizer. I want to make sure that my opponents are also very visible. With the old monitor in CS2, the colors have been a bit too colorful at times. The colors have improved a lot. On the new monitor, especially when it comes to identifying the opponents in CS2, I think the Zowie brand is something that really look for perfection when it comes to monitors. I like that you guys always ask the feedback from us as well on what do we think can be improved on the monitors. I would say the Zowie monitor has been my top priority ever since I started playing professionally.
I think the hardest team that we will face here is probably Thunder Down Under.
I think our toughest opponent here would have to be Semper. Obviously, they've had a big European tour these past few months.
I personally want to beat Thunder Down Under, you know. I think they would be considered our best opponents and our rivals, even though we haven't versed each other. We're the two front runners.
I think they're kind of, you know what you're going to get with Semperfire. They're very straightforward. I think pretty easy to kind of read, know what's going on. So, but it'll be an interesting match for sure.
They have good players. They have good experience. We've never played them as well, so it's a bit of a question mark there.
I'd be surprised if they didn't have a deep book and weren't feeling good coming into this, because they've been playing non-stop in Europe while we've been here playing with Australia.
Because they have so much experience in that team. I feel like they don't need that much practice to bring back core memories of them fragging out against better players.
Their players maybe don't mesh together in terms of roles perfectly, but they have 5 very talented individuals. We have our own way we play, and we're going to focus on ourselves.
You look too hard at other teams, you worry about the wrong things, you don't worry about what you're doing. I think if you make sure you're not making the silly mistakes and you're playing together, you're playing tight, the results follow.
I feel like they have good players. We haven't played against them, so yeah, I'll see what they got.
In my opinion, from the outside, I think they have too many people in that team that want to be the star of the team. If you want to be a professional and you're from Australia, it's to buy into the system, because we just don't have enough players that buy into a system. Everyone wants to stand out. Everyone wants to have the highest rating. Maybe, maybe not. The Semperfi guys can do that. Maybe a player or two can do that on their team. But yeah, I don't know. I think that they have the potential to be good. I think they just got to make it work.
Doesn't matter, I'm a good guy, you know. Just best of luck to him. I'll show you Sedward.
I'm sure they think they have a lot of experience from the little trip over there, but I did like at least 3 to 5 years in overseas Europe at tier 1 level, so that's a bit different.
Better watch out, mates. It's going to be a barn burner of a match.
Here at DFRAG, Wildcard LAN, I expect to win. But practically speaking, I take one game at a time.
Expectations are to win. Can't really settle for anything less.
It's actually extremely important for us to win and catapult us into the major.
We've put in a lot of work over in Europe.
We've learned so much. If we make it to the major, I couldn't even say I'd be so emotional. I think the hardest team that we'll face here is probably Thunder Down Under.
Because they have so much experience in that team.
It's silly not to say we want to win it.
For Thunder Down Under not to win it, we'd probably lose a couple games of Counter-Strike.
Shackles are definitely much more relaxing and they can play their own game.
This becomes a problem. Door shut. Is it dead? Oh, through it. Obi Teller. Oh, he's panicking. Dexter. There's no way. You are inhuman.
Probably in 110%.
I don't know how you expect to win the game playing like that.
Cheeky snag, mate. Thank you.
For me, the perfect focus is when I don't need to think about what products I have in front of me. I don't need to worry about if the product's going to let me down. The ability to change from super sensitive to like not is amazing, because there's no one that knows the feeling that I want from a mouse apart from me. I don't want to go and buy a mouse and then I have to get used to what it's already like on that said mouse. Now I have the customization choice to do whatever I want. Pro players are definitely the right people to test out your products, because they're going to first of all stress test it to the absolute end goal of where it's used, because we use it every day. We need it to be the most reliable, most responsive product on the market. It's fast and reactive. That's the only thing I think about when I think of the mouse. Like, it's a G Pro, I've used it for 10 years, but it's now faster and more responsive. That's what I like.
Well, I hope you guys are feeling good as we lead into this next map, because the opening was a little bit of a shake-up for Semperfi, as we mentioned, right? You know, they've had the prep time. They've been ready to rock and roll into the series, of course, but Thunder Down Under came straight out of the gates.
Yes, indeed, and it is all on the line now for Semperfi. Like I said earlier in that pre-match discussion, they are playing on defense. Except they're on attack now. They're on the T side, but they are on defense against Thunder Down Under, who have come storming into this grand final and are looking to disrupt the party that Semperfi started earlier on in this competition. VRS points on the line, major qualification potentially on the line, and Semperfi down a map. This is where they have to deliver, or they're going to have to come back tomorrow and do it all again.
Semperfi starting T side here. Smokes start to fly in. It's a 3-man setup on this site here.
Looking good. Slowly but surely, 3 people ready to rock and or roll. Alistair sitting at the back of the big box. Keen able to get up the bank account nicely, but Alistair hasn't been spotted, but runs out of bullets, not able to get it done. Hazza will take some names, and now it's going to be Dexter and ASAP to try and get something done in the 2-on-4.
Well, it was a good setup for Thunder Down Under, but way too many missed shots, and that's going to give Semperfi a very positive looking pistol here. See if Dexter and ASAP can have anything to say about it. Dexter sharp with the USP. He's got the head of Keen, and now he's on the defuse. He's going to sit this. He's going to try and do something a little bit tricky. It won't quite work out. The smoke didn't bloom in time. Attic gets that headshot through, and ASAP doesn't really have many options but to try and sit a defuse here inside that smoke. The knife swing coming through. ASAP looking for one more kill before he has to sit the defuse, but there's just no other options. Smoke's going to be fading in a second. Savage, he's whiffing.
Oh my God!
And ASAP pulls off a miracle.
Oh, that is unreal. 2 kills.
He gets fucking both after that. Are you joking?
It's insult to injury.
Oh.
ASAP continues to thrive in this grand final. And just when you thought Semperfi were going to win themselves another pistol, Thunder Down Under steal it right from out under them.
ASAP just says to Dexter, watch this, old man. This is how you do it.
Unbelievable. 4.8k in the bank account, feeling very comfortable.
That was
immediate force buy in response though for Semperfi, and it looks like they're already starting to make some moves towards B. They want to immediately recover and punch back here. Deep smoke there. Thunder Down Under trying to shut them out of shelf, but they're not able to.
Yeah, you want to really pull that momentum back away from Thunder Down Under. There's a danger here for Semperfi that if they let this half start to run away, they just get locked out of this grand final. So that's why they forced in here, and they're going to try a positive approach into this bomb side. But ASAP here, once again, will be the death sentence for the round. You'd think with that double, Alistair recovering and finishing it nicely. Thunder Down Under, 2-0 the lead, and Semperfi on eco. This is a poor start for the current reigning champions of the DFRAG events.
It's far too easy of a B defense. Just crush before they're even able to make it up onto ramp and even think about getting into a post plan. Thunder Down Under have a massive mental edge here. Wondering if Semperfi will be able to recover.
If I'm remembering correctly, did Semperfi, the last one they won, was that the one with Alistair?
Yes.
My God.
DFRAG Wildcard. I think it was actually their first event with Alistair, or one of the first events that they played with Alistair. Certainly the first LAN that they had with him. That was a little over 12 months ago now. And back in the saddle is Keen. This time as the AWPer in the lineup, taking that role back off of Alistair. He gets it done with the Tech 9.
Speaking of which, aforementioned man does drop a molly for a little bit of safety, but Semperfi waiting in the wings. Savage does get punished, but the pistols have got far too close for comfort.
Oh, danger now. TJP has to kind of try pick up the pieces here, and he gets dunked down. Liaz has to be the hero inside the fire and the flames. He'll carry on for the time being, but he'll need to drag and force his way back in towards the site now. Hazza sitting pretty. Attic down towards long. Has to try and hit the deagle here. Moves up to position. Gets spotted out. It's a little bit of a warning shot here. Into the line. Liaz has a real moment to hold on here. This could be the thing to start to shake the game, but
no kit.
He'll hold on. Slowly moving in towards Hazza. Just needs to play his time right. Moving out towards the left. The shadow makes it uncomfortable, but he's burning time. No kid, as you mentioned. I don't think he has it. And Hazza, after an awful inferno, he gets activated here on Ancient.
Yeah, that's got to be a big one for him. Like, you know, you get yourself back into the race, really. You feel like there as Hazza, hey, at least I've done something.
It's immediate response in the round that Semperfi wasn't even expected to win. You know, the pistol, I thought it was theirs for sure. They get slapped with the force buy, but then with mere pistols, once again, Keen is the one to just take matters into his own hands, sprints up shelf, takes Dexter's head off, and that's enough space for Semperfi to step into that B site and get themselves into a winnable after plan.
Job's not done. But it is halfway there. Thunder Down Under don't have a lot of money after this investment. Alistair's gone all in on the AWP. If Semperfi win this round, they take control of the half, they take control of this map, and they can start to dictate things. Dexter wants to get aggressive, as he always does, and Addict will punish this time.
Second round in a row, Dexter's been first picked. Starting to be a little bit of a liability inside of Cheetah when in this last game of Ancient between these two teams, he was able to come away with some decent rounds. Semperfi now going to group up, but look at this B ramp aggression in response from Thunder.
Slowly down now, getting that information. ASAP has to try and take point with the line being held by Alistair, and they are making their way back down towards it, but unless they want to reposition here, going back towards mid, we've still got TJ inside Donut.
It's some nice space for Thunder Down Under, but I'm not sure that it's necessarily going to help them win the round. They need to find themselves a pick somewhere along the line.
Look at Liaz, still full util over on this A side of the map. He can block this A main position for so long here.
Nicely timed in send out of Liaz there. I was a bit concerned it wasn't going to come through in time. Smoke will be too late and ineffective. But TJP looking for more is Liaz. It was probably more than they ought to have gotten there. And it brings it back to a 2v2 and a fast one coming in from ASAP as well. He's held at bay by a smoke. Addict is watching from Donut as well. Alistair has no util, nor does ASAP. It's going to be tough to get back in for this retake. They just have to hit their shots.
Really slow of an approach here. ASAP has mentioned only with that 5-7. Now trying to take point up here. ASAP has to clear close, and he does. I was sure Addict had that one. Now it has to be Savage. Again, the hero you talk about. This roster was built around him, but ASAP isn't going to let him have it. Picks up the AK out of the cold, dead hands of Addict and delivers.
Really back and forth. And once again, it's mental terrorism from TJP. It's what he does best, regardless of how he's performing in the server.
Even got a smile out of Liaz there.
Oh, that's very rare. Liaz, I mean, called the mini JKS for multiple reasons. Not only the initial playstyle and the comparisons in that regard, but also temperament-wise.
Yeah, it's a big change up from ASAP. I mean, you can even see here in the second map, he's really underway today. He's locked in. He was 0.82 overall in the series against Semperfi last time they played, and on map 1 he drops a 1.75, and now on map 2 he's 8-2, I think, or maybe 9-2, 10-2, something like that. He's gone crazy.
He's
Game
honestly,
7 player.
Yeah, he's honestly had a rough event so far, and I've been getting increasingly concerned about him because he is a key player for Thunder Down Under, but this is the most important game of the tournament, and he is really delivering for the squad. Seen him on Rooster at times. You've seen him further abroad over at EPL.
Yep.
He's been a key player that can tussle with the best of them.
29-11 for the series so far is ASAP. And if that continues, Thunder Down Under will win at 2-0. They're on their way to it at the moment. His CT side starting to come together, but another buy through from Semperfi, and they're going to try to probe once again. A bit of a contact play brewing here towards the A site, right into an AWP. It's likely to go poorly. Alistair will spot the jiggle peek there for Addict, and that sets him up with nice early information. And he's doubled down onto Keen as well. Will be forced away by the Molotov, but it feels as though the damage is already done.
They can't get out, eh? Molly will secure it. That's all that has it. He's just toasting his feet at the Molotov. Picks up a Galil and just falls away. Shady hasn't even taken minimum control here of Shelf, and in fact, they've been given maximum control. Thunder Down Under with such a huge advantage. You can see just such a defensive line across the backside of the map. They don't care what Semperfi does for the rest of the round. They're just going to trust in the numbers and try to chip them down.
Still around that's winnable for Semperfi, but they don't have a lot of space. The problem is here, trying to push your way out of cave when there's a smoke in tow will be a tough nut to crack. ASAP would have to make a horrific mistake to die in a position like this one. He'll just jump spot the ramp there, clear that one out, and play a little safe from cave as the smoke does start to fade.
Peeking into the crosshair now. Double. Very nicely done, but ASAP does manage to live on for a little while longer. Nade should dunk down, but 14, he's still kicking for the time being, and he's got friends. Dexter joins him from the back side here, getting another, but Savage does deny. Savage gets a second. Okay, hold up. A 4 versus 2 could potentially turn the tides. Alistair peeking that deep line. He's already had a great start to the round, but they fall back now, peeling away. Hazard inside the cave.
Yeah, maybe a little bit greedy there from ASAP. You can kind of understand why, considering he was hitting everything. He was 8-2, but just stuck around a little too long, gave up his health. And then the rest ensued. Nice double from Savage, but he needs more than that. It's a good crossfire here. Hazard spotted out. Liaz will be swinging him in just a second. Alistair goes down first, though, and this is costing time, and time is of the essence. Semperfi pulls something from nothing, and Thunder Down Under will be severely disappointed with that round.
Another big play from Hazard. The same site that he was able to win that 1v1 to get Semperfi rolling on this map here. Had a very rough game of Inferno, but he's really picked himself up by the bootstraps. Last time around on Ancient, it was Shady to do all of the work in the upper final. Oh, Alistair, I cannot believe they've lost that round, guys.
3 on 5.
It's just sharp shooting there from Savage, isn't it? That really makes the difference. He should have been dead. But sometimes the mechanics make the difference.
Thunder Down Under are broke, and Liaz aggressing into A main. If he hits the deck early on, this B ramp aggression gets information, but not impact.
So close. He's going to go unchecked for a quick second, but Hazard does find him. This is the man that you wanted to activate. It was ASAP on Thunder's side. Hazard for Semperfi. And now they simmer in this 4-on-5.
Quick rotate though from Thunder Down Under. They're already out onto the A side. Alistair could hit 1 or 2 with the Deagle and change the round. The Molotov fizzles in the smoke, but it's still enough to push Alistair away. And ASAP's been taken down in that meanwhile. Here's TJP. Fast flank coming in from Dexter as well. If they decide to try to call a cancel, that'll be problems. But Addict is well aware, and he has that one cleared up nice and easy. So it's all on Alistair, and there's nothing there for him. 3-3 is the score. And you get the sentiment that Thunder Down Under is just fumbling this CT side a little bit.
They've let it slip far too much. A 3-on-5 just let slip through their fingers, and the follow-up force dealt with handedly by Semperfi, evening up the score and breaking the money of Thunder Down Under. They're going to start dominating this T side.
What a crazy change, hey. Thunder Down Under straight out the gates, looking very, very good, you know, sort of low odds at Caulfield. But Semperfi have all of a sudden kind of changed the pace out.
Semperfi, that is a freak sight if you've ever seen it. Thunder Down Under just going to set up to do any kind of damage they can with the USPs, but that's really where the expectations for this round end. It's going to be an easy 4th for Semperfi.
Yeah, might still have a big grand final ahead of us here. The way that this map is starting to swing, it feels like there is a third brewing. But see what Thunder Down Under can get done when they start to get back into the Buyers Club. Doing a bit of damage here with the USP. It's not going to be enough to result in a round. There's just no way with the time available, but got these players down at the bottom of the ramp, and if Dexter gets an opportunity for another couple of pings in there with that USB, then maybe there's another player to fall here. By the way, the bomb's pretty big on Ancient, so these Semperfi guys are going to go scrambling into CT Spawn to try to escape it, but Keen won't get there either.
Kept it expensive. Addict able to...
Oh, and another one.
Yeah.
Shady went down too.
Yeah, just picked in spawn side. Addict picks up the AK at the end of round 1. Rifle kept through for Semperfi. The good news for them is they had about 3+K on all the poise heading into that round, so it takes one extra round away from them. But you can see Coaches Semperfi calling for attack. Wants to reset, moving into the rest of this T side. He knows that Semperfi have earned themselves a good position, good launching pad to continue streaking away with this T side gun round, but they cannot let this half slip.
Yeah, got to keep on grinding until it sort of just gets past that teetering point. It's not there yet, you know. It still feels like this is very much a skirmish for control of this half. But another round or two and it'll be Semperfi starting to race away, and that'll relieve some of that pressure. Obviously, a timeout for Semperfi gives some moments for Thunder Down Under to have a conversation as well. Viridian, the coach on that side. Homegrown hero, I suppose.
I think the main point in case would be Shelf. I think that's been a big point of contest. Dexter's been first picked there a couple of rounds. Maybe playing a little bit too safe in the man advantage situations, and haven't really seen Thunder Down Under fight for mid control, which is why I'm not surprised to see a little bit more aggression from Liaz, but he will fall away into Donut. Quick investment of the smokes from Semperfi. They want to dominate the middle of the map, and they've got numbers in there to prove it, but they're so tentative. They're waiting for a reaction from Thunder. And at least for this round, Thunder is going to allow the T's to have mid control and set up, get nice and comfy here before they make some kind of move in the mid round.
TJP being largely held at bay by all that util that's getting tossed in towards Red Room. He's actually asked for a rotate in there as well. ASAP's joined him in Red Room. That's loosened up the B site hold a little bit.
Liaz pushing Donut as well. They're kind of crunching the middle of the map, but in the meantime, Semperfi are prepping this B pop.
Yeah, well, mid is so important on this map. You need that control as Thunder Down Under. Now that they've got it, they are going to start to probe that extra player back across. ASAP's now toward the B bomb site. TJP not really too interested in mid anymore. Starting to hedge their bets here, Thunder Down Under, that this is going to end up being a B hit, and it would seem that they're going to be correct in that assumption.
Not much util to hold here, so they're going to trust the crossfire in cave. Semperfi looking to trade down some util here.
Alistair has to activate up towards long. Inside cave, doesn't check the right line, but Shady will be able to hit it now. Alistair straight shifting focus on towards cave, gets one. Has to now fall away though. ASAP does pick up the pieces as Alistair. This is the AWP that you like to see him pick up. Getting up in the grill, getting up in the face with TJ in tow. And now has a 1 versus 4. He was down towards bottom mid, but with 20 seconds bomb down, this feels impossible.
Ali's just been so good in this event, hasn't he? The patience that he displays in that round is brilliant. ASAP Perhaps
Where you going, mate?
on the other side of that scale in this round in particular, but either way, it's going to be a clean one for Thunder Down Under. 3 guns through is going to start to bolster that CT economy again, but yeah, I mean, nice info gathering there in mid. Good call to make the rotate across. That's a nice mid-round out from Thunder Down Under, and very nice patience from Alistair to not overreact to that jiggle peek in cave.
Thunder Down Under using Semperfi's timeout against them, outplaying them macro-wise in that round. You mentioned the clearing mid in the mid-round, and then the big stack over towards B, just a rock-solid hold. They were not ready for ASAP in the back of the site. And the quick flood from TJP. And look, the shots hit by Alistair is just the cherry on top, really.
Ooh, faster play coming through here from Thunder Down Under, straight into cave. TJP here to bolster that with an extra resource, and ASAP also winning a duel against Addict. This round has kind of gone a bit pear-shaped for Semperfi. Shady pegs one back, but there's just too much damage being done elsewhere on the map. You're right, Pilski. Bomb. He's still back towards T-spawn, so for all this space that it seems like Semperfi is taking,
found it.
What's that?
It's kind of irrelevant.
That's not an Omen PC.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Yo, do we check close right as Shady? Let's be honest, he's good, but
I mean, even
what
if he
is
does,
that angle, bro?
Hang on.
Nah, Dexter is a tree.
What is that angle?
Dexter is a tree.
Bro, that is like something you'd see on bloody DayZ or something.
It's like someone, in the school play. In the school play, what did you play? A tree?
This is why we've got to, turn back the tide. We're doing too much damage to nature, and nature's starting to fight back.
Oh my god, Savage.
They've got M4s.
Look, Savage, he's aware of that. He's trying to recycle the AWP. He's, doing the best he can to contribute. But regardless, Thunder will put their nose out in front here. 2 rounds in a row to secure a 5-4 advantage.
It's very much an ebb and flow kind of a game at the moment, isn't it? We're still, not necessarily locked in on Thunder Down Under looking great on this map or Semperfi looking great on this map. It feels, again, like it's hanging in the balance, but you're getting the sense again that Thunder Down Under are starting to pull ahead, and with that extra map that they've got in the bank after having picked up Inferno, Semperfi have really got to start to get a bit worried about how this grand final is playing out. They're not turning up today. They're not showing their best. There's been a couple of moments here and there. Keen's got a nice entry with the Tech 9. Has had a couple of nice kills here and there. But realistically speaking, this is not the Semperfi that we need to see if they're going to win a grand final. This is not a championship Semperfi at the moment today. And granted, there is another LAN after this one. It starts tomorrow. Semperfi and Thunder Down Under are going to both be there, but you miss out on the opportunity in this grand final. You lose a lot of points. The VRS so important to hold on to at the moment for Semperfi, and how many times have we said one loss right here for Semperfi could be the difference between them making a major and missing it, maybe to a Thunder Down Under, maybe to a different team from somewhere else in Asia. Every single point is going to matter. Every single series matters right now, and it seems like Semperfi, that pressure might just be getting to them here in the grand final.
Early fight over mid goes the way of TJP. Shady hitting the deck. He was the best player on Ancient in that upper final. This game, 3-9. Thunder Down Under well and truly making the adjustments to be able to deal with him.
Awkward stuff already up towards the B-long position. But Dexter's caught them lacking, caught them slacking. However, Savage will be able to find one back. Keen straight through the smoke. They're not fighting with much. That was the AWP that was dragged off from the previous round, but now they try to stabilize. Alistair gets one back, but the no-scope, the quick scope, the flick scope straight through. Now has to try and fight, but Alistair is 1, 2, 3 steps ahead.
Oh, that was brilliant. Again, like I said, we've been heaping that praise on Alistair at this event so far, but how can you not? That was brilliant. There was a fast flank coming through from Liaz as well. I wanted to say, yeah, Liaz is coming in behind him in cave, but it didn't matter.
Anybody else,
Liaz doesn't need to do anything, bro.
He just holds the side by himself, pivoting on a dime. How many multi-frags that he had in the exact same position?
Yeah, he just smurfs on AU competition. That's the brilliance of Alistair. Yeah. He comes back and he's just like, yeah, I'm better than everybody.
Quick again. Straight through the fire once more. Keen looks to fight. TJ drops one, but it is going to be Keen to get a couple more. However, Dexter is just there, and what do you even do? An absolute whitewash, completely locked out of the site, cold on the bloody street. Semperfi, they just want to be let back into their bloody Airbnb.
They can't get up B ramp. There's a bloody traffic jam there. Seen them do it 2 or 3 more times. It's just gridlock. Big stack on that side initially. Yeah, they were trying to brawl their way in. Here's the highlight from Alistair again. Let's have a look at this last one. This is the one that we missed. He's just so aware. He knows exactly where they are, and he's in the perfect position to deal with it.
He's always been that kind of player as well that will want to, when he's kind of got that momentum or he's got that blood flowing, he's going to go for that next peak, and he gets it done nice and easy there. Thunder Down Under looking to hold on to mid. in this round. They do have TJP sat in the cutout and a bit of presence being displayed elsewhere. It's a 1-for-1 across the map. Dexter down for Shady. Cave control for Semperfi. Alistair going to have to come up big again. He's aware there's a player there. Just a 1-for-1 for him this time as he swings a bit too far on that ramp line. 2-on-2 now. Bomb plant going down. Keen to drop a smoke on short, but TJP out in front of it will at least set Liaz up for success. And again, and again, and again, Thunder Down Under just get the better of Semperfi. Another 8-4 half, and Semperfi's dreams of walking away with a DFRAG wildcard win are starting to go up in smoke.
It's just fisticuffs on the B site, round in, round out. All of the players in the server taking aim duels, quick floods from the CT side. It never has really felt like Semperfi's been able to get comfortable outside of that one round that has a one in the clutch. And that was one on Eco. So 4 rounds picked up this time on the T side by Semperfi. Did a little better for themselves last time around, I believe. Did win the half 7-5. So this time they're going to fight from behind a little bit more.
Considering
on
how close
CT.
it was, I don't know if I back them to make this comeback happen.
Well, look, here's the thing. This is where I'm looking at Shady. Last time on the CT side, he went 15-5, 112 ADR, and he is in the pole position. If this man starts to lock in and dominate Cheetah, it's going to be very hard for Thunder Down Under to get out onto shelf. But first, we've got to focus up on the pistol.
Yep, the all-important pistol. A little bit of a battle over mid. Dexter picks Hazard out of the sky, but Addict is right there to respond. Still, info's going to be there for Thunder Down Under. They're going to make that quick call to go straight into the A site. Smokes are already up. They've done that on the move, and Thunder Down Under have control of this round. Oh,
what is happening?
Where are they going?
Red room for Addict.
They wanted some more space. They wanted to go into CT to try to clear that out, maybe catch one of the Semperfi players, but in the end, the bomb plant goes down, and here's the rotation in through A main from Semperfi.
Oh my god! All coming through the flank there, and Keen is able to find one onto Liaz. This is such an uncomfortable round right now. They've completely flipped roles. They do have the kit as well in play. Addict's found another one. TJP has to fall away. It's on to the Cox to see what they're going to be able to find here. 4 versus 2 moment, and all they've got to do is chip away from the same thing. Temple, CT, TJP gets some damage done. They're trying to find ASAP, and they're not going to be able to get it done here. Thunder Down Under. We talk about pistols, how Semperfi couldn't get them, but here they are. They're so back.
It's not done yet, though. Handful of kills and a bomb plant for Thunder Down Under. So the follow-up force, ever threatening for a Semperfi that have at least gotten a little bit comfortable. Very decisive in their mid-rounding there. Big flank coming in from all of the boys. It was just the pacing that Thunder Down Under wasn't ready for. Put TJ and ASAP in an awkward position. To be fair, they did a good job trying to fight their way out of it.
Yep, here's the buy. Couple of rifles out for Thunder Down Under, but only a smattering of util and pistols behind it, so gonna have to be effective with not a lot. Flash is gonna go over into mid. There's no contest from Thunder Down Under.
Yeah, contact into A main. Dexter's on a big lurk here with the Deagle. Wants to activate late into the round. Addict giving them all of this space, just calling the util and Semperfi. What does their retake plan look like here? They've given Thunder Down Under the site.
No bomb plant yet. Grenade for Hazard. They can potentially still deny it. He's going to pop that into the smoke, and Liaz will be in the crosshairs. Looks like he's going to be fine in the end. There was no line.
Look at Dexter. He's creeping ever closer.
He's got to be faster. He's got to go quicker. He's got to get a wriggle on here. I mean, the retake's brewing, but that molly will slow things down, and that is where Dexter may now start to come into play. He gets the extra 5-10 seconds. Hazard starting to work his way through Donut. Where is Dexter?
Pushing through now, has to activate. Alistair already spotted, found in position now, and as they have all fallen, it looks like Dexter's just a little bit too late here, guys. You know, he's given the moment, he's given the opportunity, but with just a Deagle, hopes and dreams, maybe he can't quite connect there, and the investment doesn't pay off.
You could really tell from the start of that round that he was going to be a little bit too late.
Yeah, maybe needed some quicker pacing there. Regardless, though, 4 alive for Semperfi. They swat away the force by. There's no way you're going to reinvest here as Thunder Down Under. Probably pistols and armor to try to chip away at the economy, but that was far too easy of a retake there.
Yeah, if they would have got a little bit more damage done, the fact that they had 2 bomb plants down and, you know, maybe then in that case a bit of a weaker CT economy, you might have seen more of an investment out here from Thunder Down Under, but instead it'll be just a few pistols, a little bit of armor here. They give themselves a chance, and Dexter might be the one to deliver it. He's inside the smoke. He's past them, waiting inside Donut, waiting for Hazard and claiming that kill, and then 4 to boot. They've got the site now as well. This has gone horribly wrong for Semperfi.
He's picked himself up a smoke. He can continue to block them out of Donut. All of Semperfi are rotating through spawn.
This is incredible, guys. I remind you that it's a bloody grand final and these things are happening. Absolute shenanigans as they found murder, a massacre on towards the side of A. There's a bloody temple around the bend. You shouldn't be doing that. Addict finding another to give an opportunity, but it's just all over the bloody shop right now, and they are investing. They want to try find the kit in the hands of Savage and TJP from the back of the box. Addict will find another, but he's going to need more than that if he's going to close this round. But Thunder Down Under, left, right, bloody good night.
Saw a similar blunder in that first half from Thunder Down Under, losing to the Pistols, but Dexter has robbed them blind, sneaks his way into Donut, having thrown his smoke earlier in the round. Look at that smoke onto spawn side. He could have just refreshed the Donut smoke, but instead he holds onto it, throws it on spawn side to disrupt the retake, and Semperfire just running through a smoke. They can't get back into the site. Extra players are dropped, and all of that extra utility layered in from Semperfire. That's not grenades that they had earlier in the round. They picked them up off the corpses of the CTs and shut them out of the retake.
Yeah, Dexter again, the miracle worker here, but it's not over just yet. Thunder Down Under still have to get through this round. Semperfire with a buy. Hazard with a pistol in hand has got himself a double. Alistair's there for the trade, but things can go so wrong so quickly against those 5-7s, and all of a sudden it's Thunder Down Under that are on a recovery mission. And well, who better than Dexter and Alistair to be part of said mission? It is down to a 3-on-2. Shady coming in from CT spawn into Temple, and you've got that transition from Savage into Donut as well, but he is making a lot of noise, and he is a dead man. Dexter is on the hunt.
Knows he's there. Ring around the bloody Rosie. Ooh. Savage will be able to find it. Still living though. Alistair obviously was burning alive prior, so the fact that he's even in this round is nothing short of a miracle. TJ has to try and support him inside this A main position. Donut, CT, that's where they're sitting, but TJ will find Savage. They can line up. We talked about we needed the work from Shady, but now they've got to get up close. Alistair loves a shotgun, but this time Shady will scull the beverage and gets the round for 7 for Semperfire.
Well, you talk about miracle workers on Thunder Down Under. Hazza is also a miracle worker at the moment for Semperfire. He just barely keeps Semperfire in this conversation. Around there for Thunder Down Under, and I think the grand final is done, but Semperfire are clinging on again with those major hopes and dreams still in reach.
Little bit dejected.
You need to see, right?
Yeah, a little bit dejected from Thunder Down Under.
Yeah, again.
It's an XVX that they felt like they could win, and an immediate attack pause as Viridian looks to start to get a little bit more of a word in. This game very much hanging in the balance, 7 and 9, and these clutches in the post plant, so huge here. It's just one of those big games where whoever's able to hold their nerve in the XVX in the post plant is going to come away with the goods.
They've been in this position before, Thunder Down Under, and they've fumbled it against Semperfire, and they know that they don't want to let them back into a game like this one. They can get it done nice and easy, get a 2-0. Start thinking about tomorrow. Don't give it a little bit too much room. If there's an opening, Semperfire are going to look to exploit that.
Been a lot of A finishes from Thunder Down Under thus far. It's just nothing but pressure on the A site. A little bit of a different game. You saw a lot of B hits from Thunder Down Under in the previous Ancient game, and a lot of shelf and mid control deciding some of these rounds. I think we're live. I'd like to see what's happening. In we go. ASAP's opened up the accounting onto Hazard. An early 4-on-5 for Semperfire.
Yeah. Again, that will sort of settle some of the nerves of Thunder Down Under if they were getting a little bit anxious after that last round, thinking about the bigger picture. You come into this one with a 4-on-5, you think, okay, we're still in control. Let's just slow things down here. Maybe see if Semperfire are going to make a mistake.
Well, so far, just keen on this cheater line. And you can see Semperfire very much set up around middle, where Thunder Down Under will start to make some more moves. Eyes on Addict and Savage to try to chip down the numbers as Thunder Down Under look to deny information to the CT side before they make their next move.
Nade into the smoke here from Savage. Oh! Goes very nicely. Sometimes that one goes wrong and you just get binked straight back in, but he caught Dexter off guard. ASAP though, good for the fight onto Addict, and so maintaining the numbers advantage. Here's the push into the B site where Keen is waiting, and he's got Shady there to back him up. It's the Latvian duo that's holding on. They've got TJP stuck in a corner, but he's fighting back as well, and ASAP, his old compatriot from the Rooster lineup, coming across to help him out. And as they say, 2 cocks is better than 1. Oh, but maybe not in this circumstance. Savage, he knows how to deal with that. It's a 1-on-1 now. ASAP's going to have to step up large.
He's gone aggressive. Surely would have heard the audible there, ASAP. It's going to be a very, very close contention, potentially 2 inches between them. And now as they fight around it, ASAP actually takes the aggressive line here back into the cubby. And they're about to have a little bit of a rude awakening, but Bloody Savage is there again. The team, again, that was built around him, impact needed. And he's able to connect there, and all of a sudden we're just between one.
All retrieved, 8th round on the board here for Semplify. It's another clutch and another XVX to decide one of these rounds. 3 kills not enough for ASAP. Money a little bit sketched, 3k on Alistair. You're considering reinvesting here, knowing how bad the CT economy is here. But it's just a question of how much. Do you shovel your chips in the middle of the table, or do you leave a little bit in reserve for later? And it's going to be the latter. Hero AK for ASAP. Some pistols and armor and just enough utility to keep things interesting. Can Semplify get across the line here cleanly?
Yep, eyes on ASAP for this round. Looks to be a quick B hit. Under, straight out onto lane, but they've not gone up ramp just yet. ASAP's going to be boosted up on the box, waiting to see if there's going to be a mistake. Anyone peeking over long, that's not happening, but there will be some util toss over the top here in just a second. In fact, no, it's just going to be a contact play, and that's not worked out. Tech9 headshot or something in there onto Shady. He's down low, but he's still alive and he's still kicking, and the flood is starting to come back on through for Semplify. If you don't get an entry on a site like this one, it is very difficult to get a plan, and Thunder Down Under have been pushed away.
AK was collected, but obviously there's going to be no Kev to back up Alistair here.
It's a big play. It's a race to the A site here. Hazard is jump spotting Red Room.
He's going to win it.
Alistair's got his Nikes on, running as fast as he bloody can, and I think you're right. And the MP5 is not the weapon for the job here.
Taking a leaf out of your book from last night, Conky.
Doing my best.
For a 5k.
Yeah.
Nice and swift.
Run through the stitch.
And
that's a PB.
Interesting thing here will be, what can Dexter do from the other side of the map? Because Alice is going to get a bomb plant. He's obviously going to have to win himself a 1v1 at least. But if Dexter can cut a rotation off, that's where the Fox is thrown in among the henhouse. Let's see here. Shady on that transition. He surely dies.
No!
Dexter goes down.
Alistair.
And now, all of a sudden, it's on Alistair in the 1v4.
No Kevlar, 1 versus 4, as you mentioned. 3 of them are lining up all together, but it's going to be that donut awkwardness that makes it really, really challenging. They've still got a hell of a lot of angles that they need to try and clear here. But damage, I suppose that could be the main factor here. There's one, surely a second. It's going to be an awkward one as they are low, but that's a great swing. Well done. Ship has been stabilized. And the scoreline goes 9-9.
Yeah, this is the grand final that we were hoping for. Semplify starting to get warmed up on this CT side now. Everyone delivering across the board. This is what we wanted to see from Shady. He had a rough start to this game. At one point, he was 3-9. Now he's starting to really pick up the pieces here. Contribute to the game. All the boys firing on all cylinders. It's going to be hard for Thunder Down Under to force the 2-0 here. They have not been very successful on this T side thus far. All of the rounds won by Semplify were by defuse. We're just getting into post plants on post plants right now.
It's keeping the money pretty healthy for Thunder Down Under. Spam through here from Attic. Just not quite enough to finish Dexter off. The push is coming in. The crunch into middle. But Leah's missing a couple of shots there, and certainly not the same happening on the side of Semplify.
Round's not over. B-ramp aggression. TJP trying to thread this timing here. Semplify just biding their time for the moment.
They push him away into cave, so there's at least an opportunity to try and get a plan here. Isolate the Pixie. Look keen, low. Attic the same thing. And now the Latvians inside, stuck together. They're going to have to wait for a moment.
But how do you negotiate this as Thunder Down Under? You want to find some space somewhere. You want to find a 1v1. TJP's pushed his way forward onto short. He's going to have a little bit of a look in towards Red Room. Doesn't see too much, but here's the timing that works out for him. Keen just walking his way out, gives up his life, and Alistair set up now on ramp is going to have to come into play. He's the X Factor. TJP down. Alistair into the smoke. There's no shot. And in the end, Semplify will take the round. It's a pretty costly one. We'll see another investment here from Thunder Down Under. They're not done yet, but it's really getting close now.
A lot of damage done. Damage is not good enough when Semplify leapfrog into double digits. They are putting the press on Thunder Down Under. Reinvestment is there, but CT money starting to get low. All you need is that one T-side round to break through. But as it stands, we're 6-1 on the CT side here. I think actually 7-1 on the CT side here for Semplify. What a bloody comeback.
This is the Counter-Strike that we deserve, ladies and gentlemen. I remind you the stakes for everyone watching along at home. They're medium rare, and they're bloody delicious.
Another contact play out from Thunder Down Under. This time held at bay by a very nicely timed incend from Hazard. He's got a smoke as well. Thunder Down Under giving away the game a little bit. Alistair spotted out, and so they'll cancel.
It'll fall away. Hazard throws a HE for good measure, but the CT side starting to run out of utility here, so it'd be interesting to see how the rest of the round is navigated. Aggression over on B ramp from Shady. He's making an info push, and we're seeing absolutely nothing on Shelf here. Semperfire can feel very confident that you're going to get an A finish from Thunder Down Under. They've been doing it all series long. Mid control cleared out here, but this fight is pivotal.
They haven't transitioned anyone else over towards A at the moment, so there is still an opening there for Thunder Down Under that they could walk their way in. Smoke into Red Room is not fooling anybody. Thunder Down Under have 0 map control, and Semperfire surely so aware. They're going to back themselves on the retake, though, by the looks of things here. They don't necessarily feel they need to hold on to A, so they're not going to over-rotate. Keen missing that shot, though. Oh, and all of a sudden it starts to go wrong for Semperfire. You felt this might have been a shoo-in of a round for them, but now a 3v5 retake required.
Really awkward look at the space as well, found by Dexter. He's sitting back towards Spawn, almost the pre-fire onto the head of Savage too. He's keeping him interested. He's going to go down, and that is the cleanest recovery round because no money left.
It crumbled. That was the key impact round that Thunder Down Under needed. There's no money left over for Semperfire, and this is their series now on a silver platter.
Yeah, I'm just shocked by how that played out for Semperfire. You know, it felt like they knew everything about that round.
Yeah, they were well rotated. Keen had a chance at an opening kill before that even kicked off. He misses the shot, and in the blink of an eye, it's a 5-on-3 for Thunder with full sight control. I didn't even see how that happened.
Well, 2 rifles is all that Semperfire are going to have to play with in this round, and Thunder Down Under, they again have the opportunity to take this map away, but immediately it's gone in the other direction. They might not have anticipated rifles up on Shelf, and Keen and Addict both able to strike. The situation changes again as Dexter finds himself a double through the smoke. Over the top of it, he sees another player there lurking around in mid, and the dust settles.
3-on-3, Thunder Down Under turning tail back towards spawn side. Cognizant of any kind of A aggression, they just want to rotate accordingly. Get the boys together and try to close out a post plan, but Semperfire one step ahead. Shady's made his way into the temple. Keen's in town as well, but they don't have great weaponry for some of these fights. The 5-7's going to have a little bit of trouble here.
It's cheeky rotation though. If Thunder Down Under miss a shot or two, then it'll be problems. Alistair locked in on the big box. He's spotted a foot. Dexter starting to work his way out, looking for that angle. Player out from Temple. Dexter a 1-for-1. Keen still alive. Gets back in the Temple.
2 HP.
And he is barely clinging to life, but that might be enough to still save this round. Save this map for Semperfire.
Savage now has to deal with this wall of smoke, but they are utilising this 40 seconds to try and actually double up here. We talk about the dynamic duo in Liaz and Alistair, right? The amount of times they've skipped and jumped into some pretty big series globally. And now as that plant will go down, they're trying to collapse and march on into this. Keen, he's taken something out of pocket to try and have a little of a risk for the biscuit. But they're sitting back, cuddled up just inside the pocket of Temple. A little bit of a spray. They're giving the information away now. Alistair sitting inside of it. The AWP is going to be up so close. Will he be able to get the shot? Of course he bloody will. Now Savage, time is ticking. There's still half, and they've managed to escape now just for a little bit. They've isolated the duels here. It's going to be both awkward one-on-one. Savage has to get all up into the grill of Liaz, and he will, but there's no kit. There's no bloody time, and there's just a single AWP holding, and Savage knows that he has to forego the 11th round, the bloody nth hour, and this game delivers.
You thought once again maybe Savage could do it. You know, he's been so clutch on this map for Semperfire, but this one was a bridge too far, and again Thunder Down Under pull out in the lead. It's a tight one. It's 11-10. There's not much in it, but Thunder Down Under will at least have a sigh of relief knowing that they've got another round to play with.
I mean, that is the raw balls and playmaking potential that Alistair brings to a team. He just drops the smoke, plants inside of it, and then pushes through it at the nth hour back into CT. There's only so many players that would make a play like that, but it's bloody beautiful to watch when you're 10-10 apiece in such an important game. Eco out for Semperfire. Savage has got a rifle. This is worst case scenario here. Thunder Down Under on the verge of winning this LAN. Rifle goes down. There's only USPs to play with, and Thunder Down Under on the verge of series point.
Yeah, Savage was almost him once again for the team, but this time again it goes wrong. Dexter spotting that player out close in the smoke at mid, pushing him away, and it's a volley of grenades to follow him. The Thunder Down Under are really going to slow things down in this round. They don't want a mistake.
This is just incredible stamina being witnessed after being 0-2'd in the upper bracket. Climbing their way all throughout the consolidation final. I wasn't even sure Thunder Down Under were going to be in this grand final. The USPs do take down ASAP, so there'll be an AK finding its way into the hands of Keen. In fact, 2 AKs. Do you throw these at this round? Dexter will take them away, surely. There's no armor there for the CTs. There's nothing that they can do. And it's just Addict with a USP to his name. This should be 12 for Thunder.
That is 12 indeed. And dire straits now for Semperfi, as this grand final is going to go slipping away from them. They were able to 2-0 Thunder Down Under in the upper bracket final. You felt at least in a grand final here it was assured to be a close fight, a good battle, but it has been anything but. Semperfi have been disappointing today, I think it's fair to say, and they will certainly be disappointed in themselves. They would understand the situation, and maybe it's a case of pressure getting to them.
Huge boot camp over in Europe, a lot of investment, a lot of hype around this team to come back onto home soil, and initially they deliver. They do beat Thunder Down Under in that upper final, but this time it looks like it's going the other way in the match where it counts, the match for all the beans, and the grand final. It's the old Greyhound Corps that are just unbeatable on domestic soil.
It's an incredible time to be alive if you're an Oceanic Counter-Strike fan right this bloody moment. And the best part is there's still 2 more days of action to come out on Monday, Tuesday here at the DFRAG studio as well. But Semperfi, final opportunity to try and get something done, but that's a massive blunder from Alistair. They could potentially pick the pace up of this, Jordan.
That could have been the grand final right there. Maybe he's missed the grand final. We'll find out in the ensuing minutes whether or not Semperfi can push this one through to an OT, and then from there whether or not they can get us to a map 3. But if we, in an hour or two, find ourselves with a Semperfi victory, Alice is going to be repeating that moment over and over and over in his head.
We've got the Latvian Ministry of Defense in Cheetah here. They do not want to let anybody across the line. Shady was dominating this part of the map in the previous outing. Keen to back him up. And Thunder Down Under, smoked out, pushed away. And we'll look to link back up with Dexter over towards A main.
Versatility of having the alternative caller, right? Can pick up when Alistair's out.
Yeah, but I mean, there's not that much to work with, is there, really? Like, Dexter's in A main, but he hasn't taken any space really away from Semperfi. This is a very comfy spot for the CTs to be in. Addict just spotting middle, ready to drop some util, slow things down. It ultimately is just going to have to be a contact play here onto the A side, and Thunder Down Under backing themselves to hit a couple of shots.
All they need is an entry.
Be forced to wait a little more, though. Or perhaps they'll go through it. Dexter has found a little hole in the smoke. Now that util comes through, but has an immediate response from him. The 2K will turn into a 3K, and, well, that'll be the round. Semperfi get an 11th. It's not done yet.
It's hanging in the balance. That's a very nice defense. Right from start to finish. Denied any opportunity over towards Shelf. That opening pick really told the tale of that round. As you said, Jordan, if that goes the way of Alistair, that's probably a whitewash and a grand final victory for Thunder Down Under. But Shady, after a bit of a rougher game this time around on Ancient, holds his nerve, and the rest of the boys do exactly the same. Great hold from Hazard.
Nightmare scenario now for Thunder Down Under, potentially. Another overtime to play today if they lose this round.
All rounds of regulation.
And that is not the way you want to be starting it. TJP burning alive in a Molotov. I'm not even sure how that has happened, but again, a 4-on-5 will ensue, and Thunder Down Under have to dig themselves out of trouble.
Secured control of middle, but they're down a player once again here, and Semperfi quite happy to play the 5-on-4. Keen's taking a little bit of damage. Smoke on Red Room dissipates, and you can tell that Dexter is keen. He knows somebody's got to make something happen.
A little bit of a flash out mid, pushing Keen away out of Red Room, but they just re-established their position inside Donut here.
Lovely.
Great pick from Dexter. Awesome flash in as well. The support, but they've got to be ready for Savage. Dexter, what are you doing? Straight into the flames of your teammate in this moment in the bloody grand final, in the potential final round of 24. But now they can settle for a moment. They've got the shelf control, but look at who is on the flank right now. They are taking that space, and they're not going to be ready for it. Alistair caught lacking, potentially caught slacking, but will Addict be able to capitalize right now? He gets one. Alistair, though, can he reposition? The shotgun Orba misses his clutch, but now he has to try and aggress here. Addict caught reloading. Another one missed, but it's not going to fucking matter if he can hold for a little while longer. But Alistair now needs to settle. 1 versus 3. This would be beyond a miracle if he can try close this. He might find time.
He's got a little bit of space here. Can Savage beat him to the punch? There's no way he's able to get the bomb plant down. The smoke fails. We're going to overtime here. Semperfi will just not go down.
What a mad final round of regulation. Man,
and the worst part is TJP had to watch that whole thing happen.
Oh my god! And then Dexter straight into the ASAP molly in Red Room. It's just
happened there?
full scrap, right?
What has happened
That's
there?
Asian CS clip of the week.
Is that ASAP saying I'm flashing you, and he's actually tossed a molly, or is that Dexter just on a different wavelength to ASAP, and ASAP's trying to restrict the progress back in from Semperfi, whereas Dexter wants to continue to take space? Who really knows?
And then this was an absolute mess, but we got to put that out of sight and out of mind for the time being. So we've got plenty more gun rounds to decide if Semperfi can hold on.
Got it done eventually.
Alright, here we go. Thunder Down Under still on the T side here. Not contesting mid too heavily here. King getting active with the orb this time around. Just going to dissipate the smoke and hang around.
Hazard's pushing main, he's in behind Liaz, but Liaz has got backup. TJP is there, and that's unfortunately not going to work out too well for him. Still, Hazard will fall. He can't get back into the safety of the A site. Meanwhile, you talked about Keen. He's gotten aggressive. He's found Dexter elsewhere on the map. And it, with a risky cross, he's got another teammate there in Donut to try and help hold this site. It hasn't really been the modus operandi of Semperfi so far. The flank coming in as well. This round surely doomed for Thunder Down Under, but they're still finding frags. And Alistair watching behind.
Shady.
Turns it back on his head. Shady deleted. Again, Alistair pulling a rabbit out the hat. This guy is a magician.
Unbelievable, man. That was a round where I felt like Thunder Down Under were just completely out macroed. They had people fast flanking. You had two players ready to defend the site. They lost to pick in middle. But it's just brilliance from Alistair. He's absolutely everywhere.
Yeah,
in the middle of his teammate planting, he has the presence of mind to just push into Temple and pick a player on the rotate.
I'm struggling to think of a map Alistair's had zero impact or a bad map on. I feel like he's really been on this entire tournament, and in a grand final like this one, to be dropping 25 and 14 with kills like that, rounds like that, surely has to be in the conversation for MVP of the event so far.
It's a repeat of the last round to start things off though. Keen trying to get active inside a middle. There's not good enough flash cover for them to take this peak just yet. ASAP doesn't have one. Alistair doesn't have one. No one in mid has a flash here. And it's a dry peak to get it done. Dexter doubling up. Semperfi are falling apart at the seams.
My word. Dexter's bloody laboratory. It is coming right now, but they are trying to capitalize here. Semperfi want to pick up the pieces here. A dry push down long. The boost up onto the box from Hazard, but surely he's been spotted. He's got to be heard right now as Liaz tries to peek in, but TJP, he loves a gamble. He loves a bit of good timing here, and he'll be able to strike at the right time as Shady is left alone just with everyone spread across the map.
That is a miserable round for Semperfi. Everything goes wrong. A series of unfortunate events. Keen misses the shot to start the round, and then he dies, and his teammate behind him trying to trade two players out of mid off the back of one missed shot. And then obviously trying to recover it down ramp. You get spotted before you even get into that conversation. It's just an absolute nothing round from Semperfi.
Unfortunate, because like I said, Thunder Down Under didn't have the util to dismantle that setup. That's just a dry peak for Dexter and two players whiffing on him.
Yep.
That's not going to be good enough to get it done in OT here. Thunder Down Under up 2 rounds, and Semperfi after losing the first map, the pressure is on right now.
Keen straight up mid too. Wants to get a little bit of a dance going on.
Third round in a row.
Utility starts to march on around. It's going to get uncomfortable very, very quickly here. Shady investing, and the stocks are rising. But they're going to have to simmer with the mid control for now.
Yeah, mid's been dominated by Semperfi early on here. And once again, they got quite a comfortable opening advantage.
You see Semperfi getting a little bit desperate. They want to try to have an impact on the map, and they have been able to do so with Shady. That aggressive move might start to settle the nerves.
He was shut out of the last round, so he just wanted to get active. He did not want to have to attempt another 1v4 where he had no info. And things settling for the time being. Next wave of util here. ASAP is keen to make something happen here.
Yeah, a bit of space being taken over on that A-bomb site. It's not necessarily going to result in an A hit, but Semperfi might think that it will.
I don't know.
ASAP
I don't think
down.
that smoke covers, guys. I don't know if that one's going to cover the cross.
No, not quite. But meanwhile, Thunder Down Under starting to push their way into B. They're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way, and Keen will get rid of his counterpart, in-game leader, Orpa Alistair. It's time for Dexter to have a crack at the AWP here. That hasn't gone well thus far.
We've seen him pull it out from time to time, though, haven't we, Jordan? And this is where Liaz is going to go for the investment. We talk about this experience of some of the more senior players, but Liaz took a bit of a whiff, and he tries to dive on in, but it's just not enough time. That's a well-needed and very important round for Semperfi to try and cling to dear life here in this overtime.
Every single round where Shady finds an opener, Semperfi immediately cleans up the rest of Thunder. Was the same thing in that upper final. He seems to be the key impact player that if he gets involved early on, it's a recipe for success. This thing's hang in the balance 2-1 on that T side for Thunder as they swap back to the CT side.
Well, a lull, of course. Everyone with a chance to reset. And we're back in. Time to lock in. Semperfi, their life on the line in this grand final. Thunder Down Under, of course, have a little bit more to work with having won that Inferno, but they have the benefit of potentially being able to win it right here. Another 2 rounds and they'll get it done. CT side has traditionally in this event so far been their better side as well. It's not quite on a silver platter, but it's definitely there for the taking.
Keen bringing out the AWP on the T side against his former AWPer. Opening pick on offer here over on Cheetah side, and he's been able to deliver. That's another one. I think the leg finished off by the molly onto Dexter. Beautiful work for him to open up for Semperfi.
And that kind of mirrors that fight that Alistair was looking for at the 12-10 scoreline, that if he would have won it, it might have made the difference. It might have been us interviewing Alistair right now after winning that grand final, but still, we're here, we're fighting. Semperfi wanting to have a crack at it, and they certainly are. This first T round in the OT going very nicely.
Liaz has done some pepper damage, and it's a bit awkward because they found the timing here. Has a straight through red room, so surely it's going to be Liaz getting caught, and it will be. There it is, done. Alistair now has to be the hero inside the 1v5, and like obviously you're not going to be saving in overtime, right? But I think this is the moment where he just has to sort of lay wait and think. 5 alive for Semperfi as we tie it up again. 2 rounds left before overtime number 2 rock and rolls.
Reinvestment from Thunder Down Under. Quick reset. They'll have to look at that one and just say, you know what? Forget about it. We can still get it done here, but timeout will give them some more time to think. Viridian just trying to calm the troops down a little bit, it would seem.
King really setting the tempo up there on shelf. Had a good spawn with the AWP and wanted to take it. He's always looking to be the main man getting involved for Semperfi early on. He's a threatening prospect because he's sharp in the server, but you also know he's in your demos. So he knows where the gaps are. He knows exactly where he needs to push to be able to find the timing. And if he's got the right spawn for it, you best believe he's hitting the shot.
Yep. Very across-the-board performance from both teams in this grand final so far. Everyone contributing in their certain way. 14-14. Tight affair. This is what we hoped for. Didn't feel like we were getting that on map 1, but here on map 2, Semperfi still clinging on for dear life.
Once again, looking like some quicker pacing to mid. Although Semperfi actually biding their time. They don't want to burst until the next wave of util comes in. Dexter getting active and has at least secured control of Cheetah this time around. A very similar looking setup for Thunder Down Under, but this time without as much aggression on shelf to respond to.
Another slow round for Semperfi. Shady just taking a bit of a risk to walk his way out into middle here. No flashes behind it.
Very passive from Thunder. Not a single player in an aggressive position here.
And that's probably a good thing, considering, you know, Keen's looking for a pick into red room. He's not going to be able to find it. You're whittling away at a bit of that TU till time ticking away as well.
A lot of util being held by Thunder. Aggression from Alistair.
Yeah, I don't know about this, right? You know, it's a big investment.
I think that util's just going to push him back. Maybe not.
Has it snuck across, so this is on a bit of a knife's edge here.
This is a much safer line than the one he was playing before. There's a world where he can get a shot in and back away, or at least get traded by Liaz in comparison to the previous one where he's playing a bit further forward. He might have just gotten picked off and taken out the round. It's a non-factor now, though, as we transition back towards the B site.
Well, that's a whiff smoke on ramp from the CT side. Maybe ill-timed here as a little bit more util pressure comes out onto B, but this is going to be an A split now.
Yeah, now back towards Donut. That push coming in from Shady, it will be disrupted by a smoke. There's 25 seconds. He's going to have to go through it. Alistair doesn't know where to look.
Oh, this is uncomfortable. Liaz has to play up close and personal here, and Shady's already found Alistair. Liaz has to activate, has to go nuclear, and he'll find 3! An absolute murdering in this side of A. And now as TJP comes in to save his teammate, it's going to be all onto Hazza. Has had a decent game so far, but I think that was just too much of a tall task for the big man. And we are at map competition grand final point here.
I tell you what, Alistair, I think will be happy to be the sacrificial lamb if Liaz is going to triple down like that. He didn't only triple down, though. He also got a bit of damage actually onto that fourth player, which made for a pretty routine transition in there from TJP to finish things off. Azar was down to 19 HP off of Liaz, so that is a monumental round from him.
That's 400 damage.
Semperfi are worried.
Yeah, after being 10 and 18 and really struggling to have any impact, that is a vintage hold from Liaz, one of the best anchors we've had in the domestic scene for the longest time. And a man that we've seen at majors many times. That might be the play that makes the difference to see him at another one.
So we attack timeout from Semperfi. Again, you know, Viridian really getting into the ears of the Thunder Down Under players. Tournament lives on the line. Grand final on the line here. Semperfi, can they stave off a third series point?
Semperfi left to Stu. This grand final looking just as close as the upper final between these two teams. But once again, we have series point for Thunder.
Minus 12 points for Semperfi off a loss here. Plus 48 for Thunder Down Under. So
they would leapfrog. This is for second place VRS currently.
Plus minus 60 points.
Third place, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Mongols, then FlyQuest.
Irrespective, it's a pretty happy place to be at this point in time, right? With only a couple of months left.
And once again, passive setup for Semperfi. Dexter looking to dominate over on shelf side, considering to peek out on towards bottom middle, but with the ult posted up, that might just be a freebie for Semperfi.
What's Addict up to here? Up to his own devices. Bit of an X-Factor player in his own right when it's going well for him, but he'll be joined again by Savage.
Dexter forced away. Semperfi left to Stu here on the verge of losing this grand final. Thunder Down Under wait for them to make the next move. It's a little bit of util pressure out onto the site, but blocked at B ramp by the smoke.
And Dexter in one of his favourite positions, just tucked in the corner there at Cave. Elects better of it and decides to back off. He'll play inside the site with ASAP. They want to toss some util back and forth, but this could get dangerous for Dexter if he's jiggling on this line at the wrong time. Keen will set up with the AWP. And Dexter doesn't want to get picked.
Oh my God.
He very nearly does. The shot comes through, but he at least gets the smoke down. ASAP in the corner was spotted for a second, but he survives. The smoke blooming to keep him alive, and how big of a difference will that make to this round?
Still in position. ASAP yet to be smoked off on the line. He's going to be the only one to try and get anything done, but Keen has that's a second in the round for the big man. Getting the plant down. They're going to have to try and invest very, very quickly here. Liaz just in tow. It's that dynamic duo that we talk about again. A HG to maybe put some life into this round. Liaz needs to get moving, but Keen spotted his former teammate in Alistair, taking the AWP away from him, but Liaz can't quite do it. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We bloody go again!
Semperfi survive yet another round. That's a pressure cooker. You can really tell that Thunder Down Under is just beckoning them into the site. They're holding all of their utility into the mid to late round, and they're just hoping that the major potential rookies will crack under the pressure. But Semperfi able to pick themselves up that T-side round and push us into another OT. They are holding on in this series and looking to try to set themselves up for a reverse sweep.
If there's one thing we know, it's that Thunder Down Under aren't going to crack under that pressure. I mean, we saw them go through the absolute cooker, the ringer against Ground Zero, and they just kept pulling out play after play after play. And when you thought they were down, when you thought they were out, somebody else stepped up. So this is still going to be a massive
too, right?
Yeah, it'll still be a massive uphill battle for Semperfi to get this over the line against Thunder Down Under, who this time will be starting things off on the CT side.
Semperfi have really changed up their approach on this T side. Early on, they were really trying to smash that big site in regulation. Very much have gone back to a bit more of a defaulty style of CS here, as we've headed into the overtime. Alistair once again looking for the cross. Keen was eager.
Yeah.
He wanted to give it a crack there, but the smoke will go back up, and the flash pushes Semperfi back off the line for now.
There's an aggressive play from Thunder Down Under. It's maybe not quite so aggressive. Just a bit of a peek in there, but Dexter will be taken down. Still, it's a favourable enough trade on that side of the map for Thunder Down Under. Elsewhere, 2 for 2, so it's even. And with this transition from Liaz, it seems like he's unaware that maybe Red Room is dirty.
Awkward. So awkward. A bit of miscommunication there. TJP going down for absolute free, and now it's just a single man Liaz inside the temple that needs to try and find some space here, and he's going to get burnt away. And now the rotation coming in from ASAP. How close are they going to be waiting for it? It's just this really weird game of tug of war right now with Shady. My God! Welcome to bloody Latvia. There he is, the big man. We talked about how much we needed him, Hazza, and they have bloody been here on Ancient.
At 30 HP between them, Semperfi. On the verge of losing that round, but Shady, it's just pixel perfect positioning.
Yep.
Never put a toe out of line. In an awkward position, middle of the map, completely surrounded, but not a mistake was made.
I think Semperfi might have wanted to attack timeout there, but it might not have been called in time. So 16-15 the scoreline. Semperfi draw the first blood in the OT. Shady eats a huge chunk of damage from that Molotov, but he does get out into mid. Oh, and ASAP's gone down as well. Semperfi really picking the pace up in this round. That has completely caught Thunder Down Under off guard.
Where was that?
Oh!
In every way, Thunder Down Under didn't have a single chance to play in the round. They've just evaporated.
Whatever was going to be called in that tack timeout, forget it.
Yep.
Do not stop Addict from running up B ramp right now. This man is ripping open the B site for free.
No passing go, no collecting $200.
Well, back to it for Thunder Down Under. This is familiar territory, really. They had a couple of overtimes there against Ground Zero where they started quite poorly and they were able to pull their way back into it. And now we'll see if they can do it against an even better opponent.
No. Orps dropped 3.2k in the bank account for Alistair. He does not have the money to replace that. It's going to be a weaker buy for the CTs in the last round of overtime here. Semperfi setting up for the 3-0 on T side, and they had a bit of a rougher time on the T side in regulation. They were 8-4, or 4-8 rather, with a lot of rougher rounds and not much success at B, but now Addict's got a rifle in his hands and he's like a bloody seagull after a shipmate. Relentless. Just continues to waltz into B and just rip everyone apart.
Thunder didn't really have a chance to play in those last two rounds. It was just so aggressive out of Semperfi.
It's a real change-up, isn't it? You can kind of feel the difference from Semperfi.
It's great pacing, man, because they, like I said, in the last rounds of OT on the T side, it was nothing but slow defaulty. You know, Keen sitting bottom middle. They're not really doing much. Every single round of this OT, it's early aggression, but not like these fast executes that were getting destroyed with the counter utility and the crossfire for Thunder in regulation. It's just contact play, and it's working a treat.
Is that what we're going to get again from Semperfi? It seems that way. They try aggressively to go in towards middle. Liaz waiting for it and transitions that spray quickly over to Addict, who was making a lot of noise. Now on the eyes of Alistair with the AWP in hand. He'll miss the shot, but safe enough of a line that he can back off and set himself up in donut.
It's Thunder blocking off A main there. You're not getting anywhere fast as Semperfi. Addict's gone down early on. Untradeable. And Thunder still feeling like they're reading this as a speed up into A. Smoke will block Semperfi yet again here as Keen is pushed off the line. And things will settle as Semperfi, tail between their legs, make their way back into T-spawn and look to just contest minimum map control once again.
Slow transition from Semperfi. 3 players from Thunder Down Under over towards A. This is a game against the clock right now for Semperfi. If they can hit this B bomb site before Thunder Down Under figure out what's going on in A and mid, they might have a chance at a 4-on-2, but the longer they wait, the more likely it is that Thunder Down Under will transition an extra player across, and that is what is happening right now. TJP on his way.
There's no util on B here, and ASAP's got an MP9. This is a very weak site.
Desperation round 2, right? You know, needing this one to give them another chance in towards overtime, but with the inevitable starting to tick on in.
Thunder Down Under stacking this site. They've got the numbers and they've got the flash as well. Here it is. Semperfi need a miracle.
Oh, what?
And you talk about an MP9 being a weak weapon. Well, what about that?
They had a flash on ASAP. That's it. He had a flash and an MP9. His flash gets Dexter 2 and he mops up the rest. Talk about doing a lot with a little. Unbelievable to get Thunder Down Under. Yeah, it's not about how big it is. It's about how you use it, Conky.
Not about the size of the board. It's about the motion in the ocean.
That's what I've been telling Conky for years. But look, I tell you what, that is a brilliant flash. And then a brilliant follow-up as well from ASAP. A much-needed round for Thunder Down Under, though. They were down 2-0 at the start of that OT.
Respite.
And yeah, it's a little bit of respite, but it still doesn't have you in a favourable position. And knowing that you've not been able to convert on 3 series points now, you kind of get in your own head a little bit that if Semperfi get one, if they get the opportunity, they might just convert it and then all your hard work was for nothing.
Flip the sides again. Thunder Down Under trailing by 1. Quick into middle are Semperfi. They're looking to dominate the middle of the map. It's just Shady by himself on that B side of the map. Retake on A for Keen with the AWP. Thunder lying in wait. Looking for a timing up onto this B side. Shady will have a lot of work to do if they want to speed up here.
A little bit of a tickle onto Addict, and that's enough to give the game away. Addict shuts himself down, or Alistair shuts Addict down, I suppose. And again, Thunder Down Under, they don't want to aggress too much off the back of that. They're happy to just slow the play down.
Yeah, they're well aware that the B ramp aggression is pretty normal way for the CTs to try to get back in from a 4-on-5. So they're kind of milling around, anticipating it for the time being. See, Alistair's just posted up. He's willing them to peek this angle. Regroup back towards that A side of the map. Semperfi with a little bit of a B stack. Keen just jumping around in the middle of the map on Red Room. Yeah. Trying to spot out anybody, but Thunder taking no risks at all. They're just all the way back through T-spawn. Full reset and contact up into A.
Don't you think we've seen this before from Thunder Down Under? I feel like we have. You know, a bit of pressure on the B side early, and then a transition in the mid-round over towards A. But it doesn't seem that Semperfi are really reading into that. That util that they've tossed over on B is enough to keep multiple Semperfi players there.
Something's ticked in Keen's head. He's going to be able to spot one. That's a massive pick now before that smoke goes down. It all of a sudden makes the round a little bit more of a winnable prospect. The shelf. Alistair punishes Hazza. So we go back and forth once again. Now repeating to the position. Keen gets one more, but the peak is denied. Liaz gets taken. And now in this 3 versus 2, Shady and Savage able to find another through the smoke as well. This scrap, it's just happening absolutely everywhere as Savage finds another. Alistair, who went back from mid, has to hide inside A main, and now as they try to shoulder him out, it's a high-low, and I ain't talking the milk as we go again. What a play out from Semperfi. They flipped the script. Map point.
Well, here's the opportunity for Semperfi. 18 on the board. And Thunder Down Under, they had 3 bites at the cherry, but it might only take 1 for Semperfi. I thought that was a bit of a misplay from them, to be honest. Semperfi not transitioning players across. I thought, you know, it seems like a pretty readable play from Thunder Down Under, but they got it done in the end, and now they themselves have 2 opportunities to close this map out and push us through to a 3rd.
Yeah, last time you saw Keen take that shot, it was a little bit rushed and he missed it. That time he doesn't make the same mistake twice. Gives enough of an in for Semperfi to get back into a round where they lost that first pick on shelf. Pace from Dexter now. On bottom middle, wants to keep them interested. Shady hanging around on Cheetah. This man is playing with so much confidence, but Thunder looking to get into this B side here.
First kill goes the way of Shady. Semperfi, they might just be putting it together. Savage has got himself another one. And this is, unfortunately for Thunder Down Under, potentially the end of the map. It's Dexter in a 1v5. They have fallen flat in this overtime. And there is no other way about it. This will have to go down to Nuke, or Anubis even as the decider. 19-15, Semperfi shut down map 2.
Oh my god, I don't think anyone after the opening that we would have seen in that, you know, taking it all the way to overtime, there was a couple of moments where they were just one singular round away. Thunder Down Under, a strike of lightning on Inferno, and then to end up where we are is just nothing short of crazy.
Well,
so we get the 3rd, we deliver.
Yeah, but remember what I said, at 12-10, Alistair missing that shot. Has he just missed the grand final? If we find ourselves in an hour or 2 hours in a position with Semperfi having walked away with the grand final victory, that is going to be a moment that Alistair's going to be replaying in his head over and over and over, and that is now starting to feel much more real than it did when I mentioned that possibility, because at the time, you know, they were up 12-10. It's like, oh, well, they still could get through to OT. They could still win things in OT if it happens there. But now we're moving on to a map 3, and Semperfi is starting to look a little bit more alive.
And look at how it started. Just absolute ridiculousness in this game. Undoubtedly, Thunder have missed a little bit of a trick here.
Yes.
They had the ability to close out this game 2-0, and now they've allowed Semperfi to get the way to a 3rd map. And let's not forget that Thunder Down Under are the ones that had to play their way through a very difficult consolidation final against Ground Zero. Yes, they are the veterans in this matchup. They've been there, they've done that, they've played long days of CS before, but this is undoubtedly going to be a position where they start to feel a little bit fatigued, whereas Semperfi, they've been kicking their feet up all day, and it feels like they're only just getting warmed up after grinding that game out.
Maybe it was that reawakening, right? You know, a bit of a slap in the face on the opening map of Inferno. It just seems like Semperfi have started to get the juices flowing, right? Working it all out. You know, some key players like we talked about. Hazza had an absolute heater. Savage was good on the entries. Shady was able to dominate in some portions of the map too. So it was really, as I said, getting the pieces together for Semperfi that allows us to find ourselves in this position and to fight back in overtime from grand final point. You know, the whole competition was about to be done for Semperfi to flip the script so quickly and take us through to a third map of Anubis.
Yeah, it's just the age-old problem, though, again, for Thunder Down Under, isn't it? You know, you've got a winnable map on offer there, and they just are not able to do it. They aren't able to do it cleanly in a lot of cases, and in this case, they aren't able to do it at all. Semperfi have been given a bit of room to work with, and they're not the kind of team that's, you know, going to take that for granted. I think they're really going to come in swinging very hard into this final map, and you have to really wonder if Thunder Down Under have missed the one opportunity that they're going to get against Semperfi.
Yeah, unfortunate, but they'll have to pick themselves back up. You didn't need Anubis to separate these two teams last time around, but this time, Semperfi, only one game of Anubis previously, and they smashed their opponents on it in this tournament. Thunder Down Under have had a few more reps on the map.
How familiar is this going to be for ASAP and TJP as well, who toiled against Semperfi all year last year in Rusa, and time again they would meet them in a grand final, and sometimes they would get close, sometimes it would look like they might be able to beat them, but there was only one grand final that went the way of Rusa last year against Semperfi, and that was the Extremes LAN qualifier. And now again, you think about it, they're the underdog in this matchup coming into a game against Semperfi. It looks like they might win it, and maybe the nightmare begins again. Semperfi potentially to run away with another grand final against ASAP and TJ.
Incredible, really, moments in time, right? You know, we constantly bark on about how we want these grand finals to deliver, and, you know, we were talking about the previous series, how it could have been the best game of the tournament, and look, potentially it still could be, right? But the fact that we get that overtime, we get that third map, it's really the treat that you guys all deserve. It's the media that you must consume. No more reels, more Counter-Strike. Take a break, see you in a minute.
DFRAG technology reduces ghosting in fast-gain scenes, minimizes screen shaking and rapid firing, and tracks speedy enemies better. This exclusive technology controls backlight and eliminates after images of moving objects, making images appear stable to the naked eye. Though there's similar motion blur reduction technologies, DFRAG stands out with this distinct panel hardware and firmware design, offering clearer visuals and enhancing controllability in-game. Furthermore, built in the monitor panel, DFRAG functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, thus not consuming any computing power to affect your gameplay performance. Additionally, Zowie adopts the fast, responsive TN panel, resulting in the best-in-class motion clarity compared to other monitors. Today, Zowie advances DFRAG technology with its latest improvements featuring dual backlight design, the DFRAG 2, which largely optimizes clarity for precision aiming and rapid firing in FPS gameplay.
Been using Zowie monitor for so long, I can change the settings on the monitor with closed eyes, but when you have to change to something new, the difference is very visible when you're transitioning your crosshair to a certain area, pre-aim the opponent, or you want to spray transfer quickly. The Zowie's motion clarity is the best right now in the market. When I want to pre-aim the corner, or I want to spray transfer to another opponent, when I transition my crosshair to the opponent is way more clearer to see on the screen. I have always been a big fan of color vibrance and also black equalizer. I want to make sure that my opponents are also very visible. With the old monitor in CS2, the colors have been a bit too colorful at times. The colors have improved a lot. On the new monitor, especially when it comes to identifying the opponents in CS2, I think the Zowie brand is something that really look for perfection when it comes to monitors. I like that you guys always ask the feedback from us as well on what do we think can be improved on the monitors. I would say the Zowie monitor has been my top priority ever since I started playing professionally.
For me, the perfect focus is when I don't need to think about what products I have in front of me. I don't need to worry about if the product's going to let me down. The ability to change from super sensitive to not is amazing, because there's no one that knows the feeling that I want from a mouse apart from me. I don't want to go and buy a mouse and then I have to get used to what it's already like on that said mouse. Now I have the customization choice to do whatever I want. Pro players are definitely the right people to test out your products, because they're going to first of all stress test it to the absolute end goal of where it's used, because we use it every day. We need it to be the most reliable, most responsive product on the market. It's fast and reactive. That's the only thing I think about when I think of the mouse. It's a G Pro, I've used it for 10 years, but it's now faster and more responsive. That's what I like.
I think the hardest team that we will face here is probably Thunder Down Under.
Test this B side, but they don't care about the smoke. Hazler is going to take advantage of their lack of due diligence.
I think our toughest opponent here would have to be Semper. Obviously, they've had a big European tour these past few months.
I personally want to beat Thunder Down Under, you know. I think they would be considered our best opponents and our rivals.
I think they're kind of, you know what you're going to get with Semperfire. They're very straightforward. I think pretty easy to kind of read, know what's going on. So, but it'll be an interesting match for sure.
They have good players. They have good experience. We've been a team for a while. Compared to them, I say we have the upper hand.
I'd be surprised if they didn't have a deep book and weren't feeling good coming into this, because they've been playing non-stop in Europe while we've been here playing with Australia.
Because they have so much experience in that team. I feel like they don't need that much practice to like bring back core memories of them like fragging out against better players.
Their players maybe don't mesh together in terms of roles perfectly, but they have 5 very talented individuals. We have our own way we play, and we're going to focus on ourselves.
Gets himself a double.
You look too hard at other teams, you worry about the wrong things, you don't worry about what you're doing. I think if you make sure you're not making the silly mistakes and you're playing together, you're playing tight, like the results follow.
In my opinion, from the outside, I think they have too many people in that team that want to be the star of the team. If you want to be a professional and you're from Australia, it's to buy into the system, because we just don't have enough players that buy into the system. Everyone wants to stand out, everyone wants to have the highest rating. Maybe, maybe not. The Semplify guys can do that. Maybe a player or two can do that on their team. But yeah, I don't know. I think that they have the potential to be good. I think they just got to make it work.
Doesn't matter, I'm a good guy, you know. Just best of luck to him. I'll show you, Sedward.
I'm sure they think they have a lot of experience from the little trip over there, but I did like at least 3 to 5 years in overseas Europe at tier 1 level, so that's a bit different.
Better watch out, mates. It's going to be a barn burner of a match.
Here at DFRAG Wildcard LAN, I expect to win. But practically speaking, I take one game at a time.
Expectations are to win. Can't really settle for anything less.
It's actually extremely important for us to win and catapult us into the major.
We've put in a lot of work over in Europe.
We've learned so much. We make it to the major. I couldn't even say I'd be so emotional. I think the hardest team that we'll face here is probably Thunder Down Under.
Because they have so much experience in that team.
Silly not to say we want to win it.
For Thunder Down Under not to win it, we'd probably lose a couple games of Counter-Strike.
Shackles are definitely much more relaxing and I can play my own game.
This becomes a problem. Door shut. He's a dead. Oh, through it. Obi Teller. Oh, he's panicking. Dexter. There's no way. You are inhuman.
We're putting in 110%.
I don't know how you expect to win the game playing like that. What the? After a little bit of a break, we finally lock and load to get into what will be the penultimate moment of the DFRAG wildcard LAN, supported by Logitech G. The knife round will now unfold to determine who will join us on the CT side for Semperfi versus Thunder Down Under in this race for the major.
Yeah, best of one here on Anubis to decide who is going to win the grand final. These two teams are 3rd and 4th respectively in the VRS, and if Thunder Down Under are able to win against Semperfi after dropping down from the upper final, they will be able to leapfrog them in the VRS and claim that 3rd spot.
Yeah, that'll give them a little bit of breathing room over the Huns and Envision, Tyloo, Morningstar, Air Adam, who are all kind of hot on their heels, and no doubt will be getting a couple of their domestic events in as well in the near future. So this is an all-important map for both of these two teams, and it's going to kick off nice and early. Addict is starting well for Semperfi. It's ASAP and Dexter that go down early. The hold on the site is looking good until Liaz and TJP have something to say about it. Now back into the 1-on-2. Alistair with the bomb.
Fading away. Savage is hot on his heels, though, in spawn side here.
Real opportunity now. Alistair has to be not caught sleeping at this moment in time, and it's an unfortunate initial miss, but Savage will be able to focus, and finding 2 in the round and an opening for Semperfi. Another pistol in there, Tarad.
Yeah, great movement on the map there from Savage. He was 1 step ahead of his former AWPer on Semperfi. 1-0 for them, starting off a great CT side here on Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a risk from Savage, but it's kind of nice to see Semperfi starting on the positive foot, you know, confident play, back yourself that you're going to hit the shot. If you get in the position, you're going to be able to win that duel, and he certainly did.
No bomb plant for Thunder Down Under. They're going to have to go back down to the pistols. Dexter with a deagle, looking dastardly. Look for a pick over on bridge side. The Glocks will lead the charge.
Not much of a charge happening here. Boost coming through for Dexter over the top of that smoke. He's got a deagle in hand. But nobody obliging so far on Semperfi.
An invitation for TJP to maybe slip through the smoke, but they are very much waiting it out. Not much on the line in this round, but still not much risk being taken yet by Thunder.
Don't need to, right? Semperfi just need to hang out, play Nintendo, wait for the round to sort of come to them. They've still invested into main to at least gather some info, but now it's just the pace up towards mid here from Thunder. And look, Hazard, I mean, caught on a bit of an island here. He has to be a little bit cautious, but he's going to be able to reactivate. Nicely done, clean as you like. And Alistair will be the last man standing here, surely to go down very, very quickly. Would rather go down to the M4 than the MP5, but Hazard has a little bit of fight inside him, and that is going to be a nice opening here to the final for Semperfi.
Worth noting that Thunder Down Under did win that knife round, and they chose to start on this T side, so they're expecting to get something out of this, and obviously it's, you know, started slowly with the fact that that pistol has gone the way of the CT, so, well, you know, a bit of a focus here on this first gun round to get things underway for Thunder Down Under. We've seen a few pretty abysmal T sides, and if it kind of starts poorly, I would be a little bit concerned.
Thunder wanted to set the tempo on that B side, but got pushed away pretty quickly, and also cleaned up in mid on the anti-eco. Mid smoke does come out over on bridge side. Alistair quick into canals. Let's see a boost later in the round for Thunder as Alistair posts himself up there, but it's a pretty hands-off approach to start off this T side. Nice and slow for Thunder. No real aggression from Semperfi either. Both teams just feeling each other out as Keen's got the AWP in hand.
Slower approach again, you know, a little bit of a probe, I think, from both teams to start off this map. It's a little bit of a tentative start, a bit of a break in between map 2 and map 3, so both teams will feel like they've maybe reset, cooled off a little bit, failed boost in there for Alistair. But that's going to reroute the troops back towards B, which might not end up being a bad call. Only the 2 players on this side of the map right now for Semperfi, and the molly will help to clear out E-Box, but Keen locked in on the line with the AWP. Needs to hit a shot here. He's already lost Shady on the other side, and TJP goes down in response.
I was going to say a big investment into the AWP there, but Liaz finds Hazard outside main, so it's already going to give some sort of opening. Keen has to fall away.
Liaz is a bit of a smoke whisperer, isn't he? You know, he's so close almost on that second shot. Dexter holding down the fort in canals. He's only going to be able to get himself one, caught on the reload there by Addict, but looking okay for Thunder Down Under here to get that plant on the B bomb site.
You look into this round as Semperfi. I don't think that they have a kit to work with, so Keen is going to go pushing for something with the AWP. No one offering anything from Thunder, just tucking themselves in for the post plant. It looks like Semperfi more so playing for exits just to try to take as many guns away from Thunder, who have empty pockets as it stands.
A pretty nice first gun round out, though, for Thunder Down Under. We didn't get to see where that Dexter kill came from at the very start, and I think that may have sort of shaped quite a bit of how this transpired. It's obviously much easier to convert on a round if you find the opening kill, but solid enough shown there from Thunder Down Under to say this is going to be a competitive half.
Bit of a gentleman's agreement here. Both teams looking to bring guns into round number 4 here, but I dare say they're going to have to empty their coffers to do so. So round 4 will be a swing round, and already tack timeout for Semperfi, recognizing that this will be an early, important round to set the tempo. They're already up 2-1. If they can break the T-side economy right here, right now, then they're going to start to run away with this half.
Easier said than done, obviously. And that CT economy not in the greatest of shape either. So you got a lot resting on the shoulders of, I think, the early start here. You know, we've seen how momentum-based some of these halves have been for both of these two teams. If one or two of these, one or the other of these teams gets on top and runs away with things, you know, pulling off a retake kind of comeback type setup is not necessarily going to be easy. Semperfi were able to do that on Ancient just before, but I don't know that they would back themselves to be able to do it again if they were in that same situation.
Well, back into the fray here. Quick smokes to deny info in towards middle and E-box for Thunder Down Under. Keen given an opportunity but not capitalizing on it. Surely Dexter doesn't go back for more, just jiggling around. It's another slower start for Thunder, but ASAP maybe a little bit more on the front foot than before. Thunder also making some quicker moves in towards E-box, but it's not the orb that awaits them on the other side this time.
Oh, I feel like we're really sort of in the eye of the storm at this point in time, right? You know, the pace hasn't been ultimately that quick, but we've got some space up here. Shady looking to kind of invest there, but he will fall away.
Yeah, Thunder Down Under's aware of that flash play. You've seen Keen set up Shady with that same flash in previous games, and you could tell that Alistair was waiting for it.
Yep, obviously doesn't overstay his welcome. Bit of spam in there to the smoke at main for ASAP, not dislodging too much, but it's a very slow style being employed so far on this T side from Thunder Down Under. Just happy to take that space and work with it.
Still a lot of util here on this B side of the map as the B split does come in. Both Addict and Hazza have the tools that they need to be able to hold here. You can see that Thunder Down Under are getting slowed down.
Good time of the molly for sure as Liaz now tries to activate outside here from main. The rest are going to be fanging their way through connector, but there's a bit of a distance from Dexter as well. Into the site now. Addict able to find one, but it's obviously hot under the collar here. Shady peppered down as Liaz will be able to pick up another, but it's the dynamic duo inside CT getting information, but now he has to wait for Dexter. 26 seconds left on the clock. The bomb will be dropped on towards the site. It's in an opportune position. They will be able to collect and at least look to cash that check on the plan.
That's just a brawl on the side, isn't it? Both teams having all 5 members essentially over on that B site for that take. Thunder Down Under do get the plant down. Now down into the 2-on-3. Semperfi trying to collect themselves for this retake without a whole lot of util to play with. Defuse kit's missing as well, so time of the essence. It'll be Savage that is going to be the one that needs to get on that defuse if possible. Shady gets Dexter, but Liaz is still in the picture, and he's been a bit of a clutch master in the past in this region. Savage caught in no man's land, and Liaz on for the 1v3. The movement gets up nice and high, and that is enough to secure another round for Thunder Down Under.
It felt like Semperfi was in control that whole round. They dropped the utility at the perfect time, blocked at B main with the smoke, great molly from Addict onto E-box, and as such, 4 CTs on the site ready to hold. They put themselves in a 3-on-2, but you cannot counter-strat brilliance.
I just love watching Liaz, you know, because his movement is among the best, if not the best, in the region. And I know it's a little thing, you know, like anyone can jump up on a little platform like that, but Liaz does it better than anybody else.
Well, it's just the ability to do it in that moment, right? You know, calming the hell down,
it, you know,
not going for the clip.
Yeah, not letting it push you off.
Yeah, guys, it's a lot of CTs in the canal here.
Who cares? They've got USPs, bro. I'm a Valorant caster over here.
Yeah,
man.
Dude, literally. A couple of classics inside. You got to be a bit careful here. What might happen? You know,
look out for the right clicks, mate. Yeah,
spellcaster, you know.
All right, ASAP's in rugs. Yeah, there was a lot of CTs in the canal, but only Keen is over here, and unfortunately, he was maybe a little overeager at that point. TJ will take him out. He'll pad the stats a little bit, and Semperfi, with the early control, slink away back to the depths to see what else they can fashion for themselves.
It should be a pretty routine round for Thunder Down Under. Sam's going to get that flash forward. Dexter has dropped to Shady, and Savage has got a 5-7 here, so I'm not prepared to rest on my laurels just yet. Alistair cops a bit of team damage on the way through there, but I'm getting the info that there's a lot of Semper Fi players over on A, and so that bomb's being transitioned back toward B.
There you go, Asa. Just given a couple of freebies, a lot of aim punch there for the CTs. It's a pretty routine 3K from him. Excellent salesman he is, by the way. Full rotation pulled across towards that A site. I dare say that he might be better at selling than Conky sells insurance.
Sell me this pen right now.
It's long, it writes. No, this pen is a dream, okay? This pen is worth plus 50 VRS points.
Now, if the birds get into an argument.
60. If the birds get into an argument.
Plus minus 60, I suppose, is probably more so the phrase there, rather.
Look, Thunder, good reply after the early couple of rounds from Semper Fi, who finally had their money back together. Keen on the AWP line, peers down canals, but there's not a lot to be looking at. Just a grey screen for him. So he's going to go and look for a pick towards B main instead.
JP, here's those footsteps. Nothing you can really do about it, though, with that smoke up. Addict is just going to escape back into the safety of the B-bomb site for now.
Ooh, nice nade from Liaz. They were really looking for him. You could get the jump spot from Hazard. Oh, there's the boost up. They know where this man defaults. That is a stroke of brilliance from Semper Fi.
Now they're going to pick up the pace of the back of it as well, right? They're trying to resurrect this man in Liaz, and TJP at the helm here. ASAP drops Addict in the process, but Hazard's up very, very close. It's going to be an awkward smoke, but he can't quite get out. And now it's going to be this third member in Keen to hit another shot. Your time is nigh, Mr. Keen, but you are denied. See you later, out of the server. And unfortunately, Shady and Savage might have to reconsider what their approach is into the rest of this round.
Yeah, Thunder Down Under are looking pretty switched on this map. Switched on and very sharp as well. You know, the shots coming through are really nice, but I also appreciate the mid-round there straight away. As soon as they recognize there's two players pressuring on onto Liaz's position, the instant call, take E-Box, don't let them out, don't let them back into the site, and that pressure is enough to get Thunder Down Under another round. Semper Fi having to save a couple of rifles here. Thunder Down Under slowly but surely starting to dictate this half.
I mean, you asked the question. They won the knife round. They opt to start out on the T side. It's a side that a few teams at this event here at DFRAG Wildcard have struggled on, but quite honestly, it looks like it's coming together right now for Thunder. Dexter. Really big caught here. No ops to not take the charge in towards T spawn. So Semper Fi allowed to hold on to two guns. I don't imagine they'll be buying around them, maybe just pistols and armor, and it'll be yet another tack timeout for them. So they find themselves at an early deficit, and Thunder Down Under, gritting from ear to ear, 4 on the trot. Their pockets well and truly full at this point. They have got legs on this T-half.
Can't be too excited though, right? You know, we've seen what happened. Semper Fi can pick up the pieces and get right back into it.
Yeah, I don't think they'd love to do that. Obviously, they'd like to be leading from the front and get it done nice and easy, but it's just not going to happen in a grand final, is it? Thunder Down Under, though, I agree with what you're saying. They really cannot afford to rest on their laurels. We've seen them so many times having a lead and kind of squandering it, even if they ultimately close the map out in a close fashion. Coming from a successful lead to a close scoreline like that is not ideal. So something still to work on for Thunder Down Under, but progressing nicely at the moment. Don't need to be overthinking things. That's the tack timeout done and dusted. We're back in now for round number 7.
Have brought in 2 SMGs on the cards. Quick pacing from Alistair. Flashed off the line. He had a decent timing to catch one on the cross. Careful on the jump spot. He's quick, but not quick enough.
Yeah, just what a quiet set was he. He was still sort of moving as that peak came through, so able to get the opener there, Alistair, but certainly takes quite a bit of space outside main and will force that main smoke through from Semper Fi.
And still spread around the map. Keen's getting active. Him and Shady really have a point to prove in the middle of the map. They don't want to let this round come to the SMGs. They want to try to get a decisive advantage before the late to mid-round. Addict making some moves in canals now.
Yeah, Keen's already set up in the hole in mid as well. So they're pretty aware that this is a safe move for Addict until this point right now, and he's been spotted out. Will be forced back away. No. That is a massive whiff from TJP, but luckily he's got Alistair in behind him, so Shady will go down nonetheless. And to be fair, Shady didn't hit much either. Savage, on the other hand, is doing that damage onto Dexter.
I believe Savage actually managed to get that one back, to be quite honest. Now it's sort of thrown him into a bit of disarray. Keen's walked away with one, but then traded. At least Liaz can now sort of open up the site for the team at Hazard. He's ready to rock and roll because, guys, as always, look at who's coming in on the flank. It's Savage as well. 100 meters down the straight. He's ready to rock and roll.
Bloody hell.
It'll simmer. It's okay. They've only got a little bit of this space for now. Bomb now to be planted, but they are moving in very quickly here. Addict is got his finger on the button right now. Got to be a little bit cautious here, these T's, because look at that position now from Savage. Oh my God, head on a swivel. TJ gets it done, and Addict is wondering where the hell his team has gone. Certainly not the execution that you were hoping for. It's Thunder Down Under all over.
Yeah, it really felt like that was around for Semperfi with that encroachment coming through. They were just being pincered, weren't they, from multiple angles. But as has been the case time and time again, I felt like we saw this a little bit as well on Ancient. Thunder Down Under are very aware of those fast flanks, those rotations and transitions coming in behind them. They just read those plays against Semperfi, and another one goes their way. 5-2 the lead here, but a force through here from Semperfi with the warp out for Keen.
It's just a hero or Savage has handed him the entire bank account and said, trust me, bro. Push the chips into the middle of the table, and look, to be fair, King can hold that investment over for greener pastures in the future, even if he's not able to find impact here. Thunder Down Under, it's a quicker pacing in towards A main for maybe the first time this game. It's drawing a little bit of a reaction out of Semperfi. Big movements in the middle of the map as they rotate onto the A side.
Do need to be careful though, because they still don't know exactly what Semperfi have brought into this round. And there's a bit of a stack here on the A side, so this could be a bad call for Thunder Down Under if they commit to this A hit.
Could be 2007 Bitcoin right now for Keen. Looking to line up in towards main. They are very close. The activity is about to come on through. They're walking into bait and switch, but it's a missed shot. ASAP TJP getting the job done. There's Keen to open up the bank account, but he needs more. He needs to fight further, and he's got a second Addict. Has to push into this position now, but look at the reposition from Keen. He's caught. He's gone wrong. And unfortunately for Hazza, it's going to be too much of an ask, it feels like, with just the Deagle.
It's a really good mid-round call there again from Thunder Down Under to just pause, because you saw Liaz taking all that space over bridge, getting his way into mid. They just had to slow down and let him work, and they did, and he delivered.
I mean, they are working Thunder Down Under right now. Hazard swindles the AWP, so the investment will not be all for naught. Semperfi will walk away with something, but that something is not rounds on the CT side right now. That's 6 in a row for Thunder Down Under. 9-3 for Liaz. Everyone on Thunder Down Under having impact. This is a well-rounded unit, hungry to win this grand final.
You have to think about as many rounds though on that T side, right? You know, the CT sides have been a little bit weaker on Anubis.
I mean, that's true. I think at this point, if you're Thunder Down Under, you're just taking whatever you can get. And for Semperfi, you're scrambling at any little scrap that might be given to you by Thunder Down Under.
Look, they finally got some money. Another tack timeout for Semperfi. They are really starting to empty their ability to make tactical adjustments and have input from the coach later on into the game, because they need to stem the bleeding right now. This T side is out of control from Thunder Down Under, and it's going to take a lot of hard yakka for them to get back into the half.
That's for sure. But, you know, I kind of get it, right? Like, well, there's no point having tack timeouts in the bank if there's no second half to play. You know what I mean? Like, they need to at least build themselves some kind of platform to play with here, and 2 rounds on CT side is not going to be enough. 4, and you're maybe having a conversation, but right now they need more.
They got some money to work with at least. Could even consider mixing in a double AWP if they want. Thunder Down Under have mostly been just smashing the B side. It feels like they get into the B side after plants and they win the mid contest more often than not, and that's where they're finding their success factor more often. Again, it's another slower, defaulty round, but this time a bit more pace from Dexter. I wonder if he's going to force the issue through the mid smoke. Indeed he will. Flash doesn't catch Shady though.
Awkward. Really uncomfortable. He gets the one though, able to capitalize on that very, very quickly. Alistair just kind of caught between a rock and a hard place right now. Shady gets out for free, but Alistair, no way, Jose. He's in there like swimwear.
ASAP went down in the meanwhile as well, lost the duel outside of A main. So Thunder Down Under still down on numbers, despite the fact that Alistair picks up that kill and takes a bit of space here in mid. He is going to be a real X factor in this round. The main push is happening over towards B.
He has so much aura, like he's drawing so much of a reaction from Semperfi while Thunder Down Under get closer and closer towards B main.
We saw how terrified they were of him in the previous series, right? You talked about how they've just avoided him and avoided him and avoided him, and again, I mean, they've just kind of left him to his devices. Let's see what he can do.
They're letting him cook. I wonder if he's going to be ready for Hazard here.
Hold up. It's going to be uncomfortable though, right? He has to try and find this line, checking towards the right. Oh, he's even shouldered it. Found the timing. Has a leg, then the Deagle can come out and maybe get another connection here. But he just wants to pull away, just keep them interested. That's all he has to do. But they're running out of time. They've found the position on the site, and Keen's been able to capitalize there. Only Liaz and Alistair. The dynamic duo once more.
One more in E-Box, though. I don't know if Liaz will expect that. He won't. Addict, the double up, has saved the round here for Semperfi.
Oh, he's got to save.
Good adjustments from Semperfi. The mid-round moves were so perfect. Just repositioning over towards E-Box was exactly what they needed. Like, they just seized the middle of the map and they didn't have to really worry about it. Alistair took too long to really get involved, and then the B main push was dealt with quite handedly with Keen just on that line from E-Box.
Yeah, you have to wonder how that might have gone had Alistair connected that shot onto Hazard, or if he'd swung him with the Deagle and found that kill and sort of drawn a bit of attention back toward Temple.
I mean, pacing from Dexter was halted, just stemming the bleeding immediately. Big impact from Shady. I mean, that is the head-to-head rifler matchup that you have in mind when you look at Semperfi versus Thunder. These are the two big impact, aggressive players that like to make early round moves. Dexter and Shady finding openers can really just snowball into success for either side.
Still going pretty swimmingly for Thunder Down Under. The 3-6 scoreline feels pretty solid, but it can dwindle pretty quickly. If this ends up being, something like a 6-6 back in response, Semperfi then on top heading into the second half. So there's still work to be done here in the first half for Thunder Down Under.
Shut out of A main here. Thunder Down Under might have to turn their attention back towards the middle of the map. But once again, they're tentative. They don't want to pick up the pace like they did in the last round. Dexter was punished for doing so. Having a little bit of a rougher game and spotted out Keen.
He's low. There's an aid. Dexter doesn't get it through in time. Keen out of dodge.
In the meantime, you tilt pressure from ASAP. Denying information over to Savage in A main, threatening a potential launching pad for this A execute to come through. It's been nothing but B pressure this game for Thunder Down Under. Now making their way back towards the A site. Semperfi is ready for a B ending again.
Yeah, mid-A split looks like a great call right here from Thunder Down Under. Linchpin will obviously be Dexter having to survive in middle there. He's got a little bit of backup actually as well. Liaz is working in through mid too. They're really biding their time. Semperfi still not too sure about where this round's going to end up, but they've definitely congregated their forces over towards B, and Keen is low over here on A, so this should be Thunder Down Under into the side, but through the flash, Keen gets TJP. Dexter down, but Liaz, the double pump in mid, will catch them off guard. He holds it down. The forces cannot get across to A. Plan is going to go down. Thunder Down Under with the advantage for now.
If Keen gets ASAP here, there could all of a sudden be an opportunity, and there it is. That's the second shot. Needs to go for more, but Alistair is up close and personal, all up in their grills right now as he's up in heaven, and it's certainly going to feel like hell unless they can do something about it. Addict with the trade back, Liaz in the 1v2. He's been here before. Veterancy on the table right now as Shady will swing and deny alongside Addict. And Semperfi is still fighting the good fight.
I mean, Liaz is having a life game undoubtedly right now, but somebody else needed to give him a little bit more help in that round. And post-tack timeout, that is 2 rounds back-to-back for Semperfi. They are brawling their way back into this half.
ASAP just getting a little bit too antsy in that position, didn't he? And, had he maybe waited for Alistair to be in position for a double swing, that could have been a completely different scenario. But he peeks out, gives the line opening to Keen, and despite the fact that there's a trade through there, Alistair can't hold on to that heaven position, and Liaz really wasn't in a position to win that round, having to come back through from cams.
It's a big round for Semperfi to win. Thunder Down Under is actually starting to run out of money here on this T side. If they lose this round, they're going to have a weaker buy in the 12th, and that could be Semperfi really equalizing from what was a 2-6 deficit at the start and a 6-round streak from Thunder.
That's what I was talking about, right? Like, there's a chance this can go back to 6-6 pretty quickly in the blink of an eye, and then Thunder Down Under, I would say, at that point, kind of on the back foot, moving on to the CT side of a T-sided map.
DJ up close inside the E-box. He's heard something needs a little bit of fixing. He's going to throw a progression Molotov and push Addict away for the time being. Just trying to keep the CTs honest in terms of the rotations. A little bit of HE damage onto... I actually thought that nade landed on Dexter's head, but nonetheless, it's Dexter v Shady, and that is the flash we were talking about.
Yep.
Keen has been throwing that same flash for Shady all tournament long, and this time it's goods.
Yeah, timing is everything when it comes to those flashes, and this one a big one that might get Semperfi another round. Thunder Down Under, plan B. is apparently to head towards B, but Semperfi are reading into that already. You can see the transition away from the A site from multiple members. It's Savage to pick mid back up, but he's not even interested in sitting around in mid. He's going to go all the way over towards A, and maybe he's unnecessary over there. Hazard's getting everything done.
Big red.
And he's got plenty of teammates there to back him up as well. That is such an easy round for Semperfi.
Again, just constantly talking about him, having a bit of a quieter day yesterday and really looking fantastic today. It's a brilliant sign to see from your big man who has had the tenure inside Oceania.
2.4k there for Alistair. That was the round that Semperfi were looking for. Big streak back into the half. 3 back-to-back to break the T-side economy right at the crux of the half and give themselves a chance at 6-6 here, even denying the bomb plant to a Thunder Down Under that so desperately needs money on this T-side.
Can get a lot done with a little though, and a Tech 9 and an MP7 aren't necessarily the worst of weapons, depending on the circumstance. Thunder Down Under, they look like they might just try a quick B hit here. A couple of nades into the progression smoke that Thunder Down Under did throw at main, showing us that Semperfi are kind of aware of that possibility. Flash over the top though, here it comes from Thunder Down Under. There's one in response, but that inset is doing so much damage. They both just stood there. ASAP gets 2 freebies, they burn alive. What is that from Shady and Addict? Absolutely bamboozling decision. And the B site is taken by Thunder Down Under.
Addict had the smoke, and he did not juggle it to his teammate or put out the molly. It's one or the other. He was the one with the smoke, and he was also the one facing. So his teammate looked at him. When the molly hit his teammate looked at him and said, "Hey, bro, you got the smoke? You got that molly?
You got this,
You got the smoke, brother?"
And it was like a Titanic moment, they're clinging to the door. It's like, no, you can get on the door as well. No, we both drown.
Pull the pin out of the fire extinguisher, mate. I'm burning alive. Jesus Christ.
Oh, man.
What a round for
This is
Thunder,
the thing, though, right, Mitch? Like, we get to these moments where these guys have been playing for a long day. They're feeling the pressure. They're feeling the sweat. Semperfi have got these odds behind them. They've got the investment of the organization. They've been doing the boot camps. This project's been going for what? A year and a half, 2 years now. Where you see Ben the Legend go, guys, I'm going to try give these boys a chance. I'm going to back it around me son and get the guys overseas after that big event that they had at EPL. And then Thunder Down Under on the complete flip side. They've been there in the trenches today. They got murdered almost by Ground Zero. And then they managed to drag it forward. They fight hard. They reset emotionally, go into their little Zen garden, and then come on through to where we are at now. And whilst the game is far from over, the half will switch now, and Pistol becomes ever so important as it has been for the entirety of this series.
Quick pacing in mid from Semperfi. Held at bay by a molly for the time being. Starting to make some moves over towards double door. Quite decided where they want to finish this round up just yet. Just looking for something in the middle of the map for the time being. Block smoke over towards B-Bay for Thunder Down Under, and they have nothing but presence in A. They want to fight Semperfi if they're looking for any kind of push over here.
Ooh, Alistair getting a little excited. Revving his engine outside in towards water. And they've got to be careful of carpets here as they are going to rotate their way around. Alistair's slotted into position, but the whole thing is that Dexter's actually left him. So this is a big call from the newer IGL here, Pilski, and he's actually managed to slip the net. They've not spot. No, they have. Okay. Shady's picked him up, and now that all of a sudden puts the extra pressure on ASAP, who's going to get crunched on in. But he's got the duel. He's won. Will it be a second? No, he's flashed away and taken down by Addict. It resets.
See Dexter looking for something before they get comfortable inside of the Shady. So close to him, and you got the pivot position over there. On pillar. Beautiful shot from Dexter.
One already. Can he get more? Waterfall will be sitting Addict. Savage on towards the site here now. They're slotted back as well. Hazard inside main. Savage able to drop Dexter though, so TJP and Liaz will need to try and make it work. It's a quick shot from TJ. Addict in a really awkward position. Hazard getting swung on now. They have to connect, but it's going to be TJ and Liaz. And this pistol, the most important, the penultimate time. The crux of the competition goes the way of Thunder Down Under.
Really, really nice retake. I mean, to be fair, that round looked like it was going Semperfi all day long. It was a great call on the mid to A. They punished Alistair on the aggression. He pushed the issue a little bit too far and didn't quite find the right timing there. ASAP only goes 1 for 1, but that is just Dexter going overlooked on Heaven's side, and that's enough space for the rest of Thunder to complete this retake.
not having the best game either, Dexter, so that was an important frag to kind of, you know, build the bridges again. It's been obviously Big Liaz who's having a life game, as you sort of alluded to earlier, Jordan, but we're 8-5, and this is the, you know, a few more rounds to just kick it slowly forward towards the victory, the chance at a victory.
Well, could that be a pistol that qualifies Thunder Down Under to a major? They don't know yet, and they won't know for a while, but maybe in hindsight, that will be one that they'll look at very fondly. 8-5 though, job's not yet done. You can all think about the VRS points and the major and this and that, but they have to get through this grand final, that's for sure. And Semperfi have actually invested into this round, so there's going to be a little bit of resistance coming through from the T side here.
Yeah, bomb plant did go down, so Thunder will be well aware of that. Dexter in a key position. Did not have a great opening half here. M4 in hand, inside of the smoke. Has he swindled them all here?
Oh, it looks like he has. Dexter, once again, the smoke.
Hazard!
But apparently,
No way!
Hazard knows all.
Get fucked!
Pushing mid, by the way, here from Thunder Down Under. Alistair setting TJP up for the boost. Semperfi going to be ready for that one. The double pump into mid. Dexter was behind them, but now TJP's turn. And he'll make no mistake. Gets the double. Sets up Alistair and Liaz as well. And Keen, well, he's been spotted. He's going to be dealt with. And yeah, there was some nice moments in there again from Hazard. But once more, Thunder Down Under proved to go one better.
The bloody sleight of hand from Thunder Down Under, mate. Oh, the card. I got the card. I got your card in your hand. That's not my card. Yes, it is, buddy. Yes, it is. TJP on the boost.
It was just a sacrifice.
It was just a misdirection, mate.
Yeah.
The perfect timing. I mean, fair go. What bloody game sense from Hazard. But it still was not enough. Force by denied. And now Semperfi are well and truly in the hole. Thunder Down Under on the verge of double digits.
Yeah, they've got some pistols, they've got some upgrades, and if Dexter misses a shot or two, he'll be run down. But luckily, he's got the backup. That flash from ASAP, just slowing the forces down enough for Dexter to recover the initial spray. And here come the cavalry. Thunder Down Under in unison, working their way back in towards middle. And no wonder, of course, it would be Liaz to finish that round off. He's up to 17 and proving again and again why he's such a respected figure in this Australian community.
He's having a life game right now, I'm not going to lie. He's had a couple of good games today. Actually, the end of that ground. What is it about him and third maps?
Nuke.
Like Nuke, now this map, third map for Liaz. This man does not play games when it comes down to the pressure and the crunch game. He's looking like bloody Order Liaz versus Cloud9 at IEM Sydney right now.
I mean, the thing is, like, you know, these players, Dexter and Alistair and Liaz, and I think in particular Alistair and Liaz, they copped a lot of flack internationally.
What? Shut up, Jordan!
Well,
there's some gaming going on!
Yeah, there's no point talking about that for the second here, as Hazard eventually does get brought back down to heal. I mean, that's a much faster round coming through from both teams, really, but once the dust kind of settles, Semperfi that pull out ahead. Now Alistair with a job to do, solo on this side. The molly ticking at the feet of Addict. It's enough for one, but no more than that.
This is a little dangerous. I think TJ actually wants to try and invest into this round. They're not going to be ready for it at all. The bomb does get planted. The HE, it's an underarm bowling Gary. As now they move on in here. Liaz, this is the man that's hungry like the wolf. 17. He wants to go even further.
Do you save here? Do you save here? Doesn't seem like it. TJP wants to go forward. He wants to take the fight. He wants to provide some space for the star player of the moment. Again, it's Liaz now in that one-on-one. He knows it's Keen on the other side. He knows there's probably an AWP somewhere. He's just missed the shot, though, and that opens the door, but not enough. Keen secures it for Semperfi. This time, Liaz can't get it done.
Last bullet in the AWP. If he doesn't connect there, Semperfi will be broke. And facing an 11-5 deficit. Big clutch and big shot connected from Keen.
3 Michelin fucking stars right now. This is good eating Counter-Strike. It is delivering on the levels that we require. But there's still more work to do for both these teams.
Both teams are broke. Round 17 is a big swing round. Came down to a 1v1. Keen retaining the AWP. Alistair now AWP in hand. Big movements in towards canals. TJ's thinking about blowing open the smoke in E-box here. Alistair chomping at the bit for a pick in towards A main.
And he's got it. He's got it, hasn't he? Savage down early. Another advantage for Thunder Down Under. Just when you feel like Semperfi might be able to get back in and start to join the conversation. The circle closes. There's no avenue in.
Eyes on Addict, close up at E-box. Shady makes moves in towards the middle of the map. There's a few players from Semperfi trying to get active, trying to pull something back from this man disadvantage. Smoke goes to camps, denying information to the CT side. Are they nervous about this mid push? That flashes another sound cue for them to start to get a little bit concerned.
I don't think Semperfi are going to have a great time here at all. The double up in E-Box, Liaz and TJP, two players that have been really switched on this map. And you've also got Dexter, who's obviously watching CT spawn, but he can reinforce this B bomb site, and that's where Semperfi are kind of headed. Trouble for Dexter is he's got no eyes on mid at all. He has to go back and have a bit more of a look in there. So it will just be this double E-Box hold to try to save that B bomb site from any destruction at the hands of Semperfi. And it has gone so damn well for TJP and Liaz. Eventually one will be brought down, but not the other. Again and again, Liaz continues to deliver. And why not one more?
22-8. We always knew that Mr. Potter was capable of some wizardry. But holy crap, man, in the final game where Thunder Down Under really needing to pull out some magic, he is doing something special right now.
I'll try and make that point again. I was going to say, this is why these players are held in such reverence in ANZ. You know, you look at your Alistairs and the Liazes, and even to an extent Dexter, I think they copped a bit of flack overseas in the international community and whatnot, but like, you see them come back into ANZ and you see what they can do, and we've watched these guys for 10 years do this, and they're doing it again.
That's why they call him Carry Potter, mate. As Quick Poo's pacing from Shady, finally catching Dexter. That's the one player that hasn't really connected to the server for Thunder Down Under.
Oh, look at the pace they picked up as well, Pilski here. It's a dink onto Alistair, and Shady is just dragging the team, kicking and screaming. But guess who's here? Liaz, Wingardium Leviosa, brothers, denied! All the fury from Liaz. He's done it all in the Chamber of Secrets. It's his time. As Hazza, Savage need to let this settle, need to let this simmer. The bomb is dropped in bloody Maze of all things.
Oh, ASAP's got another one here as well, hasn't he? Savage is just denied entry in toward middle, and I don't know how Liaz keeps delivering in these moments, but Semperfi are crumbling at his hands. 12-6 now for Thunder Down Under. Semperfi, their victory march into ANZ is being ruined right in front of their eyes. They were supposed to come back from Europe and dominate this event, dominate the next event, qualify for the major, but Thunder Down Under have other plans.
Just cannot beat these guys on home soil. Domestic events are freeload for this Greyhound core. It doesn't matter how much you practice. It doesn't matter how many European teams you've been playing or coming fresh off of an EPL campaign. This is their tournament on a silver platter.
And how many times have we seen that before? Thunder Down Under, aka Greyhound Core, goes down in the upper bracket and comes back with a vengeance in the grand final. Dexter out of the picture early on here in mid. Maybe a chance back in here for Semperfi as ASAP looks to try to make a difference, and he does. A double in main. He just conjures a bit of magic of his own.
And the last moment, Hazza, the sole proprietor of the industry, needs to try and make this happen. FlyQuest, I hope you're watching, because Thunder Down Under, they're bloody coming for you. Hazza, the final chance to try and keep this ball rolling, to, you know, drive that momentum forward. You guys have just absolutely sold the show, right? A big stint in Europe, investment behind him, a coach and everything like that, and it may very well just be something here. Hazza wants to have this thing cling to life, but guess who he has to deal with? It is Liaz. And around the bend, he's going to get this plant here, guys. We'll let it settle for one more second, but denial of service. And ladies and gentlemen, there it is. The DFRAG Wildcard LAN, the invitational event that we've all been begging for, has delivered. And Thunder Down Under will be your champions.
Just incredible resilience from them today. I thought that they were going to bloody lose to Ground Zero. Honestly, in that consolidation final, they played 6 maps back to back to back, multiple overtimes, but they still bloody get it done. It's just incredible.
Yeah, deserving victors as well, of course, there for Thunder Down Under, right? Like, it felt like something was brewing, you know, to go down the route of the storm puns. The Thunder Down Under was certainly brewing over the past sort of few months or so, and that the big question mark was always Semperfi, when they return, is Thunder Down Under going to be a match for them, or will Semperfi continue the domination that they had over the previous sort of 24 months almost, it feels like, here in ANZ. Rooster were no match for them last year. Thunder Down Under, though, this year might be the big dogs, and it might be Semperfi in Rooster's shoes that are trying to play catch-up. Obviously, that's not going to be the end of the conversation, though, because after this event, there's another event. tomorrow that these two teams are going to play in. So Semperfi won't have to wait long to try to nab their revenge, but already that's a massive delta for these two teams. Thunder Down Under, plus minus 60 points on Semperfi. They go up into third on the VRS. They give themselves a bit of extra wiggle room after, let's be real, a bit of a horror show in the last couple of weeks for them online. That is a nice recovery, but again, for I think both these teams, we've said it time and time again, the players have said it in the interview, the job is not yet done. They've got to focus in. Yes, celebrate tonight, but they still need to do some more work going forward if they want to qualify through for that upcoming major and all those events coming through in the future as well. So lots to be done, but now it's time for some celebration.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the celebration will be short at the end of the day, right? These guys have got another competition to dive into very, very soon. But Alistair, come on here, my friend. We've got the headset for you. I'm not going to ask any heavy hitters or anything like that because it's nice and simple for it. Like, you guys had to reset really, really hard after that one, right? Dropping into the lower bracket, versing Ground Zero. We were all sort of pepping you guys up to have an easy win, and it was not at all. It was really hard. That really long overtime break with the tech issues and things like that. How did you guys reset and shift into that into the final series?
We knew it was going to be a marathon. We knew no matter what, even if the first game was clean, the whole day was just going to be fucked. So we just said just keep playing the rounds in front of you. Don't drop the energy. Let's keep picking each other up. GZ actually played really good. We were fucking up a lot of little sorry.
Your voice sounded a bit hoarse there, mate. What's been going on?
It's been a long day.
Yeah, a lot of little stuff. And they were there to punish us. But I'm just happy we got through that Ground Zero game because we were down 12-7.
To follow up on that, I thought you guys would take a longer break between series, but did you just want to keep it going, keep the momentum? Do you prefer to just go straight into the next game rather than reset? Because I feel like after that Ground Zero game, I'd want to just lay down and stare at the ceiling for 40 minutes.
There is such thing as cooling off too hard. I was hoping, I just left it to the admin and just said whatever happens, happens. And I think we had a 45-minute break and it felt about 6 minutes really. But we slammed a Souvlaki and then just got into the next game.
All right, on an individual level, obviously, I love a bit of Alistair Glaze, but I think Liaz deserves some as well. I want to touch on, just on the individual level, all of you guys seem like you kind of hit your stride at various points throughout this tournament. I thought, for me, you were probably among the MVP candidates, but Liaz has obviously done very well in this grand final. Who's your MVP if you had to choose one from the boys? And you can say yourself if you want.
I think Jay had a struggle. I can't remember the map. The maps are slipping me a little bit, but I knew map 3, Jay really just came in and started fucking some ass. So I'd have to give it to Jay. I think after some of the first maps, I could see how frustrated he was, and he just put that aside. And just pulled up his boots and went through it.
Okay, what about for you on an individual basis though? Because I know you obviously, we've talked about this a lot in the past. You had a bit of a struggle at the end of the FlyQuest lineup. You came into Semperfi. You were doing really, really well. Now you're in-game leading as well, and I think your individual level has been very, very good with the AWP. Did it feel good in the server?
Yeah, I'm not too focused on me. Sometimes I'll press tab and be I'm actually doing enough people. I'm trying to think a lot more for the team, but I'm really lucky to have the network of players I have around me. I think especially some of those games where I was struggling to get a read and I would just have to ask our info players what they think, and they would relay really well and help me set up the round. So shout out to the boys as well. They came through when I feel like I was struggling.
I mean, we touched on the Ground Zero game a little bit more. So what was it like to play Semperfi? Because you used to play on that squad, so you know a lot of those players pretty well from the past. I noticed as well in some of the maps against Semperfi, the upper final, as well as this series, I feel like you're being quite aggressive. You're often trying to look for some of those first picks and things like that. Is it a point to prove or a specific read that you have or anything like that? And on a bigger picture, what's it like to just play against them in general?
Yeah, no, I think against them, I can find those openings. I think they're quite an aggressive team and they like to just brute force into things, but they play pretty good and they're really annoying to play against because obviously all 5 of them can shoot pretty hard. You can't discount that. But they're very reactive and you have to kind of just remind yourselves not to fall for all the traps and to just trust yourselves, trust your teammates across the map most importantly. And that's why I really wish we closed it out 2-0. I think we should have on Ancient, and I think a lot of minor details really let us down that they ended up punishing.
I also wanted to ask you as well, because I get this sense, but I wanted to know from your perspective as a player, you've played so many Nats before. You used to play, the CG Nats, you've won some Nats as well in the past, but none of it's been in this era of VRS. Does this feel different where it's you're playing Nats and there's prize money, there's, there's bragging rights on the line, but this is also at the same time kind of a race to the major in a way. Is that a different level of pressure at an event like this?
Yeah, man. I don't know what it was. I've never like felt pressured too much. We've always kind of been, like in my career, I've always been like underdogs in the really, really big games. You know what I mean? And today, this event like definitely felt like fuck. We felt the weight of like VRS. It's not like guaranteed to the major, but it's a start.
Yep. All right, one more.
Yeah, no, I was going to say last one for me. You know, we love to absolutely pick your brain.
I just want to ask, you know, in regard to Semperfi and Thunder Down Under, obviously that's been a big conversation point for us, and you know we're sort of power ranking you guys on a similar level coming into this event. But from your perspective, with that win, does that now mean Thunder Down Under is the best team in the region?
Oh, nice. Clickbait.
Exactly. You know how it is,
I'll
mate.
leave that for the fans to decide. I think after we lost the first game to them, like the first thing I said to the guys is that is one of 4 series that we're probably going to have to play them in this next week. So let's win the ones that count. That's the most important thing. And today I think we handled the pressure a little bit better. I think that's half the battle.
What's it going to be like as well, just to send it off? You know, you're going to have to reset here and then move into the next competition, which only starts tomorrow. So is it just sort of a little bit of settling, or are you locking this hell straight back into the prep?
We will take like a couple hours off, probably review the games and just tighten up some things, because we got a long couple days of gaming, man. Like this event obviously was across 4 days. The next one's across 2.
Yeah, same format, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. So we really need to refine things and make sure we're on top of our shit.
Cool. Fantastic. Well, let's do a little bit of celebrating at the very least. I have some novel, oversized goodness for you, Alistair. So here's the winner. A massive shout out, obviously, to Logitech G for putting this one on. How long's it been since you've had your hands on something so big, Ali?
I don't think I've had my hands on anything big ever, really. Wow. Fucking huge. Thank you.
Dude, I feel like a winner right now, too.
100%. It does feel pretty good. Look at this.
Handled the big green, not too bad.
It's gorgeous. I try. No, for sure. There it is. Look, 11 grand, obviously, again, you know, supported by DFRAG, supported by Logitech G. You know, without the sponsors and everything like that, we wouldn't be able to get events like this. But Alistair, you take this, my friend. Go celebrate. Even though it might be briefly with the boys, you guys deserve it.
Just quickly, want to give a shout out to Mia for managing us and making sure we're doing shit right, and also for Mav. He's put on this event, and he really didn't need to. He's trying to make Australia fucking shine through and come out of this VRS bullshit. So thank you, Mav.
Beautiful. Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend.
Enjoy some rest.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, you know, look, guys, as always, you know, a glorious conversation with Alistair. Like, he's been one of those guys that has been in there in the trenches, and, you know, and a guy that, you know, had the experiences where he did get that bump from FlyQuest, right? You know, they had one of the best events of all time. They had DreamHack Atlanta, and then he gets removed, and then all of a sudden tried this with Semperfi, didn't quite work out. Try this new project with Thunder Down Under. Like, the man has really dug it out, so it's awesome to get that mindset out of him there.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously it's really nice to see a homegrown team kind of having some success, but again, like I keep saying, the job's not really yet done. And I think we also have to kind of consider this from the other perspective. You know, we can talk all we like about Thunder Down Under, but there's another team in this grand final that is on the receiving end of now a loss, which is not part of the plan at all for them, right? Semperfi have to go back tonight, really figure things out coming into the upcoming ANZ LAN and make sure that they win that one if they want to maximize their opportunities to go through the major. Again, I've talked about it time and time again with Semperfi. You know, how long is a piece of string, really, is the question for me, right? If they don't qualify for the major here, do they get another 6 months? Do they get a chance to try to qualify for the Singapore major? You know, it's a project that's been now almost 2 years and a half and no major. So how long does that last if it's still no major, is my question.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, they've had plenty of chances. You couldn't have much better prep coming into an event like this, but you can't go past the class of some of the Thunder boys. You know, they talk a little bit of smack, but they back it up in the server, and rightfully so. They've at least claimed the DFRAG wildcard, but there's a few more events to play, and we're not at the major just yet.
No, absolutely. And, you know, just to reiterate, obviously, for the start, so to watch everyone tomorrow, March 16th, it's going to be starting at 9:30 a.m. Brisbane time, 10:30 for Sydney, 7:30 for who cares about Perth, doesn't really count. But overall, it's a great time, and I think, you know, we just have to reiterate finally on Alistair's point of shout out DFRAG and all the sponsors involved for keeping this through, because if we didn't have this and VRS wasn't a thing to support these events, right, we would have nothing. We just have to kind of deal with it, hope that FlyQuest do something good, and then, you know, deal with the rest of Asia sort of taking the spots.
Yeah, I think here's a good opportunity again to give that shout out to Logitech G. You can see the mouse there, HyperX, obviously you've got the laptops, and Intel and Omen who provided the PCs, and Zowie as well for the monitors, of course, and DFRAG again, you know, who put all this event on. You know, we're a small part of that, but I think it, you know, bears mentioning that there's a massive team behind this. We've got a couple of fellas in the studio right now taking some footage. You know, we've got admins, we've got production staff, we've got people cooking the bloody barbecue in the interim. You know what I mean? Like there's an army of people that put this on.
Stack manager.
Half of them are doing it for free, half of them are doing it for a loss, and that's basically just how it is in ANZ at the moment. But hopefully things will get better at some point. And obviously, again, all those sponsors, all those brands that help us out do go a long way. I think there's a lot of people that recognise that, but I hope with events like this, more and more people kind of understand that every little bit counts.
Now, I don't know what it's going to look like, but I've been told that we're going to do some sort of little VRS prediction, obviously at the end of this event and what's going to be looking like at the event going forward. So there it is right now. So for the Cologne Major, which is going to be glorious, the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, right? It's such an important thing. Mongols, obviously, they sit well and truly at the top. It's very, very comfortable. But guys, like FlyQuest are looking mortal. Thunder Down Under take the lead over Semperfi. The Huns, a little bit dropped down too, and that's kind of where those moments we're talking about, right? The Huns aren't crazy stable. Chinggis Warriors, Lin Vision, Tai Lu, like who is going to take these moments? And with an event only a short way away, Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, surely there'll be some more Chinese events.
Yes.
We've got 3 months before this event does occur.
I mean, look, so this is just for the context. This is taken off the HLTV prediction. At this stage, the way that works is it basically takes into account the decay of the points that will be occurring over the period of time until the point at which that invite does go out, and that's valid in a sense that this is where things go if no more games are basically played in the near future. But as we know, even in ANZ, things could potentially change. We've got another LAN coming up, 2 days, Monday, Tuesday. You spoke about that one just before, Conky. As far as I'm aware, there's 3 more LANs planned in China, and at least I think 1 in Mongolia. So I would expect things to really, really shift. But you can see how impactful these kinds of events actually are. A week ago, none of these teams were in the conversation for the top 5, really. Thunder Down Under and Semperfi were just outside of it. We had a lot of the Chinese teams in there. Because of this event now, we've obviously got Thunder Down Under and Semperfi there inside of the top 5, and Mindfreak, Ground Zero, I should say, not too far behind. So with another LAN under their belt, maybe those 2 teams come into the conversation as well. So that's what the importance of these events are. But I would just, caution again for everybody that's getting really excited about the possibility of multiple Australian teams at the major to just hold your horses. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, because as we've seen over in Asia, they just pull these events out of nowhere. So I've even said this to a couple of the players. I was like, guys, I understand you think you can qual for the major, and I really hope you can, but let's just see how things go over in Asia first.
Yeah, no, 100%. Well, look, invest in Oceanic Counter-Strike, right? We've seen it today. I can't remember the last time we had more so for the series prior, right? Obviously, the grand final was electric, but, how long has it been since we've had eclectic Counter-Strike like this, of this level, at LAN, with all the things behind it, all the bells and whistles, even the support from other people in the community, the wider community, all getting around it. So, massive shout-out to everyone involved. We've already said our thank you. So, for now, it's us signing off. Come back tomorrow, all right? We'll see you there.
The DFRAG Wildcard LAN is brought to you by Logitech, Zowie, Omen, HyperX, Intel, and DFRAG Media Group.